Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wickets. Bowled in and England win! Amazing from Tom Curran. He picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net! And at last, Caroline Wozniacki is a Grand Slam champion.
Rugby League, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby Union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May, and May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Houghton with the free kick. She goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Bowls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, Rugby League.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby Union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Rugby Union, with live coverage from the English Premiership, the Challenge Cup and Pro 14s.
What a long overhead pass. Oh, it's taken there by Nathan Hughes. He's up to the line and over. An opponent, lovely ball from Farrell to Jamie George, who's seen some space, and George is under the post.
Plus, international fixtures, including the Six Nations, Rugby World Cup and Autumn Internationals.
The underdogs have barked loudly.
What a take though! It's taken by Gareth Davis. Gareth Davis is going to go and go and go. Interception from Gareth Davis. He's run 3/4 the length of the field.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Formula One.
He's about to do his first ever Formula One start. All the drivers are now lined up at the front of this Albert Park circuit. The Australian fans are all on their feet.
With full coverage of practice rounds and qualifying.
Max Verstappen then across the line to start his flying lap. The sparks fly from underneath the Red Bull in the pitch darkness of the Singapore night. Here comes Vettel, faster still.
Plus, live action and analysis from across the F1 calendar.
All 5 lights are on and the first Grand Prix of the season is go.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Bowls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, Rugby League.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby Union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including international cricket with Test Match Special.
Listen to this noise. We're right up in the roof. Bowles, that's driven. Lovely shot from Stone. He's timed that really well.
Anderson goes in and bowls, and that is out and caught behind.
T20 and one-day internationals.
Takes a couple of strikes and then pumps his arms and legs, approaches us, bowls, he's bowled him! And Zampa has gone!
Plus, the ICC Cricket World Cup and highlights and analysis from the biggest matches across the cricketing calendar.
Shrubsole in now. Bowls for Bowser! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Rugby League with live commentary from the Super League.
Maguire with a kick, and it's Cuthbertson who's on the chase. What about that?
There's an element of anticipation, of excitement. My word, bring it on.
The Challenge Cup, NRL and Super League Super 8.
Tries this time. Luke Gale has won it for Castleford.
There's places that you go in this game, and this is unbelievable.
Plus, International Rugby League.
They've got numbers outside. McGilvray with a chance, and McGilvray will score. Brilliant England move.
When they start to put it together, when they start to get in the groove, they're going to score points.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Bowls for Bowser! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, Rugby League.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby Union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including tennis.
Serves, big serve.
This to take it all the way.
And the screaming and the roaring and the come on, still going.
With live coverage from every Grand Slam.
Nadal celebrates another straight sets victory. First couple of rounds safely negotiated.
Serena and her elder sister Venus Williams are making the walk of champions.
Every single one of these Grand Slam wins means so much.
Plus ATP Tour Finals and Davis Cup.
What an extraordinary spectacle. This does not feel like it can be happening.
Well, what a time, the longest and the most intense rally of the match.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including football, with live coverage from the Premier League.
Harry Kane inside the penalty area. Harry Kane finds the back of the net.
Lukaku shoots. Lukaku scores.
FA Cup and EFL Cup.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Plus, live action from the Women's Super League, Champions League and international fixtures.
With a free kick, she goes low into the far corner, and the header is there. Brilliant run at the back post, and Nikita Paris gives England the perfect start to the second half.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wicket. He's bowled him and England win! Amazing from Tom Curran. He picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net. And at last, Caroline Wozniacki is a Grand Slam champion.
Rugby League, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby Union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May, and May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Horton with the free kick. She goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter. 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole. England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, Rugby League.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby Union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Rugby Union, with live coverage from the English Premiership, the Challenge Cup and Pro 14s.
What a long overhead pass. Oh, it's taken there by Nathan Hughes. He's up to the line and over. An opponent, lovely ball from Farrell to Jamie George, who's seen some space, and George is under the post.
Plus, international fixtures, including the Six Nations, Rugby World Cup and Autumn Internationals.
The underdogs have barked loudly.
What a take though! It's taken by Gareth Davis. Gareth Davis is going to go and go and go. Interception from Gareth Davis. He's run 3/4 the length of the field.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Formula One.
He's about to do his first ever Formula One start. All the drivers are now lined up at the front of this Albert Park circuit. The Australian fans are all on their feet.
With full coverage of practice rounds and qualifying.
Max Verstappen then across the line to start his flying lap. The sparks fly from underneath the Red Bull in the pitch darkness of the Singapore night. Here comes Vettel, faster still.
Plus, live action and analysis from across the F1 calendar.
All 5 lights are on and the first Grand Prix of the season is go.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter. 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole. England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, Rugby League.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby Union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including international cricket with Test Match Special.
Listen to this noise. We're right up in the roof. Bowles, that's driven. Lovely shot from Stone. He's timed that really well.
Anderson goes in and bowls, and that is out and caught behind.
T20 and one-day internationals.
Takes a couple of strikes and then pumps his arms and legs, approaches us, bowls, he's bowled him! And Zampa has gone!
Plus, the ICC Cricket World Cup and highlights and analysis from the biggest matches across the cricketing calendar.
Shrubsole in now, bowls for bowser! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero! England win the World Cup!
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including football, with live coverage from the Premier League.
Harry Kane inside the penalty area! Harry Kane finds the back of the net!
Lukaku shoots, Lukaku scores!
FA Cup and EFL Cup.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Plus, live action from the Women's Super League, Champions League and international fixtures.
With the free kick, she goes low into the far corner, and the header is there. Brilliant run at the back post, and Nikita Paris gives England the perfect start to the second half.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wicket, he's bowled him and England win! Amazing from Tom Curran, he picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net! And at last, Caroline Wozniacki is a Grand Slam champion.
Rugby League, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby Union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May, and May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Horton with the free kick, she goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including international cricket with Test Match Special.
Listen to this noise. We're right up in the roof. Bowles, that's driven. Lovely shot from Stone. He's timed that really well.
Anderson goes in and bowls, and that is out and caught behind.
T20 and one-day internationals.
Takes a couple of strikes and then pumps his arms and legs, approaches us, bowls, he's bowled him! And Zampa has gone!
Plus, the ICC Cricket World Cup and highlights and analysis from the biggest matches across the cricketing calendar.
Shrubsole in now, bowls for bowser! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero! England win the World Cup!
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Formula One.
He's about to do his first ever Formula One start. All the drivers are now lined up at the front of this Albert Park circuit. The Australian fans are all on their feet.
With full coverage of practice rounds and qualifying.
Max Verstappen then across the line to start his flying lap. The sparks fly from underneath the Red Bull in the pitch darkness of the Singapore night. Here comes Vettel, faster still.
Plus, live action and analysis from across the F1 calendar.
All 5 lights are on and the first Grand Prix of the season is go.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolger! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including tennis.
Served. Big serve.
This to take it all the way.
And the screaming and the roaring and the come on. Still going.
With live coverage from every Grand Slam.
Nadal celebrates another straight sets victory. First couple of rounds safely negotiated.
Serena and her elder sister Venus Williams are making the walk of champions.
Every single one of these Grand Slam wins means so much.
Plus ATP Tour Finals and Davis Cup.
What an extraordinary spectacle. This does not feel like it can be happening.
Well, what a time. The longest and the most intense rally of the match.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wicket. He's bowled him and England win! Amazing from Tom Curran. He picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net! And at last, Caroline Wozniacki is a Grand Slam champion.
Rugby league, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May, and May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Horton with the free kick. She goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including rugby league with live commentary from the Super League.
Maguire with a kick, and it's Cuthbertson who's on the chase. What about that?
There's an element of anticipation, of excitement. My word, bring it on.
The Challenge Cup, NRL and Super League Super 8.
Tries this time. Luke Gale!
There's places that you go in this game, and this is unbelievable.
Plus, International Rugby League.
They've got numbers outside. McGilvray with a chance, and McGilvray will score. Brilliant England move.
When they start to put it together, when they start to get in the groove, they're going to score points.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including rugby union, with live coverage from the English Premiership, the Challenge Cup and Pro 14s.
What a long overhead pass. Oh, it's taken there by Nathan Hughes. He's up to the line and over. An opponent, lovely ball from Farrell to Jamie George, who's seen some space, and George is under the post.
Plus, international fixtures, including the Six Nations, Rugby World Cup and Autumn Internationals.
The underdogs have barked loudly.
What a take though! It's taken by Gareth Davis. Gareth Davis is going to go and go and go. Interception from Gareth Davis. He's run 3/4 of the length of the field.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolger! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
So excited, thrilled that we're going to have spectators back in the ground to be able to enjoy an English Test summer. As you say, the last couple of weeks the weather's been awful, so to be stood here, it'd be nice and warm for a change, and this, not a cloud in the sky almost is fantastic. It poses for a great week of Test cricket and a great way to start the Test summer.
Well, here to all of that, Joe Root. For the first time in 2 years and in glorious sunshine, I can welcome you all to Lords. And while it's a deeply poignant moment and we remember all those who have suffered through the pandemic and the lives that have been lost, this does feel like a tentative step into the new world. There'll be about 7,000 supporters. That's a crowd after a year of silence. No more manufactured hum under our commentary. Mainly MCC members, but the public are here too. There are even some spare tickets around over the forthcoming days. We'll let you know details of that, but they're strictly online at the moment. But at least there's going to be an atmosphere here at Lords. I was going to say the old place doesn't change, but actually it has changed quite significantly. Two beautiful new stands. Still the Compton and Edrich, those who know Lords, but down there with the media centre sandwiched in between. They really have done a magnificent job, as they always do here, the architect on this beautiful old ground, which is bathed in sunshine. We hated the May rain, but it's produced an absolutely fantastic looking outfield. The shades of green, absolutely immaculate as ever, beautifully manicured by the ground staff here. So we are all set up. Everyone's thoroughly excited, as I'm sure you can tell. Even Nasser Hussain's got a smile behind his mask to my left. Everyone's really up for this. It's just so good to have cricket back in with crowds, international cricket, and it's a fantastic summer ahead too, of course. So much to look forward to. Now, we'll have the toss here shortly. Of course, the captains will be emerging in a moment out into the middle. We are, again, we're not quite as bubbled up as we were last year, but there's still various protocols, and those of you who are coming to the cricket this year, the internationals at least, will be aware of all of that. I'm looking around here. I'm at the pavilion end of the ground, actually, but people are fairly well spread out, and the seats aren't marked up as such. I think people just being sensible, really, and separated, some wearing masks. There's even some MCC-coloured masks, I see, doing the rounds as well for the occasion. So the captains will be out in a moment. I see Chris Broad out there as the match referee. It's familiar to last year. The same umpires, of course, home umpires, and a home match referee as well. So an extended DRS as an extra review for everybody, and so on. All the technicalities and all of that. But fascinating to see who England select for a start. We know from the presentations that happened a few minutes ago, we do have two debutants. We knew about James Bracey. We wondered about Ollie Robinson, and the fact is that, yes, he is going to play as well. So how are England going to juggle their attack? That's the really interesting thing. With Bracey at 7, Stuart Broad looked to me as if he was going to be playing, and he's the new vice-captain. A bit tough, wouldn't it, to say, well then, Stuart, you're vice-captain, but you're not going to play. So I think he'll play, and it might be that James Anderson misses out here and will therefore play at Edgbaston. There's been lots of rotation and resting and so on, as we know, throughout this summer, building up through to the India series and onto the Ashes and beyond. So there we go. Michael Vaughan is up at the far end in the media centre. Jeremy Coney as well. Wonderful to have you back with us, Jeremy. Sporting a very natty moustache, I noted when you removed your mask briefly. Great to be back on these shores again. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Eggers. It's been quite difficult. I've had 4 COVID tests and 2 vaccinations. I've got 1 MIQ voucher. I've got 3 boxes of masks settling in my luggage and 10 days of self-isolation. So
nice.
I'm delighted to have this view sitting once again suspended over Lords. Lovely.
Isn't it wonderful? And if there's anyone I know who could spend 10 days gazing into thoughtful space, Jeremy, then it would be you, and probably countless books as well.
Yes.
Anyway, welcome. It is great. Michael Vaughan, welcome back as well to you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's great, isn't it? Just to look out over Lords, to see crowds back in the stands, spread out. Seeing all the players warming up, you just get a sense that everyone's so excited to see the first ball. The 2 captains are out there ready to toss up. You get a feeling that it could be quite a good toss to win, Aggers.
Yes.
With the sun shining, baking down. You know, you just mentioned England's team. I just wonder that England may not play the spinner, Jack Leach, which I'm only guessing. Joe Root had a good long bowl this morning. That is a slight whisper. We'll find out in a couple of minutes' time. But I'm disappointed for Jack Leach if that's the case, because he got 28 wickets at 31 in the winter, and I thought he was a real kind of standout in a difficult tour, particularly the Indian one, and he really established himself as England's #1 spinner. So I'll be disappointed for him if he doesn't, but we'll wait and see in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, we will. It'll be a big call, that, but you could see it potentially as they try to bring some variety into the pace attack that they have. And there's a question, of course, of the batting. 8, 9, 10, 11. It's a pretty long tail by modern standards. Anyway, waiting for the clock to tick around precisely to 10:30. Welcome along if you're just tuning in for the first time in a while to Test Match Special here. It's a beautiful day. We'll get confirmation of the forecast that stretches well beyond these 5 days, actually, but hopefully into Edgbaston next week and beyond too. But just some trace of white cloud, a very, very gentle breeze just coming from the nursery end, really, which is behind where these 2 new stands are located. The players just waiting anxiously, I think, waiting to see what the result of this toss will be. And a confirmation for me that Stuart Broad's playing. He's got his run-up marking paint, and he always lurks in the vicinity of the toss. It's his sort of lucky thing, if you like. So we know he's.
Well, he's a vice captain now, I guess.
Yeah, no,
so it'd be a good call for the keeper to go to the VC and say you're not playing.
Well, exactly. Jimmy Anderson bowled there off a run-up, so maybe you're right. Michael, it may be that they're not going to play a spinner here, because if Broad and Anderson are both playing, and Robinson, well, they could play the 3 of those, plus the spinner.
I've just noticed Mark Wood has just given Paul Collingwood a big hug as well. So,
what does that mean?
I don't know whether that's a hug of disappointment or a hug of delight. I'm not too good on my hugs.
No, not
I've not been able to hug many over the last year or so. So we're out of kind of hugging knowledge, but it looked quite a nice hug.
Oh, well, we'll wait and see. All will be revealed, because Joe Root's about to throw the coin in the air. Kane Williamson will call. And it looks as if Williamson has won it, actually. He's shaking Joe Root's hands there. Sky have got some new technology here. We're hoping it's going to work and we can hear what's going on out there. But they'll bat first, that's surely without doubt. And he's got a sort of remote robotic camera. Let's see if we can hear this. I'm not sure that we can. We're trying. I hope you're hearing that, because I'm not, but... No, nothing there. No, never mind. Well, he's going to come and speak to us in a minute. So we'll find out anyway about what they're going to do. It's rather strange. They've actually, rather cleverly, they've got subtitles up on the big screens around Lords, so everyone can read what he's saying. You just can't hear it, which is rather odd, isn't it? But anyway, that's what's happening up there. I'm trying to keep a bit of an eye. Is Colin de Grandon playing? Sort of magnificent mullet that he was revealing yesterday in warm-ups. Here's the New Zealand team. It's Latham and Conway will open, with Williamson 3, Taylor 4, Henry Nicholls 5, PJ Watling 6. There is Colin de Grandon. Mitchell Stanton's going to play, so they're playing a spinner. Carl Jamieson, the giant. Tim Southey and Neil Wagner. I think it's more or less the team that we'd have expected from New Zealand. There was a little bit of a toss about who might open the batting for them, and Conway gets the nod. Now, here's the England team then. And, yep, you're on the money there, Michael. Burns, Sibley, Crawley, Root, Pope, Lawrence, Bracey. Then they're playing 4 quick bowlers and no spinner, or no front-line spinner. Joe wouldn't like me saying that. But Robinson will bat at 8. Broad at 9, Wood at 10, although that might switch around a bit, and Anderson at 11. So 4 quick bowlers, and Root will be doing some
some bowling by the look of it there, but he took some wickets in the winter, and there's no reason why he couldn't hold an end. But Jack Leach will be disappointed with that. So any thoughts, Michael, while Kane Williamson makes his way over towards me?
Yeah, two things. I didn't expect Santa to play for New Zealand, but I think it's the right decision to play a frontline spinner. And I am slightly, and particularly with the forecast, and particularly the last few days with the heat that's been baking down, England not playing Jack Leach, I think that's a very brave call. You basically don't do that when you think it's going to zip all over the place and swing and seam. I, as a captain, would have preferred to see a spin bowler used, particularly someone like Jack Leach, who had done so well in the winter. He would have been confident.
I'm going to interrupt you, Michael, because Kane is here with a smile on his face. What a great day to win a toss.
Obviously nice weather, but surface looks pretty good. And I think just with the weather around, we're looking to have a bat first today.
Yeah, and you've gone with a spinner, whereas, well, Joe Root will hate me saying it, I'll say it quietly, but without a frontline spinner at least.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone for an all-round spinner. Yeah. So I guess both teams are trying to weigh up the balance, and that's what we've gone with.
Yeah. And how does it feel to be back here? I didn't mention the World Cup yesterday to you. I was going to save it for today. But I mean, is all that put away in the background now, and you're just pleased to be here?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously some time ago, but it's always special to come back to Lords, and it's a fantastic place to play cricket, and always against great opposition, and that's no different today.
It's a big tour for you. I mean, two obviously big tests, but then the World Test Championship final, the first one. I mean, how big is that looming large over this series, if you like?
Yeah, obviously there's sort of 3 weeks of pretty intensive cricket, and for us, as a unit, it's important we look to build throughout that, learn along the way, but we want to come out here and play with the energy that we've been preparing with.
Thank you, Kane, very much indeed. Good luck to you. And here comes Joe Root, frontline spinner. Joe, was that a tough decision?
Yeah, it was a tough decision. It always is. I think, as mentioned at the toss, it's when you're missing someone of Ben's calibre and what he brings to the team and the dynamic that changes within the group. It's it's going to be slightly lopsided, but that's a good opportunity for guys to come in and show their worth, and for us to see what that looks like if he was to be injured further down the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 all-rounders, basically. It just shows the value, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. As mentioned there, Woakesy and Sam Curran as well. That it does change things slightly, but it's an opportunity now for this squad of players to go and hopefully win a test match here at Lords.
And did that opening at 8 give Robinson a bit of a nudge, or was he just picked because he's been bowling so well?
Yeah, that was a really difficult decision. You look at the three seamers that were going to be fighting out for that spot. They've all done extremely well, whether that be in an England shirt or for their counties at the start of this summer. So it was a difficult one, but Ollie's been fantastic for Sussex for a number of years now. Started the season extremely strongly and is highly skillful, so it'd be lovely to see him transfer that into the Test arena.
And here we are talking about Broad and Anderson being rotated and rested. In the first game they're playing together.
Yeah, well, they're highly. Well, I mean, you don't really need to say too much about the two of them, really. I mean, the qualities they have, especially in England, they'll be licking their lips at the opportunity of playing a Test match in Lords in front of a crowd as well.
Feels great, doesn't it?
It does feel great. Sun's out as well. Looks like everyone's starting to get through the gates now, so I'm really looking forward to having fans back in.
Enjoy it, Joe. Thanks for talking to us. There we go. Joe Root, and England will be in the field. New Zealand have won the toss. We've been through the teams. Well, we know more or less about the weather. It's absolutely beautiful. But Nick Miller, you can just confirm things for us, can't you? It's going to be like this for days, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there are one or two complications over the next few days, and I'll mention those. And it's not out of the question today, right at the very end of the day, we may just produce a shower or a thunderstorm, but the risk is very low. I mean, what is for certain that it's going to be the hottest day of the year so far at Lords, plenty of this sunshine. Though as a weather system approaches from the south, that sun is going to turn increasingly hazy, and as the cloud builds later, and I'm talking right at the end of the day, there is a chance of a shower or thunderstorm. But the chance of one of those popping up over the Lords itself is really quite low, so it's more likely to stay dry with temperatures up to 27, maybe 28 degrees Celsius, a keen easterly breeze. And then for tomorrow, mixture of clouds, sunny spells, slightly cooler. Friday looks like plenty of sunshine. Can't rule out again a thunderstorm, but the chance is very low. And then into the weekend, sunshine on Saturday. Sunday, I am expecting more cloud by then, and there may just be one or two passing showers moving through. And over the weekend, we've cooled a little bit to 23, 24 degrees Celsius. But I mean, of course, compared with some of the weather we've had recently, this is looking really glorious for this test match.
It is.
Thank you, Nick, very much indeed. It is beautiful, and we always talk about Lords. I don't know, love the place, but because it does, it just feels it feels like what it is, the home of cricket, and the players are trooping off to go and get themselves ready. Just a quick final question from me down here to Michael. Then it's funny, isn't it? All the talk about rest and rotation and how they're going to try and nurse the two old timers through to the Ashes, and they're both playing in the first game.
Yeah, well, I think now there's 7 Test matches, I guess, before the Ashes, and England have got to win games of cricket. You know, they had a disappointing last 3 games in India, completely anal conditions to what we find here. But probably got the word wrong there slightly. Sorry for that.
You did, don't worry.
It's the first day back at school. Yeah, so I slightly surprised with the team. They'll need a bit of swing, obviously, in the first session. Broad and Anderson are going to give you consistency, but it's about winning. England have to get back to winning ways, consistent ways. First and foremost, with the ball in hand this morning, you fancy that they will have to pick up a few early ones. I can't see it's going to hoop around corners like we generally get here in the UK. It's going to be a tough day for the bowlers, and Joe will have to manoeuvre those 4 seamers cleverly, use himself at times, and hope to hold on to a few chances. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough day. Having lost the toss, I think when you've kind of gone with the team, you want to kind of get the bat in hand and get a big score, and that is what this New Zealand team have been very good at in the last few years, of making hay while the sun shines. So it's not going to be easy from an England's perspective.
Thank you, Michael. The new vice captain striding off to go and get his bowling boots on. England will be in the field as soon as having won the toss to bat first. Let's I'll make my way to the other end. Let's catch up with one of the debutants. In fact, I see him walking off now. He's got his England cap on. He's got all his wicket-keeping gear. He's waving. He must have some family up here at the top of the tavern stand, I think. He's waving. It's James Bracey, of course, who's making his debut today. He looks absolutely thrilled. And he spoke this morning to Alison Mitchell.
James, great to see you, and congratulations on making a Test debut. What was it like waking up this morning knowing what's ahead of you here at Lords?
Yeah, absolutely buzzing. Open the curtains to see, obviously, massive blue sky, crowds coming back in. It's all set up pretty perfectly, as you'd imagine, sort of growing up, what a Test debute's like.
Has it felt like a bit of a whirlwind the last few days?
Yeah, definitely. I think ever since I found out Ben had gone down, I think it's all sort of changed a little bit. Something switched, and I've been really excited. I've really enjoyed the prep the last few days, and now that the day's here, I'm just looking to soak it all up and enjoy the occasion.
Who have you had messages from?
Everyone you can possibly imagine. I think every single person I've met in cricket in the last 10 years, which is really nice. Some of the lads who aren't here as well, which is good. Some of the more experienced players, Joss Buttler and those sort of guys. It's really nice to have their support. I've really enjoyed, reading some of those, and it's certainly helping me cope with the occasion.
I'm sure a lot of people have words of advice. What's the best bit of advice for you?
I think everyone's just saying, be yourself. It's the same game. It's obviously a different beast, but it's the same game of cricket. And if I continue to do what I'm doing in the county game, there's no doubt I can have success in the Test arena as well.
How much have you kept wicket here at Lords with the slope and all?
So I've played it quite a bit, but keeping-wise was my first time this year. I had a good taste of it with Gloss, and I got on pretty well. It's a different challenge. There's a couple of little elements that you've got to combat, but I think the work I've done over the last couple of years has helped me deal with that, and I'm very confident that this game I can deliver.
And given that you've spent so much time with the team last winter, how challenging was that at that time, knowing that you were a long way away from playing, but making sure that you're still in there every day, working hard, because as you found out this week, you never know when an opportunity might arise?
No, it's been tough at times, I think, especially this winter. But going back to last summer, I just enjoyed being there. It was a real experience. Enjoyed just wearing the kit and being around the guys. So. I've never struggled to sort of put in those hard efforts. I knew that the chance would hopefully come at some point. I've had to wait a while, but I knew that was how it's going to be. And now that it's here, I feel like it's it's one of those where it feels all worth it.
I know you've spoken already about advice and I guess help that Ben Folkes has given you. That's huge credit to him, isn't it? 'Cause he must be hugely disappointed, but he's still willing to help you out.
Yeah, I know that he'll be gutted, but he certainly didn't show that when I spoke to him. He was really happy for me, and was willing to offer any any little bits that I could use really. Same with Joss, him obviously not being here as well, which just shows sort of a testament to the professionals they are and the blokes they are, which is amazing.
I mean, we've got crowd in here today. Ordinarily it'd be a packed house, you'd have family and friends in. Have you got any family who've managed to come here today?
Yeah, a few of my family are up in the box. They've got in here bright and early, so it's obviously not going to be a packed Lords, but I feel like it'll feel that way after all this time, so it's another factor that just plays into another really special thing to happen today.
You seem really calm. Keep calm. Enjoy. Good luck.
Thanks, Alison. Cheers.
There we go. That is James Bracey. So the Gloucestershire man is in, the Somerset man is out. It just reflects the division of Group 2 of the County Championship. Good morning to you, Vic Marks.
Well, it's taken you about 2 decades to be able to be perky about Gloucestershire's County Championship cricket, but it's lovely to see you again, Simon.
Good morning to you,
and without wanting to get too parochial, but you started it, let's hope Leach and Overton are beetling down that motorway to play in the Championship tomorrow, and I presume they will be.
It's early June. Spinners have not taken many wickets at Lords so far this summer. In fact, Jeremy came up with a very good stat, I think, the other day. I think it's 3, isn't it? About 100 wickets to seamers and 3 to spinners. But it's been warm in London the last few days. The forecast is good. It's the pitch looked quite dry, and England have left their main spinner out. I mean, it is the problem of having no Stokes or Wokes, or as Joe Root alluded to it there at the toss interview. But does that feel like a gamble for England to have left their spinner out?
It does. I mean, in a curious sort of way, Joe Root would have batted, he said. But in a curious sort of way, he might be quite pleased to bowl first because he's got those 4 seamers. If there's any freshness out there, and I don't think there's much moisture out there, but he's got first go at bowling the side out. But I think it is a gamble. I much prefer the look of the Kiwi side. They've got far more options. They've got a sort of frontline spinner, Santner, all-rounder spinner. Yeah. Joe Root, I mean, he's bowled terrifically well actually in patches in India. He's quite a good bowler on a turning pitch actually. I'm not sure he's of such great value on first and second day pitches. Also, I'm not sure how much he's done this year for Yorkshire. Probably very little. So it is a punt, and it's the problem of not having your all-rounder. Yeah. And I mean, I understand why Stokes is not here. It is, I think, to me, immensely frustrating that it's worked out that there's no possibility of Wokes.
How could that happen?
Too much planning, I think. He's been in bubbles here, there and everywhere.
Well, but he hasn't... this was a man who was Player of the Year last year, right?
There is a reason for it. Shall I explain what it is? He was at the...
Please, enlighten me.
He was at the IPL. He had to come back and isolate, and there was a feeling that he would just not have enough bowling to go into a test match. So, I mean, all the bowlers these days, the main pace bowlers, they bowl every week, don't they? They not in the middle, but in the nets or whatever. They keep them going. They keep them ticking over, and they just felt he would not have had enough bowling to come into this test match.
See, as Vic says, and as other people have already, it underlines, doesn't it, the value of your all-rounder. If you think back to England and Botham and Flintoff and now Stokes, not having them in the side, you either bat your keeper at 6 and have your 5 bowlers, which they're not doing today. Bracey's going to slide down to 7 and bat with a longish tail, one might say. Or you put one at 7 and then you have 4 bowlers, and they, instead of going for 3 and 1, England have opted for 4 in what is... I came here yesterday at 3 o'clock when the sun was beaming down and there were covers on this surface. That to me said, I'm a bit frightened of getting this too dry too early.
Well, it's one of the problems they have here, because the drainage is so good. They have to water it a lot. So if you don't get the sunshine, it does tend to zip around a bit. It's quite green, and of course, if it is dry, then it dries out quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally, I think in recent times the pitch at Lords doesn't deteriorate very quickly, but there'll be lots of rough around. I feel it's going to be a good batting surface. There's going to be a lot of overs bowled on it. So by day 4 or 5, there may not be disintegration, but there could be quite a lot of rough hanging around for a left-arm spinner to bowl at left-handers, for example. So we'll see, but it's an unbalanced England side, and I'm slightly uncomfortable about it. You look at the four seamers too; they're an interesting quartet insofar as you've got to find 90 overs in a day, and you're unlikely to get that in 6 hours, by the way, with this attack.
But you've got 6.5. I should
well, yeah, you'll struggle with that. But you've got two senior citizens who you wouldn't expect to bowl more than 20 overs per day.
Yeah.
You've got Mark Wood, who
probably bowls less,
slightly less, but you want him to bowl at pace. And you've got Ollie Robinson, who's making his debut. So it's there's some juggling for Root to do, and it might involve him bowling rather more overs than he'd planned to at the start of the summer.
We talked about James Bracey making his debut, the first Bristolian actually to play for England since. Do you know this, Victor? Off the top of your head, or no? No, I thought it
Chris Broad, perhaps.
It is Chris Broad, in 1989, 31 years.
Pleased with that, Vic.
Yeah, just came.
Well done.
Very good, yeah.
Beaming smile.
I completely forgot about him.
Who was out there? He's
the match referee, yeah. So you've got a strange situation where you've got the match referee, and he could have, one of these players could actually end up captaining. If Root went off injured, you could have the match referee, Chris Broad, and Stuart Broad captaining England. Anyway, I want to talk about Devon Conway, because we talked about James Bracey making his debut for England. He is a left-handed opener.
He's the only Somerset player playing.
He's played. He has played for them, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
He signed up.
Yeah.
He signed up after the season. Anyway, go on.
Devon Conway. He's an unusual one in that he had to wait his time. He's 29 years of age. He's South African, but he's quite an exciting player, isn't he?
Well, we in New Zealand are very excited about the possibility of him playing. You're right. He's quite old to make his debut. He came to New Zealand when he was 27. So he's a product, really, of the South African system. He played for a couple of franchises over there. He's had over 100 first-class games. So it's not as if he hasn't had some pressure on him at various times. He's quite an experienced player. He has wonderful results. 9 triple centuries in first class. He has been introduced to the New Zealand international setup, first of all through T20, and he's averaging nearly 60 in those matches with a higher score of 99 in his first match, batting at 4. And he's also been introduced to the one-day team as well. And those figures, I don't know, they're just off the top of my head, maybe 75, 80, I don't know, averaging. So the numbers say that, yes, he can cope with that extra little lift up. It's going to be different for him here today, let's be fair. He'll be very excited, I'm sure. He's quite a calm character, and he hits thousands of balls like Sangakkara and people like that did. Holds the bus, the team bus back. But having Broad and Anderson to a left-hander, it's not going to be easy for him, even on a pitch that looks somewhat benign and fairly dry, a little bit of marks of green, but not much, you'd have to say. It's not a green pitch. Those are the questions. I would have thought in 4 tests he'll get England once, somewhere.
In 4 innings?
In 4 innings.
Yeah.
He'll get England once. He's that good, I think, and has the potential to be a superior player for New Zealand.
Yeah, tough on Blundell at the top of the
Very
order,
tough.
But presumably they're saying to Blundell, actually, well, Watling's going at the end of this summer. You're the next one in line. So
he is the man in waiting for the gloves. He's been made into a makeshift opener. Got 100 at the MCG and a couple of 50s on a spiteful pitches in New Zealand against the Indian attack. So he's done the job. But he, as you say, is the keeper in waiting.
If you look at these two sides, I mean, you look at New Zealand and it's predictable. Conway's the newcomer,
they're a stable
but
team.
Essentially, we know these people. We haven't actually seen Jameson. We're looking forward to seeing him, although I'm not sure England batsmen will be. But we know what's coming. They're vastly experienced in all sorts of areas. Batting, bowling, Ross Taylor still there, Kane Williamson. And then you look at the England team for this particular game, and there's 2 debutants. There's a batting lineup that you're desperate for Root to score some runs because the others are still learning their trade, really. So I think, looking at it objectively, provided they're not too rusty, the Kiwis look a better bet to me.
Yeah. Well, and they've won the toss as well.
Yeah. Although I'm not sure how critical that's going to be. It's not as if we're in green seamer country.
No, I thought it was going to be a sort of a seam shootout a week ago as I sat looking at the rain. But that's all changed, hasn't it? And certainly looking at this surface that confronts us today, I think really it's a good choice to try and take, although Santner isn't really a spinner, to be honest. Williamson's done the right thing: bat first, bowl last, and use your spinner if you can a little.
Yeah, so New Zealand have won the toss, barely a cloud in the sky. There's a few wispy ones up there. It's nice and warm, conditions set fair, generally speaking set fair. I was a bit worried about that forecast of a thunderstorm towards the end of the day's play. No, we all came in our light shirts and trousers today. Whether we're going to get a storm,
it'll be a warm thunderstorm, Simon, if it comes, so not to worry.
All right, for getting it. The forecast's amazing, isn't it? Look, 5 clear days, but there might be bits and pieces of rain around. But you feel there's enough time in this game, even with a decent batting surface, to get through to a positive result in the game. And the team news is, if you have not joined us at the start, or didn't join us at the start: Sibley, Burns, Crawley, Root, Pope, Lawrence, Bracey, and then Robinson, Wood, Broad, Anderson for England. And then for New Zealand, Conway, Latham, Williamson, Taylor, Nichols, Watling, playing his final summer or winter or whatever, from New Zealand perspective of Test cricket. De Grandhomme, Santner, Jameson, who we haven't talked about, is a very exciting young cricketer, Southey and Wagner. So there's plenty of batting in that New Zealand lineup as well. I think Jameson is in at number 9. He's made a handy start to his Test match career. We're about to have the ringing of the bell. That will be done by Colin, Hannah, Benji and Georgia Ingram-Moore. They'll be ringing the bell today. They formed a foundation in honour of Captain Tom as they look to continue his legacy, and they launched the Captain Tom 100 Challenge at Lord's in April on what would have been his 101st birthday. He's a devoted cricketer, he was a devoted cricket supporter, Captain Tom. He was made an honorary life member of the MCC in June 2020. The ground is gradually, I won't say filling up, but we know there's a capacity today of 6,500, and it's just fantastic after so many matches, just watching empty seats and the players out there. And there is the bell being rung.
That's real live applause, folks. At last.
Applause for Colin, Hannah, Benji and Georgia Ingram-Moore ringing the bell at the far end of the ground. And here come the umpires, Michael Goff and Richard Kettleborough. Richard Illingworth is our TV umpire, and New Zealand will be batting very shortly. And Jonathan Agnew is coming in as the players make their way down the steps at the far end of the ground. They're going to be a moment of unity at the start of this match.
In the box here or on the field?
In the box here and on the field as well. So let's bring in Jonathan for that, and to pick up the commentary at the start of the game.
Well, the players are all lined up there, as they often are before the match. No anthems, perhaps, or perhaps we are going to have the anthems, I don't know. Or just unity. We'll wait and see. English umpires, of course, we're still on that system. And Aggers in a very, very televisual shirt.
I'll
you.
see you later. I've missed your various bloviations over the last year or so, Vic. It's great to have you back over these next few days. Jeremy's packing up his stuff as well. I've just arrived, but everyone seems to be going. What a beautiful day it is. The teams are lined up down there, hands behind their back. It feels as if there might well be a national anthem or two, but I think they had a problem with their PA system here at Lord's today, because the toss wasn't broadcast over the ground either. But anyway, the players are out there, and just listening to what is being said. The crowd sitting back, enjoying the sunshine. The umpires are in the middle as well, waiting for this particular presentation ceremony to finish. Then play will get underway. So it's an interesting situation, as I mentioned earlier, in which you can read what's being said on the big screens, but not hear it. But that's the moment of thought for that, the moment of unity. The catchline cricket is a game for me. So that's the two teams paying respect to that particular initiative, and the players retire. New Zealanders with their black tops on, apart from those who will be coming out to bat, I presume. And the umpires now on their way. Tuffers, good morning.
Morning, Aggers.
Lovely to be with you.
Morning, everyone.
We spend much of the winter talking to each other at 4 in the morning over Zoom calls and goodness knows what else. I think you, to be fair, you had the shorter straw there because you had to actually travel to the Oval every morning, didn't you?
We were just talking about that at the back of the box there. I actually quite enjoyed it. It was lovely to get out and about at 3 o'clock in the morning and watch the snow fall and the foxes run across the Oval and everything. But great to be here at Lord's, looking an absolute picture.
Yeah.
Sun shining.
It's just the perfect day for all this to start up again. And as I said earlier, there is obviously it's a poignant moment as well, all of this, but it does feel as if it's a bit of a step, a step into the new world, where that might be. And the spectators there, many of them on their feet as the players take the field.
Yes, was that a round of applause? I haven't heard one of them. I haven't heard one of them for a while.
What we had last year was that artificial hum, was it? Which is very good.
Yes, it was.
Nothing happened. There was no crescendo, was there? If anything happened,
But there is a little bit of a hum. I've just been walking around the ground as well, and it's people bustling around and chatting to people, and
the windows open. It's perfect. So England then, if you're just joining us, Rory Burns, Dom Sibley, Zach Crawley, Joe Root, Ollie Pope, Dan Lawrence, James Bracey, these two debutants at 7 and 8, Bracey and Ollie Robinson. And then, it surprises a bit, both Broad and Anderson are playing, with Mark Wood providing some pace. So, I mean, it's an all-round seam attack. You can't argue with that, but there isn't. I didn't mention to Joe Root that there isn't necessarily a front-line spinner, because he'd probably take offence these days. But, I mean, Leach is the front-line spinner.
Yeah, I feel a bit sorry for Jack Leach, actually, because he had a very good winter, didn't he? You know, he did well. He sort of affirmed himself as the number one spin bowler, didn't he? And then you come to Lord's, sun shining for 4 or 5 days, it's a dry pitch. You're kind of thinking, I might have a chance of playing here, but as usual, the old spinner is the fella who gets left out. But we shall see. We shall see. Ollie Robinson's going to be excited to see him.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Big, tall, hits the bat.
Might not see him for a little while, so I suspect the senior pros will take it. Jimmy Anderson is 161st Test match, so he's equaling Sir Alistair Cook. It's up for a bowler. It's an incredible number of Test matches. And while he could say, he hasn't played much one-day cricket, of course, for some years now. He's had these periods of rest, but even so, I was speaking to one of the health and fitness consultants that they hire now the other day at the England camp, and he was saying forget what I think. He said the data shows, our old friend the data, that Anderson is fitter now than he's ever been. At 38, that's quite something.
Amazing.
I mean, he looks as thin as a rake.
He was on Star Trek, wasn't he, Data?
Was he?
I think he was. I think he was someone sitting in the Starship Enterprise.
Fred Truman would describe him as fit as a butcher's dog.
Absolutely.
Back in those days.
As you say, 100.
But he's absolutely like a rake.
So he's getting fitter as he gets older?
He is. The data says he's fitter now than he's ever been.
Well, that's amazing.
So it is amazing. He's got a bowl from the nursery end, a bit of waving of arms going on as usual for people to settle down and to take their seats.
Well, they couldn't have dropped Stuart Broad after the beginning of last summer, could they?
Not really.
No, he wasn't happy with Stuart.
Especially not making him vice-captain as well. Well done, Stuart. You're vice-captain. Great. Huge responsibility. Congratulations, but you're not playing. After last year.
I know.
I don't think they could have done that.
It gave a very...
That wouldn't have gone down very well.
Here we go.
Tom Latham's going to face the first ball of the day, and Jimmy Anderson is on his way to bowl the first ball of this international season. It's outside the off stump, and inevitably, really, Latham lets it go by, and it goes through to the keeper. So, you can often guarantee that cricket will provide an anticlimax like that, but it wouldn't be Test cricket without it.
No.
And nice ball from Anderson just outside the off stump, and Latham had nothing to do with it. There's 4 slips lined up there. A gully just behind square, that's Rory Burns. I was saying earlier, he's got a fairly spectacular hairstyle these days.
What's he done now?
Well, you'll see it in a minute. But certainly nowadays, it's been called a mullet, but I think that's rather understating it, to be honest. Anderson again over the wicket, bowls Latham forward, a little bit of swing there into it. And Anderson picks the ball up, tosses it away to mid-off. And there is no run. No, it's a dent. It's well down below the collar, and a lot of it.
I've seen a few mullets. They're obviously making a bit of a comeback.
Wait, you see de Grandoms.
Oh, he's got a whopper.
Yeah. it puts Burns in the shade. Anyway, he's there at backward point. There's a mid-off. Mid-on. Backward square leg and a fine leg. Anderson over the wicket, runs in bowls. That's wide. It's one of those ones that he pushes across the left-hander. I might have thought about calling that a wide, but it's a test match after all. That was nicely taken by Bracey in front of first slip. And a smile on his face. He took it nicely.
Yeah.
It was that, the in-swinger to the right-hander that Anderson likes to bowl to the left-hander. Bracey had a fair way to go in front of Root there, his captain, at first slip, but took it nicely. Anderson again, shadow to his right, on his way, bowls again. It's that swinger away from the left-hander, again neatly taken by Bracey as Latham lets it go by. And there's some gardening going on now from Conway up at this end, who's thinking, OK, I might have to face a ball in a minute. There's 2 to go.
Oh, yeah, there was that little bit of wobble, once it's pitched and gone through the batsman, which it seems to do more at Lord's, so Bracey will have to keep his eye on it. It will wobble, that's him.
Yeah, it's funny because the breeze is coming up from behind us, and usually when you get the swinging ball, it's more from the southwest. In goes Anderson, bowls. He's on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. Anderson likes it. The umpire's thinking about it, says no. Might have pitched outside leg stump this.
Yeah.
Anderson wanted it, and he's having a chat with Bracey here, who's straight in the action, giving the wicketkeeper's perspective. And I think between them, they've managed to talk Anderson out of that. But he wasn't very far forward, but it looked to me as if it might just have pitched outside the leg stump and then gone on. But
it did come back.
I
tell you, that might have been close. Did swing back.
Yep.
Didn't get very far forward at all and hit under the knee roll. Would have been tempted to have a look at that.
Well, they've got 3 these days, of course, because of the international umpire.
Outside leg stump.
We got it right for once. In goes Anderson once more, wearing number 9, the last ball of the first over, pushed by Latham, who'll steal the strike. He's pushed out away to Burns at point, and so Conway will have to wait. And New Zealand are off the mark. At 1 for no wicket, a tidy over from Anderson. Just a little hint of movement in there.
Yeah, a little bit of swing back there to Latham. It's just going to be interesting because it's quite a crucial position, isn't it, the wicketkeeper, especially for reviews. You know, in your first test match as well, you could see that Bracey was then sort of like, people were looking at Bracey to say, shall we go for that or not? You've got to be pretty confident, haven't you, on your debut to go, yes, I think that's out.
Well, you got Jimmy Anderson trying to persuade you.
Yeah, exactly. And Stewart at the other end.
161st test.
Yeah. And you've got to say, no, sorry, Jimmy, I don't think that's hit.
Just a pitch an inch outside leg
stump.
still.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on the youngster.
Yeah. So, as usual, there's the video clips that you can watch on the BBC Sport website. You'll find that on the text commentary. And, of course, highlights on the telly tonight. And every night, BBC 2 at 7 o'clock. Hence the smart shirt.
Yes.
Can I just say, Tuffers, I was a bit surprised to get the call.
Yeah.
Because the last time I did television commentary was for the 1999 World Cup final.
Oh, crikey.
And they were a bit short-staffed because BBC lost the rights to Test cricket, and all the regular commentators jumped ship either to Sky or Channel 4. But we still had the World Cup to do.
Yes, of course.
And so it was with about a week to go. My boss phoned me up and said, "Great news for you, Jonathan. You're going to be the presenter on BBC television of the World Cup." I said, "I'm not. So I'm a radio man." He said, "Don't worry, we'll send you for training." I thought, okay. There's a week to go. I thought that's a bit short notice, but all right, okay. Yeah, we'll send you for training. And they did. They sent me to Elstree Studios for some training. Here's Broad, and he's bowling to Latham. From the pavilion end he comes and bowls at Latham's forward, playing out a slightly crooked bat. And Broad picks it up and glares at him in a typical sort of Broad way, and Latham goes gardening. Yes, so I sent down there, and dear old Peter Purvis.
Blue Peter?
Blue Peter. Lovely chap.
Was Shep there?
I had a day. No, he wasn't. It was just me and Peter Purvis. He was a lovely fella. I mean, I say his knowledge of cricket was bordering on negligible. Okay. But anyway, we had a very nice day. He drank lots of tea and talked. And that was my day of training to present BBC Television's World Cup, which was a bit thin on the ground, really. In comes Broad and he bowls, and this is pushed away back at him by Latham. And there's no run. Broad picks it up. It's 1 for no wicket. And a Seagull's come on there at wide mid-on. But one person who hadn't jumped ship, he's a canny old so-and-so, Richie. He knew his value.
Benno, of course.
Was Benno.
Oh, wow.
Because he knew after the World Cup, because there's quite a big furore, wasn't there? Because who's going to sign Richie? You know, Richie's got to, will Channel 4 have Richie? So he held out. So I had Richie as my prop.
Well, that's handy.
Throughout the whole of that World Cup. Well, he was brilliant. All the talking to time, has such discipline. In comes Broad, and he bowls, and it's pushed away down to mid-off. Not quite timed by Latham, and there's no run. New Zealand winning the toss, batting first. And I can tell you a little bit, it's a sort of secret, but he saved me, really. Because, you know, the talking to time on television, you look at the camera,
tricky.
count in your ear.
Yeah, tricky.
On 0, you've got to say goodbye. Well, the first one I did it, and this is where Peter and I are trying to work on, my training. Could done another couple of days, really, because the first one I got wrong by only about half a second or so. But it doesn't look very good, does it? And Richie sat there as I handed back to the studio, and he said, "I didn't go very well, Jonathan, did it?" He said. And I said, "Well, no, Richie, it didn't." I said, "I'm a bit worried. We've got 6 weeks of this." In comes Broad, bowls, and Latham's forward, playing carefully down to mid-off. And it's fielded by Anderson, and there's no run, lots of clapping. So Richie said, "Well, it's no problem." He said, "How long do you think you need to say goodbye?" And I said, well, "Okay, I said, well, I reckon 7 seconds." He said, "Well, then fine." He said, "So from now on, as soon as the count starts in your ear at 60, ask me a question, and I'll stop at 8. I said, "Are you serious?" He said, "Yeah, absolutely." So the next day we were at Edgbaston, I think. It was West Indies against Pakistan, and that all fun waiting for that count to start. 60, 59, it's a horrible thing. Here's Broad, round the wicket, bowls, and Latham flicks it away nicely. Looking for 2, down towards long leg. Wood comes sweeping in, picks up, and throws on the run. And Bracey collects that over the bails. Nice piece of fielding, good running. And New Zealand moved to 3 for no wicket. So, yeah, the count started, and I said, "Well, Richie, terrific innings there by Inzamam ul Haq," or something like that. Yeah. And Richie looked at me, and he talked until 8. Yeah. Finished. And I looked at him, said, "Thank you, Richie." Looked at the camera. Well, there we go. Great win here for Pakistan today. Tomorrow, Richie and I are off to Old Trafford. It's England against New Zealand. We're on air at 10:30. See you then. Goodbye. 0. And I did that every night for 6 weeks. In comes Broad, round the wicket, bowls, and this is pushed away into that offside. So this will give Conway an opportunity to have a look. No, it won't. It's the last ball of the over. So again, he's gone from non-striker to non-striker, and Latham rather cuddling has kept the strike. But there you go. BBC bosses were thrilled. Thought, well done, Jonathan. That was terrific. On one day with Peter Purvis, but actually, it was Richie.
He's looked after you.
For my last commentary stint here, with the doyen, with the undisputed legend of television commentary, Richie Benaud, I've had a look at the rota.
Yeah. Yes.
I've seen the rota for my first commentary partner in 22 years.
Yes. Go on.
Phil Tufnell.
I thought you were going to say Peter Purvis.
Phil Tufnell. I've got the earpieces out. They've been in a drawer for 21 years. They're not very nice.
Dust them off.
They're a bit of a funny colour.
Well, I'm looking forward
to it. But we're going for it. We're going to have some fun.
Yeah.
4 for no wicket. The start of the 3rd over. And it's Anderson from the nursery end who bowls very full, and Latham slides that away off the face of the bat. Now Conway will get to strike this time, I think. No, he got 2. Poor fella, he must be so anxious. And Latham here is doing a great job in hogging the strike, basically. So well done him. So those highlights at 7 o'clock tonight on BBC Two.
And you can see the shirt. Well, you might not even get in vision, John.
Well, I'm hoping that I will, because I have bought a new shirt for my first day back on duty.
Yeah, I know.
What do you think?
I could see it.
It would have been more appropriate maybe for the Strauss Day rather, but it's got a bit of pink to it. In goes Anderson, bowls outside the off stump, full of length, swinging away. And,
I'm saying that's salmon.
To go through salmon pink.
Yeah, I'm saying that's salmon. Nice. Anyway, nice.
Well, my wife will be upset if it doesn't get on because she chose it.
Does she choose all your gear?
Well, yeah. If I'm honest. But it'll be fun.
Yes.
You don't talk so much on the telly, do you?
Well, maybe because there are pictures.
Yeah. That's true. There are pictures, aren't there?
No.
Anderson bowl, it swings in, Latham's forward, playing back to the bowler, and there's no run.
But we might. We'll just have a nice little chat.
I did see there's a rather strange piece of equipment there yesterday, and I went in and had a quick little recce, and I said to the fellow, I said, "What's that thing then?" Yeah. He said, "Oh, that's a light." It's a light. What, for inside the commentary box? He said, "Oh, yes." Said, "Yes." Sometimes it puts you on.
Oh yes.
On camera.
Well, that's why the shirt might make an appearance.
I under the shirt. 6 for no wicket, 3 slips finish gully, and Burns behind square. Latham on 6. He's faced every ball so far. That's flicked firmly. And a nice piece of fielding from Broad. Takes a divot there out of the square at mid-wicket, just showing how damp the whole area is. All that rain in May, as I was saying earlier, which we cursed. However, look what it's done to the outfield.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
It is. It's immaculate.
Could eat your dinner off it, couldn't you, really?
You really could. It is such a beautiful...
Pitch looks good,
deep
though,
green.
John. We had a little look this morning, didn't we?
Yeah.
There was a bit of grass on it, but it looks flat.
It does look flat. Good toss to win.
Oh, absolutely.
Toss to win.
Win the toss at Lords. No real cloud cover. Sun shining, have a bat.
2 balls to go in the over. In goes Anderson. Bowls, and that's all. His runs here down towards third man. Burns in pursuit. How many will they get? They might get 3, which would bring Conway down. They are going to come back. No, they're not. Well, it's a lovely throw, by the way, so probably just as well they didn't. But if Conway was twitching a bit to get down and face his first ball, then he made a good decision there to stay where he is. And now he's going down having a word with his partner, saying, look, mate, you've faced
Can I have a go?
17 balls. Could I please possibly get a bit of a sighter?
Yeah.
Could you just block this one?
Yeah, you've got to keep yourself in check.
Andy Zoltzman, good morning.
Oh, happy new season.
And to you. Great to see you. It's such a change not to see you in your shed.
Yes. It's very nice to see some sky.
Absolutely.
There might be some strategy behind this.
Oh, excellent. Here's the last ball of the over. Anderson runs in, bowls it. Oh, he beats him outside the off stump. Lovely ball. It does mean that Conway will keep on strike. Andy's got something to say. Tuffers got something to say. I'm relieved because I've got some headphones that make it sound as I've got tinnitus for the last 15 minutes. I'm going to change them. I'm back in a second.
Okay.
A little more on Devon Conway. He's got a prodigious first-class record, averaging 47 in over 100 games. He's also done very well for New Zealand in shorter formats, 14 T20 internationals, 3 one-days. Scored a century and a 50 in his 3 one-days, averaging 59 in T20s. But in his first-class career, he's not opened very much, only twice since October 2011. Did a little bit early in his career when he was still based in South Africa. So Latham keeping the strike until 3 overs have gone might make him feel more like he's batting at number 3. He's got an amazing first-class record for someone coming into Test cricket at the age of 29, having qualified for New Zealand.
Yeah, someone I haven't seen a lot of, but obviously a talent up the front. Plays in all formats, so he can obviously give it a go when he gets himself in.
So Conway, left-handed as well, waits Broad on his way, bowls to him outside the off stump, and he finally gets a sighter. That allows that to go through to wicketkeeper Bracey. Poor old folks slipping in the dressing room. That's 2 casualties. But I was saying this morning on the radio, I mean, whether they did actually slip in the showers, I'm not sure. But I mean, for everyone who plays cricket, you've got your studs on.
Yes.
And you go into that sort of wet area. It can be pretty dicey, can't it? If that's what, I don't know if either he or indeed Zach Crawley were in. You can be in the showers with his boots on, would you necessarily? But you can be passing through. In goes Broad, bowls, and that's turned away to square leg.
When have you had a shower with your cricket boots on?
But you have to pass through sometimes. Pass through the area, don't you? Because it's sort of a wet area. So whether that's where... Well, they're quite lethal when you've got the spikes on.
A few people have gone down. I can remember Phil de Freitas got out of the bath on a tour that I was on to Australia and pulled a groin. I think Pringle... Derek Pringle, I think, and injured himself sort of driving to the ground or something. And Chris Cowdrey, I think, or something.
Well, Phil Edmonds injured his back getting out of the car here.
There you go.
Yeah, he missed the Test match. Yeah, Nick Cook came in and played instead of him.
But he'll be devastated, folks.
Yes, he will. What a chance.
Absolutely.
Opportunity. I mean, these opportunities knock, don't they? Every now and then, if you're lucky, you get a chance.
Yeah.
In comes Broad, round the wicket, bowls Conway, allows that by. Again, collected by Bracey, who I guess would not choose to be batting at 7 naturally. I mean, he wouldn't mind where he bats. He's playing for England, but he's a top order batsman, and there is this question of quite a longish tail for England. So that'll be potentially an interesting situation.
Well, I think that's one of the main reasons they went for that. Perhaps an Ollie Robinson at 8 as well, because if you played Leach, all of a sudden you got Leach, Wood, Anderson, Broad. That is a bit of a tail. So they've gone with Robinson just to bolster that position a bit, perhaps.
8 for no wicket. In comes Broad round the wicket, bowls. That's driven hard back at him, but well stopped too by Broad. The minimum of fuss, actually. He just simply gathered that and then tossed it away for someone else to polish. Good morning, Jasper Cook. Look, it's a memorable day in lots of ways, but for Jasper particularly, sitting outside Leicester General Hospital in blazing sunshine, having just seen the heartbeat of my first child for the first time. Isn't that great? Cricket on the radio for the drive home.
Congratulations.
Start them early, I say. Well,
that is early.
Well, we've had newborns being born to TMS, but not necessarily embryos. I don't think. Anyway, brilliant news, Jasper. Well done. In comes Cook. In comes Broad. Bowls round the wickets, flicked away down towards fine leg. So he's off the mark, Conway, and they'll come back for a couple. Wood throws the ball back in. Broad's got his hands on his head there. But, good old Leicester General. It's one of the big vaccination centres in Leicester, that's been. But
are you double jabbed?
Well, I was done there.
Oh, were you? Yeah.
I know the car park there very well, so well done, Jasper.
Yeah, I had mine the other day, my second one. Yeah.
Good.
Felt a bit poorly, but apparently the sort of like, if you feel a little bit fluey once you've had the jab, it means you're sort of the fitter you are. So I was quite delighted. I was quite delighted.
You've just ruined that theory, haven't you? In comes Broad round the wicket, and he bowls, and that's down the leg side. Little feather on that, I think. Let's see what the umpire says. It's leg byes. There's certainly a noise, and past Bracey's outstretched right hand it went, and down into the boundary. So there we go. It's a good start for New Zealand. 14 for no wicket, and some thoughts from Tuffers then.
That's what I was told.
Well, it's nonsense. Clearly nonsense, isn't it? And it's time for Simon Mann after some thoughts from Tuffers.
Yeah, good start from New Zealand. There has been a little bit of swing, but the pitch looks good. Blue skies as well. I think England will have to get stuck in here. They're a good side, this New Zealand side. Bags of experience, the likes of Williamson and Taylor to come as well. They're number 2 in the world, and they have been number 1. They don't get there by chance, that's for sure. So England a little bit lacking in experience, especially in the batting lineup, but going to be interesting to see how they get on. Simon.
Good morning, Tuffers. Here is Anderson going into bowl to Latham, and Latham leans forward and allows it to go through to James Bracey, who, if you'd said to him a couple of weeks ago you'll be keeping in the first test at Lords, I think he'd be a bit surprised. Ben Foakes was down to do it, and Bracey was in the squad. It's a strange one with Bracey, isn't it? I mean, he's a top order player. He's open for Gloucestershire this season. He's also batted at 3, and in this test match must needs down there at 7.
I think they sort of fancy him, don't they? They like him, don't they? He's been around in the squads.
Anderson goes in, bowls to Latham, and Latham again leans forward and allows this to go past him, across him, outside the off stump, taken by Bracey in front of Root at first slip. 14 for no wicket, New Zealand, having won the toss and batted first on a lovely day.
And on Monday, actually, we were talking to Chris Silverwood on Tuffers and Vaughan, and he was just saying he's been really good in the bubble, in the bubbles. He's trained really hard, he's been very impressive. Not only with his keeping and everything, but his attitude. So, they were very confident in giving him a go.
3 slips in the gully. Anderson bowls. Latham does play at this one. Bat and pad close together, head right over it, back up the offside of the pitch. Anderson fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
And that is it's very good how now that transition, isn't it? That sort of from being around in the squads, it makes so much difference nowadays, doesn't it? I mean, back in the old days, you know what I mean, you'd just be plucked out of county cricket and on you go. But he's been talking to the guys all winter. He's part of the Team England, so it just makes it very, very simple. Just to come in and play.
It's so different, isn't it now?
Yeah.
Anderson moves in past the umpire up to the stumps, and Latham allows that to go. That was good judgment. It must have been quite close to off stump, and again through to Bracey. Of course, we're very high up here in the media centre, the new Compton and Edrich stands.
Doesn't it look good?
Very impressive,
isn't it?
Yeah,
amazing. Especially I was down on the pitch this morning. Then looking back, it looks spot on.
Yeah,
it looks very, very good. Well done, the architect. You can come round and do my kitchen whenever you want.
Anderson tries again. He's in bowls to Latham. That's full and clipped away into the onside. There's no mid-on. It's a chase for Broad from mid-wicket. It was only a push, really. It doesn't go for 4 anywhere near it. Broad chases it back, and they come back for 2 runs. 16 for no wicket. There's no one in the... I'm just trying to lean out the window here. There's no one in the top tier today.
Watch your head, Simon.
Compton Edridge. We've got the window open.
Yes,
so one of
yourself.
the great benefits of being in this commentary box. But there are people sitting socially distanced largely in the lower tier.
Isn't it great? Lovely. And there's a few in, isn't there? I think, was there 8,000?
6,500 capacity. There were some tickets available this morning.
You're joking?
Yeah, apparently. Get them online if you wanted to come down, see if they're still there. Anderson bowls, forward goes Latham. Thick inside edge on that, goes into the onside, I should say, towards square leg. And there's no run. So Latham 10 not out, 16 for no wicket. Conway's only faced 6 balls so far in 24 minutes of his Test match debut. Results.
5 changes for England from their last Test match, and there's been a lot of well, I wouldn't say turmoil in the England selection, but a lot of churn since the start of COVID. Since the start of last summer, this is the 7th time in 13 tests that they've made 4 or more changes, something they'd only done 5 times in their previous 164 tests going back to 2007. So selectors, whoever they've been, have been earning their corn. I don't know if they're paid on a per change basis these days.
Well, different selectors now, of course.
Yes.
With Ed having left his job, and Chris Silverwood,
head honcho.
Well, the man in charge now. I mean, it's all on him, isn't it? If it goes wrong, there's even more scrutiny on the head coach. It's Stuart Broad to bowl from the pavilion end into Conway. And Conway making his Test debut forward there, playing it back to the bowler. Broad picks up.
It was interesting actually when we interviewed Chris. He spoke very, very well actually, and sort of said, well, listen, you know, if the team's not playing very well and we're losing, it comes down to the coach anyway, so he doesn't feel particularly any more pressure. But the one thing that he did say is whether the sort of dynamic of the changing room will change a little bit. You know, perhaps people not feeling quite so free to come up and talk to him about problems and what have you. But I think that's just inevitable, you know.
Broad runs in, arms pumping to bowl to Conway, drives firmly into the offside, beats the dive at extra cover. It's going down towards the tavern stand, and normally when it goes down the hill at Lord's, it has enough on it to go for 4. It's not quite as quick as we are normally accustomed to seeing the outfield here at Lord's today, but that had enough on it to go for 4 once it beat the dive at extra cover. So 4 to Conway. Didn't time it perfectly. It was a nice fluent off drive.
He looks a player who wants to put bat on ball.
Well, he's got a good white ball record.
Yeah, that's right. He looks like a player who sort of like, you know, looks to get himself in and then looks to take the attack to the bowlers just by this short sort of time we've seen him already, looking to hit the ball when it's there.
He's on 6. That's his first boundary in Test cricket. 20 for no wicket, New Zealand. We're in the 6th over of the morning. Sun beating down on a very warm day in London. Broad bowls to Conway, and Conway puts the bat there this time and finds the gap. It's a chase for Anderson down the hill towards the tavern stand. It was only a push, so this time he does catch it. Picks it up a couple of metres inside the rope, and they are through for 2. 22 for no wicket. And actually you can read a bit more about Chris Silverwood in an article from Stefan Schemmelt on the BBC Sport website, and we'll be discussing his new role during the lunch interval, and we'll hear from Trevor Bayliss, among others. New Zealand have been doing this for a while.
What, the coach being in control?
Yeah, picking the squad. He has the final say. There was a good article from Steve James in the Times about it a couple of days ago. 22 for no wicket. Conway on 8. Broad goes in round the wicket, and Conway fences at that one. It goes past the edge. Whether it left him down the hill, I'm not sure, but it nearly took the outside edge. Bracey close to getting his first catch in Test cricket. 22 for no wicket. And one of the point that stood out for me from Steve's article was the fact that New Zealand, since they've had the coach picking the team, have used many fewer players.
Yeah. Well, it's communication, isn't it? There's no sort of like, oh, he said that, who picked the team, who did this, who did that. Buck stops with the coach, doesn't it?
Broad past the umpire. Michael Gough bowls a straighter delivery, pushed by Conway up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
I quite like it actually. I think it sits well.
Well, when there were discussions about who was going to be the next England coach after Trevor Bayliss went, one person who was in the frame was Alex Stewart, who's director of cricket at Surrey. And one of the things Alex said about the job was that he didn't really want it unless he got to pick the team. So that's now happened. So does that bring him into the frame next time round? Who knows? Possibly. Conway waits on 8 with 4 slips in, broad bowls to him. Conway off the back foot, pushes that into the offside to the left of backward point, and they're through for a single. And there's just a little bit there. With the new ball, you'd expect it. 1 or 2 have gone past the outside edge, but I mean, it looks basically a decent pitch, doesn't it?
It does. And weather set fair as well.
You'd expect it to be a decent pitch.
Well, yes, of course.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You had time to prepare it.
Yeah.
The weather forecast has been settled.
Yeah.
23 for no wicket.
And I think it's going to be like that for the whole Test match, isn't it? I've seen.
Mainly, yeah.
Beautiful week coming up.
Yeah, generally speaking.
Yeah.
Weather forecast about 20 to 11 this morning. Possibly 1 or 2 thunder showers around during the game, but yeah, largely speaking, we'll get through, get the overs in. England not playing a frontline spinner. They've got Joe Root.
Yeah.
What would you have done, Thomas?
Well, I don't know. You know what I mean? I would have looked to have played a spinner. You know, I just think well, Chris actually said that this team will be slightly. You know, you'll feel that it's imbalanced.
Yeah.
He did actually admit that a bit. You know, no Wokes, no Curran, no Stokes. Makes such a difference, doesn't it, when you got that all round?
No Moeen Ali as well.
Yeah, that's right.
So there's 4 potential all rounders there. They're missing.
Yeah, which just opens up so many more sort of like options, doesn't it?
Anderson bowls to Conway. It's full. It's driven crisply into the offside. That'll be 4. Up towards the Compton stand. Ball reaching the rope now. Nicely played.
Yeah.
Well, it was up there. Asking if Conway wanted to drive it, and he obliged. Nicely played. It was a firmly hit off drive.
He looks a player who likes to put bat on ball, doesn't he? Look very sort of confident. Only just a sort of a poke really through the offside, but timed it beautifully.
We were talking about him in our build-up before 11 o'clock today. He's South African born. He's been in New Zealand since the age of 27. He's waiting to qualify. And he's made a good start in his white ball career.
Yeah, looks very good through the offside, doesn't he?
He's 13 not out, 27 for no wicket New Zealand, who are preparing for the World Test Championship final.
Yeah.
Anderson bowls again, full inside edge this time, down towards fine leg. That was a streaky one, looking to hit through the offside, just swung back into him.
Yeah, a little bit of late swing from Jimmy. Thick inside edge, might have gone through his legs actually, might have nutmegged himself.
Did indeed.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah. Nuts. Bit unlucky there, Anderson, but there is just that little bit of swing just to keep you interested. England will want to make the breakthrough pretty quickly because it does look a good pitch. If you get in, you can make hay.
There's Robinson to come and there's Wood to come for England. That's their 4-man pace attack for this match with Root to bowl some spin.
I suppose there is a bit of Joe Root there.
Latham 10, Conway with that single on 14. Anderson's going to bowl round the wicket now, with 2 left-handers out there. He's going round the wicket to bowl to Latham with 3 slips and a gully in. 2 saving one on either side. There's a fiddly shot from Latham, opening the face and running it down into the gully. And there's no run. Ollie Pope with the fielding there, who's been in some form. He scored 100 against Hampshire at the Oval.
Needs some runs at Test level.
Yes,
doesn't
he does. Yeah, it is an inexperienced England batting lineup.
Is it ever? I think. What is it? You've got Joe Root, and then I think Rory Burns is with about 20 odd Test matches. That's all.
Anderson bowls. Latham comes solidly forward. The slip cordon liked that, but it's a solid defensive shot from Latham up towards Broad at mid-on. I know it's about encouraging the bowler. It all seems strange as a batsman when they're fielding something really enthusiastic about a delivery that comes out the middle of the bat, solid defence, back into the onside.
Oh, you'd be tough. You'd be tough in the field side. It's a nice ball. He's got him pushing forward. Well, good line, good length. Nothing from you.
Anderson to Latham, nudged into the onside. They're off a quick single. Broad's onto it, but they're home. Broad throwing at the stumps at the striker's end, missed them, and it's backed up in the slip cordon.
You'd only clap if it was a wicket or you beat the bat.
Well, if you beat the outside edge. It's a long day in the field. I mean, you can be hoarse by the end of it if you You're congratulating every delivery. I know it's about trying to support the bowler.
Yes, I know. But you are right, actually, because sometimes you do... It's a bit sort of false, you know what I mean? And you can pick that up, you know what I mean? Especially as a batsman. You know, but they're just doing this for the sake of it. Yeah. You're not under any pressure.
Anderson over the wicket for Conway. Both left-handers. Conway forward, half forward there. Pushing into the offside, going out towards extra cover. Where it's picked up by Lawrence. There is no run. It's the end of the over. It's also the end of Tuffers as well. One former England left-arm spinner going to be replaced by former England off-spinner Vic Marks. 29 for no wicket. Andy, you looked, have you got something for us now?
Just on Tom Latham's been one of the outstanding opening batsmen in Test cricket in recent years. The whole New Zealand batting lineup has been superb. Looking at stats since the start of the England season of 2016, so basically the last 5 years of Test cricket, New Zealand's batsmen collectively averaging 36.1. That's the whole team, including tail-enders. Only India are ahead of them, 36.5. Then a big drop off to Australia, 31, and England averaging 29. So the whole New Zealand batting unit has been highly effective. And Latham himself, since the start of 2017 in 30 tests, is now averaging 48.8, the best of the 23 men in men's Test cricket who've opened on 20 or more occasions.
It's a strong New Zealand side. They were number one in the world earlier this year. India displaced them after that 3-1 series victory against England. They're in the World Test Championship final. And I think Victor said before the start of play today that New Zealand looked to have the edge in this game. They might well be the favourites. Here's Broad moving in, bowling to Latham. Plays that quietly in defence out towards cover. And there's no run. I noticed as well England have dropped one close catcher they have. They're down to 3 slips now, and then 3 saving one on the offside, 2 on the on, and a fine leg. 29 for no wicket in the 8th over of the morning.
Well, they scored all these runs, you know, that Andy's been talking about, and if you talk to Jeremy, they've played at home on pretty verdant tracks. You know, they've played on seam-friendly tracks, and they still scored quite a few runs. It's the early signs are a little bit ominous for England. It's hardly zipping around.
Fraction of swing for Anderson. Broad got one past the outside edge of Conway's bat. Here's Broad bowling to Latham, who plays that firmly into the offside, up towards mid-off. It does not beat Anderson, though. He was away to his left-hand side. It's a smart piece of fielding from Anderson. 29 for no wicket. Latham 11. Conway there on 14.
Get Root on, I say.
I mean, of course, they'd love to have played a spinner front lines. They'd love to have played Jack Leach, wouldn't they? But
Yeah.
it's just fitting them in. It's not easy. And, you know, could you have left out a batsman and played an extra bowler? You could have done, but here's Broad bowling to Latham, who turns that up towards mid-on, and there's no run. But it's not obvious. I mean, it's a long tail, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you could have done that. You could have played 3 seamers and 1 spinner, which is what England used to do when they had great confidence in Swan to be able to bowl 20-odd overs a day, even if it's not spinning. I mean, Leach is learning to bowl pretty well when it doesn't spin.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't seam either, it's not easy bowling seamers.
Anyway, we haven't seen Robinson and Wood yet.
No.
Here's Broad bowling to Latham. Latham quietly in defence there. He was initially looking to nudge that away, but couldn't do so. Went into the offside towards Anderson. There's no run.
I mean, the early signs from Conway are pretty good from a Kiwi perspective. We were watching down the corridor, and he was making his Test debut, and nearly 15 minutes had elapsed. He hadn't faced a ball, which he then faced one and missed it, and was nearly bowled. But since then, he's looked pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was a horrible first ball in Test cricket from Conway. Here's Broad bowling, and Latham dabbles to that one outside the off stump. Goes away down the slope. Bracey takes it, sprawling away to his left-hand side. And we haven't seen that happen very often this morning, but it did there.
Yeah, down the slope. I mean, Broad likes bowling at left-handers in a way that is unrecognisable to the 20th century. He just bowls round the wicket to left-handers, and he tries to angle it away from that outside edge, or onto the outside edge into the slip cord. And he's become a master of that, and I think he almost prefers bowling to left-handers than right-handers nowadays.
Broad tries again, bowls to Latham, a bit straighter that time, and Latham turns it away into the onside towards backwards square leg. A hint of pad in that. There was half an appeal from Broad.
I just had
no run.
Thought about your fellow Bristolian.
Oh yeah.
He's got a lot of challenges, but one peculiar challenge for him.
Bracey we're talking about.
Yeah, behind the stumps, and he's not kept a great deal in red ball cricket. But what he's never done, I would assume, is work with DRS. And suddenly, it's a whole new game for him to remember, hang on a minute, I've got to remember, because they'll be asking me very shortly whether that's hitting or not. And I think it's quite a skill, or quite a problem to get your head around the fact that that's what you've also got to compute while you're behind the stumps.
Yeah. So someone like Ben Foakes, I mean,
that was unusual for him too.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
but he's kept right throughout his career. Bracey hasn't kept that much.
So they'll be rushing towards him. They've had one LBW appeal, which they didn't refer quite rightly, I think. But
pitched outside leg stump. Anderson bowls wide to Conway. Doesn't really get up outside the off stump. It was quite a wide delivery. He allowed it to go by. Taken by Bracey. He's been around and about that England squad. He was there in the bubble last year, and he's been working hard. But is he the best wicket-keeper in the country? I mean,
no, I don't think so. But he's here.
The next best. Is he? What I'm saying is, there's obviously Butler and there's Foakes and there's Bairstow. Yes. Is he the next best? After that, in terms of glovemanship, here's Anderson bowling, and Conway comes stabbing forward and guides it down into the gully region, and there's no run.
Well, I don't know the answer to that. You need Bruce French here or someone. But the answer, I think, is probably not. It's sort of happenstance. Foakes was down to keep in this match. I guess Bracey would therefore have been the kind of reserve batsman. But stuff happens, and the great thing for him is that he's playing. It'll be unusual for him not only to deal with DRS, but to bat at 7. He may never have batted that low down in his life.
I don't think he has. Here's Anderson bowling, guided away towards backward point. There's no run. Whether he batted at 7 for Winterbourne Cricket Club when he was, I don't know,
when he was
11 or something.
But I mean, he'd happily do all these things because he's now an England cricketer. And so far, he's in the whatever we've had now, 40 minutes, he's kept impeccably.
He's taken 1 or 2 good catches this season in the Championship. I've been watching the Gloucestershire matches on the stream, and he's been batting very competently as well, especially against Somerset. He made some good runs against Somerset. Here's Anderson bowling, strikes Conway on the pad, but it's swinging down the leg side. It's gone down towards fine leg, and they are through for a single, or is it a leg by with inside edge on it? It looks like there was an inside edge on it.
I mean,
there's no signal from the umpire. Well, the DRS timer thing's up on the board, but it didn't look as though there was an inside edge anyway.
Well, anyway, yes, that's the chance to appeal has now passed by. It was pitching outside the leg. Bracey, I mean, he's there really because they like his batting, and he's a top order batsman, somewhere in the top 4, and they're the gold dust. And he could easily go on a lot of tours as a batting option, but also a keeper.
Anderson bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Latham through to Bracey.
A number 2 keeper.
The last time England were in New Zealand, one Test match, Ollie Pope kept.
Yeah. It's funny how we get into these situations, isn't it? We got Ollie Pope keeping one day, and then we've got, labour it, but Chris Wokes, who hadn't played a Test match for goodness knows how long, unable to play this one because he's got a rest. And, if you go into the detail, there's a logic there, but if you take the broader picture...
it does seem absurd, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Anderson bowls outside the off stump. Latham lets it go through. It's taken by Bracey. It's the end of the over. 30 for no wicket, New Zealand. Latham has 11. Conway has 15. And so far, so good for New Zealand. Andy Zaltzman and then Dan Norcross to pick up the commentary.
It's on England not picking a frontline spinner. The last time England went into a home Test match without a frontline spinner was at Headingley in 2012 when they left out Graham Swan for the second Test against South Africa, a game in which ructions off the field took the headlines rather than the lack of a spinner. Swan came back for the final test here at Lords. It's a classic match that South Africa won to take the series. The last time England went into a Lords test without a spin, you've got to go back to 2002 against Sri Lanka, when the England bowling lineup was Caddick, Hoggard, Cork, Flintoff, plus some overs from Mark Butcher, and Michael Vaughan bowled 14 overs of off-spinners. Sri Lanka piled up 555 for 8 in the first innings, so hopefully that is not an omen for England.
Well, it's not impossible
here.
the way things have started. But thank you, I hadn't realised. I thought it would be a more frequent occurrence, but that's, well, dare I say, I wouldn't start too friendly, but that's an interesting set of statistics there.
There are rather, aren't there?
And now we've got an interesting bowler.
Well, we've got
the new one.
The first bowl in Test cricket for Ollie Robinson, who comes into this match with fabulous numbers. His last 4 seasons have been extraordinary. I think he's averaged over 18 in his last 4 seasons or so, isn't it, Andy? He's going to come in from the pavilion end. He's got 3 slips. A sort of backward point cover, mid-off, a wide mid-on, forward square leg, and a very wide long leg. He bowls, I'm reliably informed by CricViz, from the 3rd highest height. We'll see about that as he comes in, right arm, over the wicket. And that's defended on the front foot by Conway into the offside, picked up at short extra cover. There's no run.
3rd highest height of what?
Of release. So
among all bowlers in the world?
Yes, all bowlers in the world in their database.
Who's first and second then?
I believe Jameson is up there, and it may be, I don't know who's first, Jason Holder, perhaps?
Okay.
Yes, but 3rd highest seems. I mean, he's a tall man, but he's got a very high action. A bit like Jofra Archer has a very high action. Apparently, Anderson, Andy's also was saying, was from a greater height than Broad. Here is Robinson in again, and Conway just defends this ball on leg stump up to Broad at mid-on. And there's no run. Hello, Victor, isn't it?
Daniel,
isn't it lovely to be back?
Well, it's lovely to be here, and look, shirt sleeves, spectators, liberally sprinkled around the ground.
They're rather nicely sprinkled, actually. Yeah. There's a sort of even distribution. The benches in the pavilion are new, I notice. The sort of rather uncomfortable ones have gone, and they've been replaced by gleaming white ones. As Robinson bustles in, this tall man, into Conway, and Conway lets this go by, goes through low to Bracey, who takes it well. About ankle height, just in front of Root at first slip. It's all a bit disorienting, though. It's a little bit like having a sort of fever dream coming here today, because everything looks the same, but it's slightly different. The new stands have made things all a bit different.
Yes.
And I've been sort of gazing with my head in the clouds, just trying to take it all in.
There are no clouds.
No, well, there are, very light cumulo somethings, whatever they are. Here's Robinson again, sweatband on his left wrist. And Conway lets this go, but that was closer to off stump. He's left that, I think, on length as much as anything else. It went over the top of a sort of 4th stump and then swung back a touch towards Bracey. It's been a decent start from Robinson.
Well, he's on the spot. He's tall, as you say. It's not great pace. I'm just trying to pick up the old radar, but I failed to spot it yet. They usually tell us.
He averages about 83 to 84 in the last 4 seasons.
He's sort of similar to Craig Overton, who's the man he's been preferred to.
Are we sort of imagining maybe it'll be Overton for the next game? Perhaps Robinson for this one? We'll see. Here is Robinson again, and Conway clips this away nicely, square of the wicket, just to the left of square leg. He has to scamper after it to collect. It's Dan Lawrence, flings the throw into Bracey, and they've come back for 2. 33 without loss. I think Robinson's first ball was a no ball. I've just been involved. So, Andy, you obviously have to ask a question.
It's
your own fault.
I mean,
he started it.
He started so well, but I mean, has that happened before?
Well, I'm trying to think. How many first balls in Test cricket have been a no ball, Andy?
When was his first ball in Test cricket?
Good question. It's changed, doesn't it? Here comes Robinson in again, and that's play with an angled bat. Past, well, through its sort of 4th slip area, it's being chased by the, I was going to say bemulleted Rory Burns. It's not quite a mullet. It's not as bad as Peter Hanscom's hair when Hanscom and Rory Burns went out to toss in the London Derby.
Right.
There was a couple of crimes against tonsorial humanity there.
You're getting the hang of this TMS now, aren't you?
Warming up. Couple of runs, 35 without loss, New Zealand. This good start continues. Conway to 19, Latham has 11. 1 ball left of Robinson's over. 2 twos and a no ball. He's in. Loping gate, and that's on the stumps and just defended. Straight back up the wicket, picked up a mid-off. Anderson does the fielding. 35 without loss. We have had now 10 overs. Latham has 11, Conway 19. Andy?
Well, under Ollie Robinson's outstanding recent form in first-class cricket that you mentioned, 2018 was his breakthrough season in county cricket. 81 wickets in first-class matches that year, averaged 17, 64 at 18.9 in the 2019 season. In last year's truncated first-class season, only played 3 matches, but 21 wickets at 15, and so far this year 29 wickets, average 14.7. So in all, since the start of the 2018 English summer, 195 first-class wickets at an average of 17.2 and a strike rate of a wicket every 37 balls.
If you're not going to get picked on those numbers, you're going to struggle, aren't you, ever to get picked? I mean, Jamie Porter would probably argue.
Well, Overton is not far off, actually. But who was the last bloke to bowl a no ball with his first delivery in Test cricket, I wonder? We'll leave you guessing on that one, folks.
It wasn't you, was it, Vic?
No.
Yeah.
Sadly not. I don't know the answer. You don't think I know the answer.
We'll be very disappointed if we don't get the answer before noon when we both come off, won't we?
Someone will tweet in if we're lucky.
Yes. That's what... Well, the wonderful Wes Spearman is my usual go-to man. I'll tell you about him in a moment.
You're number 2.
Broad is in. He's changed ends. He's coming in from the nursery end. His first ball's just wide of the off stump. It's well left by Tom Latham. Yes, back in 2018, was it, when Alistair Cook retired? Which I asked Andrew Sampson how far Alistair Cook had run in his Test career. And dear old Andrew was quite distraught, actually, at the question, because it is very
impossible
difficult
to answer.
It is sort of impossible to answer.
You know, what do you do with boundaries? If you hit a 4, you might have run 2.5 runs.
Or might have run none.
Yeah,
exactly. So so Wes came up with a kind of, I think, a reasonable sort of compromise for how one might work that out. Broad is in to Latham, who was beaten on the outside edge. Broad momentarily thought he might have got a little edge on that. It didn't exactly move a great deal, but it's sort of the channel, and Latham just played slightly inside the line.
Well, there's still that slope, and that one just sort of held its line, didn't it? It didn't actually jag away, but you kind of expected it to come down the slope a little bit. I mean, I'm slightly surprised that Broad has just been swapped, because, to be honest, not a lot has happened, and just beating the bat there, and you'd be tempted to just see what the extra pace of Wood does. These guys have looked pretty comfortable. Conway, after not facing a ball for a long time, has sort of cruised to 19.
Here's Broad again, and Latham defends solidly this time. It's a loud no. Pushes the ball back up the wicket to Broad. And there's no run. So I asked, I put this out, and dear old Wes Spearman came back to me with a pretty good approximation, we think, which was signed off by Andrew Sampson as acceptable. I can't remember quite how far it was in the end. It was surprisingly not very far. About 25 miles or so.
To account for all his, whatever it was,
12,000 runs.
Really?
Yes. That's when we got the great stat that he'd batted for 28 days in his career, which is the length of time it takes a human to change their skin. So he'd batted out of his skin for England. I quite enjoyed that one. Slight change of field. Covers moving across to a sort of short, very short mid-wicket, almost catching position, about 1.5 strips away, in front of square. Moved a little squarer now.
Broad is sort of hinting at a cunning plan.
Yes, is it a bluff?
I don't. Well, I mean, he's going to bowl in the same place.
Yeah. 3 slips backward point, mid-off. Here is Broad. That's full. Pushed up to mid-on. And there is no run. Anderson does the fielding. Flings the ball back to Bracey. Bracey's not been called upon to do a great deal so far because the bowlers have bowled fairly straight. Latham and Conway have hit what's come at them. What have you made of his keeping so far, Victor?
Well, it's as you say, we haven't noticed him, so good. I mean, he's going to be standing back for the vast majority of his time, which, you know, is more straightforward, I guess. But he's looked very compact so far. Has been without blemish. As I was saying to Simon, a big challenge for him will be the DRS scenario because he's never had to do that before.
Yes, good point. Yes, the keeper's rather important in that, isn't he?
Yeah, well, Butler, I think, has become pretty reliable behind there. He's learnt that over the years.
Broad again, round the wicket. Latham drives, but there's no timing on it. Hits it straight to Dan Lawrence, who's at a sort of short mid-off, between mid-off and extra cover. He's the only fielder in front of square on the offside. There are 3 slips of backward point, square leg, this short catching mid-wicket, wide mid-on, and a slightly finer long leg for Broad. Perhaps that's the slope, is that, perhaps?
Maybe, yeah. If it's really flat, that Dan Lawrence might get a bowl. He might. Joe might have a look at it and say, not turning here. Dan.
35 without loss. Last ball of the over coming up as Broad is in. And Latham defends so solidly, as he so often does. End of the over. A maiden over? 35 without loss. Latham has 11, Conway 19. Yes. As I came in today, everything looks the same but slightly different, a bit like being in a dream, and it's a bit... I've sort of got a touch of Stendhal syndrome, where when he wandered around Florence and he sort of got an attack of the vapours because he was constantly gazing up at all the statues and ceilings and frescoes, and I've sort of been having a bit of that today, just trying to get my bearings. Oh, that's changed a bit.
Well, there's a lot more. There's a bit more tarmac at the back, isn't there, in front of the old nursery, as they've just about completed. Well, they've people in the new Compton and Edridge stands we can't actually see because we're just in between them here, but they look a picture. They're just about done.
I'll tell you what would be really good about that in a moment, as Robinson starts a new over from the pavilion end, and Conway clips this away off his hip to just in front of square on the onside, I should say. Dan Lawrence does the fielding. There's no run. The underneath of the Compton and Edridge stands was about the coldest place on the planet.
Yeah, wind tunnel, wasn't it?
But because of the new, they dug out the whole stand really, and they've just yanked it back a touch, so it's not as covered now. There'll be a bit more sun in the lower bit.
Yeah.
And the upper bit looks spectacular. I had to have one gripe, and it's partly because, I have the occasional OCD. Here is Robinson, and Conway pushes forward in defence, playing late off the front foot into the offside. It's picked up at short extra cover. There's no run. There are 2 sort of ersatz roofs, if you like, and the one on the left-hand side, which I think is the Edridge stand, curves all the way round. The one on the Compton stand stops 1 block short and comes in. So when you look at it, it's not symmetrical. But I think it is the same.
Well, I think there should be an extraordinary general meeting very, very soon.
I wouldn't mind, because I'd like this to be rectified.
I don't know.
Mercifully, we can't see it because we're sat in here. But I think if I was sat out there, I would just keep on looking at it going,
well... Forgive me if I note, I think this tells us more about you than the plan.
Do you think? It might do, mightn't it? Robinson's coming round the wicket now, and Conway defends again solidly back at the wicket. There's no run. Conway on debut here, and he's looked so calm and so assured. He's come in with some great numbers, great stats. Jeremy Coney gave him a very big sort of build-up. Just a reminder, there are so many ways to follow the cricket on the BBC. There's text commentary via the BBC Sport website. Amy Lofthouse is on duty today. You can watch video clips. You'll find them with that text commentary. And tonight at 7 p.m, you can join Isha and the team on BBC Two for Today at the Test, also available on the iPlayer as Robinson is in. And Conway gets a thick edge. It goes through a vacant 4th slip region. I'm not sure it was at catching height, in fairness, and it runs down to the deep 3rd boundary for 4. Where Rory Burns comes to collect. That was a rare false shot. Got the edge there. Just have a little look at the replay and see, was it in the air? Well, actually,
I doubt it would have carried to a 4th slip. But, but it was a genuine edge.
Yeah, you're right. It wouldn't have carried to 4th. And the score with that moves to 39.
Just picking up the Robinson pace. Its last couple have been 81, 80. So its pace is not his great ally. It's the fact that he's tall, he's accurate, he hits the seam.
He's in again, and Conway just works this into the onside, nicely into the gap through the vacant mid-wicket. Stuart Broad, the sun-hatted Stuart Broad, starts running after it. Dan Lawrence says, no, I'll get this for you, old fella. And they pick up a couple of runs, 41 without loss. Conway to 25, looking assured. Andy, you were poised with microphone in hand.
On the issue of England bowlers whose first ball in Test cricket was a no ball, Andrew Sampson has just tweeted a list for where ball by
There you see. I knew we'd need Sampson for this. Yes.
And well, it's a mixture of promising and worrying for Ollie Robinson in terms of precedent.
We'll come back to that off this ball. It's the last ball of Robinson's second over. Conway defends again, a full straight ball up to straight mid-on where Stuart Broad tidies up. End of the over, 41 without loss. We've had 12 overs. Conway 25, Latham has 11.
If I was writing down, I'd be taking notes now.
The most recent was Dom Sibley, who...
You've got good odds on that.
And that isn't an ideal precedent.
I remember that over.
The four bowlers before that, Amjad Khan, John Lewis, Jimmy Anderson on this ground in 2003 began with a no ball to Zimbabwe's Dion Ibrahim, and Neil Williams, who played one test at the Oval. So three of them only played one test. Amjad Khan in the West Indies.
Right.
John Lewis played a test, I think, in 2006, and Neil Williams played one test at the Oval in 1990.
Dom Sibley may only bowl in one test.
If you ignore Sibley, he's either going to play 160 plus test matches or only one.
Well, John Lewis, of course, was the last Gloucestershire player to be capped, wasn't he, before James Bracey? So there's a link.
Yeah. And he's part of the coaching setup now.
Yes, he is.
So he can hardly deliver a vicious attack on Robinson for being so careless.
Broad starts a new over to Latham from the nursery end, and that bounces a touch on him. Plays it pretty well in the end as Latham, and he guides it past the diving hand of third slip down to the boundary for 4. It surprised him a little. He got a bit of bounce, a bit of pop. Broad is looking rueful, which is certainly not for the first and certainly not the last time in his life. I think he played that pretty well.
That wouldn't have carried. He kind of took the soft hands, as we say. It would not have carried to a full slip had there been one. But it did speed away down the slope on this beautiful, smooth outfield for 4. No point chasing it, really.
45 without loss. New Zealand going very well, having won the toss, being put into bat this morning, with Devon Conway making his debut at the top of the order. No Blundell today. Broad in, and Latham drives into the offside. Lawrence moves from mid-off to field. No timing in that shot. It's sort of the bottom of the bat. If you are just joining us, yes, England have gone in with Ollie Robinson making his debut. We knew James Bracey was bound to make his debut. No spinner. Mark Wood, Broad and Anderson is the bowling attack. And for New Zealand, they have gone with the spinner, Mitchell Santner, all-rounder really, and talking about hair, Colin de Grandhomme. And Colin de Grandhomme's hair really is next level.
Well, I need to see that. I haven't spotted that, but I've heard a lot about it.
You need to really look at it through a mesh or a colander or something, because it can hurt the eyes. Here is Broad. And again, Latham plays across his front pad to a full straight ball, works it to that short mid-wicket position, and there's no run. Ollie Pope's in there at short mid-wicket. 45 without loss, the score remains.
Last time I saw de Grandhomme, he sort of had a military short back and sides type of
Not
hair.
now. No. Very much in the sort of, Michael Bolton's backing band type look now. There's been a fair bit of a bout. But Pat Cummins went for an absolutely atrocious look halfway through the first IPL of the close season. But then he sort of brought himself back into the pack, because he is perfection in every other way. But then he decided, yes, he was going to grow that out, really. Broad is in, and Latham defends. Thick inside edge again to Pope at that short mid-wicket. Broad has had his hand on his head even more often than normal today. He's been bowling pretty well.
He is, but it's an indication that it's not doing much, that when he gets a really, really thick inside edge, the hands go up as if this is a great bit. It's not zipping around a great deal there. And he's just trying to make something happen and sort of impose a little uncertainty on the batsmen's minds. But that was a big inside edge, practically middled it.
It was the inside half of the bat, wasn't it, really, as opposed to an inside edge. 3 slips backward, point mid, off short mid wicket, square leg, mid on long leg. Broad is in. That's clipped away fine. A leg glance, but it will be cut off because that long leg, as I mentioned a couple of overs ago, is very fine to Stuart Broad, which is fairly rare in the modern game. And it's well cut off by Ollie Robinson. They pick up a couple of runs, move to 47 without loss. Latham with that 17, just strayed on the pads, loose ball.
Nicely tucked away. He thought he'd get 4 there, but he is nice and fine.
Which is rare, isn't it, these days? I mean, I've watched a lot of county cricket this year, and long leg is actually deep backward square leg most of the time. I mean, I know the pace is perhaps not as speedy, the bowlers perhaps not as speedy, but it's become a bit voguish to get your fine leg moved to long leg and long legs moved to deep backward square leg. Broad in. Latham lets this go by outside the off stump into the gloves of Bracey, and that is the end of the over, the 13th over. We still await Mark Wood. New Zealand 47 without loss, Conway 25, Latham has 17. Drinks are coming on to the field. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, available on digital radio, online and via the BBC Sounds app. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for our first shipping forecast of the international summer. Hurrah! So, 47 without loss. Very, very decent start for New Zealand, having won the toss and elected to bat in perfect conditions. Who wouldn't? I say I'm going to be joined by Michael Vaughan. I am going to be joined by Michael Vaughan, but I'm also going to disappear shortly. So,
are you off, Dan?
Well, I think I'm about to. So I'm going to leave you with this question, which is...
don't make it too difficult.
Well, it's not too... I don't think it's too difficult, but it's... How much are England going to rue the lack of a spinner? It looks like taking wickets is going to be extremely difficult today. They've got 4 right-arm pace bowlers of varying paces, it's got to be said, on a pitch that's not giving them a great deal. How much will they regret the lack of Jack Leach? With that thought, Michael, I shall leave you and will be replaced by Isha Guha.
Yeah, I think they will. I'm just looking at the ground staff now. They're down on their haunches with their brushes, just brushing away a little bit from the footholds. I think the footholds will develop and the follow-throughs will develop nicely over the next 2 or 3 days. New Zealand going for Mitchell Santner, the left-arm spinner. England opting not to go with Jack Leach. In these conditions, with the forecast looking so good, I do think it is a surprise that England haven't gone with the spinner. New Zealand so far have played very nicely. England have bowled well. There isn't a great deal there for the seamers. A bit of seam movement every now and again, but there's been nothing through the air, no swing. Both Conway and Latham have looked very solid, compact, letting the ball come to them. Good afternoon, Isha.
Good afternoon to you, Michael.
How are we?
And Andy as well. Yeah, great to be here. Great to be back at Lord's. The sun is out. Fans are in. It's just a lovely buzz and atmosphere here at the home of cricket. New Zealand winning the toss, a good toss to win. I'm sure you would have enjoyed being out there today, Michael, batting in these conditions.
Yeah, batting, not so much in the field. Let's just look at the decision to play no spinner. I'm just looking at it as a captaincy perspective. Joe's got himself, obviously, can bowl at a bit of off spin. I think it wouldn't surprise me if he comes on quite soon to 2 left-handers, and that's certainly an option that I would be offering to him out there as one of that quite young slip cord, and just have a word with the skipper. Come on, Skip, maybe have a go yourself early to the 2 left-handers. But when you've got 4 right-arm seamers, yes, Mark Wood's a little bit quicker, around 90 miles an hour, but you do like to have that spin option, even if it's just to hold an end.
Robinson continues from the pavilion end after drinks. Bowls. And defended by Conway. Devon Conway making his debut for New Zealand in place of Tom Blundell, who has been operating at the top of the order. Has been in his shadow, actually, for the last couple of years. At Wellington as well, having made the move over from South Africa back in 2017. He sold his car, his house, took his missus with him to New Zealand. Good move.
Good gamble.
Saw him play in the winter over in Australia. As we welcome back Radio 4 listeners. Robinson bowling this one outside the off stump. It goes through to James Bracey. Conway having left it outside the off stump, the left-hander, just remarking his guard.
Yeah, he's looked very compact, and when you start looking at his numbers, an average of 47 in first-class cricket and that standout number of a triple century, he's 337 not out in first-class cricket. He's a run scorer and has done all his career, whether it's been in South Africa, New Zealand.
Conway back and across, forward pushing, and defends back to Robinson. who crouches down to collect the ball and tosses it to James Anderson at mid-off.
And what's been very evident to me that both these players have played the ball late, right under the eye line. There's not a huge amount of movement, so it is an easier day for batting. But it's the forward defensive, nice and balanced. You don't see that many forward defences in Test match cricket. It's difficult usually in the UK because the ball's zipping and swinging all over the place. But these two have played with great assurance.
Robinson approaches the crease again, round the wicket to Conway, who delightfully drives past James Anderson, who is trying to chase down the ball now towards the pavilion, and he pulls it up inside as they come back for 3 in New Zealand. The score then moves to 50 in fact. 50 for no loss New Zealand. Conway to 28, Latham on 17.
Yeah, the foundation. You do all your team meetings leading into a Test match. Talk about partnerships, creating that foundation, sending the message back to the dressing room of calmness. And that's exactly what the Kiwi pair have done. Played with great control. 1 or 2 balls have passed the outside edge, but you felt pretty much from the first over they've had a very, very good game plan. Both seem to know their games very nicely. Latham's I would put him in the top bracket of Test match openers, averaging 42. Just seems to know his game, waits for that ball on the pad, plays it nice and late.
He's on strike now with 4 slips as Robinson bowls, tucks it off his pads to the leg side as they come through for a single. 51 for no loss.
Ollie Robinson got a bit of Jake Ball in him.
Yes, I think so. He also played at St George in New South Wales and was presented his cap by Josh Hazlewood. Bit of Josh Hazlewood?
Yeah. A little bit of Jake Ball, Josh Hazlewood. Yeah, you put them in a blender, it's a decent bowler you get. You can see how he has so much success in county cricket. High action, lovely run-up, decent pace.
6'5", he bowls now, gets pace through to the keeper there outside the off stump, bowling it across. Devon Conway, end of the over then, 51 for no loss. Conway on 28, Latham on 18. No Jack Leach, and these two seem to have settled in, so maybe time for a burst of Wood.
Yeah, Wood, or the captain himself, because of the 2 left-handers. 2 left-handers at the crease. You could, Joe Root seems to have a bit of a golden arm. Obviously on the back of his 5 for 8 in India. Not quite the same pitch, but you can, you could fire one in, hit the pad.
Far from that pitch, I think, Michael.
Well, the beach, as I called it at the time.
Yeah, 50 partnership came up in 13.4 overs. It's the first 50 opening stand against England in England since August 2018, when Darwin and Rahul added 60 in both innings of the Trent Bridge Test. 14 tests since then England have played at home without their opponents reaching 50 without loss.
Thanks, Andy. Latham taps his bat a couple of times. Broad approaching, bowls on the legs and clipped away. That is bread and butter for Tom Latham, who picks up a 4. And that score moves to 54 for no loss then. Lovely timing, just off the pads.
Yeah, England have got this leg side field set, so they've got a short mid-wicket and mid-on, and a catch about 10 yards behind square on the onside, and a fine leg back, so a 5-4 offside field. So Broad around the wicket's going to try and angle into the pad, but he just strayed a little bit too straight. You also notice third slips come quite close. So there's a first slip Joe Root, second slip Dom Sibley. It looks like Zach Crawley's at third slip, very close, which tells you that the pace of this pitch. She's obviously very slow. Just looks I was fortunate to bat here at Lords on some blinders, and this is very similar. I think at West Indies in 2004 was a road. This looks exactly the same-ish. Make hay while the sun shines.
Broad shuffles away, arms pumping, past the umpire, round the wicket, and beats the edge through to James Bracey. That was a delightful delivery. I think it might have moved off the seam against the slope as well. Latham has a look at the pitch, but I don't think there was much he could do about that. It was a wobble seam delivery, and he's gone to this approach. No swing in the air for him early on. He's usually so very good round the wicket. Stuart Broad to the left-handers. He's had to go with something different with that gap on the offside, and that was an absolute beauty.
Yeah, we just highlighted something on the TV highlights for the television about Broad and Anderson.
Latham defends one back down the pitch this time.
And it was the length they bowled from 2014 to 2017 when they bowled together. They averaged 25.2. And since 2018, they've averaged 18.2. And the Hawkeye data just tells you that they bowled a yard fuller. And that was that kind of delivery that went past the outside edge that I reckon a few years ago, Broad, having been hit for a boundary, would have bowled into length to almost get out the over. But in the last 2 or 3 years here in the UK, they have been just erring on the side of fuller, which is maybe offered the odd drive to the batsman, but it's also created more opportunities for wickets.
Latham forward presses defence to the offside. Again, that sort of line from Stuart Broad. A good length delivery on a round off stump.
Forward defence, so
Mm.
we like to see that.
It's very balanced, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very good lever of the ball, Tom Latham. But I just wonder if that particular delivery, he was enticed because there is that massive gap on the offside.
Yeah, there's a big space, isn't there? Backward point. Rory Burns is 10 yards behind square. Mid-off is quite straight. A big gap there. Cover point.
Broad forward again. He bowls. Latham again covering his off stump forward and defends back to the bowler. And just walks away towards square leg. Michael Gough there.
So I strolled over from the hotel at about 9:15, and as I walked over, I noticed that Kane Williamson was batting in the nets. And I'll be honest with you, usually I walk past the nets, have a little bit of a glance over, and I walk past and I come up to and I had to stand and just watch. And I watched for 10 minutes Kane Williamson just hitting balls. He makes it look so simple. Makes it look so easy. He's so balanced, so still.
Past the stumps Broad, off the hips. Tom Latham down to fine leg. Back of a length delivery, just misguided for the last ball of the over. So he'll pick up a single and move to 22. And the score 56 for no loss. I mean, he's an artist, isn't he, Kane
He's
Williamson?
magnificent. And it was the way that he practiced. He was just practicing just different elements of what he thought he was going to have to counter out in the middle. So obviously he had a feeling that he was going to be lots of right arm overs. He had the dog thrower from right arm over. And then he had someone coming around the wicket, so potentially England may go around the wicket and create that angle. Whether he had a hunch that there wasn't going to be a spinner playing for England, because he didn't face much spin, but he's just a pure batsman to watch. And you watch the way both Conway and Latham defend the ball. They do play it with so much lateness. It's like that 45-degree angle bat when they're defending the ball, exactly like Kane Williamson.
Yeah. You sometimes think they're going to be too late in the way they play it. As Robinson is in for his 4th over in Test cricket. Bowls over the wicket to Latham, who pushes past the stumps. James Anderson running around from mid-off to collect the ball as they come through for 57 for no loss.
Saying that, I think I read an interview early in the week with Ollie Robinson saying, well, I know how to bowl a Kane Williamson. He bowled a couple away and then nicked one back.
Get
LBW.
him to go across and then straight in.
Dead easy.
He was very confident, wasn't he?
What has the rest of the world been doing
he
for the last few
also said
years?
that he was going to be in the Kiwi spaces. Haven't seen too much of that just yet.
Oh, that's great.
It is. I mean, very similar character to Craig Overton, as Robinson is in again to Conway, who drives to James Anderson, who gets into a leg barrier position, collects the ball and throws it into James Bracey.
There'll be quite a few old cynical bowlers out there who'll be listening. I'm sure going, well, let's see if Ollie Robinson, is in the Kiwis' faces after tea, and potentially tomorrow morning, and potentially tomorrow afternoon. Let's have a watch of that. On a flat road at the home of cricket, the sun's shining. This is the ultimate test for a debutant, bowling around 83 to 85 miles an hour. So far he's been pretty good.
He's got a big grass stain on his right knee, his trousers, as he bowls back of a length to Conway, who's pushing it to the leg side off the front foot. No run, having fielded that ball down at fine leg in front of the pavilion. It's a good bit of fielding a few overs ago to stop a 4. I don't know about you, Michael, but I felt a bit giddy coming in today. Just returning to Lords. It's been a couple of years. New stands, sun out, fans in, Test cricket. First day of the international summer as Robinson comes in on an angle. Conway guides it to mid-wicket. Broad running around to his left to take the ball as they scamper through for one. Conway to 29, 58 for no loss.
Yeah, I must admit I was getting a little bit of, kind of get a bit annoyed of the sound effects that we were having to put in place. It's a lot nicer to have real people here, all spread out. There's about 6,500 in the ground. And as we were excited, exactly the same for all the spectators. They were all smiling, walking through the gates. I haven't heard the first pop of champagne.
I have
you?
Yeah. Latham taps his bat, misses one outside the off stump, looking to play a ball just outside. Good length delivery from Robinson as he turns and walks back to his mark.
So you heard one early, did you?
Well, I actually saw it on the telly.
11 o'clock?
Yeah, they were getting in early. No, I think it was about midday, which is reasonable.
Yeah, that's acceptable.
I mean, it's understandable if you're coming into Lords today to get the champagne out about 10:30.
You'd have had a little glass at breakfast,
Champagne
wouldn't you, just to get
breakfast,
yourself ready? A few bubbles.
Nice and loose.
Why not?
Plenty of sunshine over in the tavern stand as Robinson bowls. And he's bowled! First international wicket for Ollie Robinson. What a moment for him. He punches the air and the England players gather around him. Slaps of hands, high fives with Stuart Broad and the rest of his teammates. And a wonderful moment for Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, it's that hard length. Latham just jabbing at a ball on a good length. Probably would have passed the off stump. Yeah, they'd gone past the off stump by a few inches and the inside edge back onto the stumps. Great moment for Ollie Robinson. He's bowled well, bowled nicely. And now he gets the chance to bowl to Kane Williamson. Will his tactics work?
Tom Latham departs for 23. To applause from the crowd. 58 for 1 then, New Zealand, having won the toss and elected to bat. Here comes Kane Williamson down those treasured steps of the Lord's Pavilion. Shuffles forwards, a couple of back stretches, now rotating his shoulders with the bat in his hand. The last time he was here was in that epic World Cup final. Bittersweet moment for him as he was player of the tournament but lost in what was one of the best games of cricket we have ever seen. And you just remember that atmosphere, Michael. Here he is again. He's got a score to settle here at Lords, having scored a century here before back in 2015 in Test cricket. He's back out in the middle, and what a wonderful player he is, the #1 Test batsman in the world.
Yeah, he's fantastic. An average of 54 in Test match cricket, 7,115 runs, 24 centuries, 32 50s, and he's a tremendous leader. Leads in a very humble way. You just feel that this New Zealand team are right behind him.
I'm going to shift out, Michael, as Mark Wood will come on to bowl in place of Stuart Broad, and in will come Simon Mann.
Yeah, great players. They sniff opportunities. And Kane Williamson will know that this is a great one to get a big score. You have to do the hard yards. Doesn't matter how good you are, what your record is, you've still got to do that initial 30 minutes to get yourself in, get used to conditions. He'll be nervous. He's only a human being. But he'll know that if he can get in on this kind of wicket and these kind of conditions, it's the perfect day to go and get 100. Afternoon, Simon.
Good afternoon, Michael. Yeah, the sun's back with us. It clouded over briefly. Here is Wood, his first delivery of the Test match. Moves in and bowls to Conway, who comes pushing forward there, gets a thick inside edge. He goes out towards deep mid-wicket, down the slope towards the mound stand, and they are through for 2 slightly streaky runs. New Zealand go to 60 for 1, and Conway, who's making a decent impression on his Test debut, moves to... where is he? He's seeing highlights on the board at the moment. Is he 21 or 31?
31.
31. There we go.
How have you been travelling, Simon? All good?
Yeah, great.
Yeah. Fit and well? Still doing your running?
No, that's one thing I have not been able to do. Here is Wood bowling across Conway, and Conway lets it go through to Bracey. Wood bowling with 2 slips and a gully. No, I had to, like you, Michael, I had to give it up.
Have you?
Yeah.
Injury or
yeah.
knee, ankle, back?
Hip. Yeah.
Just get one of those new ones.
Well, I might have to.
You've got to that stage, have you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Get on a bike. Should be okay.
Well, I got one of those as well, so yeah, I think soft impact training rather than hard impact training from now on.
It's overrated, that running.
Wood sprinting in past the umpire now and bowls to Conway, and Conway plays defensively into the offside, letting Wood come to him, getting the bat there and angling it away out towards cover.
I must admit, I've been watching a lot of the county stuff, which has been great. You know, all the games streamed, so you can get involved in all the kind of different county games. You hear a whisper on social media, exit, you just put it on, you can watch. It's been great, and I've been watching some of Mark Wood's spells for Durham. Well, I certainly wouldn't have been willing to face it. Some of his spells have been magnificent. Sheer pace, movement. He's looked in really good rhythm.
Spins round, a bit like Morny Morkel, and then sprints in, bowls to Conway, who nudges that off his hip towards deep backwards square leg. Through for a single. Conway goes to 32, and New Zealand to 61 for 1. That Robinson wicket, by the way, will be up on the BBC Sport website very shortly, and you can see it later, of course, on Today at the Test, the highlights show on BBC 2, 7 o'clock, and throughout the summer as well. All the highlights of Test and white ball cricket on the BBC again this summer. There's a problem with the sight screen down beneath us. There was a club match in which he played as well, didn't he? Mark Wood. Imagine that.
Against Paul Collingwood, was it?
Yeah, I think Collie knocked off the winning runs. He was 20-odd not out.
I think it's Shotley Bridge. Right. That Paul Collingwood plays for. I'm assuming that Mark Wood plays for Ashington.
Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't fancy that on a Saturday afternoon.
I think he's
taking your garden. There's Mark Wood.
I know. That was a good challenge, isn't it, for a club cricketer?
I wouldn't call it a challenge.
I think he just batted, though. I think that was the idea. Although that was the intention.
Right.
Whether it worked out like that, he was just play as a batsman. He's trying to work on his batting as well. Here he is now into bowl to Williamson, and Williamson comes shuffling forward and plays that into a gap on the offside between cover and point. It's off the mark. First ball, sort of busy shot from Williamson.
I read that Moeen Ali was going to play Birmingham League cricket last week. I don't know if he did or he's going to. I read that he was thinking of playing a bit of Birmingham League cricket. Again, you don't really want to be bowling to Moeen on a Saturday afternoon, would you?
62 for 1. That was a great challenge, though, isn't it? If that happens every now and again in your club match.
I would pay a lot of money for Simon Mann to be up against Mark Wood.
I wouldn't.
I would pay a lot for that.
Wood bowl shot, and that's one that strikes the body there of Conway. The ball drops at the crease. I was looking around for the ball. It was at his feet. He seemed to take his eye off it. Well, that extra pace of Wood, ruffling Conway there.
That could have been you.
That's why I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, it was well directed. It was dug in. I think Conway expected it to bounce a bit higher, so he kind of just dropped that right shoulder, and he was expecting it to go over the shoulder, but it didn't. Such a slow pitch.
It's a remarkable incident, really, Michael, because it hits him on the sort of shoulder area and drops his feet, and there's almost no reaction at all from the batsman. He walked away. Was it on the shoulder or the glove?
I think almost shoulder then armpit maybe, and it just trying to drop down, just in between his feet.
So that delivery it's just come up on the board, 94.7 miles an hour, and Conway didn't react at all. It must have hurt him. It's got to have, surely. Anyway, he's fiddling with his gloves at the non-striker's end. It was the end of the over. It's just a slightly different game with Wood into the attack, and that's what England want to do. They want to have that one super fast bowler in their attack. Here is Robinson moving in, bowling outside the off stump, and there's no stroke from Williamson, and it's through to Bracey.
Well, this is the start, isn't it, of this tactical counter. Robinson, that's the first ball to him, bowled an outswinger He just went outswinger, outswinger, nip backer, LB. That's the plan. So he's done the first one correctly. Wouldn't it be great if it comes off?
Oh, because he was talking about it in the lead up to the game, wasn't he?
Out in.
Yeah.
So he's gone out.
Yeah. And you can get in the batsman's mind, I suppose, as well, because he's waiting for it, and perhaps it might not turn up. Here is Robinson, right arm over, he bowls to Williamson. He goes past the outside edge of Williamson's bat there, I think. I don't think Williamson played inside the line of it. He was committed to it because it was close to his off stump.
Well, that slope plays... doesn't matter how many times you've played at Lords, and Williamson's played a few, just plays on your mind when you first get out there of what to play, what to leave. That was a ball that was probably a few inches outside off stump, but the slope's going obviously into Kane Williams, so he had to play it, and it just went straight on.
How did you get on the first time you played at Lords? Robinson turns, pavilion behind him, moves in now past the umpire, up to the stumps, bowls to Williamson. Williamson leans forward, lets that one go through to Bracey.
Well, I think I played county cricket here in the 90s. I got 100.
Early on in the championship match?
Yeah, but I don't know if it was the first innings or the second innings. Against Gussie Fraser. He was very grumpy. Some young whippersnapper from Yorkshire kind of feathering him. And the pitch was pretty much directly in line with the away dressing room, so it was a real short boundary up to the top end. And I was, I was like just plinking it through the covers, and it was just managing to go to 4.
Oh, up the hill?
Yeah.
Robinson to Williamson. That one did come back into him. Williamson got the gloves out of the way. It was a bit shorter. And Bracey took that well down the leg side ultimately.
I think he might have been against Tufnell as well. And he was rather grumpy as well. He was calling me all sorts of names. Who'd have thought we'd become best friends?
I know, it's funny, isn't it?
Yeah, he was.
Funny how it works.
You know, he was swearing every now and again at me, Simon, trying to put me off my game. I think I was blocking it a bit too much.
And now he calls you skipper.
Well, he doesn't always call me. He calls me sometimes a bit ruder than that.
62 for 1. Conway 32. Williamson 1. 3 slips in. Robinson looking for his second test wicket, bowls to Williamson, who's forward. Playing that resolutely in defence. Back to the bowler who picks up.
I reckon I play 1 test match here. 2 actually, where the pitch was a real challenge. It was always a challenge to get in because obviously the pressure of the situation, and you're playing for England, it's home of cricket. But the West Indies pitch in 2001, that went around. It was a kind of gloomy 3-day game. Dominic Cork scored the winning runs. And I think the Ashes 05 when McGrath had it talking. Other than that, I played the majority of my career on this kind of pitch here.
Yeah. Robinson sets off again to bowl to Williamson, and Williamson shapes to play at that. I think he might have withdrawn the bat at the last moment. It's good over from Robinson, testing Williamson out and causing him 1 or 2 problems.
Well, I reckon England have got 2 windows here. They've got the window now to half an hour before lunch to get Williamson, and then it'll be an initial 20 minutes after lunch. Really great players, and he's certainly one of those. You get these little windows where you know you have to strike. If he's still there at 240, he'll be on 20 odd, and I think it's you just sit back and admire. So you have to really capitalise as a team when you've got a great player, and Robinson started brilliantly there to him, on and around off stump, full of length, a little bit of movement.
Now this battle that started in the previous over, about to continue. Wood to Conway, hit him the last ball he bowled to him. He's bowling from the nursery end, sprinting in to bowl to Conway, and it's full, and Conway drives, finds the gap up towards the long off boundary. This could well go for 4. It does go for 4. There was a solid push down the ground from Conway. Wood deciding to pitch up, and it came nicely onto Conway's bat. Fine shot away to Broad's right. He's fielding it at mid-off. Score goes to 66 for 1. Of course, Michael, talking about Lord's pitches in the early part of the 2000s, they were good for that first decade. Really good for batting generally. Wood bowls very full, clipped away by Conway towards deep backwards square leg, gets a single this time. So that's 2 balls in the over. Wood to Conway, 2 very full deliveries, and Conway's been able to deal with them. He's on to 37. Robinson with a debut wicket, and Conway with a very solid start to his Test career as well. 67 for 1 New Zealand. Now the field changes round for the right-handed Kane Williamson. 3 slips and a gully for Williamson before he takes strike. Comes down to do some gardening. There's a fine leg in, backward square leg, mid on, and mid off, and Rory Burns there at the backward point. There's Williamson tapping away at the crease. You can hear on our effects microphone. Here goes Wood, bowls, and Williamson plays that characteristic shot where he comes forward and plays it late and runs it away with an open face. But this time it's straight to the gully fielder, and there is no run. Well, it's such a nice sight, Lords, today, with the sun, the breeze. I see the New Zealand flag and the England flag above the 2 dressing rooms fluttering, and spectators in the ground. It's actually probably quite a nice vibe for spectators as well. If it's a full house, you've got people right next to your shoulders the whole time. You're crammed in. If you want to get up and go to the loo, you have to wait till the end of the over. It takes time to get out, that sort of thing. Here's Wood bowling, and Williamson is turned round by that one, looking to play into the onside. Ball rolled away into the offside, and there's no run. You've got some space to work with. It's just nice to hear the hum, really, of spectators talking. And now we're going to hear the hum of Jeremy Coney talking as well. Hello, New Zealand
Simon.
captain. Good afternoon to you.
You're right. What a wonderful sight it is, sitting up here in our position of vantage. The manicured, the ground, and that sort of Victorian grandeur down facing us, which is the pavilion.
Wood bowls to Williamson. Williamson drives into the offside. This is going for 4, I think, down the slope towards the mound stand. Burns is after it, doesn't get it. Well, it goes very quickly off the bat when Wood's bowling as well, if it's reasonably well timed. Williamson didn't look to hit that too hard, but he found the gap. That was the key, and it rolled very quickly down that hill. So 4 more, 71 for 1.
Yeah, Wood striving. I heard Michael speaking about the window, and particularly with reference to someone like Williamson, but also a window for England, because they've just picked up a wicket. So far, the attack has been probing, but not surgical. And they've claimed the wicket now. Robinson is bowling very nicely from the pavilion end. Wood has just entered the attack.
He sets off again to bowl to Williamson. 2 slips in the gully. There's a man in covers now. Williamson turned it into the onside. He's off quickly for a single. They picked out Broad. That's not the first time they've done that today. And another run. Williamson very keen there.
And as I say, Wood just striving for that extra little bit of pace, and sometimes the length in that last over was just a tad full. Not much, but just a tad full, and it was costly with a couple of boundaries. A steering 4 from Kane Williamson, just sort of angling it, as you say, down the slope but in front of square, and a nice cover drive from Conway early on in the over. Conway's been, for his first Test match, he's naturally a little bit excited, and I think if anything he's just pushed at the ball a little early, so a lot of runs have gone backward of point from a sort of a semi-edge, if you like, an outside middle.
72 for 1. It's new over from Ollie Robinson. Bowls down the leg side to Kane Williamson. It's not taken cleanly by Bracey. Williamson looked to nudge it away, missed it.
I've been
Bracey
impressed with Robinson. Google tells us 6'5". I'd like to hear his parents as they've put the marks on the architrave just by the kitchen door and measure it for us, please. But he looks to have that sort of fast enough if I hit the seam, and that's what he's done. Is his dismissal of Latham had to do with seam bowling.
Robinson tries again, bowls to Williamson. Williamson plays quietly, opening the face, running it out to Burns at backward point, and there's no run.
I've been quite keen that he's actually, to the left-hander, he's stayed over the wicket. In other words, he's just used angle to go across the two left-handers before Latham was dismissed. And he got one to go the ball before he took the wicket of Latham, and Latham played at it and it was beaten on the outside edge. The second ball didn't move quite so much. Latham played outside that line and got an inside edge from a ball that would have missed the off stump and took the inside edge onto the stumps.
Robinson 1 for 17, goes in, bowls to Williamson. Williamson allows that to go, ball outside the off stump.
And he's caused trouble, I think, to Williamson in the first, 2 or 3 balls that he's faced, where he's turned him around a little bit with seam movement as well. So I mention the height, and I mention that because to really get into this surface, there's not much grass on this pitch. 5 mils they've cut it to. That says to me, get it short, let's have a 5-day game. So that's probably the reason that I saw those covers on the surface yesterday. It was so short.
Robinson to Williamson, outside the off stump, close to off stump. Williamson lets it go, but that just came down the slope a bit. Might well have done. Williamson decided to leave it, and it missed the off stump, so the job done as far as Williamson's concerned. But there was some interest there from the England slip cord, and certainly from Robinson as well, who walked away with his head back. 72 for 1. He's had his record in county cricket has been phenomenal. Robinson.
Yeah, over 200 wickets.
Yeah, 21. I mean, it's
a protege of Gillespie.
Tries again now. He's bowling from the pavilion end up to the stumps, into bowl to Williamson. Williamson covers up, runs it down into the slip cordon. Again, there was interest there from Robinson. Head back. Williamson is a bit fidgety at the moment.
Yeah. This is a case of survival from Williamson at the moment, just with the way that Robinson's hitting that seam nicely. He's got good rhythm. He's got him playing around the crease line and taking the sort of the outside part of the bat and then square on the offside or beating him on the edge. This is good.
He's back to his mark. Rolls in again to bowl to Williamson, and Williamson is forward with the full face of the bat back to the bowler, who picks up, and there's no run. Are we looking at consecutive maidens there from Robinson? Yeah, I got thumbs up from Andy Zaltzman. 72 for 1, so he's bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 17.
CricViz have just put up a tweet about Mark Wood's first over of this spell. The average speed of his first over was 93.4, which CricViz says is the fastest first over an England bowler has bowled in a test match since their records began in 2006. So he got up to speed pretty quickly.
I love the way that England love these award-winning components in the game. You know, there are even in chips in the bar, or the crisps, I think you might call it, award-winning chips to go with your beer. You know, May, an award-winning wettest May for the.
Well, that's certainly true.
I mean, it just goes on and on. The list doesn't stop. You find them everywhere. Award-winning boots to bowl in.
Sorry, I was just slightly distracted. That was the fastest over by an England bowler.
First over of a spell.
Wood ran the wicket, bowls to Conway, drives firmly into the offside towards cover, and there's no run. He did hit Conway in that first over, but it's amazing. I mean,
didn't react though.
No, he didn't. Yeah, it must have hurt, surely.
Well, might have taken him in the fleshy part of the arm. He kind of just misread the bounce a little bit. It was actually probably the first short ball we've seen this morning.
Yeah, it's been a real feature. England generally pitched it up. Well, they've got pitch-up bowlers,
of course
really,
they have.
until Wood has come on to bowl. And the last over, he pitched everything up. Goes in now around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Conway. That's full as well. And guided away towards cover. And there's no run. I mean, batsmen these days, though, I mean, whether it's these days, I don't know. It seemed in the past, he had a fast bowler who was hurling it down. It was trouble for the batsman. But whether it's you can hone your reaction skills against, I don't know, a bowling machine or whatever, but if it doesn't do something, if it just goes straight onto the bat, it disappears, doesn't it? It doesn't matter how quick you are.
It does, and Conway's is getting on the front foot quite comfortably so far.
There must be a short ball coming up from Wood, you'd think.
Well, as a bowler of 93 and an award-winning one in his first over.
And now to bowl to Conway. There's a short ball that hits him again. And he sets off for a single. It's not there. Whether he was disorientated, he goes back. He was sent back by Williamson. And Bracey stepped forward from behind the stumps to pick up. Well, that's the second time he's done that. So when it's been full, Conway's looked okay, but 2 short balls and he struck him twice.
Looked a bit surprised there. With the lack of bounce, he would have expected it to just see he's actually turned away. He's realised that's going to hit him. He's gone down. A little bit late, one would say, to go down.
Hit him on the top of the shoulder area, something like that.
Seems unconcerned.
And there, the old helmet's coming out. Short legs going in.
Yeah, fair enough. As I say, this is an important last 15 to 20 minutes of this session. This is where England have their chance to make a couple of inroads. If they could end with 3 wickets at lunchtime, they would say, yeah, on that surface, the way we started, the way New Zealand started, that's a good finish.
It's just one at the moment. Latham the man out, Wood goes in and bowls, and he very nearly fiddles that through to the keeper off the glove there. Well, you can hear the crowd getting behind Wood here. When he's bowling short to Conway, Conway's having trouble. It was a strange way of playing from Conway there. Did he just take his eye off it? I think he did, and he got the gloves out of the way of it.
Well, it also just kept his feet stagnant around the crease line as well. Neither forward nor back, and poking at the ball off a sort of no lateral movement at all.
Wood goes in to bowl to Conway. Another short ball, and this time Conway somehow negotiates it. Again, not entirely convincing there. It was a poking defensive shot down into the backward point area. And there's no run. Williamson coming down to have a chat with Conway. This is a test for the man on debut. He's 37 not out. He's negotiated the pitch-up bowling pretty well so far. But when Wood has dug it in short, you feel something could happen. England with 2 slips in a gully and a short leg. It's not a particularly attacking field, but it's some attacking bowling. There's a man back on the deep backward square leg boundary as well. Forward short leg is quite deep. And Wood sprints in and bowls to Conway, and Conway goes to the pull this time and gets it as well out towards deep square. It's gone before. It was initially stopped, and then down there, it's Crawley down there on the deep backward square leg boundary, stopped it and did well to get there, and then the ball rolled behind him. He wasn't quite sure where it went, so it went away for 4. So Conway deciding to take it on there, that last ball. Enough of being peppered by Wood. 76-1. Good battle though, and it's doubtless continue up to lunch. 41 Conway, 6 Williamson. Time for Jonathan Agnew. After you, Jeremy.
Yeah, very good over from Mark Wood, using his pace well. Tried pitching the ball up, that didn't work, so let's go to the second plan, which is to try the debut man out with some short ones. Looked uncomfortable, hit him a couple of times, drew some somewhat uncertain strokes off the back foot or no movement whatsoever, and then a sort of a tucked hook really, nothing really extravagant, just a short jab pull that's gone past the short leg quite quickly. Hello, Eggers.
Hello, Jeremy. Well, great cricket, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
It really is. To see them testing out the new man, hit him horribly up on the shoulder, and the next ball he's up there standing perfectly and drives him for 4. It's that great contest between fast bowler and opening batsman, and for some reason the opening batsman enjoy it. I never understood why. Anyway, there they are. In comes Anderson, and he bowls from pavilion end. This is outside the off stump and ignored by Williamson and collected by Bracey. But somehow they love it, don't they?
Yes, I don't know. They're an extraordinary breed.
They are.
They change alone, usually in the changing room.
Yes.
I mean, on their own.
Yes.
It's an isolated little chair. It's nothing to do with COVID. You're over there in the chair. You've got your things spread out. John Wright not to be seen anywhere. I don't know. Poor old Bruce Edgar used to wait quietly by the door, and Sheikh was doing what he does.
Yes.
I don't know what he did.
Getting into a bit of a zone
in there.
of some
Yes,
sort.
exactly.
Yeah. Anderson on his way, bowls. Oh, it's a lovely ball that beats Williamson. Prodding forward, a little bit of movement away.
Oh, Williamson uncertain, Eggers. Just that slope coming back. Shall I play at it or not?
Well, it'll niggle him, the fact that he's not been at his best in England, won't it? I mean, he averages, 50 odd in generally, but only 30 in England. And that, for a player of his calibre, let's be chipping away, because why should that be? The conditions aren't that different between New Zealand and England.
No.
It just hasn't happened for him here. 76 for 1. Here's Anderson. He bowls to him. He plays that nicely away through mid-wicket. Chase there for mid-on. Robinson down towards the tavern stand. And they might get 3 here. They will. I think the big fella's gone down there onto his hands and knees and tosses the ball back. So 3 runs to Williamson. A nice, calm, easy working of the ball through mid-wicket. Who's got him out most? Andy.
I was just looking that up for you.
Well, it's interesting. Is it Jimmy Anderson?
I would think Anderson.
It is Anderson. Anderson has a superb record against him. He's dismissed him 6 times in tests for 130 runs. I'm not sure if that includes that 3, but he's averaged 21.6 against Anderson, and his overall career average of 54. Anderson's had quite a lot of success against him over the years. In terms of his record in England, I'll come to after that this ball.
Conway left-handed on 41 in his first test match. Anderson bowls to him, clips that neatly but straight to mid-wicket, and no run.
He's only played a couple of series here in England. There was the series in 2013. I remember being quite low scoring, particular game here at Lords where New Zealand was skittle in their second innings.
By Broad.
Yes, that's right. And I think the openers bowled unchanged. Bowled him out for 60 odd, and then he made a fine century on this ground 6 years ago, but he hasn't played in England since then, and his record around the world in that time has been extraordinary.
Anderson bowls. Oh, that's not gone where Conway wanted. He was aiming to drive that straight. He's got a thick inside edge. Anthony Wood, who runs round to his right at long leg to throw that back, so a Harrow drive they would call that. Thick inside edge and away into the leg side. 81 for 1. Conway goes to 43.
Williamson's last 50 tests, this goes back to June 2014, he's averaged 67.7 coming into this game, so not including this game, and that's only 8 players in the history of Test cricket have ever averaged more over a 50 Test sequence than Williamson, so he's up there with the all-time greats of Test batting over recent years.
Comes Anderson again, bowls Conway forward, leans on that, the ball rolls away for Broad to field at mid-on to end that over, and unassumingly too, Williamson. He's not one of those really flashy batsmen who you'd necessarily sort of reeling off the names of the great players that you've seen. I don't think Williamson would feature, but you look at the runs he's produced.
Well, even last year in New Zealand, and the pitches last year, if you look at the grass beside the surface,
right,
that's the kind of colour that New Zealand play their test matches on nowadays. Deliberately. And often they lose the toss and have to bat first, but they seem to churn out because bowlers bowl a little bit short and they get excited with the colour of the surface, and they get 500. New Zealand get 500 and 600, and Williamson quite often is in early and gets 100 or a double 100, as he got last year. He got both.
And does the Kookaburra ball move around like
not as much? That was the point I was about to make too, and I wonder how many times against Anderson has he been got out in England in those 2 series that you mentioned, Andy.
Let's watch Wood bowling fast from this end. Oh, that's a thick edge. Williamson's got away with that. A second gully, and that would have been a chance, but it's gone flying in the air down to third man for 4.
Well, you'd have to say of these two, the tyro at one end at the non-strikers looks more comfortable than, of course, the experienced Williamson, who's really battling himself here. That didn't go where he wanted it to go at all.
No, streaky 4. He goes to 13 and 85 for 1. 10 minutes to go till lunch on this first day. Lords bathed in sunshine. 7,000 people here watching. Breeze tugging at the flags as Wood, with that wind behind him, bowls just short of a length this time, and Williamson raises the bat a little higher. And Bracey, who's had a tidy morning, certainly it's his first morning as England's wicketkeeper, collects that at around about waist high. So well scattered around the spectators. In fact, the pavilion has got, I don't know, certainly sitting outside, 100 people, that's about all, I suppose. But the stands are well populated and evenly populated all around, and they're not sort of marked out, seats you can't sit here or you have to sit there or anything like that. Like, people are just using their own discretion, really, is about how far away they want to sit from one another. Some clearly have come together. They're sitting as 2s. Goes Wood, bowls wider this time. No stroke required from Kane Williamson. But it's just lovely to have that sound.
It's one of the things that that you notice straight away.
Well,
people just how important crowds are at a sporting event.
Yeah.
You know?
Eagle-eared TMS listeners will recognise the sound. Because that's the recorded sound that we used all last summer. It was the Lord's hum, which, okay, normally it's got 30,000 people or 29,000 people doing it. It's only 7 today, but it's a unique sound. It's a contented sound. Man goes out to deep square leg. Does that mean that Wood is going to bowl Williamson a bouncer, or is he going for the bluff? It's 2 slips on a gully as well. As Wood rushes in, bowls to him outside the off stump. That was a quick ball, and it knocked Bracey off his feet. And whistling through. He's bowled 1 at 94 miles an hour today. Frustratingly, that's not... 93, that one. It took him off his feet.
Yes, he nearly bowled himself, and he has done that, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He actually bowls himself off his feet.
He does. I went to see him a couple of weeks ago, drove all the way to Morpeth. North of Newcastle. It's a lovely part of the world. And I have to be honest, it's the first time I've been on the motorway for about 14 months, I think. Seems a very long way. I mean, it is a long way. But when I saw him and his wife and talking about the year ahead, he's such a generous, kind, entertaining fellow. Wide of the crease now, bowls outside the off stump. And no stroke from Williamson. But like all the fast bowlers in England, have got a fair number now in the wings. You know, this is a big year for Mark Wood. We're talking about playing.
Ollie Stone.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Jofra Archer, of course,
yes.
Getting fit. You know, you've got 3 proper pace bowlers there.
They are you just sense they are the 3 that Silverwood is looking at. Yep. Maybe for Australia to rotate. He talks about having 3 fast bowlers and rotating them, doesn't he?
If you have one of those going at one end, I don't know where you'd start necessarily. They're all 3 much for much, really. But, in terms of pace. In goes Wood over the wicket, bowls. Williamson again can let that go. End of the over, 85 for 1. You won't see much of Stone, I don't suppose.
No, I watched the second test. Was it in India where he played? Just the one test that he played, but he was very effective there.
He's got a lovely action.
Yes.
He's got a lovely smooth action, the sort of thing that shouldn't go wrong. And you look at and talk about him being injury prone. He has had injuries. They've been slightly strange ones though. Like
have they?
Well, celebrating a wicket, jumping in the air and twanging a hamstring, that sort of thing. So
and out for the next year or something. They did a cruciate ligament something like that.
It's not his bowling action really that's wrong. It's also frustrating for him. And again, so he's another one that we've talked to recently who just has this potentially incredible year stretching ahead of him. But Wood likewise, and it was really nice to sit there and chat and have a sandwich and then turn around and drive back again. It's when you get to Newcastle and they've still got a way to go.
He's not Morpeth too, is he? You went up there to see both of them.
No. Stone.
Something in the water up there.
Stone was on Zoom, but Mark Wood was Morpeth. 85 for 1. Anderson, Pavilion behind him, bowls, and forward comes Conway. Playing that carefully down to mid-off.
You'd think Broad, just talking about tall, fast bowlers as well, maybe for Aussie. I know it's the elephant in the room. It always seems to be when you come here. We're always building towards Australia.
It's not because you think you're unimportant, Jeremy. Please don't...
No, I don't find it patronising at all.
Please don't be patronised at all.
I know. But, you know, there is a little bit of a sense in that. It seems to always be in the media anyway.
Yeah.
The commentariat talking about it.
In comes Anderson, and he bowls, driven nicely by Conway. Perhaps not quite getting his foot to the pitch of the ball that time, driving down to mid-off. But it's also, to be fair, it's in Joe Root's mind and Silverwood's mind, because they talk about it a lot. So they're not hiding from the fact that this is, you know, for English cricket, it's the big 4-year cycle. You know?
It is. The worrying thing about that for me is that if that is the key element and you're working your way through almost, I know it's not that it won't be the way, but as a warm-up towards it, that's when it becomes a little bit dangerous.
Correct.
I think that you get a glorified net against Pakistan, and so you don't want that.
No. Well,
these are events in themselves.
Where I'm pleased is that today they've played Anderson and Broad, because there's no reason why they shouldn't. You know, they've got 2 test matches against New Zealand. They've got about 5-6 weeks off. So there's no reason why they should be rested. Here's Anderson, and he bowls, and that's turned away out to mid-wicket by the left-handed Conway.
I can't understand the Wokes thing. I know you're going to explain it to me, that he hasn't bowled enough since
Hasn't
his
bowled at all,
return.
really.
Well, he hasn't played.
No. Well,
the
I
whole
phoned
winter.
To be fair, I felt
Why
a bit
isn't he
sorry
on the
for Chris
phone
Wokes.
saying, "Now listen, Chris"?
Well, I phoned him when he'd done 7 days of his quarantine after IPL. So I thought, I'm going to give old Wokesy a ring. He's a lovely chap.
Yeah.
And he's also a very level-headed, calm fellow, Chris Wokes. Here's Anderson, and he bowls. That's him on the pad. Oh, that looked like a good shout from here. I wonder if he nicked that, because that would look pretty straight. There's lots of hands on heads. And it's the sort of thing that I think that Anderson normally would have gone up rather more belligerently than that, but I wonder if he got a little inside edge onto it.
Yeah, Conway looking to hit that into the leg side, playing across it slightly, so not down the line. That should have come back down the pitch, really. He's placed his leg, and therefore you've got to get the bat out in front and you play across the line of the ball a bit.
Yeah, it'll nick. Anderson again, turns in the distance, runs towards us in the sunshine, bowls to Conway, plays straighter this time, and finds the man at short mid-off.
So you spoke to Wokesy?
Well, I phoned him, I said, how's it going in there? He said, well, I've done 7 days. He said, I'm in Kensington, it sounds lovely, he said, because he got off the plane at Heathrow, you see, and this got dispatched to a hotel, a government hotel, and his was in Kensington. He said, it sounds great. He said, but my window opens 1 inch and I can't go outside. So he said, and the thing is, if I fail a COVID test tomorrow, I've got another 10 days in here. So he had been sitting around, he had to do 10 days. In comes Anderson, bowls, that's turned away out to mid-wicket. And there's no run to end the over, 85 for 1. But he was taking it a rather more sanguine way, and he knew, look, I'm not going to be able to play for a while after this. I've sat here in this room for 10 days. You know, they're going to give me a bit of time. So I thought, who else have I got on my phone book? Johnny Bairstow. So I phoned Johnny up, who was in a hotel in Headingley. Heathrow, and slightly more the instinct of the caged animal about Johnny Bairstow. I said, how's it going, Johnny? He said, I'm watching the York races on the telly and I should be there. I said, well, it's raining, Johnny, you'd get wet. You know, I should be there, I don't care if it's raining. I said, what are you allowed to do? He said, I'm allowed to walk around the car park for 20 minutes and my window doesn't open. So interesting, the two responses of two very different animals, but I think it was pretty frustrating in there for them, really, and they just lost their, well, certainly in Wokes' case, he lost his fitness, I suspect. Here's a bouncer from Wood starting a new over, flies over Williamson's shoulder.
It does seem weird, though, when you can be the player of the year in the previous year and you don't play one match over the whole summer, even when you're brought back for the one-day games and you don't get selected. In India, I'm talking about, and then you end up playing two.
Well, he was away for some of it
because
it was his rest time, so he wasn't in India when they thought he might play. I mean, it's been a weird time, hasn't it? But I just think, you look at England's side here, it is depleted, not just through injuries, but because of those players who were in the IPL and have had to come back and self-isolate and quarantine. Here's Wood bowling outside the off stump. And there's no stroke. The only one who did play was Billings. He played a game for Kent, which is why they felt that he was, therefore, had passed a proof of fitness, if you like, to be included in this squad.
Well, the New Zealanders have come from IPL. Williamson, Santner, Bolter's gone back to New Zealand, but they're here.
Yeah.
They're playing.
Shane Bolt's not here, by the way. I love watching Bolt.
Trent Bolt.
He's one of my absolute all-time. We talk about Williamson not being one of the most flamboyant sort of all-time whatever, and Bolt's a bit the same. But I love watching him.
He's happy. He's a happy lad.
I love watching him bowl. Yeah. In goes Wood, wide of the crease. Was outside the off stump. He will be playing in the World Test Championship final, which we'll be covering, of course, here on Test Match Special, New Zealand against India later in the month. Should be interesting.
Yeah. Well, if either of these two sides were looking forward, and instead of Australia, New Zealand, theirs is only in 2 weeks. You'd think if any side is going to be looking forward, it would be New Zealand rather than England.
Yep.
But they will be very keen here. And they've almost survived to lunch. Williamson in particular. Almost.
3 balls to go. He's on strike. Wood moves in and bowls to it, lets that go. He's lined it up better, actually, these last few minutes outside that off stump. Do you think there's also an argument about the best possible preparation for going into a one-off match in New Zealand's and India's case, but the Ashes in England's case is having won games?
Absolutely.
You win games, and you, in a way, it doesn't matter how many in your squad have played, but you win games and the confidence of the team is so high. There's nothing better preparation than that.
None.
No.
to do that, of course, the bowlers have done well.
Yeah.
They all feel good about their
Everyone's
game. They've got
contributed.
rhythm, and yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, the confidence is high.
Yeah.
That's
what, and it is a habit.
Yeah. 85 for 1. Woods on his way, bowls, and again Williamson can line that up very nicely. Take the bat out of the way. He's not going to be drawn into it. He was feeling a bit when he first came out, as he's entitled to doing as a bowler bowling at 90 odd miles an hour. He hasn't batted for a while.
Yeah, the last day was 6th of January. The New Zealand played.
Yeah. What a run they've had recently. I mean, 2 World Cup finals and World Test Championship final. It's also bubbling away below the radar somehow.
Always they are, you're right.
85 for 1. This will be the last ball before lunch. Wood from the nursery end bowls it to Williamson, who plays that very neatly, quite late, and with an open face of the bat, and finds Burns at backward point. And that ends a very interesting session. England would have liked another wicket in there. They'd like to have had Williamson, but he remains after a little bit of a scratchy start on 13, and with Conway on 43. And so New Zealand are 85 for 1. Just searching for the overs that have been bowled. Might have to help me out, Andy, because the big screen, there's a new software on this screen. There's a lot of subtitles that they seem to be putting up. But it's for 25 overs.
25, yep. Bowling figures?
Yes.
Anderson none for 19, Broad none for 22. Both of those bowled 7 overs so far. Robinson 1 for 17 in 6 overs, 1 for 2 in the last 3 of those 6 overs, and Wood none for 22 from 5.
Lovely, thank you. Well done, Ollie Robinson. Great feeling to have your first wicket in Test cricket, something he will never forget. 85 for 1. Ground staff coming out, the sun shining. This summer heralds a new era for the England team, with Chris Silverwood, of course, now taking on responsibility for selection on top of his role as head coach, because Ed Smith was removed from his post as national selector in April. So not since Ray Illingworth, almost 30 years ago, has so much power rested with one individual as it does now with Silverwood. In a moment, we'll be hearing about his journey to this role as we trace the coaching career of Silverwood, from early steps in Zimbabwe, success at Essex, and then working initially alongside Trevor Bayliss with England. But first, we'll hear from the man himself. I'll be speaking to Silverwood and asked if his new role was always part of a grand plan.
No, to be honest, I mean, it was when I came into the role as head coach, it wasn't something I was particularly looking at. When I applied for the job, it wasn't on the radar. But obviously, Ash wanted to modernise the way we do things in cricket, and so I suppose bring it up to speed with what every other sport is currently doing, really. And that, I mean, he asked me, I mean, would I be able to do it? And obviously, if he wanted me to, when I get on with it, you know what I mean? So I think it's just the modern way of doing it. I mean, you look at Southgate, you look at Jones, you look at people like that. They all have that responsibility. And obviously, cricket is now in the same position as what football and rugby is. So ultimately, that responsibility is now mine.
I'm sure Ray Illingworth was delighted to be heard to be called modern, because of course he was. I think he's the only one that England have had, isn't he? That was back when he was in his 60s when he did this job. So I mean, rather different times, of course, in the 90s. But that didn't end terribly happily. I mean, it's not an easy balance to be all things to all men, is it? On the one hand, you're the coach and you're a sympathetic ear, maybe, or someone who a player will approach with a problem. But the player who does that might be thinking, hang on a minute, this might cost you my job, because he's the main selector as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a rock on the hard spot, isn't it? I mean, from my point of view, I would like to think that nothing changes. I'd like to think that I don't change and that I'm still the same. I mean, spoons that everybody comes to talk to. I mean, I'd like to think I'm level enough to not use things against the players. I mean, what they're telling me. But equally, there's still going to be that level of resistance to tell me as much now, and I understand that, and I think I've got to deal with that, really, and expect that. All I can do is try and be as consistent and as fair and as clear with messaging as I can be, to make sure that those relationships stay strong, and they know where they stand with me, and they know they can trust me as much as I can, really.
So you do accept that the relationship might be a bit different now as a result of this?
Yeah, I do, to be honest. You see a change, and I saw it in county cricket as well. When you go from being assistant coach, or you go from being a second team coach to a first team coach, you find that the level of conversation sort of sort of drops a little bit. I mean, I found when I went from bowling coach to head coach, obviously with England, the same thing happened again. But I think it's only a natural process, to be honest. And it's natural for the players to potentially not tell you as much because you are now making decisions that could directly affect them. If I can deal with it in an honest way, a fair way, and a logical way, then I think we'll be all right.
It's a big responsibility, isn't it? I mean, obviously, you've obviously thought about that before accepting it, but to really be under the spotlight to this extent now, I mean, you're carrying everything on your shoulders.
Yeah. No, there is. Obviously, there's a higher level of responsibility there now, without a shadow of a doubt. People will look directly at me now if things go wrong. But equally, if things go right, then that's nice as well, you know what I mean? So you get rewards for that as well. It's just making sure that I surround myself with good people that will help make sure that I stay on a level, I'm fair, and like I say, there's method and there's logic to what I'm trying to do. And I think I've got good people around me that will help me do that. You know what I mean? Whether it be coaching staff, backroom staff, or, you know what I mean, guys from Loughborough. And to be fair, some of the players as well, if they think I'm sort of straying off track, I'm sure one or two of them will tell me as well. You know what I mean? So I've got a good enough relationship with a few of them that will tell me.
Where does Joe Root fit into all this? I mean, do you see yourself as being almost a two-man team? But on the other hand, you might have to sack him one day. I mean, that's quite a tricky one as well.
I'd rather not think about that one. No, it's true. I mean, I do see Joe and I as a two-man team. You know what I mean? It usually when it comes through to team discussions and that, it may be one or two names, usually one that you have a discussion about. Usually, you know what I mean, a little bit of logic and straightforward thinking will help you sort that one out as well. But ultimately, it's my job to support Joe as well. I am, you know what I mean, obviously aware that he's leading the team out there and I will support him in sort of helping him make the decisions as well. Obviously, it'll be my decision, but helping us make a decision is probably the right way of putting it, because I do see us working as an us. I mean, when decisions are made, it's the two of us working together, you know what I mean, to try and get the best team and get the best out of that team possible for England.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you make there, because obviously traditionally it is the captain who runs things on the field, and he and the coach will operate off it together, but then the captain goes out. Is that going to change at all now that you are in overall control and overall responsibility for everything? I mean, will there be that temptation to be a little bit more involved in actual what's going on out there?
No, to be honest, because I trust Joe to get on and do the job. I mean, you're talking about somebody that's very capable, talking about somebody who's, you know what I mean, one of the most successful England captains of all time. In fact, was he one game away from it? You know what I mean, he's got a lot of experience under his belt and he's got a lot of respect from the players and the staff around him. So I trust him to do the job out there 100%. It's my job to help him. You know what I mean, I will, as I always do, throw suggestions at him. But he's the one that's on the, you know what I mean, on the coalface. It's him that's on the field out there, and ultimately I've got to trust him to make the decisions.
So we talked about the start of the big year and everything else. Well, it could be much bigger for you at the start of this, could it? With sort of such obvious instant judgments to be made. I'm thinking in terms of India, beat them at home. Talking of World Cup 2020, England are expected to win it, and people are expecting you to be there when they do so. And then, of course, the Ashes as well. I mean, it doesn't get much bigger than this.
It doesn't get much more exciting either, does it? I mean, if you sort of flip that over, it's very exciting. It's the sort of thing you dream as a kid playing in them. As a coach, you dream of coaching through them and being involved through them. You know, I mean, helping make decisions in them. But I do see it as very much teamwork. So, you know, I mean, I'm just part of a bigger machine that will help things run, really. And to me, to have all these series in front of us, to have the World, you know, I mean, the T20 World Cup in front of us, and we will be going in as, you know, I mean, one of the favourites, I should imagine. You know, I mean, but we did for the World Cup as well. But it was in England, you know, I mean, but we embraced that. We, you know, I mean, we pulled it in, and we took it on board, and we enjoyed that experience. And you know, I mean, I would expect us to do the same for the World Cup. You know, I mean, it's embrace what's in front of us, enjoy the challenge, and enjoy the cricket. And that's what we're looking to do again, and obviously put our stamp on the way we play. And it's the same with the Ashes. I can't wait to get there and get stuck in, really. You know what I mean? And the more confidence we can take from this summer and beating the high-class opposition that's in front of us, the quality of opposition can only help galvanise us get into the Ashes. So for me, I think we're very lucky to have two such high-class teams here leading into the Ashes. I mean, we have talked about the Ashes a lot, and I do talk about the Ashes a lot, as we all do. But let's not forget, I've got the utmost respect for the two teams that are here as well, because they are world class. And we're going to take a lot of beating. We're going to have to play very well to beat them. But if we do, and we arrive in Australia at that point, the confidence that we should take from that will be immense, really. I mean, we've got a lot to look forward to. So for me, yes, there may be a lot of pressure, but I'm very excited about what's in front of me, as you probably can tell.
Indeed. 85 for 1 here at lunch. That was Chris Silverwood talking to me about his new expanded role with England. We're going to hear more now about his journey to this new position. Stefan Schemmelt is here from the BBC Sport website because you have been tracing his coaching career, Stefan.
Yeah, that's right, Jonathan. And you'll remember that Silverwood himself played 6 Test matches and 7 one-dayers for England, as well as county cricket for Yorkshire and Middlesex. And towards the end of that playing career, during a Middlesex second-team game, Silverwood got wind of the opportunity to do some coaching in Zimbabwe. It took him to Harare in charge of the Mashonaland Eagles for the 2009-10 season. Greg Lamb was in the Mashonaland team, and Lamb told me about what he knew about Silverwood before he arrived.
Obviously, because I played a few years with Hampshire and obviously played against him once or twice. And I knew what he was about, but obviously not as a coach. So I was quite intrigued to see how it all went, and I was taken aback. I was very well impressed.
What was the deal? So he'd just been released by Middlesex, and he was coming to Zimbabwe, and ultimately he only played 2 games. Did you guys know that was the way it was going to pan out, that he was going to be more of a coach than a bowler, or did you expect that he was going to have a bit more of a role on the field?
Listen, I think because we had an extra guy join that year, he wasn't really needed to play, and he was happy with that. We all spoke about it, and he was happy. Obviously, if someone got injured, he stepped in, and that's obviously when he did step in for the 1 or 2 games, I think it was. But just as a coach, I was obviously helped captaining with a guy by the name of Alton Chikumbura, and we were working together with him to help the team, obviously.
What was your first impression?
Listen, I was very, very impressed from the outset when he stepped in. I mean, he was unbelievable, especially with the bowling side, bowling aspect of it. He helped the bowlers a lot.
When people are coming to the end of their careers, they sometimes don't know which way they want to go.
Yeah.
And they think that coaching might be for them, and they might try it, or they might think that they're going to go somewhere else.
Yes.
With Chris, did you get the feeling that coaching was something that he was really, really serious about, that he wanted to make a career out of it, or this was something he was just dipping his toe into to see where it might go?
No, I think obviously when Chris first came over, I spoke to him, and I knew him before as a player, but not as a coach, and he had done all the qualifications by that stage. And he was obviously wanting to take it seriously. I mean, he wasn't the only coach over that year. I mean, there was Jason Gillespie came over, and a whole bunch of others. Alan Donald joined one of the other sides. So all the guys were wanting to take it serious, the coaches. And it was, I think it was quite a good stepping stone, a learning curve for them.
I was going to ask you about those other coaches that had been around Zimbabwean cricket at that time.
Yeah.
Because there'd been a change in the structure, hadn't there, from a move towards a franchise system.
Yes.
And you mentioned those names, Jason Gillespie, Alan Donald, Chris Silverwood, now doing what he's doing. It was almost like a hotbed of coaching, a real learning ground for some of these guys, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Hey, and listen, then we're in a restructuring and trying to refurb the whole system at that stage in time, and that's where a whole bunch of players came back playing Zim. Obviously, there was money involved, some money to get people back. You have to start somewhere, and that was a good start. And the coach as well for the coaches.
What was Chris like as a person, and particular in terms of, here's a guy who's away from home in a new country, trying to find his way with a new team and a new job. How did he take to that?
Listen, I think he got a bit of I think he'd been out to Zim before. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure he did a tour.
He certainly played for England there before.
Yes. He knew what it was about, but obviously when he moved over and staying in certain types of accommodation he was not well happy with. He got put into this house. It hadn't been sprayed and it had insects, spiders, and he was not very well happy. So he stayed with one of us for a little while until they could all sort it out. He seemed to settle in very quickly, especially with the players. And he got along with the white and black players, and he got them to gel as one, which is quite a difficult thing to do in Zimbabwe.
Mashonaland was successful, weren't you? You went on to win the Logan Cup that year.
Yes, we went on to win the Logan Cup that year, and in the four-day format. It was a really, really good season and very enjoyable with him. And he enjoyed with everyone after the games, and he had a beer. And he was very good at managing. I think was a very good word put out there for him. Individuals at man managing. He was very good at doing that. He was always wanting to progress. I think that's what we always got. He always wanted to move up and improve. So at that stage, we didn't know how high he would get to. But you know what? I take my hat off, and I think it's fantastic he's got to where he has. It doesn't come easily, but it's hard work has paid off in the end.
That was Greg Lamb, the former Zimbabwe all-rounder who played under Chris Silverwood during Silverwood's time in charge of the Mashonaland Eagles. As was explained there was success for Mashonaland in Silverwood's only season in charge. They won the Logan Cup, Zimbabwe's first-class competition. But with his family not settled in Southern Africa, Silverwood was offered the chance to return to the UK as bowling coach at Essex for the 2010 summer. Veteran seamer David Masters was part of the Essex squad in that time, and I asked him when he first came across Chris Silverwood.
Playing my younger years against him for Kent when we played against Yorkshire. So that was my first, obviously, memories of him. But then later on in his career, he moved down to Middlesex, didn't he? So he went from being a fast and nasty to a swing bowler at Middlesex, that doesn't happen very often, actually. Like to actually go from being a fast and nasty to actually trying to turn into a skillful bowler. That's quite hard work, but he managed to do that. That's why he was always going to go into coaching and do really well as well, because he changed really well with his career, and he worked well with all different types of bowlers, you see. So we hit it off straight away as friends, as well as obviously bowler and coach. I was one of the senior bowlers there, and he kind of relied on me to be his little right-hand man kind of thing. And if anything was wrong, if the lads had the ump, if there was something which wasn't happy, but he'd find a way of we'd talk and we'd get that through to the coach.
So you two were close then?
We spent a lot of time. Obviously, he's very, very good, because he could have quite easily come in and I'm going to do it my way. I want to do this. I want to do that with the bowl. But he actually learned on the job kind of thing, and he kind of picked everyone's brain, especially like the senior guys, and he used the resources what he had at the time, and he learned very, very quickly by actually taking as much in as he possibly could. When we used to speak, he used to say to me, I didn't play enough for England. I wanted to play more for England, but I want to be England coach. And this was early in his career. He said, I want to climb the ladder and I want to be the best coach in the country, and I want to become England coach. That was his target from the word go, from when I first met him.
That's a bit unusual, someone being so honest about how ambitious they want to be, especially maybe as a coach, maybe when you're new to a job as well. You know, to be so, I don't know, nakedly ambitious, I guess, to say, I want to get right to the top.
Yeah, I suppose so. We did get quite close. It was very early that he actually said to me that this is, like, I said, well, what are your ambitions? I always used to ask him, and he said, I want to be England coach. And he had that from the word go. He said, as soon as I get that opportunity, I will go and try and pursue that. And he did. He had a great role as first team coach at Essex, very successful. And I think he went in as bowling coach, first of all. So I think he actually downgraded in salary wise and things like that, and also to go in and be England bowling coach probably isn't as high profile in a certain way as being head coach of a county team. He could have had a long career of earning really good salary at Essex. He probably still would have been there now.
You talked about how close you were. How did that extend away from cricket? Was that socialising, or, I don't know, a night in the pub when you've had a long away trip? How might you spend time together away from the game?
We'd sit in the bar for a few hours just talking cricket, because like it doesn't happen as much anymore. But me and him was a bit cricket badgers, so we'd sit there and we'd talk for hours about cricket and this and what we can do better and how we can get the best out of some of the bowlers and some of the lads. And yeah, he just cared. He actually cared about what he was doing and getting the best.
I've seen a lot of people talk about his great strengths of being calm, getting the players to relax, trusting the players, creating an environment in the dressing room that allows players to succeed. Now, this may sound like a daft question, but surely that's what every coach wants to do. So why was Chris so good at that?
It's actually a lot harder to actually do. You kind of get dragged into the game, you see. You kind of get dragged in, and it's okay when you're winning. I've always said it's okay when you're winning as a coach. You kind of show your true colours when you lose a few, when things ain't going quite well, and you maybe lose a couple of injuries to your main players, your main bowlers, your main batters, and actually just staying on that even kind of level, which he done really well. He was always on at you. He always expected from you. He always wanted more from you, but it wasn't up and down. So he wouldn't, if he's had a bad day, he wouldn't be down in the dumps, or he wouldn't be, if we've had a great day, he wouldn't be up there somewhere. He kind of just bobbled along a really good temperament, and actually that's what you need from a coach. You need them, and you need them to believe in you as cricketers, as players. You knew where you stood with him as a coach, as a person. You knew where you stood with him. So if you wasn't doing the right things, if you wasn't playing your best cricket, he'd say, look, you're not playing your best cricket, but I think that you're struggling with this and you're struggling with that. Go and seek some help. Try and get this right, get that right, and you'll be back in. And he was really good at that. He was very clever as well, because he used his senior players really, really well, and that's so important. He would ask the questions what he wanted to know, so he could, and he would never say you're wrong. He would always say, "What about this?" So there's some coaches it's their way or the highway, and he doesn't work like that. So he uses his senior players to help with the younger players, your junior players.
What about the hairdryer? Has he got that in him?
Yeah, he's got that in him. Yeah, he's got that in him. You know when you've done wrong. You know if you've not done the right things. And the hairdryer, that doesn't come out unless it's deservedly so. That it very rarely come out, but if it did, it meant that he was generally right.
Did you ever get it?
Not very often. He knew how to motivate me. Actually, one story I had from him was in his early days when he was bowling coach. He turned up at was playing at Southend. Was playing against Leicester in a Champo game, and I think we got about 300. And I went out to bowl, and after the first over, I think I got a wicket in my first over, and I went back to him. He was at fine leg. He said, what's it doing? I said, it's going all over the place, the wicket. So it's doing all sorts, and I'm going to bowl them out tonight. And he said to me, well, if you bowl them out tonight, I'll buy you a bottle of champagne. And as you know, Yorkies don't like giving their money away. As a matter of fact, we did bowl them out. We bowled them out for 36 that night, and I got 8 for 10. And next day, he brought the bottle of champagne in, gave me a bottle of champagne, which he wasn't best pleased with, but yeah, he'd done it. So fair play to him.
I know you said that he said he wanted to become England coach, and he was honest about his ambition. It's all right saying that. It's another thing actually doing it. So when he was saying those things, did you believe that he could go on and do it? Was there something about him then that you thought, yeah, you will actually pull this off as well?
Not at first, because I didn't really know him that well. It's quite a strange one, but bowlers actually don't really get the opportunity to be England coaches, well, world coaches around the world. There was always that big argument, I think, with bowlers and batters. Batters always thought that they knew more about cricket. Actually, bowlers have to work batsmen out all the time to try and get them out. I thought we had a chance. I always think that, again, it's always harder. It's always hard from where we come from. Like Spoons come from a very normal background, normal state school. It's always hard to go through in that way, I think. But he had the drive. He had that desire, and I could see that at that time. I was actually shocked when he took the England bowling role over being first team coach, because when he was a bowling coach, he was very, very good at his job. He was brilliant at what he'd done and everything, but he was a leader.
I suppose the last point, when you said he sees himself as a leader, now he's not only coach, he's also the head of selectors as well. You know, England have completely changed the way they do things. And the only person before to have that responsibility was Ray Illingworth. Chris has got it now. And do you think that responsibility will sit well with him because he does see himself as a leader?
Yes, and I think it's the fairest way of doing it as well. When someone selects a team for you to try and coach, you're actually hoping they select the right players. Ultimately, it's now his decision on who he picks, and I think that's great. And I think he'll do really well at that as well, because he'll know what he's looking for. He'll know what he needs to win things, and I think he could be there for quite a while.
It's lunch on this first day of the first test between England and New Zealand at Lords. New Zealand won the toss and chose to bat. They've made their way to 85 for 1 at the interval. Tom Latham was the man to go. He was bowled by Ollie Robinson for his first test wicket on what is his England debut. If you missed the team news earlier, England have left out Jack Leach, meaning this is the first time in almost 9 years that they're playing a home test without a specialist spinner. My name's Stefan Schemmelt, and here on Test Match Special, we're charting the rise of Chris Silverwood, who is now not only the England coach, but also in charge of selection. We've just heard from David Masters, who was at Essex when Silverwood arrived as bowling coach in 2010. Silverwood worked his way through the ranks at Chelmsford, becoming head coach at the end of 2015. The next season, Essex were promoted from Division 2, and a year later, they were crowned county champions. The chance to join the England setup came at the beginning of 2018, when he was appointed bowling coach in a team led by Trevor Bayliss. I asked the Australian how much he knew about Silverwood ahead of him joining up with England.
Well, to be honest, very little. I'd obviously recognised the name from his playing days, but obviously, I'd already been there for a year or two, I think, when he came on board. But obviously, as the coach of Essex and the job he was doing there, taking it from the second division up into the first division and winning that as well. He came with a good background, but with a lot of people saying some good things about him. What sort of a coach he was, or how good of a coach he was, and obviously to do that, take a team from second division up to the first division and win that as well. He must have something about him.
What was your first impression?
Oh, look, right from the time he came in to the interview, he was, I suppose, in a way, softly spoken, but he was, confident, well organised, and obviously, and knew the game. You could tell that straight away. So, you could see, what people, meant when they were, giving him some glowing background on him. When we were asking, or when I was asking a few people about him, having not sort of known a lot about him, everyone spoke, very highly of him. So, and that was plain to see in the interview.
What can you remember about the interview? Maybe something that convinced you that this was the man for the job.
Well, he had. I mean, his presentation was top class. Personally, I didn't really take a lot of notice of the presentation. I suppose that's not really my go. So I was sort of more interested in the bloke, in the person himself. And as I said before, you know, he was confident, softly spoken, but confident, and knew his stuff as well. You know, when it came to pace bowling, you know, in a background not just as a player, but obviously in that coaching, you know, of Essex as well. And I think that type of a background, you know, it was easy to see, you know, the respect that he commanded from the players. It was something he earned, you know, before he even got to the England setup.
Were you surprised in any way that he was willing to give up a head coach's job to become a fast bowling coach, or did you see that as a sort of natural step up from county cricket into the backroom staff, if you will, of an international team?
Thinking about it, he probably had aspirations of doing this job that he's doing now in the future, and he was, you know, using that as a stepping stone to get the experience, you know, coaching at international level. And that's, you know, certainly something that was spoken about in the lead up to the interview, was obviously, you know, having a homegrown coach of the team. It was something that the England set up, the ECB were, you know, they wanted. So, you know, he was, you know, the standout candidate, and you know, he finds himself in that position now, and with expanded duties.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you two share quite actually a few values as a coach in terms of the environment you want to create, trusting the players. Is that about right?
Oh, yeah, I think so. You know, we've had a number of discussions, obviously, over the couple of years that we've worked together. You know, we've been in contact, you know, a number of times, you know, since he's taken over. But I think, look, I think most of the guys these days that coach at the top level have got, you know, those types of philosophies on the game. And I think the days of ranting and raving have sort of gone out of the game. You know, the players play a lot of cricket, and they're obviously some pretty smart guys themselves, and they don't necessarily need to be told all the time.
I'm told he's a bit of a character, that he likes a joke, that his party pieces sometimes drop in at a bird noise every now and then. Is that right?
Well, I don't know about that, but he's got a good sense of humour, and yeah, he fits in well in the dressing room. And I think, look, I think that having that little bit of humour behind the scenes as well just makes, I think that plays a part in making that environment, you know, an environment that is one free of too much, you know, pressure, allowing those players to go out and play without the pressure, you know, as much pressure as they normally would be on. I mean, in the end, you know, you like to be playing the game, or remind the guys to play the game, you know, for the reason they took it up in the first place, and that's because they love playing the game, and, you know, to play with a smile on your face.
What about this level of responsibility then that he's taken on, making him the head selector? Is that a good move for England and for the coach? So not just Chris, but for any coach to be given ultimate control over the players that you're given to take charge of?
Yeah, look, it's an interesting one. I know here in Australia it's been spoken about for, well, probably 10 years at least. I know when I was coaching New South Wales, there was a thought about doing a similar thing then. I mean, at the time, and I probably haven't changed all that much, it probably gets down to your relationship with the selectors. I mean, all the selection panels I've always been involved in, I mean, I can see both sides of it. All the selection panels I've been involved with, I mean, I don't think it's ever got down to a vote. You know, you respect each other, you sit down and listen to each other's views, and then you come up with a team. Obviously, the other side of it, which England have gone to now, is that, well, if you're going to be responsible for the results, that you'd certainly want the players in the team that you want in it. So yeah, why not give it a go? It's I'm not sort of privy, obviously, to the decisions exactly why that decision was taken, but hopefully they pay him well for it. A little bit of extra pressure.
Do you think it's more suitable for him to take it on now, given that he's come from county cricket and he's got those links, whereas you might not have had those ties.
Certainly would have been not impossible, but almost impossible, I think, to do from my point of view. Having come in, not having spent any time in county cricket, and not knowing a lot of names in county cricket, where obviously Chris, with the background through playing and coaching, will know and understand the players in the county system. So if it was going to happen with someone, obviously a homegrown coach that's got the background in that game, it's probably obviously best suited to someone like that rather than an overseas coach like myself.
England play more, travel further than anyone else. They've obviously dabbled with rotating the players in the first part of this year, but the head coach is invariably there more than anyone else. Do you think it makes a hard job harder, a big job even bigger, or does it add some much needed clarity?
I mean, I know the time I spent there was a lot of cricket, and it was difficult. And I know before we left, we did speak about, and I know which has happened since I've left, with Paul Collingwood and Graham Thorpe taking over for a series or two, and I think that will continue. Obviously, there have to be some good communication between Chris and those guys. If he has one or two series off, I don't see it as I don't necessarily see it as a problem. It's obviously going to be a bit more time involved, especially probably on the phone, speaking to the scouts that they've got, for example, where once before you could have a meeting. You could have a meeting with the selectors. Once every now and then. I'm not sure. I don't know what they're going to do, whether they get all of the scouts in one room together or whether it's or how it's done. So, but there's probably a little bit more entailed in it, obviously, a little bit more pressure. So, but I think Chris is in a position to handle that, I think.
That was former England coach Trevor Bayliss talking about his successor, Chris Silverwood. When Silverwood was appointed England bowling coach, the batting coach was Mark Ramprakash, who joins me now. Mark, you've worked alongside Chris Silverwood. How do you think he'll cope with the extra responsibility of being in charge of selection?
Well, I think it seems that it's something that he really wanted to do, and he felt that it would clarify things and help the direction of the England team. When Chris started with England, it was immediately obvious that he was very structured, very well prepared. He'd had success with Essex, of course, as a head coach, and he spoke a little bit about the way he had planned that success, and when he took over the Essex squad, what he felt was required, and he targeted certain areas, and the signing of Simon Harmer was pivotal towards Essex going forward, and having a spin bowler that could control the run rate and also take wickets was hugely important. So he had a strategy, and he brought that into the fold when he was England bowling coach. He communicated well with the bowlers and Joe Root, and worked very hard to again provide clarity for bowling plans. But I think what's really interesting aspect of being the head coach and head selector is, will players open up to you as much? How much coaching will you be able to do when the players know that you're actually picking the team? And how open will the players be if they are struggling in particular areas and finding certain things challenging? How much will they open up to the head coach?
What about as and when the time comes for Chris Silverwood to be replaced? Trevor Bayliss has just made the point that he didn't think he could be in charge of selection because he didn't have the knowledge of county cricket. Does that mean that when England are looking for a new coach, if they keep this arrangement, they either need someone who's homegrown, or if that person is from overseas, they've got good knowledge of the domestic game?
Yeah, I think that would be logical, that if they're going to select players, you'd want a very good knowledge of all the players who are eligible for selection and the younger ones coming up. I mean, one of the things that we worked hard to do with the pathway is that make sure that England Lions are joined up with the England first team, and there's a pathway there that young players, if they perform well for the Lions, can gravitate into the first team. Now, for the head coach to have a good knowledge of the players who are knocking on the door underneath the current first team is really important, and that he can follow their progress and seeing how they develop, and at times go and watch them play, because after all, he is then going to be looking at those qualities and deciding who gets pushed up to the first team.
Thanks, Mark. There's much more about Chris Silverwood and his rise to the top of the England team on the BBC Sport website, but the players are back out at Lords, and here's Daniel Norcross.
Thank you, Stefan. Fascinating stuff. It's going to be James Anderson with the first ball after lunch from the pavilion end to the left-handed Conway, who was on debut, and he defends that first ball into the ground, right in front of his toes. It's picked up by Ollie Pope, wandering in from the offside to field. 85-1 New Zealand. They've had a splendid first session, having won the toss and electing to bat. Devon Conway on debut, 43 not out. You may know him mostly from his T20 exploits. He's played plenty of first-class cricket in New Zealand, scored triple hundreds, and well, he's going very well here indeed. As Anderson turns and runs in once more, Conway defends into the offside, slightly squarer this time, and Pope, who's at a sort of short extra cover, runs in to collect the ball. There's no run. We've got 3 slips, a backward point, this sort of almost like a silly mid-off, really. I mean, not quite silly mid-off. He's about, I'd say, 8 yards in from the stumps at the non-striker's end, but in a line through a straight mid-off. Then there's a kind of extra cover come wide mid-off, a mid-on, man just in front of square on the onside, and a very wide long leg, almost deep backward square, as Anderson is in again, and Conway gets a thick inside edge on that. It squirts just behind square. Bracey has to run round from behind the stumps to collect, and they pick up a single. 86-1. First run after lunch. Conway has 44, and we welcome back, I'm delighted to say, Vic Marks in his trademark beige jacket, ever so slightly redolent of a geography teacher. Well, you could argue this beige jacket is a tribute to our tourists. The beige you could do. It's also I hadn't thought of that before, though. Quite nicely with your accreditation, I'd say. It works quite nicely. It's a good sort of colour gradation. I think I acquired this. It's the last item of clothing I've acquired for some considerable time. I think I bought it before we were going to go to Sri Lanka, before it got called off. I don't think I've got any more clothes since then. No, well, I mean, there hasn't really been much call for wearing clothes, has there, for a while? As Anderson is in. That's Anderson has bowled Kane Williamson. It's deflected off his inside edge, comes straight back onto the stumps, and that is the breakthrough that England desperately wanted straight after lunch. It's the big one of Kane Williamson. It was a relatively innocuous ball, back of a length. Williamson defended it, but he defended it behind him, if you will, and it's just, well, it's gone into the ground and then flicked off bail. And England have got their wicket, and Anderson's got his 615th Test wicket and his 993rd first-class wicket. A bit fortuitously, I'd have said there, Victor. It's quite an innocuous ball, wasn't it? Well, it was just back of a length. It's the first ball Williamson's faced since lunch. We've seen Williamson time and time again play very late and just sort of run it down gently on the offside, possibly for a single in that gully region. Very soft hands, but he was just a little bit too late on it, a bit too soft-handed, and the ball hit the back quite hard, went straight down and then dribbled back and had enough impetus to remove the bells. It's a perfect start. I mean, he's the most coveted wicket, as I say, in that lineup. England, it was looking ominous at lunch. 1 wicket only, pitch behaving, but they've got a big wicket. Anderson's got his first, and even Anderson, he relaxes a bit when he gets one. He's more likely to get a little significant haul, a 4 or a 5. He's human. Just about. Williamson's anomalous record in England, therefore continuing Andy Zaltzman. I think before that he averaged 30, did he not, in England? And now it'll be even less.
Yes, and against Anderson, now 7 for 133, so averaging 19 against England's premier bowler.
Well. So, Ross Taylor comes to the wicket. He is the leading New Zealand run scorer of all time. Then comes Stephen Fleming, then Kane Williamson. So 2 of New Zealand's 3 leading run scorers. Just seeing a replay of that, and it was a ball that oughtn't to take a wicket, really. It didn't really do anything. It was just back of a length. It was a defendable ball for nothing. And he but he's played it so middled softly. Yeah. He almost middled it, but his bat was still coming down, so the ball went down into the turf and then bounce back onto the stumps.
He does that. I mean, talking the other day about Kane Williamson with somebody who said, he plays the forward defence down to third man. He plays this very solid shot. He just slightly angles back at the last minute. And he did it again there, but he didn't get the direction, and so it went into the ground and then bounced up and clipped that off bail. Now then, we've got a very short mid-on now to the right-handed Taylor. 3 slips, Anderson into Taylor. His first ball drives firmly, or pushes really, back to Anderson, who has no interest in picking it up after 38 and a half years or more. Leaves it to the fielder. And there is no run. 86 for 2, New Zealand. And what an important breakthrough that might be for England. There are just signs of a little bit of cloud cover bubbling up as well, just to make it. But I don't think it's going to give us the sort of cloud cover that we'll see the ball hooping, but it'll just make it a bit cooler out there for the fielders and for the bowlers. As Anderson is in, and Taylor gets a full ball, which he digs out up to mid-off. They go through for a quick single, and Broad shies at the stumps at the bowler's end, but Conway was home easily, and Taylor is off the mark with that single. 87 for 2. Listen to this. There's a ripple of applause for a bowler having taken a wicket. It's the novelty of this is still not worn off for me today. I've been wandering around with a grin like a Cheshire cat all day. It's been glorious.
It is a great sight. I mean, it'll be even better when those stands are absolutely full, but...
you say that. It's much easier to get round,
Was it? But I thought we were in zones. I thought there were areas we can't go.
You're right. I haven't done that at all with Eleanor Oldroyd this morning, just to have a quick check round the ground. But no, you're right. We shouldn't be moving, and we aren't really.
That,
but there's a gentle hubbub still. But you're right. We're missing about 21,000 people.
Yeah, and hopefully, but hopefully that will be the case in the second Lord's Test of the summer when India are here.
Well, at Edgbaston, we're still
talking about 18,000, aren't we?
Yes, I mean that's the expectation at the moment, isn't it? And that would again feel different once more. A holly stand replete with nuns and Donald Trumps. And
that's if everyone. I mean, in the old days, back in the 60s, it would be a huge bonus to get 18,000 in a ground to watch a Test match against New Zealand. But we're just hoping that's the case at Edgbaston. It may well be.
It's going to be Broad from the nursery end. So England's premier bowlers have switched ends from when they had the new ball at the start of the day. Here is Broad to Taylor and gets a full ball, which he pushes straight back at the wicket to Mark Wood, who's very straight at mid-on. Keep the field, 3 slips, gully, backward point. A wide mid-off, who's not quite extra cover. A very straight mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a very wide, long leg. Not quite deep backward square, but almost getting in that general direction. I want to talk to you about the boundaries as well in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Because someone pointed out to me on Twitter, John Duffield, he says he thinks they're looking a little bit shorter than they might be. As Broad is in, Taylor gets another Yorker length delivery, which he digs out, and Broad fields of his own bowling stretching down his left hand. Then promptly gives the ball away to have it polished. Without spit, of course, just using forehead sweat and the like. But the boundaries do feel in a little bit, don't they, at our end, particularly here at the nursery end.
It's sort of deep mid-wicket and deep extra cover. There's plenty of turf, there's plenty of grass behind them, and I don't quite know why that should be.
And actually down at long leg and deep third.
It's not an octagon, it's got more sides than that, but it's a strange shape.
Yes. 9 or 10 sides. Broad in, and beaten is Taylor outside the off stump. I say that he just pulled the bat inside the line, I think, a little bit. And has he already signalled for a drink? I mean,
he signalled for something.
He has
gloves, perhaps.
Could that be? He's only been out there for an over.
I don't know. We'll see what the 12th man comes out with.
Yes, he just jagged his head back a little bit there as well, did Taylor on as he pulled his bat inside the line. There's just a little bit happening.
Maybe he forgot something when he came out, but box, perhaps?
Oh, please, no. Well, you wouldn't face this ball if you'd forgotten your box, surely.
No.
Broad's in with 3 slips, and Taylor defends a full ball up to Wood at mid-on. England scampering around in the field. There's a bit of energy, a bit of chatter. There's finger pointing, there's enthusiasm. They've got the huge wicket of Williamson. You've played against the likes of the West Indies in your career. When you get out the big dog, if you like,
it's a big boost, yeah, because you sort of, even though we're discovering Williamson's record here is not brilliant, it's brilliant around the globe. You think if you get him for anything under 50-60, it's a bonus, really. Get him for 13. Got in before lunch without much problem.
Here's Broad in again, right arm over, left alone by Taylor. A little bit back of a length. It went through nicely. It was taken around about shoulder height by Bracey, moving away to his right, going down the slope. I think another anomaly in English conditions, Andy, feels like Sangakkara. Any chance you can get me Sangakkara's figures in England?
He definitely had quite a big 100 here in 2014. Williamson's only his 5th test in England.
Right.
He's been playing test cricket for
it's
over
not that
a decade.
much of a
so
knock.
it's quite a small sample size statistically.
I'm just trying to think of the greatest players who've struggled in English conditions. Broad's in, that's tucked away nicely around the corner by Taylor. There was a momentary ooh and ah, as there often is from Broad, as their batters come back for a second run. 89 for 2, Taylor to 3. With that, just playing around that front pad. End of the over. Taylor 3, Conway 44, 89 for 2.
They're rushing out to do something for Taylor.
Yeah,
but you can get your. I think eye drops. It looks like a possibility, or a contact lens
eye drops.
issue.
Yes, I think you're right.
Whilst you're on, I mean, this doesn't necessarily qualify for that topic, but Tendulkar, for example, is not on the honours board, is he?
No.
And I suspect his record here in England is not quite so awesome as elsewhere.
Cody's was bad, and then he had that good series, didn't he?
Yeah.
So often, it might come a little bit later with Viv Richards. His first tour here was the second highest yielding series of all time.
Absolutely.
For a batter. That's what I think.
Dry summer, of course, and my goodness, I've still got images of him at the Oval when he got a second double 100, parched Oval, hitting deadly through extra cover once again, or blameless ball going for 4.
Where the Oval was massive as well. It was a huge playing area in those days. Right, so Anderson starts up a new over. He's going to be round the wicket to the left-handed Conway. From the pavilion end, 3 slips in, and that jags back a little bit into Conway. Gets thick inside half of the bat. Rolls out square of the wicket on the offside, and there is no run.
Callis averaged 35 in England in 15 tests.
That's a big disparity.
Yeah,
isn't
his overall career average is around about 55. Sangakkara averaged 41 in England, which is not too bad.
But he averaged about 50. Well, I mean, if he wasn't keeping, he averaged about 70, didn't
he? I think not as a keeper. It was high 60s.
Yes,
and about 57 overall.
Anderson in again. Conway, and Conway defends again, jabbing it, stabbing it almost into the ground, into the onside, where it's picked up just in front of square by Ollie Robinson, making his debut today, having taken a wicket on debut, that of Tom Latham. Both New Zealand wickets fallen to played-ons. Annoyingly, the Latham dismissal, we were watching it in the green room, and the TV went off at the precise moment that it happened, and then wouldn't come back on again until after they'd stopped all the replays. Anderson in, defended off the front foot, coming forward slightly suspiciously and pushed into the offside, where it's fielded by Pope at extra cover, and there's no run. 89 for 2, Conway 44. Taylor has 3. England having made that breakthrough in the first over after lunch, and the big one it was too, of Kane Williamson bowled. I say off an inside edge, it's more like off the full face of the bat down into the ground, flicking off that off bail and giving England their second wicket. Here's Anderson again, and that's left alone by Conway in the channel, just outside the off stump, sailing way over where a fourth stump would have been. He's left it well, hasn't he? I mean, his numbers that are exciting are all in T20 cricket, and yet he looks perfectly set up for Test cricket, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got an orthodox, uncomplicated technique. He's left-handed. He's timed the ball nicely, so little pushes have gone for 2 early in his innings.
Here's Anderson once more. Conway drives, but Anderson gets a hand on it and tries to deflect that back onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. He actually succeeds in deflecting it too far away from a fielder, and the result is they get through for a single. Conway to 45, 90 for 2. Andy?
On Conway's stats, it's more than just T20 cricket. In first-class cricket, he's been particularly extraordinary in recent years. Since the start of 2016, in 36 first-class games, he's averaging 72 with 10 hundreds, 12 other 50s and a strike rate of 57. So he's been very good in red ball cricket.
And he's gone large, hasn't he? He's got triple hundred in there.
Couple of double hundreds.
Yeah. Ominous signs for England.
Well, and he looks a very capable player.
Well, Jeremy
already
said, didn't he, right at the beginning?
Yeah.
He said he'll punish England at least once in 4 innings.
Yeah, he might do it more often than that.
He
the way
might,
things are going.
He might. Anderson in, the right-handed Taylor. Taylor works this back of a leg ball round the corner. Say, ran just in front of square on the onside. There is no square leg. Pope has to move from mid-wicket to field, and they'll get another run. Means that Taylor will keep strike. He has 4, 91 for 2 New Zealand. Having elected to bat today on winning the toss, Conway 45. Taylor has 4. We just had the 3 overs since lunch, bowled by Anderson and Broad. What did you make of Ollie Robinson? He bowled nicely, did he not, before lunch?
He did. I mean, his assets are clearly the fact that he's tall with an easy action, so he looks like he hits the seam. He's not a big swinger of the ball, but he hits the seam. He's very accurate. Doesn't give much away, and it was a impressive start to a Test career on a pitch that's not offering a great deal of assistance.
It's not, is it? Broad starts a new over into Taylor. Wraps on the pad, going down the leg side. He goes for a semi-celeb repeal, if you can imagine such a thing. He thought about it a couple of times. He's now standing with his hand on his head. He shouldn't refer it because it's going way down the leg side.
Well, you say that. I want him to refer it.
Do you?
Well,
I think it's going
the
down,
way he played the shot suggests that it was going way down, but his left leg could be a long way over. He's not going to review it.
No.
Bracey's getting used to that. Him and Joe Root came up sort of discussing it. I want to see the replay. He's probably going down. Yes, it is going down.
Miles down.
But sometimes umpires are misled by where the ball goes. If it goes off on the leg side, I think it's bound to be going down. But if batsman gets into an odd position, and we're watching it again, it is going down. It's the correct decision
it's
not to review.
Sort of hitting the edge of a fourth stump.
I think they're trying to bowl full to Taylor and looking for an LBW early on in his innings.
Broad in outside the off stump, and actually when he's bowled that ball before, left alone by Taylor, and when it just wider outside off stump, the ball carries through quite nicely through to Bracey above waist height.
Yeah. 86 that one came up, which is Broad sort of steaming in. I think they probably had a little rethink at lunch, England, and they recognised that there's not that much help in this pitch. But they're going to use all their vast experience to give absolutely nothing away. Just keep plugging away, putting pressure on the batsman, stop them scoring.
Broad in beats Taylor with an absolutely glorious ball. It had Taylor groping at it, groping into thin air. And he was on the walk while he was playing it, and it flew past the outside edge. I think that was quite a quick delivery as well. And it has just sort of straightened a touch and was just a whisker away from the outside edge. That's actually a beautiful delivery. Broad a little unfortunate there, but it'll give him encouragement. Taylor new to the crease, England having taken the wicket of Williamson straight after lunch. Would love to get another couple or so here just to put the cat amongst the pigeons. Here comes Broad. Into Taylor, too wide, left alone, and a sprawling Bracey has to dive in front of Root at first slip to gather at about shin height. And there is no run. 91 for 2, Conway 45, Taylor 4. I thought Wood as well got at some extraordinary speeds. I think we heard some statistical unusualness, did we not, Andy, about Wood's speed?
Yes, it was on the CricViz database the fastest spell they've recorded by an England bowler in a Test match, at average 93.4 miles an hour.
Here's Broad. And Taylor drives again outside the off stump on the walk, misses it completely. That was an ugly-looking waft. If it was really a waft, it was a sort of
walking waft.
Ungainly, walking, wafty push, yes.
Actually, Broad, interestingly, he's coming from the nursery end, and he's actually getting the ball to just swing a little bit away, and he doesn't do that so often now. He's so grooved, particularly bowling to left-handers, of trying to swing it away from the left-hander. And in the past, recent times, he's been angling it into the right-hander. But he's actually got the ball just to shape away from Taylor.
The crowd's getting into this as well. Now as beats Taylor again outside the off-stump. He thought he'd got an edge there. It's 3 times in that over. So Broad has beaten Taylor. A fabulous, fabulous over from Stuart Broad. But luckless, he hasn't got his man. Taylor has survived. 91 for 2, New Zealand. They've had 29 overs, 4 since lunch. Kane Williamson, the wicket to fall. Conway has 45. Taylor has 4. More thoughts from Andy Zaltzman. And then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
We mentioned how Williamson has struggled against Anderson through his career. Ross Taylor has really struggled with Stuart Broad, who's dismissed him 10 times in tests. Taylor has averaged 18.7 against Broad's bowling. He's had a fine career for New Zealand, over 100 tests, averaging 45. But in recent times, his form has declined a bit. His last 8 tests before this one, just 1/2 century and an average of 25. So one of the few New Zealanders who's not been particularly productive during their recent superb run.
What an over.
Hello, Eggers. Yeah,
Victor, lovely to see.
Swinging away.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful bowling. Anderson, 91 for 2. It's on his way bowling to Conway. That's wide of the off stump, moving down the slope. Maybe it's coincided with the bit of cloud cover that's come in actually now. Over Lords, so the sun not with us at the moment, but it's still a very warm afternoon, and the crowd loving it. And why not? It's just a lovely atmosphere here, and a good battle as it always is between New Zealand and England. Always combative, but always very fair, and played the best possible spirit.
Okay, that's...
Here's Anderson round the wicket, bowls wide of Conway's off stump again, and there's no stroke. You're chuckling at.
Well, no, I was thinking that's obviously the cue for a major rumpus, but I don't think
there was one at the Oval, wasn't there? That one-day match when there was a collision, wasn't it? Side bottom and.
Was that when Collingwood was captain?
Yes. And it was laid him out completely, wasn't it?
I think it was Grant Elliott. It was
Elliott, correct. Laid him out and ran him out.
Yeah.
That all got a bit nasty, but otherwise they've always really good contests. 91 for 2. Anderson bowls, driven by Conway, not quite at the pitch of that, hence the oohs and ahs he might have picked up there from the microphone. He drove out to cover. Quite in the right position.
For some reason,
gardening.
More difficult since lunch, isn't it? I mean, they got that wicket, which is a real bonus to get Williamson straight after the lunch. And now, as you say, bit of cloud cover. Broad's getting a little bit of swing. He's beaten the bat of Taylor 2 or 3 times in that last over. Anderson's got his wicket and is looking in charge of his game, as ever.
Conway waits. His first test match, of course. This is shorter this time, and he can defend and play the ball carefully out to cover. Short man, Phil, he really at mid-off. And there is no run. I was noting your conversation about the boundaries, because they have brought them in, haven't they?
Why is that?
I don't know. Well, I think because I saw yesterday the one to the left being very carefully measured out in front of the mound stand and the tavern stand, where that camera is, that robot who's rushing up and down, that sort of car camera, if you like, is Conway forward. Again, picked up at short mid-off. So I think that's its sort of its racetrack between the boundary and the advertising boards. But even so, I mean, everywhere down here to our right, where Mark Wood is, that boundary's in quite a long way.
It's looking a picture, though. The outfield here is like a bowling green.
Just think, if you had 1,000 words to write today.
Oh, yeah. Well,
what you'd have been writing about. There's Anderson bowling, and that's very full, squeezed out by Conway to end the over. 91 for 2. Conway's 45, Taylor 4. Now not so much even as a notebook. This is the man happily retired. and relaxed and peaceful with his
freelance. Yeah, well, I did bring my laptop to London, and then I left the room, and then I said, I haven't got my laptop. And then I thought, hang on a minute, I don't need my laptop.
All those years of sweating from about
toil,
4:30 onwards, we would send you off down to the press box. Always felt rather sorry for you. Off you go, Victor. Good luck. You've got 1,000
I
words
should be
to write.
unbearable if I go down there. I think if I'm allowed down there, I should be unbearably cheerful.
Yes,
Around
you
there
would.
about 5:15.
Well, you can't do that.
Everything all right? Writes itself, I think.
You can't do that.
No, I won't. Not today, anyway.
No. 91 for 2. And Taylor's on 4, and Broad is resuming this contest with him. He was all over him in the last over, and now he bowls on the leg stump, a bit of a getaway ball, that one. And Taylor says thanks and nudges it away down to long leg for a single. So he's away from the Broad spotlight for a little while. 92 for 2. I must mention one of our very close friends from down there who's no longer with us, Martin Johnson, who died during the course of the winter, who was such a character, such a brilliant writer. Began life at the Leicester Mercury, which of course is where I knew him so well from. He was always, he had to write, the Leicester Mercury used to come out at lunchtimes.
Yeah.
So he had to write some sort of article, report on the day before that appeared at lunchtime, but of course everyone knew what the score was. So he had to write it in a completely different way. And he created this incredibly acerbic but humorous and brilliant way of writing about cricket. In goes Broad and it's outside the off stump. Bracey gathers that as Conway plays nose stroke, and he brought that with him. He brought it with him to the Independent and to the Telegraph and elsewhere, of course. But it was there. It was because he couldn't simply say.
So when you were at Leicester, you'd have been grabbing your local paper and just to check you hadn't written about you.
Well, if the great thing about it was that when he was writing about somebody else, it was always hilarious.
If he wrote about you,
it was awful.
But it was always funny.
I remember ringing him once when he was doing the mowing, and I had to go and he was mowing his lawn. In goes Broad again and bowls. That's driven off a thick inside edge of Broad fields. But when he was writing about Gordon Parsons or Les Taylor or Ray Illingworth or David Gower, it was always hilarious. But no, he was.
Well, he was a one-off, and he was a wonderful writer. And it's one thing to write the odd piece with the odd, if you like, joke or witticism, but he set such a standard. He had to do it every day.
I don't know how he coped with that.
Incredibly difficult, and he was brilliant at that.
Yes, he was. Well, he'd been doing it every day in the Mercury because he did rugby as well.
Yeah.
Rugby was a bit different because, of course, it wasn't carried over quite the same way as the cricket was. But he was absolutely brilliant, and we miss him.
We do. I always remember playing against Leicestershire in the Parks, and I didn't. Just before your time, actually. Illy was captain.
Yes. Broad round the wicket, bowls. Conway drives, edged it, and has just fallen short of third slip. And it was a good, full-blooded drive too. So it had no business really dropping short of Crawley there, but it did quite comfortably.
Yeah, he's very close there. He can't get any closer. But I was playing against Leicestershire all those years ago, and Martin Johnson was no doubt there for the Leicester Mercury, who I didn't know from Adam. And there was a bit of an injury crisis with Leicestershire, so and Oxford didn't have a 12th man, so they needed a sub. So I subsequently realised, having got to know Martin later, that he'd come out, and of course he'd been plonked at forward short leg.
Of course. Here's Broad again, and he bowls, and Conway plays that beautifully straight down to mid-off.
And I talked to him about it, and I remember one of our guys who didn't score many runs, but he had a really good day, unusually, against Leicester, and batted for a long time. And of course, Martin plunked at forward short leg, was ordered to swear at it, which he was quite good at.
Oh, he would have been, yes.
But had I known, I was batting with him, and had I known who was at forward short, I would have swept every ball to shut him up. And I've played a lot of golf with him too. He's hilarious there too.
But he travelled on the team bus, and we had a bus. He stayed in the team hotel. He was one of the squad. In goes Broad, bowls, Conway forward, plays the game very late, as he's done throughout this innings. 45 not out, it's the end of the over, 92 for 2.
And what's pretty good about this conversation is that we've managed to talk about Martin for about 5 minutes. We haven't even mentioned his immortal line, which is
Can't bat, can't bowl,
there's only
can't
three
field.
things wrong with this England team, which, of course, he wrote in 86-7, and England duly won everything that was on offer. But
they put him in a net, didn't they, against against Graham Dilling? I think they did. I think they padded him up and stuck him in a net. So right now you can face it.
But there's not many journalists around whose phrase coined 86, or about 40 years ago almost, is still remembered by all and sundry within the cricket. It's defined that tour. That's the tour where Johnson wrote, "Can't bat, can't bowl, well filled."
Anderson starts a new over. His first ball's turned away to long leg by Ross Taylor. He'll go to 6 as Wood throws that back in again. It's 93 for 2 on this first day of his first test at Lords. Yeah, so we missed one. And there's a gathering in his memory. It's the 6th day of the World Test Championship final.
Okay, I'm planning to, this is the one in June, and towards the end of June. Yeah, well, if you can get away,
I'll definitely be there.
I'll see you there,
weather permitting. They've changed the ruling for this World Test Championship, or at least this 6th day, which one assumed to start with was going to be, in the event of it looking like a draw, to try and get a result. Here's Anderson bowling to Conway, who leans forward again, pushes that away out to short cover. Yeah, so whereas we assumed, and I think it was actually the case, that a 6th day was in place to try and get a result, they've now announced that if it's a draw, it's a draw.
So what's the 6 days?
The 6 days if they can't make up all the time for weather.
Oh, I see.
So they're going to play a full 5 days, if you were.
Okay.
But if that means going into a 6th.
But there's no 7th. You've checked that out.
We're in a bubble in there as well, so we're back to bubble times again. 93 for 2. In comes Anderson from the pavilion end and bowls, and that's sliced away. Nice diving stop there from Burns, though. Doesn't dislodge his sunglasses. Oh, it does in the end from the peak of his cap. That was admirable for a moment, but they just slipped off at the end. Having dived at full length and keeps them down to 1 run, so it's 94 for 2.
He's tormented Conway since lunch, Anderson. He's made Test cricket look a bit more difficult for the debutant, and he's got off stride, got a run for the first time, I think, since lunch, and it wasn't very convincing, though. It was a slightly squirted outside edge.
Just 3 from 21 balls since lunch, 3 off his last 28 after making 43 from his first 55.
Well, this really is golden oldies now. Anderson 38, Taylor 37, and in he comes, and he bowls, and Taylor again clips that away, but it's right in front of that front pad. Just gets away with this, and a despairing dive. Brilliant piece of fielding. For a fast bowler to throw himself around like that is remarkable, really. And Mark Wood there has absolutely flung himself to his right. It's one that Fred Truman would have given up from the moment it flicked the inside edge of the bat, and many more since, but not these days. And we saw Jimmy Anderson chase for one down to the pavilion, dive full length and save 1 run. And now we go for the torturous process of seeing whether or not he just managed to contact the boundary edge.
Oh, hang on, he might have
came
done.
back at him.
No, I think it's all right, isn't it?
Oh, I think it's all right. It deserves to be all right, but it might need a second viewing for the sake of 1 run. But here we go. We are getting a second look. But he was unlucky because he flicked it back with his right hand. It just touched his left. But I think is that all right? Might need another look.
Oh, we're going to be a while now.
I think he was up to it. I think he knew he just had to keep his hand out of the way of the ball in the end. But the trouble is, you don't quite know what's going on with your feet. It is tortuous. And that replay isn't really going to be definitive, I don't think. We can't have another one, surely, for the sake of 1 run down to fine leg.
2.
Well, saving 1, I meant. Oh, 2 is it? Yes, it could be 2.
Without wanting to.
No, you're right.
Get too fat.
Well, that case it is worth it. So, hence the more of a delay.
It's not quite World Cup final territory
it's not
at the moment.
I think they've given up. I thought that's enough. So we'll keep as it is. So Mark Wood does save 2 runs. 96 for 2. And in comes Anderson. Bowls again to Taylor. Oh, that's a poor shot. Swish outside the off stump, and Bracey dropped it, incidentally, behind the stumps. But he went for a booming drive.
He's swished at a few, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think they fancy him LBW because he does play across that front pad early on. So it's worth bowling full and straight, and he's whipped them down to behind square on the leg side, and then He was sort of invited to drive a couple of times by Broad, and he missed it, and he missed that one too. And it wasn't a very convincing shot.
No, it wasn't.
He hasn't quite settled in yet, Taylor.
Anderson again, sun behind cloud. Bowls to Taylor, who likes it there. It's straight. And he can flick that away past mid-on's left hand and down to that long-on boundary for 4 runs. It's always been so strong there throughout these years of, well, leading New Zealand's batting, really, till Williamson came along. But such a redoubtable stalwart in New Zealand's team. One imagines this might be his last tour. He hasn't said as much, but obviously BJ Watling is going, the wicketkeeper. It feels as if it might possibly be the end, but who knows?
Well, if he scores runs, you know, he might want to keep going. He doesn't. Well, he still features. He was in the one-day side for New Zealand, didn't he? It's been a great career, though, quietly. Leading run scorer amongst all Kiwis in Test cricket.
Yeah, he has 7,387 runs at an average of 45.8. Strike rate just under 60. 19 centuries, 34 other half centuries. Also one of the finest slip catches in world cricket over the last 15 years or so.
Broad's going to continue, and he's bowling to Conway, and they're putting out this deep square leg fieldsman again, as if to trap him or tempt him, but he hasn't really taken on the bouncer. Largely, there haven't been very many. Wood hit him with a nasty one on the shoulder. Now Broad's on his way, still the 3 slips, bowls round the wicket, and Conway's patience is being tested here, and he lets that go just outside his off stump. And Bracey collects it, but they're really trying to work on the fella here in his first Test match. 4 away from a half century. It'd be a wonderful start to a Test career, to start at least with a half century. So there's making him work hard for it at the moment. It's 100 for 2. Williamson out in the first over after lunch to Jimmy Anderson. Both wickets have fallen, bowled via the edge of the bat. In goes Broad round the wicket, bowls. It is short this time. It's swatted away by Conway. He doesn't get hold of it at all. And the ball trickles away into the leg side. And they take one more run. 101 for 2. He goes to 47. Tuffers is back. We survived our first stint on the telly, Tuffers.
Yes, very well done.
Yeah,
yes.
we got our way through it.
Yeah.
Not too many dramas, I don't think.
I think it was first class.
Well,
slipped right back into it, John. There he did. Like a comfortable shoe.
Well, there was a crisis in that my earpiece didn't work, so we plugged it in because I'd washed it out. It's been 22 years in a drawer, so I washed it out this morning.
Got the old pipe cleaner.
I hadn't got all the water out, so there was a bit of a crisis. I couldn't hear anything.
No.
101 for 2. In goes Broad over the wicket. Bowls. Taylor forward. Plays out to wide mid-off. And there's no run. Yeah. So yes, there was a bit of an alarm there. Lots of extra cables coming in.
Yeah.
But I've sort of plumbed it out now. So
plunged it.
It'll be good to go this afternoon.
Yeah.
All this extra stuff you need for telly. And it's also time. And radios are. Radios are one really, but I couldn't say that to my wife because she's very much a television person. But there you go.
Bowled well here, haven't they? After lunch, England.
Got it's done a little bit.
Yeah, shaped. And I've seen Stuart Broad bowl some beautiful spells from this nursery end.
He's on his way again. He's there and he bowls, and that's slightly closed face of the bat from Taylor. The ball runs up to middle. Well, that's rather odd because I've seen some very good spells from Anderson from the pavilion end.
Yes.
And they started off today from the opposite end.
I know.
Most unusual.
And you wouldn't necessarily say that Stuart Broad is a big swing bowler, would you really? You'd sort of say he's more of a sort of a shape bowler with some seam, wouldn't you? But he's actually got it sort of shaping it away from the bowler. They've made it tough work for Ross Taylor.
Yeah.
It's obvious there's a plan to get him playing across that front pad early on. And he's just managed to jam the bat down on a couple of times when he was being very, very adjacent, but and then shape it away from him. So good start after lunch by England.
Man goes back to, well, I was going to say deep square, or semi-deep square, really. Square leg out on the grandstand behind him there. Broad shadow evident again now. Bowls on that really does move down the slope.
Yeah.
Collected by Bracey in front of Root at first slip. Got his arms folded.
I can remember a spell. I think we were commentating on it here. Good few years ago when Stuart Broad was under a little bit of pressure.
Right.
And I think his dad was standing at the back of the box.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I do remember. Yes, I do. Well, it was when they're trying to make him a fast bowler, wasn't it, I
That's
think?
right. And we were saying, come on,
really
he should be
suit him.
pitching it up.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, to be fair, Chris said quite right, keep saying it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, I do remember.
That was against, I think you got 5 for, by, as you say, just pitching it up and getting that shape away.
101 for 2, Broad again. Bowls, and Taylor gets that away from getting pretty straight, and Broad's got his right arm raised there as if he was all ready to appeal. But he did come off the middle of the bat, and Taylor takes one more run to go to 13, and it's 102 for 2.
Yes, they were trying to make him into the enforcer, weren't they?
Yes.
Just kept running up, sort of bowling medium pace bounce.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the will to be an enforcer, hasn't he? It's not quite the pace. We'll see an enforcer later.
Mark Wood. Oh, who?
I think of the left arm angry.
Oh, yes.
Neil Wagner.
Yes, that's right.
That's an enforcer.
Well, that's his game, isn't it? And he does it very well. And he hasn't got a lot of pace.
The accuracy.
Quick enough.
Yes.
Yes, the accuracy of the bumper that he bowls. He bowls that horrible ribcage armpit ball.
And he'll bowl bouncers that the batsmen think, well, that's it, that's my 2 for the over, so he can't do it again.
Yeah.
And then he gets that really accurate one under the armpit.
That's right. Man out.
Yeah.
There'll be a man out.
Short leg.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's incredibly accurate. Ollie Robertson's coming on from the far end, so change of bowling. And, well, he took his first test wicket today in his 4th over. Again, via the inside edge, as Williamson was also dismissed off quite a chunk of bat.
Yes, wasn't that a strange delivery? I watched it on the highlights, and he's almost middled it, but then he plays it so late, which makes him such a great player. But then the bat was almost it couldn't have gone anywhere else, really, that ball.
Spin almost.
Yes, that's right.
It's like a snooker.
Yeah, you could hardly, it was at such an angle.
Yeah.
Good wicket for England, though. Good player he is.
So Robinson's going to bowl in the sunshine to Taylor. There's 3 slips on his way, a very languid, easy approach, and he bowls a lovely ball outside the off stump, which kept a little bit low as it went through the bracey, but again beat the outside edge, and there is no run. But that's not a bad start to a spell either. At 102 for 2, we've got to be a very carefully timed change here, because Isha was late. I don't know what she was doing, having an extra portion for lunch or something. So we're going to time this carefully, Isha, because we've got to pull plugs out and things.
Yeah, it's going to be
so I'll do one more ball, then I'm out of here.
It's going to be like a Formula 1 pit stop.
It is going to be. 102 for 2. Taylor's on 13, and Robinson wheels round in the distance. And now on his way again. Long strides, but it's not a sprint. Very easy, shoulders rocking, and he bowls and Taylor forward. Plays out to cover, there's no run, and here comes Isha.
Here we go. Quick, go. I tell you who he reminds me of, Ollie Robinson, is a bit like a Hazelwood, don't you think? As you say, that sort of rocking of the shoulders, very controlled to the crease, not a real sort of sprint up. Big, tall man.
How was that?
Eh?
Did we time it last year?
That was a record,
wasn't it? Record pit stop.
Very good.
Okay.
Like Ferrari-esque. That was very good.
Here comes Robinson on an angle. Bowls to Taylor, works it off his hip to a square leg.
By the way, those noises were meant to be the guts.
Yeah, no, I got that.
Yeah.
I got that.
Well, just for anyone out there who hasn't seen a Formula 1 pit stop. Yeah.
It's an incredible sound. Have you been there?
Yes, amazing. Yeah.
Just everything, isn't it? It's an assault of the senses.
It is indeed.
The sounds, the smell of burning rubber, the speed of the cars.
Yes, it's amazing.
Robinson pushes forwards, running towards us. Taylor leaves outside the off stump. 3 slips in position. The score 102 for 2 for New Zealand.
It's funny you say that. I've been to the Formula 1 in England, well, and abroad actually a couple of times, and what the rhythm of my day usually is to go in there. Brilliant hospitality is there. Fantastic hospitality.
I think it's the best going.
Go to your seat and watch the first 5 laps, and then go back to the hospitality for a couple of hours, and then come back and watch the last 5 laps. Otherwise, it just as you say, talk about the noise, isn't it? They give you earplugs, don't they? But the noise of it.
Robinson past the stumps, chops inside edge, is it? Falls onto the floor, and James Bracey diving to his left to take the ball. That's cut Taylor in half completely.
Quite unlucky there. Lucky not to get a chop on as well, just short of a length, and Taylor's gone for a sort of a front foot cut outside that off stump, but it's jagged back at him. Unlucky not to get an inside edge or a chop on. Well taken by Bracey. Oh, that's jagged back a mark.
Yeah, jagged, but I think a bit of shape as well. That seam was brilliantly presented. Nice and upright. It was a half appeal. I think it's just missed everything.
Yeah. He looks a real talent, Robinson, doesn't he?
He bustles forwards now. Bowls to Taylor, who again just leaves outside the off stump. A good length delivery. Hitting the pitch and leaving the right hander up the slope. End of the over then. 102 for 2 New Zealand. Taylor on 13. Struggled his way to 13. And Conway, who has looked really good on 47 on his debut. Although the last, well, since lunch, it's been difficult going with the ball swinging and shaping. Stuart Broad getting on a bit of a roll, and James Anderson bowling some beautiful deliveries.
Yeah, he's looked impressive, Robinson, for my body. Good accuracy as well.
Yeah, you talked about Josh Hazlewood, so
Yeah.
I mentioned it earlier. He presented Ollie Robinson's cap when he went to play for St George in the Sydney League,
Right.
Sydney Grade League.
Ah,
And they spent a good amount of time chatting.
yeah.
There's Conway, bat hovering above the stumps, leaves a rising delivery from Broad outside the off stump, goes through to Bracey. Bit of zip on that one.
Ooh. How was your time in Australia, Eve? Enjoy yourself?
Yeah, it was all right.
Yeah, lovely. Saw you out there a couple of times, wandering
We
around
were
in
very
the sunshine.
fortunate to go there, myself and Rich.
Yeah, lovely.
But yeah, it's crazy. Just life is normal.
Yeah,
You
lovely.
do the quarantine and
Yeah, off you go.
Yeah. Fantastic series. Conway leaves one. Good length delivery. Stuart Broad hangs his head back because it was close to the top of off. Just zipped back off the seam. Yeah, Australia, India. What a series that was. One of the all-time great series, I think. India used about 20 players. Virat Kohli left after that first test match. They got bowled out for 40-odd. India. And then came back at the MCG, and then Australia hoping to win at the SCG and at the Gabba, and India held them off. As Broad bowls one down the leg side, it misses Bracey, diving his way, and it goes into the advertising sponge. That'll be Byes digging it into the pitch. Broad.
Yeah, got that one wrong. Just didn't come out right, did it? So attempted bounce and never got up, went past him about chest high. Yeah, Bracey won't thank him for that. Is that Byes? Yeah, I think it is Byes. Done well there, Bracey, do you think?
He's looked comfortable. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not easy here at Lord's,
No.
is it? Especially when that ball's moving around.
No.
And sort of changes direction as it goes past the stumps on occasion, as well as Broad steams in round the wicket. Another good lead from Devon Conway, pushing forwards, raising his bat and allowing it to pass. Again, probably about 3 or 4 inches away from the top of off.
Yeah, good leave. Obviously knows where his off stump is, because that was always sort of like angling into him. Yeah, I think he'll feel happier once he gets that first catch. Perhaps, you know, he'll be nervous. Just want to get on the score sheet. But he hasn't made sort of any mistakes or any clangs behind the stumps.
3 slips in position for Conway. Hovers his bat once more as Broad approaches again, a leave. Allows it to pass through to Bracey. And Stuart Broad turns and strolls back to the top of his mark. Not getting as much movement as he did immediately after the lunch break. Breeze in the air, you can see the flags blowing over in the red brick pavilion.
Yeah, it looks a bit blustery, don't it? They don't quite. Well, one's blowing one way and one's blowing the other on top. That's quite weird, isn't it?
Swirling conditions.
Yeah.
as Broad pushes away. Flashes of yellow in the bottom of his soles.
Shot.
Driven by Conway, slightly fuller, and he takes advantage out to the deep cover boundary. into the ropes as Mark Wood cannot catch it, and that is 50 up for the debutant. He's waited a while to get his opportunity. 29 years of age, coming in, playing for New Zealand at the top of the order at the home of cricket. What a moment for him as he raises his bat towards the dressing room.
Yeah, he's played nicely, hasn't he, Devon Conway there? 51 not out. And he's earned that as well. He's played very nicely outside off stump, and there was a great sort of passage of play there. Left 2 balls or 3 balls from Stuart Broad there. That, you know, Stuart Broad would have been thinking, oh, crikey, that's a good leave. And then it's just come a little bit straighter. And that's just put it into Devon Conway's art, where he can just push through the ball and hit it through extra cover. So, yeah, he's left very nicely outside that off stump. And if you do that, you earn those deliveries, because the bowler just naturally goes hunting a little bit for you.
Open stance from Ross Taylor as Robinson continues from the pavilion end, defends back down the pitch, hits the stumps.
Play straight, Ross.
And extra cover runs in to collect the ball. And he's looked really at ease, Devon Conway out in the middle.
Yeah.
Not phased at all. No. The only time he looked trouble was when Mark Wood was in, bowling the short stuff.
Got hit, didn't he? Got hit on the elbow, but well, these opening batsmen they shrug that off, don't they? I'd have still been rubbing it.
You'd have pulled a hamstring by now.
Well,
Phil, as Robinson bowls to Taylor, covers the ball to the leg sides, immediately pushes off and comes through for the single as mid-wicket retrieves the ball. 111 for 2.
20 years I've played professional cricket, you know. Never pulled a hamstring. Does that mean I didn't do enough running about?
I think that's what it means.
Pulled a hamstring?
No. Did something to my calf before.
Well, yes, or sort of niggles, but I've never actually genuinely pulled a hammy. Folks, of course, unlucky, slipped over on the changing room floor or something.
You've got to feel for him, haven't you?
And I think he's done a bad one as well. I mean, it's not just a niggle, that. I think it's like a bad tear.
Yeah, you've got to feel for him. First test of the summer would have been an opportunity. And
how's your luck?
Robinson coming round the wicket. Conway tucks it off his hip down to fine leg. And Mark Wood, he has been exceptional today, sprinting round the boundary, this time to his left as he dives to stop the ball one-handed, turns and throws the ball in. And they'll pick up a couple. Conway then to 53, 113 for 2 New Zealand. Ross Taylor on 14. New Zealand winning the toss and electing to bat first here at Lord's. Beige looking pitch. Usually we see a bit of grass left on it. 4.5 mil is what I was told out in the middle by Chris Silverwood. That was what was left on the pitch. Sunny conditions over the next few days. Will it turn,
Did you get your ruler?
Robinson bowls, Conway defends on the front foot, no run. They're very precise in Australia with these sorts of things.
I know, right, no, it's crucial.
It is. They're always talking to the curators the day before the game. How many mils have been left on?
Yeah. Is there a rule? I don't really. Is there a rule about how many mils you can leave on? I suppose you could leave inches on, couldn't you?
It looked quite bushy though, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it? Yeah. Yes, but no, I came here yesterday and it looked quite green, but you say all that's gone. And the sun's just completely baked it off.
Robinson outside the off stump, left by Conway.
Yeah, you're going to have to work hard for your wickets on this, I think. That is for sure. If you get yourself in and it's nice and sunny, you know, go big.
Do you think it will turn? I remember a pitch here in 2014, England, India, and it was super green on day 1.
Yeah.
By day 2 or day 3, that green had come off completely, and it was turning. It was absolutely ragging. Robinson has passed the stumps. Conway whips to the leg side. Is there a little edge through to Bracey? There's a half appeal. Not given by the umpire, Michael Goff, standing at the pavilion end, and there's no review either. So, end of the over, as the timer is ticking away.
Well, I mean, I say day 4, day 5, there will be, you know, with the sun out, a few footmarks around, you're going to get a little bit of turn. I mean, that was the decision for England, wasn't it? Do you play Jack Leach, who I feel a little bit sorry for not getting a game, or do you go with the four seamers? Andy?
Devon Conway's half-century on debut came from 91 balls with his 6th four, which is also his 999th in first-class cricket. So one more for 1,000 fours plus 56s. On debut, New Zealanders at Lords, he's the first to reach 50 when making a Test debut for New Zealand on this ground since Sonny Maloney and Merv Wallace did so in 1937, since when 8 New Zealanders have had a Test debut at Lords, and between them scored 46 runs in their first innings of those games.
Wood into the attack. Taylor flicks it down to fine leg, where James Anderson collects the ball, comes through for 1, moves to 14.
Couple of good names there, Sonny Maloney and Merv Wallace. Like that.
It's a long time ago, though, Andy.
Sounds like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance
It does, doesn't it?
That is it is a long time. Most of the 8 who debuted for New Zealand since then haven't been top-order batsmen, but a few have. But yeah, he's averaging just under 77 in his last 30 first-class matches.
Cool.
Wow. I saw him play in the T20s.
Good.
Against Australia, and he looked really good. Well, he reminded me of Davin Milan, actually, just the way he played through the covers. I said this a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
And the way he swept the ball, just unfazed out in the middle as Wood sprints in now, past the stumps to Conway on the front foot, defending a good length delivery. Wood tackles it with his feet as he passes it on to Dan Lawrence.
He looks very good at that shot, which is no good on radio, is it? That shot, just outside off stump, just outside off stump. He doesn't necessarily get a full stride. But I tell you, it reminds me of an Andrew Strauss sort of forward defensive, where he's just very good at stopping the delivery. I mean, that was about 95 miles an hour, pitched up, on off stump, but he just gets in a really nice position just to stop that ball on the front foot.
Wood shuffles forwards, arms pumping. Bowls back of a length, this time rises. Conway on his toes, pushing it out to point. This is where Mark Wood can be very, very effective when he's steaming in like this.
It's that X factor, isn't it? We haven't got Jofra Archer here for England, so the other guys, no disrespect, are, sort of line and length bowlers with a bit of shape, but 80 to 85 miles an hour. But that's that little X factor of Mark Wood. Come on, give me sort of 4 or 5 overs and just steam in and ruffle them up a little bit. Handy to have in your armoury.
He goes again. Menacing when he's going, Wood. And a swish as it goes through to James Bracey. Another rising delivery. He was arching his back as that came through. Devon Conway almost got too big for him.
Yeah, he looks more comfortable, Conway, when it's pitched up, doesn't he? When it's short, doesn't quite look as at home. As you say, short of a length outside off stump and rising, and he's had a good old-fashioned waft at that. First sort of real loose shot I've seen him play.
Enterprising stuff here from Wood. Shuffles forwards, past the stumps, onto his toes again, Conway, as he pats it back to the bowler. That was slightly fuller on that occasion, but still back of a length.
Yeah, just getting him hopping about. Andy, I can remember dropping a New Zealander here who was an opener who got 100. Was it Thorne? Was it a bloke called Thorne? I can't quite remember, but obviously it wasn't his debut.
What kind of drop was it?
I was down in front of the pavilion, like a low skimmer hook. Tricky, came sort of dipping at me. Did well to get a hand on it, to be honest.
Conway solid forwards. Again, Wood uses his foot to stop the ball to his left this time. End of the over then. 114 for 2, Taylor on 14 and Conway on 53. Were there loads of members behind you as well?
Loads. Was it Andy?
To remind you of it.
It was Matt Horn.
Oh, Matt Horn. It sounds like.
Close.
Sounds like. That's it. Andy Horn.
at 1999, who made exactly 100 game that New Zealand's only victory at Lords. They won by 9 wickets.
Yeah, excellent. Glad I remembered that one.
Nasser's first series as captain?
Yes. Yes, I think so. I think Dion Nash might have bowled us out, who then came to play for Middlesex off the back of that, bowled beautifully.
Robinson continues. Forward press from Taylor looked a lot more comfortable there. He hasn't looked at ease so far, but that looked very solid as he pushes it back to the bowler.
Well, we were discussing this on the telly, weren't we, Isha, that when he first comes in, he looks to then play that a little bit too square when he's falling over, but then as he more and more gets in and gets his eye in, he starts knocking those ones back to mid-on, which is a lot more sort of comfortable. Full face of the bat.
A 6'5" frame of Robinson approaching him now on an angle. Taylor drives straight to mid-on.
Don't mind
James Anderson collects the ball, turns and looks to throw, but then tosses it to mid-wicket. Joe Root warming up at first slip, just rolling his arm over.
A little bit of spin.
We've got a considerable amount of turn in India on the pitches out there, Toppers.
Well, who didn't? I think most people could have got a bit of turn on those pitches.
Taylor turns the ball to mid-wicket, no run.
Didn't he get 5 for 4 or something?
It was extraordinary. I mean, he should have bowled himself more, to be fair.
Yeah, crazy figures. Yeah. But then the England players mainly got out to the straight ball.
Yeah.
Which was weird. Axel Patel did for us, didn't he?
Yeah.
Perfect kind of bowler on those pitches there. Straight, turn straight, LB, thanks.
It's going to make it interesting for India, actually, this summer, as Robinson bowls to Taylor on the front foot, covering the off stump, pushing it to extra cover. Because they have got such a depth in their squad. I mean, does Axel Patel even make the team with Jadeja back fit?
Probably not. Well, he might. Yes, hard school, isn't it?
And you got Ashwin.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably doesn't actually, does he? I mean, he might come as a support.
Yeah.
He might bring 3 spinners, mightn't they? Perfect kind of bowler for Indian conditions. He is perfect number 2 to Jadeja.
Taylor struck on the pad by Robinson. Gibbon! Arms aloft for Robinson. He snaffled another. Number 2 in Test cricket. And another big wicket. This time it's Ross Taylor.
Yeah, really good bit of bowling there by Ollie Robinson. We've been banging on about it, haven't we? What England have been trying to do is just to try and get him playing around that front pad, and this time he missed it. That looked pretty adjacent, but fair play to Ollie Robinson. Bowled to the plan and gets his man. And I'm a poet, and I didn't even know it.
On that note, yeah, just jagging back. You can see it hits the knee roll.
Yeah, really
probing away, and there was a little moment where Ross Taylor was chatting to his partner about whether he should review, but then decided against it. So he leaves the field of play now as he walks up the stairs into the famous Lord's long room.
It's been very impressive, Robinson, for me, don't you think, Isha?
Yep.
Yeah, got it going both ways. I mean, and from that pavilion end, he's got it sort of shaping away from the right-hander towards the slips and the wicket-keeper, but then definitely has the ability just to jag one back down the slope. So he's getting it moving both ways, and it's awkward. Are you off?
I am off.
Is it someone else said?
You can continue your poetry.
Yes.
Stuffers.
No, he's bowled very well. They'll be delighted, and especially Chris Silver were there up on the pavilion balcony, giving his man a thumbs up and a well bowled. He's got rid of both big guns for New Zealand. Williamson, Anderson got Williamson, sorry, but he's got 2 wickets, and he's bowled very nicely. Gets it in the right area from height, quick enough. Looks like it could be a good sort of prospect and bowl well. in Australia, Simon. Looks like a kind of guy who would suit those Australian pitches.
Like a Tim Bresnan?
Yes, a taller Tim Bresnan. And slightly better looking. No, well, very well.
Who was New Zealand's leading run scorer in the World Cup final?
Nation. No. Guptill.
He's just walked out to bat.
Oh, who's
number
that?
5. Henry Nicholls.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay. Well done. Anyone else know that? Mike shaking his head.
There's another one of these emerging New Zealand players. He's got a good record. Another left-hander as well.
I'm off.
See you later. It's 1:14 for 3. The game's back in the balance. England have bowled well since lunch. It's a bit more overcast now. I don't know whether it's affected what's going on out in the middle. It's a warm day, but there's cloud cover around. We were warned about the possibility of a thunderstorm later. He wouldn't necessarily rule it out, but there's some blue sky around as well. It's very pleasant watching cricket today. So 1:14 for 3. We're in the 38th over of the day's play. And here is Nicholls' first ball. 4 slips in. Robinson bowls to him, and he gets off the mark straight away, angling the ball away down towards the third man area. There's a sliding stop there, and the throw is returned to Bracey. And Nicholls gets 2. And New Zealand up to 116 for 3 at the end of Robinson's over. So he's taken 2 for 22 from 9 overs. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 22. And coming into this Test match, picked up wickets in Championship cricket, but also his record in the last 2 or 3 years has been really eye-catching. Taking his wickets at 21. It's not taking 60 wickets at 21. It's over 200 wickets at 21. Michael Vaughan's here.
Yeah, good afternoon. Absolutely spot on, Simon. He looks very impressive. He's bowled we describe as a heavy ball. Through the air, it's not Mark Wood speed, but it looks like it's gathering pace off the pitch, and he's just got enough movement. And the wicket of Ross Taylor, the team meetings over the last few days, it's exactly what England would have talked about. Just getting the ball angled back into the pads, getting playing across the line.
Here's Wood bowling outside the off stump to Conway, who's been there from the start. Lets that one go. Taken by Bracey.
Yeah, but they've been impressive. England, it was felt like a big toss, and it may end up still being so. With that start of Latham and Conway, the 50 partnership, the foundation was set. They've managed to get 3 good wickets. Latham for 23, Williamson for 13, Taylor for 14. But Conway, he's playing nicely. Going about his business like a mature Test player. You're forgetting that he's on debut. He's 53.
So Latham 23, Williamson 13, Taylor 14, the men out. Wood goes in and bowls to Conway. Hits that back firmly on the drive. Stopped by Wood in his follow through. Very firmly struck. That was 94.5 miles an hour, that delivery from Mark Wood. It's just gone up on the board at the far end of the ground.
Yeah, Joe Root continuously gets loose. He keeps bowling and looking like he might be coming on. I'm not too sure that I would be using myself as a skipper just at this stage. 2 away from Colin de Grandhomme.
Yeah, it feels like seam should be the way to go at the moment. Pace. Wood circles round at the nursery end and rushes in to bowl outside the off stump to Conway, quite wide. Conway could have gone after that and slapped it up to the grandstand for 4, but he decided to let it go through to James Bracey.
Yeah, I think that's what he's done really well, Simon, because he has left that channel ball. He hasn't played too many flashes. The cut shot, it's not a shot you see often in the modern game. A lot of players get over to the offside, don't they, and try and work on what they say is the safer side, the onside. Yeah, you name me a player that plays a Robin Smith style cut shot in this era. Not many.
Burns likes it out there, doesn't he? He'll go for it.
I guess Ross Taylor would have been one. He likes the cut shot.
Wood bowls round the wicket outside the off stump, very wide again. Conway could have gone after that, but
Robin Smith's having a go at that one, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He is crashing it.
Richie Richardson. That's gone over point for 6, Richie Richardson style. Where is the cut shot gone?
I'd say I noticed it disappearing from the game Perhaps bowlers don't bowl as much short wide stuff anymore. Is that possible?
Maybe. I do think it's a lot to do with play right-handers, particularly getting over to off stump and almost like nullifying.
Yeah.
That kind of wide up off stump.
Wood mops his brow on this warm afternoon. There's a breeze ruffling his trousers. 116 for 3. Conway 53 not out. 2 slips, a gully in. Wood goes in and bowls to Conway. Short, and Conway pulls that down towards fine. They didn't really get up. Swivel pull from Conway, hitting it down.
As a player, you'd have seen a lot of Monty Lynch.
Little bit, yeah.
Monty Lynch cut every ball.
Didn't Monty Lynch bag a pair before lunch?
How would you do that?
I think he did. I think that's right. A pair out first ball twice.
For who? For Surrey?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's right.
So he would have batted at number 4.
I think what happened was there might have been a few night watchmen before him.
Okay.
So the night before, then they got bowled out. So he might have come in at 6. They bowled out from. Then he batted his normal position after they followed on. Was out from. I think that's right. Anyway,
them in a session
before lunch. I think. I think that's right. 117 for 3. Nicholls on 2. He's struck on the pad by Wood. Full delivery. LBW shout. Didn't feel quite right. Might be pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, I think so, Simon. James Bracey's had a few of these as a keeper behind the stumps on debut, where the bowlers come to him. They've decided to go for it. They've reviewed it.
Right. Okay. Well, it was very full. Let's see. Bracey, as a wicket-keeper, of course, has to help out with the bowler. Where do you think that was pitching? Which it seems to me to be the big thing here, where it pitched. But it was a full delivery. We're just seeing the replay now in front, and I don't think we've got a feed of the third umpire at the moment.
Yeah, he's got a pitched outside leg.
Yeah, I think it has, hasn't it?
Yeah, we've not got a great angle at the minute, but it just looks like it's an inch or so outside leg stump where it pitches.
There's no edge on it.
Clearly no bat.
I don't think this is going to go in England's favour here.
When ready, please.
I'm surprised they went for it. Yeah, pitched outside leg stump.
Okay, it's pitched outside leg stump, so we'll go back to Richard on field. Richard, ball's pitched outside leg stump. Stay with your original decision.
That's one Richard to another. Richard Illingworth to Richard Kettlebrand.
Yeah,
not out.
Very similar to Jimmy Anderson's to Tom Latham early in the day.
Yeah.
Exactly the same.
My immediate reaction there was it didn't look quite right. So surely that would have been Wood's reaction as well, but bowlers are optimistic, I suppose. There wasn't a great deal of enthusiasm from behind. Anyway, that was the end of the over. 117 for 3.
It was almost, well, we haven't gone for one yet. Well, we might as well.
Yeah. And of course they got 3. Both sides have got 3.
I just think they're so important. You've always got to remember, when you're making the decision, is that the reviews were brought in really for the howler. It just didn't seem like a howler, did it?
Yeah, no. 117 for 3. Conway 54 not out. New over from Robinson round the wicket to the left-hander. He's with him now. Pushed away off the back foot through extra cover to chase for Anderson down towards the tavern stand. They go for 1. They'll come back for a second. Anderson a bit slight fumble there, and they're able to come through for 3. Anderson got to it, and then the ball slipped out of his grasp. So
you get value here, don't you? This little prod, it races across the square. The square's so many pitches here at Lords. It just races across and then goes down the slope. It'd be interesting to see if a player comes out and starts playing aggressively on this kind of wicket, what would happen. It just looks like a good pitch, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You could almost chance your arm and go after the bowlers.
Stokes played like that in the last Lord's Test against New Zealand a few years back. Conway stands up in defence to Robinson, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Now, I posed you a question earlier, Andy, off air. Question from Steve Ryan, who says, can you ask your stats man, which I presume is you, how many wicket keepers, because Brace is in today, how many wicket keepers have kept to Broad and Anderson in Test cricket?
Well, let's go through them. Butler, Folkes, Bracey.
Let's see if we can get it ourselves.
Yeah. Well, there's 3.
So presumably, is that Broad and Anderson when they're playing together, or Broad and Anderson when they're playing Test cricket? So they might have played, not playing the same team. Here is a ball from Robinson outside the off stump across the left-hander.
So is the question when they played together or just at either? What is the question, Simon? You're the question master.
That's the question I was sent.
Right.
So I don't.
Ollie Pope kept it, didn't he? In New Zealand,
he did.
So
yeah,
that might be one little.
Was Broad playing? I don't think Anderson was playing in that game.
Okay, so it's both together then.
Should we go both together?
Well, I've got one or other.
One or other.
We can do both together.
Okay.
All right, one or other.
Okay.
So,
do you want me to tell you how many there are?
Yeah, go on.
So 10 in a match involving one or both of Anderson and Broad.
There are 10 England wicketkeepers. Okay. Robinson bowls. It's defended by Nichols up towards mid-on, where it's picked up by Stuart Broad. There's no run. So
Bracey.
So Michael's gone for Bracey. That's a good one to start with, Michael.
Yeah, Butler. So I've got 4 so far.
Folks, got that?
Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Sam.
Bairstow?
Pryor. Bairstow.
How many have we got?
6.
Oh.
It's not very good, that, is it?
Not really.
Geraint Jones, would he have been one towards the end?
When did Broad start?
I gave him his
picked
debut,
him, didn't
yes.
you? Robinson round the wicket to bowl to. He struck on the patch out for LBW against Nichols. Robinson really wants it. The umpire doesn't. Umpire Michael Goff says not out. And normally when umpire Goff says not out, it's not worth reviewing it. He's so solid, but we'll see what they're going to do.
I think it's hit him outside the line of off stump. Impact.
The timer's going down. 3, 2, 1. They decide against it.
It's one of those that if they hadn't reviewed last overs, they probably would have reviewed that one.
Yeah.
But I still don't think this is out. I think it hits him outside the line of off stump, playing a shot, and it's a little bit high as well. Yeah. So I'm at 6 with Bairstow at 6.
Let me have a look at the names you've got.
I've got Bracey, Pope, Folkes, Butler, Pryor, Bairstow so far. So Broad started in 2000. So it's not both together. So Jimmy Anderson started back in the day, didn't he? Reed.
Well, Geraint Jones as well then, generally.
Jones, Geraint Jones.
Yeah. 120 for 3, meanwhile. Nichols on 2. 4 slips in. Robinson bowls. Nichols is forward, playing defensively up towards mid-off. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. So, talking about speeds, Robinson, mid-80s there, 84.4 miles an hour.
Timmy Ambrose.
Yeah.
Thank you, producer.
Yeah. So is that our 10 or not?
No, I've got 9.
Still missing one, are we?
Missing 1. So I've got Bracey, Pope, Folkes, Butler, Pryor, Bairstow, Chris Reed, Geraint Jones, Tim Ambrose. I presume they're right, Andy. Yeah. So we're one short.
So the one short is. Did they play a lot or not very much, or is it surprise, or North South County, or?
How many clues do you want?
I know that's. Come on, Simon. We're better than that. We're supposed to be experts on the game.
He played a lot for England.
He played a lot. There'll be people shouting it there.
Alex Stewart.
There we go. This is Wood. Sorry, Alec. Here's Wood bowling. Forward goes Conway. Conway gets it high on the bat there and plays it short leg. It's stopped by Pope.
Yeah, you forget how long Jimmy's been playing.
Well, that's it, yeah. And what an incredible achievement. 161 test match just to get yourself on the field as a fast bowler 161 times is just incredible. I mean, Alistair Cook did that, and that was amazing enough, wasn't it? Just that, that longevity to
I remember being
keep yourself motivated and fit.
In Adelaide for that first one-day game that he played. I think it was his first when he bowled 10 on the spin. In 2003.
Here's Wood. Short, pulled away, down towards deep back with square leg, not timed by Conway. Helping it on its way. England have that man back. 2 men behind square on the onside. He got it down. 121 for 3. Conway to 58.
Nice to see a few kids in the crowd. There's a shot of 3 young chaps, one with a Sussex shirt on. He'll be supporting Ollie Robinson. One with his bat. Nice pair of green shades. Kid with the Sussex, one of those mini bats. See that with kids, don't you? They go to the cricket, they watch a bit, and then they go around the back and have a bit again with the mini bat. Tennis ball. Use a bin as the wicket.
This is Wood bowling over the wicket, very full, turned away by Nichols into the onside, down the slope towards the mound stand. These 2 here, Anderson after it. They'll look for 3 if they can. Anderson sliding stop, sends in the return, and they had to settle for 2, 123 for 3. There's a lot more room at the back now to get the cricket's on to have an impromptu game.
Oh, there's plenty of space. Yeah, I mean, not many of the food kind of wagons there.
That's true. It looks as if the nursery ground has been made smaller because of the new stands. There's a sort of road ran at the back of
Oh, he's got an Aussie
Media
cap
centre
on.
now.
Oh, I'm not happy about that. He's got an Australian. What's he holding up? Pat Cummins Ashes 21-22. He's saying the Aussies are going to win 4-1. The kid on the screen with the Aussie cap on. Get out. Throw him out.
There's Wood bowling full and defended by Nicholls back up the onside of the pitch, and there's no run. That's an improvement for England. Last time they lost 4-0.
Well, they've won a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't beat a bit of corridor cricket. You'd have played a bit of corridor cricket, Simon. At Yorkshire,
house cricket, and you played in your house until something got broken.
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. Any kind of corridor in the house, the back garden, backyard. Matthew Hoggard used to be incredible at shower cricket.
Shower cricket?
Honestly, at Headingley, the old dressing rooms down at the bottom, there was this big shower, the two baths in the middle, and there was a pitch that we used to kind of make on the left-hand side of the showers.
Meanwhile, here's Wood, again bowling full, inside edge from Nicholls, down towards fine leg. So putting the bat there and the ball hitting it and going off that thick inside edge down towards the fine leg area. One more to the total, 124 for 3, Nicholls to 5.
Yeah, and he was so good, Hoggy, because he basically made up all the rules. So the rules were in his favour. Whatever he was good at, that, he'd make sure that they were the rules. And if it would hit the wall full on, you were out. Hit the bath full on, you were out. And he was brilliant at spinning it out of his hands and spinning it either way. He used to sit on a chair at the end of the showers, flick them out of you either way. If you survived 3 balls, you were good.
And Matt Pryor was good, was he? Did you say Matt Pryor?
No, Hoggard. Right. Magnificent shower player.
I imagine trying to play inside a little cubicle. I couldn't get my head
the showers along the wall.
I know. I couldn't get my head around it. Wood bowls, strikes Conway on the thigh pad, drops onto the pitch. And it's picked up by Pope coming forward from short leg. End of the over. 40 minutes from tea. 124 for 3. Good tussle going on out there at the moment. Conway 58. Nicholls on 5. More from you, Michael, or Zalt, and then it will be Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, Joe Root continuously waves his arms around, just giving an indication that he may be coming on to bowl. Not too sure whether it's going to be soon. 2 left-handers, so it's an option. A bit of off-spin. He seems to have a golden arm. Obviously no Jack Leach, so he's the sole spinner. There's a nice sight, Daniel. Nice champagne cork on the outfield. It's just
where's
shown
that?
On the screen. Not too sure. It'll be down to the left somewhere. Bit of shower cricket, Dan. Have you ever played shower cricket?
Shower cricket?
Yeah.
Just to be clear, are the showers on when you're doing it?
No, but this was the game Hoggard used to play. He would put them on at times.
Okay. Ollie Robinson starts a new over, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Nicholls, who shoulders arms to a ball quite tight to his off stump. It goes through to keeper Bracey, and there's no run. So I'm imagining these are quite big showers. Though.
Well, the showers, when they have the heads along the wall. Yeah. There was 2 baths lengthwise, right in the middle.
Oh,
so
yes.
You're talking 2 bath length and probably another 3 yards, because the showers went all the way around the room at Headingley in the old dressing rooms.
Right.
So I don't know, 15 yards long.
But there are gullies in there, aren't there? I mean, you could, if you get the ball off that
it was on a slant as well. It was a bit like Lord's.
Ooh.
So if you were preparing for Lord's, you go in the showers with Hoggy. Get him to throw you a few.
Robinson in again, and Nicholls lets this bouncer go by. Just slightly disdainful nod of the head, looking to his right, and just lets it go through to Bracey.
It's nicely played, wasn't it? Yeah. Good bouncer, nice height, and he just had good balance. Did Nicholls swayed out of the way, kept his hands low.
Do you know, there is a very good book written by Steve Canane, which is about Australian cricketers and the backyards that they used to play on and how it determined the way they played. So Neil Harvey was apparently exceptionally good against spin because he used to play his cricket as a kid in the street, and there used to be big divots and cracks on the street. As Robinson is in again, and Nicholls lets this one go by, and it actually sort of moves away slightly, away to Bracey's left. He had to trot a bit to his left and collect the ball in front of first slip, and there's no run. And it was a fascinating book because it's a little bit like why Mornie Morkel does his circle, because there was a tree in his garden and he had to run round it. But you in the shower, I like this idea of Hoggy, and it's sort of just getting that drift and that angle, and then you would swap round the other way so you get both pavilion and nursery end.
Yeah, well, yeah. But if you survive 3 or 4 balls, you had a great average.
Right. Robinson in. Nicholls again lets it go by, and again not too far from the off stump, and this one coming back in with the angle And once more, there's no run. And the umpire's going to have a little look here because Robinson, by coming round the wicket, is just endangering that danger area, the red zone.
Just the odd ball's kept a bit low.
Yeah.
You know, it's a slowish wicket. It's been, it's looked very nice for batting at this stage, but you just start looking at low balls now on day one. Potentially that could be something that could transcend later on into the game.
And these footmarks might even bring Mitchell Santner into play. England don't have a spinner, of course. Robinson's in again. That's quite a brisk ball outside the off stump, a bit too short. And again, Nicholls is able to leave it. And again, there's just a bit of movement off the pitch. I don't know why I'm asking this question, but I'm going to anyway. It's in the shower. Were you draped in nothing but a towel? So tell me there was at least a towel.
Well, sometimes not.
Oh, crikey.
When you're playing with... No, you'd wear a pair of shorts or something.
Shorts, okay.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, sometimes you'd have... I mean, it depends on if Hoggy wanted a wet pitch, you obviously wouldn't wear too much.
No. Obviously, down the leg side. And a diving half stop by Bracey will prevent the ball running away down to the boundary. Root has to run round from first slip just to gather the ball, and they get through for what I think must have been signalled as a bye. 125 for 3 at the end of the over. 42 have been bowled. Conway 58. Nicholls will keep strike after that bye. He has 5.
And of course, Hoggy, being a bowler, would always want the pitch to do even more. So he would put lumps of soap.
Oh no!
On and around the length.
This is a treacherous environment you're playing in.
You could survive 3 or 4 balls. You were great.
Yeah. And you had a bat. Not a stump.
No, it was a stump.
It's a stump. Yeah. Crikey,
yeah, it's like the Bradman days.
But you know, I saw Hoggy the other day. We played the Tavs played a game up at Oxford Down Cricket Club. He was there with his son Ernie,
yeah.
Left armour.
Yes.
And you know, he's got very similar mannerisms to his dad. He bowled a ball that beat the outside edge, and you know how Hoggy used to sort of trudge back like a kind of weary labourer.
Yeah.
And Ernie is already doing that, even though he's kind of slim, willowy young man. But he gets a lot of swing on it, does Ernie?
Okay.
Hoggy was bowling off 2 paces and got larruped to all parts by the masked cricketer 11.
It's not like that TV show, is it?
Well, it was similar. It was a podcast, Masked Cricketer, which people would be introduced with a mask on, if you like. It's the first ball of a new over from Joe Root is clipped into the onside, fielded at short mid-wicket, and then thrown back to Root at the stumps. But Conway had not moved out of his ground.
Yeah, they've got an orthodox slip and a leg slip. That little flick down the leg side, cover point on the boundary. Over-attacking Joe Root.
Root in again, and that's floated, drifting up and full outside the off-stump, driven to short extra cover. And there's no run. This is the slight problem that England have got, not having a spinner. And they've just taken a 3rd wicket. They'd love to be able to attack as Root forces Nicholls into his crease, and he just works the shorter ball into the onside. And they get through for another run. 126 for 3, Nicholls to 6.
Yeah, what you don't want to see now as a skipper is a ball ripped past the outside edge. And you're the perfect person to make sure that doesn't happen, so you don't quite put as many revolutions on the ball.
So just bowl it sort of flat.
Yeah, just straight out the front of the hand.
Filthy flat.
Told you all, it wasn't going to spin.
He has got that slip, he's got the leg slip. Conway tickles this ball back at a square on the onside. It was a full one on his pads, and he'll get a run for it again. This feels a little pedestrian when England have taken the wicket of Taylor. They've taken 2 wickets after lunch. They've just had drinks. They'd love to be able to attack, but they also need to give their seam bowlers a bit of rest and rotation. So Root, who's taken 37 wickets in his Test career, brings Nicholls forward, and that's pushed back up the wicket, fielded by Root off his own bowling.
Did Hoggy have his grill though?
No, he didn't.
In
he talked a lot about it. He did say that Aggers needed to move on to stage 2 with the grill, as his next ball is a bump ball driven into the ground by Nicholls, picked up by Root, waiting for it in his follow-through. End of Root's first over, just a couple of runs to it. 127 for 3, New Zealand 59 to Conway, 6 to Nicholls. Yes, he said that, he mentioned that because Aggers loves his barbecue, and he's been given lots of instruction from Hoggy, but we've not really moved beyond grade 1, which is barbecuing a piece of chicken. So he's trying to introduce him to some of the more subtle refinements that this magnificent grill can do. Andy, you look like you were about to get your microphone ready.
On Joe Root's bowling, 37 wickets, as you mentioned, 20 of them left-handers. He averages 27 to left-handers and 61 to right-handers.
Does he still have the highest bowling average for a man who's taken over 30 wickets who has a higher batting average? In other words, is he the most expensive all-rounder in world cricket? Because I think Steve Smith and Kane Williamson and he were all vying for that job of most expensive all-rounder. Do you want to check that one out? You look like you were at a loose end, Andy, that's all. Mark Wood is coming in from the pavilion end. He's replacing Robinson, and he's not bowled for the pavilion end yet. And his first ball is fast and is not taken cleanly by Bracey, who's not had a poor time behind the stumps, but you can tell he's not quite, to say the least, the finished article with the gloves at the moment. In fairness to him, that ball did bounce in front of him, went through very low, but he wasn't able to take it, and they get through for a bye, 128 for 3.
Yeah, no, Mark was got the trajectory of a skid. He skims the ball down, but that ball did bounce through once to James Bracey. Short leg in place, square leg on the boundary for the miscued hook shot, fine leg. Just the boundaries are in, aren't they? By a good.
They are in.
10 or 15 yards from normal.
They're in quite a lot. Here is Wood. Round the wicket bouncer, and Nicholls just nods his head underneath that. It goes through to Bracey. Andy.
On the subject discussed a little while ago of wicket keepers who have kept wicket for England to the bowling of Broad and Anderson in tests, had a tweet come from James Philbrook pointing out that Paul Collingwood, as stand-in keeper when Matt Pryor was injured, took a catch off Jimmy Anderson against West Indies in 2009. So we can add him.
So it's 11.
Yes.
11, right,
in terms
okay.
of players selected as keepers. That's 10, so thanks for that, James.
No, that's a very fair point. Wood turns and hurtles in to Nicholls, and Nicholls lets this one go by outside the off stump. Again, low, poor old Bracey. I mean, Lords is not the easiest place to keep, in fairness, so it's not an easy place to judge Bracey's keeping skills at. And his bowlers aren't helping him enormously at the moment. The ball's just dying.
Just dipping on him, isn't it? That dips again in front of him, just to the left.
Dipping a bit more, it feels, from the pavilion end than from when the bowling's from the nursery end at the moment. The sun's come back out. There is high cloud, but it's a warm day, but there's a gentle breeze. The flags are fluttering, and the crowd's making that satisfied post-lunch hum as Wood is in. That's full, pushed up to mid-on. There's no run. You can watch the 3 wickets that have fallen and today's other highlights now on the BBC Sport website. Go to the text commentary on the cricket section where the marvellous Amy Lofthouse is on duty, and you'll find video clips throughout the day. And from 7 p.m. tonight, you can see the highlights on BBC Two in Today at the Test, featuring pretty much everybody here on the Test Match special team, apart from me and you, Andy, but yeah. And Vic. But it probably means we get to go earlier, doesn't it?
And arrive later.
Yeah. I'm not complaining. Wood in. That's full, driven without timing, up to mid-off by Nicholls. And again, there's no run. What did you make of Conway and the way he played Wood's opening spell? He got a couple in short at him. It seemed to me he didn't look too comfortable with that.
Well, I think it was the fact that they were dug in short and they didn't get up. Hit him on the right shoulder twice. He didn't take his eye off the ball, really, kind of just ducked down and let it a bit Brian Close like. He just let the ball hit him. I've seen a bit of him in white ball cricket, but he's impressive. He just looks like a run scorer. He just looks like he knows his game inside out.
Wood in, shorter, up on his toes. Goes Nicholls, plays back up the wicket. Wood fields off his own bowling, 128 for 3 New Zealand. They have lost a couple of wickets since lunch. They're rebuilding. But Devon Conway on 59, you really would not know he was playing his first test. There's not a semblance of nerves that are visible at any rate.
No, I mean, he just looks like he's got a game that for many, many years, forget the standard, he scored runs. You go back to South Africa, he used to score runs for fun, and obviously now he's gone over to New Zealand, he's done exactly that. To get a triple century in any format of the game, and he's got a big triple century in first-class cricket, just as he obviously can play and can bat long periods of time. And you can see it straight away that he just has a game plan. Got good balance, plays the ball late, leaves well. Pretty much the perfect ingredients to score runs at this level.
There's a little ripple of applause. I don't know what that was for. I don't think it was for Adam Mountford's triple century. You did say a triple century in any form of the game, as Root is in, and that's full on the pads, worked around the corner. There is a leg slip, but Conway got that little squarer, and as a result, picks up another run. He moves to 60, 129 for 3. I mean, I've never been quite sure of the provenance of this Adam Mountford triple 100. We may come back to that. It's full by Root and pushed into the offside by Nicholls, but straight to short extra cover, and there's no run. Root in the attack as England look to rotate their seamers, give them a little bit of a breather in this post-lunch session. Root in again. Down the wicket comes Nicholls and pushes to mid-on. Gets a single because mid-on Jimmy Anderson is quite deep there and makes a sprawling stop, but can't prevent the single. Nicholls to 7. Conway has 60, 130 for 3. Michael Vaughan has departed, and Jeremy Cody has replaced him as Root is in. That's tossed up a little bit fuller, and Conway defends into the onside, and there's no run. This must be feeling lovely for Devon Conway, isn't it? He's on debut at Lords, 60 not out, good pitch, warm day, and Joe Root is bowling is slightly better than part-time off-spin at him. Full again, driven, and through the gap on the offside. He'll pick up just the 1 for it, though, as Wood comes in off the boundary, sweeping to collect 1 more to the total, 131 for 3. It's all feeling a little bit easy and relaxed at the moment, Jeremy.
Not really a surface to encourage the slower bowlers.
Doesn't seem that way. Root again, full on the pads, but this is expertly tucked into the onside this time, to the left of mid-wicket. And another single accrues. 4 singles easily taken off that over, and at the moment England, having applied a bit of pressure by removing Ross Taylor, just haven't really been in a position then to back that up, and that's, I think, what will disappoint them a little bit. When Robinson got Taylor out, they might have thought, well, if we can get another couple here, could really turn the tables, but they're having to resort to Root, Jeremy.
Well, it means, of course, if there's no spin, it's just slow bowling, isn't it? So rather than spin, so New Zealand have a little bit of a breather. I mean, it's been fascinating cricket, I think, since lunch. New Zealand probably winning that first session, 1 for 85 of 25 overs. But as soon as the cloud came in, Broad and Anderson got the ball to swing after lunch. Williamson made a defensive error. Taylor looked tortuous, I thought.
Wood scurries in from the pavilion end, starts a new over. Brisk delivery, 92.5 miles an hour, goes through to the keeper Bracey, well left alone by Nicholls. There's no run.
And on borrowed time, really. Always gives you the impression at the moment, Ross Taylor, I mean, he's got he's worked such a lot of credit in his bank, hasn't he, for New Zealand?
Leading run
you give him a crack, don't you?
Yeah.
But he's always looking at the ball from a heavy head on the offside. So you tend to be going at the pads. Anything straight he feels he can get a bat on it. Well, he missed one finally and was palpably LB.
Here comes Wood again, round the wicket. And up on his toes goes Nicholls and just works this really well up to mid-on. There's no run. Of the 5 New Zealand batters we've seen today, it's the only one who's pushing at the ball. The other 4 have waited for it. They've played late. They've looked in complete control until they've got out, of course. I mean, as you say, Williamson's defensive error was a little bit uncharacteristic. It's a shot you would never have expected him to get out of that.
Well, he struggled, I thought, today a little bit more, Williamson. I thought some good bowling from Robinson at him just prior to lunch, and then certainly after lunch from, as I say, Broad and Anderson, and then Robinson came in as well.
Wood into Nicholls, who again lets it go by. He's left brilliantly today so far, as Henry Nicholls. He's not felt the need to chase the ball, and England are a bit frustrated here, because if he's not going to go after it and then they can milk 4 singles and over off Joe Root, then that hard-won position is just slipping away again from them.
Well, I thought that they brought themselves back into parity with those 2 major wickets, Williamson and Taylor. But now you sense with the sun coming out a little more, and the cloud sort of just a little higher, I think.
Yes, definitely a little higher. Here is Wood, Nicholls defends really solidly, straight back up the wicket, full face of the bat, fullish ball, rapid ball, another 92.8 mile per hour delivery, but it's not yet happening for Wood.
You know, and Conway is doing such a good job for New Zealand, isn't he? They're expecting a lot of a guy on debut, but he's just absorbing a lot in the legs from the Englishman.
You can see why they would expect, because he doesn't look remotely as if he's, as I said before, it doesn't look like he's on debut. It looks like he's been out there for years and years as Wood is in. And Nicholls just gets up on his toes again, defends into the ground, picked up at short leg. Ollie Pope with the lid on there, just in front of square fields. There's no run, 132 for 3.
You can't decry the effort and the industry of Wood, can you? Just running in so hard from that pavilion end, and hurled himself off his feet a couple of balls ago, so he looked up and saw the response of the batsman from the ground. And there he almost lost his footing as well, so he's really having a go. And that the bat pad, who's probably 5 metres away, is a good position.
Here's Wood to complete his over. Nicholls clips beautifully along the ground with great timing to the wide mid-on fielder, but finds him. And there is no run to complete the over. Was that a maiden? It was, thank you. 132 for 3. New Zealand. Conway has 61. Henry Nicholls has 8. We've had 46 overs. More thoughts from Jeremy Coney, and then it'll be Jonathan Agnew to take you up to tea.
So I think it's been a compelling section of play today. That first maybe 15 to 20 overs after lunch, where England have held sway, got a couple of wickets, got themselves back into the game. It's just reduced that pressure on New Zealand of bringing Root, and I mean Wood is trying his best from that pavilion end, but there are singles on offer to the New Zealanders now that Root is bowling, just tucking it leg side, pushing it through quite a generous gap on the offside as well. So there are singles when Root doesn't quite get it right. It would be very disappointing for the batsman who got out at this phase.
I think Root's on as much trying to do something about the over rate as much as anything else. He bowls now and brings Conway forward, and Root feels, look at that, there's still 44 overs left and we're 20 minutes from tea. So it'll be a full 6:30, and they have to bowl pretty quickly to get the allotted overs in. Root again trots in from round the wicket. Bowls very full, driven by Conway to mid-on. Stylish looking stroke, Anderson Fields. And there's no run. So Root's conceded 6 so far. I don't think he'll get 5 for 8 again, as he did in Ahmedabad, of course, during the winter. He's played off the front foot out to mid-wicket. Extraordinary spell. I mean,
he bowls quite well on turning pitches,
yes,
doesn't he?
It did turn a lot. 5 for 8.
Yes.
like schoolboy stuff. Amazing. We tend to josh a bit about his bowling, and I have to keep very quiet after that one. And he comes again round the wicket, and that's played away off the front foot out to cover. And there's no run. He occasionally throws in the occasional leg spinner as well. But both Ahmedabad and also, of course, it was Port Elizabeth, I think, the previous winter. He got a stack of wickets too. Then he goes again, trotting in, bowls outside the off stump. Conway reaches for it and drives carefully out to cover. Broad's loosening up down here in front of us. Maybe Wood is now burned out. He's certainly given it absolutely everything, as always. But nothing today to show for it as Root bowls. Oh, there's an arm ball. There's swing too. Just drifted into the left-hander, who brushed it off his pads to think about the second, but they won't get it, as that's picked up in the deep by Robinson. And one more, so 133 for 3. Conway 62, Nicholls has 8. Just tuning our way for the first time. New Zealand won the toss, chose to bat, as I'm sure everyone would have done today. It's a lovely day, very good looking pitch. England decided not to include Jack Leach, so they come in with 4 quick bowlers plus Joe Root, and the openers Latham and Conway put on 58 together, played very well. Robinson got his first wicket when Latham got a pretty thick inside edge and pulled the ball into his stumps, but joy for Robinson, his first test wicket in his 4th over. Latham out for 23. Williamson was dismissed, bowled by Anderson again off quite a lot of wood of the bat. In fact, almost the face of the bat. It hit the bat and rolled backwards.
Yeah, it was the face. Yeah,
it's like one of those back spinners in snooker. Really went into his stump. So he was bowled for 13. A good break through that. It was a while before England struck again. That time when Taylor played across his pad once too often, you could see England really trying to bowl for that. And it was Robertson who trapped him, LBW for 14. So 114 for 3. Now 133 for 3. Conway's become a little subdued, as it were. And it heavier going he did earlier on. And as expected, Broad is coming from the pavilion end. Lots of white of empty benches there. The members, I don't say spaced out, but that wouldn't be quite right. Here's Broad, and that's bowling full on the off stump, driven down to mid-off, and they take a single. Maybe spread out is a better expression for the MCC members, but you know what I mean. And all around the ground, 6,500 people enjoying the warmth and the sunshine, and first spectators in international cricket here at Lord's for 2 years.
It's very easy to overlook the value of a crowd, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Well, we felt it last year when there was just the artificial hum and just silence around everywhere, sort of a hollowy echo sound. Broad round the wicket, moves in and he bowls outside the off stump, and Nicholls ignores it.
But just that sense of occasion,
yes.
they add to the event, I think, is... I mean, imagine,
and to the players
imagine
too.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
Imagine that Test match. Sorry, the one-day final that we were here. Imagine that with no crowd.
Which one was that one?
You know the one that I'm talking about. But no crowd.
Oh, absolutely.
It's
but a big energetic crowd does lift. It lifts your performance.
You get extra overs out of you quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Broad again, carrying his shadow with him, moves in, bowls short of a length, and Nicholls stands up and pushes that down to backward point.
You know, I mean, even if you're as a batsman, you're battling away perhaps. You play a nice cover drive through extra cover, silence.
Yep.
You know, no acknowledgement of the struggle. It's
absolutely true. It was like that when I played county cricket many times. Big ground emptier. No, but it is true. You hear the thud of a ball hitting a stand, or someone hits a six or something. No, it was a strange summer, but it's so good. Just a third or a quarter of the full house here today, driven out to cover this one. But still, well, the game feels alive. It feels like a live thing rather than just.
Well, imagine, it's almost must be for the players.
Yeah.
Just like being in a net.
Yeah, it's got life. It's breathing. You had crowds in New Zealand
all the time
this winter. Yeah,
we've been very lucky.
Yeah.
Whether it's rugby or whether it's cricket, there's been big crowds.
Distanced or just
a little bit at the start, but not now.
Broad round the wicket, moves in, bowls a bouncer. I haven't seen many of those from him today. Nicholls ducks underneath it. Bracey gathers. 134 for 3. T20 games and so on. They were well attended. Well, we're still fingers crossed for a big crowd at Edgbaston next week. I think they're hoping for 17,000 there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's not the 21st at that time, is it? Isn't that the time when everyone's
it's a trial event. They're testing, bringing crowds back and how it works, the procedures and so on. So Edgbaston is an official trial. Broad round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, and no stroke from Nicholls, gathered by Bracey, who picks up the helmet behind him. It's 134 for 3. Now, Alex Jensen has sent us an email. He said, I was lucky enough to be briefly taught English by Jeremy Coney. Kentigern College in Auckland 20 odd years ago. He was a great teacher, passion for the English language. Must admit that our favourite part of the class is when we managed to steer the conversation to cricket for extended periods of time. You were easily
Weren't they
distracted.
clever? Weren't they clever? They knew, they played the game.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
And they thought you didn't realise.
Good on them.
St Kentigern College.
You used to do the same. didn't you?
I would never taught it.
We had a maths teacher who liked climbing. We had him on the chalk ledge one day.
Right. Route round the wicket starts a new over. That's driven a little uppishly, but it goes for 4. Beautifully timed by Nicholls. Thumped that just to the onside of straight. So between Root and Anderson at mid-on, doesn't bother chasing that. It's picked up by a ball boy down here. A nice shot.
And what now, sir? What did you do then?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Watching the hours of the
yes, exactly.
tick by.
And anti-differentiation went to, was down the bottom of the mountain.
Exactly. And then bell goes and that's it.
Yep.
You've avoided double maths. Absolutely. Conway waits as Root bowls to him with a lower arm. He bowls that one sometimes. And it's played carefully into the covers. So anyway, you were apparently easily distracted.
Oh, well.
No, I didn't realise you were a teacher. You mean so many things. Root round the wicket, steered away into the leg side, pick up 1 run. TV presenter, travel show. That's
actually last summer. I went and did the grape harvest. That was interesting, quite good fun.
Where
driving
was
a
that?
bit of the harvester and the tractors.
Ooh. Sounds great fun. Root bowls wide, quite flat. And a flat batted shot therefore from Nicholls out towards the covers. Brings him 1 more run, 140 for 3.
That was in Blenheim, in the top of the South Island, where of course most of the wine from New Zealand comes from.
Marlborough Sound and all that.
Marlborough, that's right.
Beautiful part
isn't
of the world. It is Root bowling wide outside the off stump. Mistimed this drive by Conway, but picks up 1. Well, there's lots of... there are other producers, but probably the best known for us would be Cloudy Bay. It's from there, isn't it?
Well, you stayed there, didn't you?
Well, we did. It's a beautiful part of the world. We did the mail boat.
You went out
goes
round the
all
Sounds.
day, round the Sounds, delivering not just post, but groceries to people who live in extraordinary places, inaccessible.
End of the jetty.
1 more out to cover. Yes, you'd pull up. And sometimes the recipients wouldn't be there. They'd be up a cliff, and there'd be sort of a lift system. And you'd drop them off their groceries and maybe a few bottles of beer and whatever it may be. And you see the ropes going up, and up they go, and we go chugging round to the next place.
That's it.
It's just the most beautiful place.
Because a lot of those places, as you say, they're inaccessible. Yeah. And if you don't have a boat, you really need one.
Yes.
But some of them don't have road access either. So that's... I was considering trying to purchase a place, but I'm afraid...
I thought you were living there.
No, well, not in the Sounds.
Right.
I sold a place in the Sounds, but I wanted to now purchase one, and I'm afraid the prices were beyond me.
Were they?
Yes. I'd make a very timid little bid, and people would sweep past me. Not you, though, Jonathan. You, however...
I would be up on the list. I'd come and see you. I'd love to come and visit. Dolphins.
Yes, oh yes.
No, it's a magical part of the world. So you were there on the harvester?
Yes.
Wow. Broad round the wicket. Moves in and bowls outside the off stump. Nicholls plays no stroke. Heading towards tea here, about 8 minutes to go.
12-hour shifts.
Were they?
4 a.m. to 4 p.m.
So how does a grape harvester work then, compared to a sort of
with great
harvester?
Complexity?
Is it?
Because it actually shakes. It shakes the grapes off the vine.
Does it?
Yes, as you move along the row, and depending on the speed.
And you sit in?
Yes, you are. You're poised and suspended above it. Usually, some of them have you to the side of the actual sort of row that you're picking.
Right. Broad outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Nicholls.
The ones that I was on had them just directly above the line, so you can see yourself, and you judge the speed at which, depending on the terrain, whether you're going up and down or so.
But they're quite craggy things, vines, aren't they? So
yes, they are.
Not just like mowing down a cornfield.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
But then, of course, then also you fill your 2 bins. That goes through, and it drops all the leaves very cleverly. It takes all the leaves out as well. It's a terrific machine.
Wow. Broad on his way, bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke. That keeps it a little bit low as Bracey gathers that, moving to his left. And so you have your bins, and you just...
They fill, you drop them off then to a tractor on what they call the headland at the end of the row, and they chug behind them a thing called a gondola, which is a V-shaped sort of thing, and they deposit up to 10 tonnes of grapes into that, and then you take those 10 tonnes of grapes and you put it in the truck, and away it goes and takes it to the vineyard where they press it and so on.
Broad bowls short. Nicholls wasn't going to play that for a moment. He was going to sway out of the way, but then ended up prodding it away defensively for Broad to field off his own bowling. 142 for 3. Well, that's a big responsibility. I mean, that's someone's livelihood there. They let you loose for
Oh yes, you know that too.
I'm sure you do.
They're usually wandering around. Don't you miss too many? Don't you miss too many grapes?
No. Do you try the odd grape? And do it taste like?
Of course you do.
Grapes,
every time.
Normal grapes.
Every time. You go out and you see, oh no, that's a bit, the Brix level's a bit low there.
Oh.
The sugar, and the sugar content. Not like to pick them between 21 and 22. Brix level.
Right. There's Broad bowling, played off the front foot by Nicholls, this time down to mid-off. It's a beautiful sight of vineyards laid out. Somewhere, especially when it's quite arid around, like in Australia, at the Barossa, where it's so brown and scorched, but then these vineyards, beautiful green, stand out on the hills.
Yep. Farmers don't like it so much in New Zealand because they're usually in New Zealand on very fertile ground. They're using the wrong kind of ground. We should have sheep and cattle.
You've got plenty of sheep, I thought. Here comes Broad, bowls round the wicket. Oh, he feels for this. Beaten definitely there. Broad almost taking his first wicket of the day. But, well, you know, in cricket it's all about fractions of millimetres, and that was just away from that outside edge. So Nicholls survives, but he was lured into the shot.
Yes, the slope just helping just a tad. Broad bowls nicely, and there is still some movement there, isn't there? That just enough away, a hint. He'd have liked less, actually, wouldn't he?
Yes.
But 142 for 3, what's that? 50 overs, and it's still just nibbling.
Yeah. Well, you weren't here for our May, but I mean, it was so much rain fell that there must be some moisture around, even with the drainage system here that we talk about a lot, and the way that does suck a lot of the moisture out of the square. But I noticed 1 or 2 times the fielders have sprawled on the ground. They've left some divots behind, and that must be some moisture still in the pitch. Root's continuing. This is 5th over. He bowls from round the wicket, and Conway plays this first ball out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. We've got 5 minutes to go till tea, so maybe one more over after this. So we're talking to Guy Lavender, who's the chief executive of MCC, during the tea break. There's a sweep, or rather a swing and a sweep. A howled appeal there from Root and from Bracey, but that was going down the leg side. So about what's happening with Lords, really, and how they're dealing with this game, because there certainly were this morning some tickets available. Here's Root driving out to Broad, who dives there at mid-off. Good effort, that. And he'll take just 1 run. 143 for 3. As Root again, round the wicket, moves in, bowls, and it didn't turn. That was the trouble there for Root, because it skidded on to miss the leg stump, but again it hit him flush on the pad. It's beaten for length there. I think it's a bit flatter, a bit quicker.
Wonder if it's worth bringing the man in from square there, because he's encouraged to play that, isn't he? If the gap is there more, and play across the line a bit.
Root again, this time is carefully forward and quite wise. I think Nicholls is playing back to the England captain. 143 for 3, but certainly this morning there were some tickets around.
Online, weren't there?
Online.
Yes.
So we'll get an update on that, because there's a chance, if you want to come, you might be able to, as Nicholls driving, clipping it away to mid-on. But nicely stopped there by Anderson. And so there's no run. Good over from Root. Some applause there rings out around the ground. 143 for 3. This will be the last over before tea, with Broad marching up, England's new vice-captain, to deliver his hat to umpire Gough down at the far end. But exciting, isn't it? Get the chance to come. I mean, I think there was some uncertainty today about how many could come and who would be coming, which is why they didn't quite. Certainly hadn't this morning reached the allocation of what they were allowed to have.
And is that the case on other days as well?
We'll find out.
Okay.
So if anyone has got any thoughts possibly of coming, over the next 4 days. I know 1 or 2 days are sold out, but we'll find out. We'll get some details. And you've got to book them online. So in the meantime, you could sneak online now quickly and have a quick look, but there certainly were some. 143 for 3. Conway on strike on 70. His first test match, he's 70 not out, and Broad comes in, bowls to him and he's forward there. Not quite the big stride that we saw earlier in the day.
And the other thing, really, Eggers, is it's actually a good game because the bowlers are always in it as well. There's enough nibble, I think, around that you've always got a chance. If you get it right at your end, there's a chance of taking a wicket. I mean, here we are, there are still 3 slips, in the 52nd over. So they're just signs to say that the captain thinks that an edge is possible at even this stage of the ball.
143 for 3. Broad again. Down go those slips, and he bowls Conway's forward. Broad stops that in the follow through. It's interesting looking at the slips. They're on quite a sharp angle there, aren't they? Suggesting the pitch is slow. If you look where the third slip is, it's quite an acute angle.
Crawford actually had one.
Crawley, yeah.
Crawley, sorry.
Yeah,
Crawley.
That's well in front.
He's well in front of the other two, but a big drive it was earlier this morning from the edge of the bat of Conway. Didn't even look like reaching him.
So again, the May rain perhaps accounting for that, but it's certainly played very well so far, this pitch. The sun's behind some cloud now, which has increased over the last half hour or so, and these neon advertising signs, I think are new to Lords, this variety anyway, showing very brightly at the moment as Broad's on his way again and bowls short, and that's pulled away by Conway. He'll get 1 run. Out to Ollie Pope, who's out on the deep square leg boundary. 1 more to New Zealand, 144 for 3.
Certainly doesn't look as though it's a fast pitch, does it?
No.
There's not that carry you were talking about a moment ago, and even there, that stroke, Conway had to just wait and hold the shot to get it out just in front of square. It's not coming on. It's not easy to, unless the ball is really over-pitched. None of the batsmen have really looked comfortable. Even those short ones from Wood earlier today.
3 balls remain. Broad is there now, bowls outside the off stump. Left-handed Nicholls raises that bat again, and through it goes to Bracey, wearing number 90 on his back. If you're offended by the numbers on the back of the shirts or not, Jeremy, I like them. Makes identification much easier.
Don't mind the numbers. I'm not that keen on the very bold front of the shirt sponsors.
Oh yes.
I don't mind it on the side, on the arm, and that sort of thing. But I just think it's just overdone, really.
Yeah. In comes Broad, bowls outside the off stump, and it's collected by Bracey. I think the numbers are a great thing for spectators. They're in the stands, see who they are. Some names work, some are too long. They look a bit cramped on there to get close together. But Root's okay, you can make that one out. But the numbers really, I think, have made a big difference.
Do they still produce the scorecards? That they used to
the proper old Lords
in the
ones.
days of yore.
Well, I'd like to say yes.
Then you can put the numbers on them, you see, and it makes sense, doesn't it?
Yes, I think they do here still. There's a little printing room down at the back of the tavern.
Well, let's hope the redevelopment plan includes that room.
Well, I hope so. It's been there a long time. They're very distinctive scorecards, aren't they, the Lords ones? Here's the last ball of the afternoon session. Broad bowls it. It's played defensively, carefully by Nicholls, who scrapes a couple of times at the crease, prods at the pitch, and then heads off for a cup of tea. And he'll be satisfied. He's 10 not out. Conway 71 not out. He's battered all day. Playing, as we keep saying, his first test match. A bit calm, just been a patient innings. I think we were expecting perhaps a bit more at the start, way of run rates and scoring rates and so on from Conway, but he's really cementing his place here now, playing very carefully, building on the good start that he had with Latham. They put on 58 together for the first wicket. For Latham was bowled by Robinson, off an inside edge for 23. Williamson didn't look very comfortable, if we're honest. He never really looked settled. Bit of a scratchy start, and then he was bowled by Anderson, the first over after lunch. Basically off the middle of the bat. It was quite an unusual one. He played the ball so late that actually the ball ended up going backwards after the ball was played into the pitch, off the face of the bat, and went into his stumps. So the captain out for 13. That was 86 for 2, an opening there for England. 114 for 3, and Ross Taylor played around his front pad. It was LBW to Robinson, giving him his second wicket for 14. That was 114 for 3. But now at tea, and with maybe how many screens to choose from, not a single one showing the score. So I'm going to go manual. 144 for 3, showing on the old box down there. That's what we like to see underneath old Father Time. But not a single screen showing the score, Andy Zoltzman, which was a bit of an issue when you're trying to give the score.
Indeed.
Bowling figures.
Bowling figures: Anderson 1 for 31, Broad none for 33, Ollie Robinson 2 for 25 on debut, Wood none for 27 from 10 rapid overs, and Root none for 16.
Thank you very much. And overs remaining
38 hypothetically.
That's a lot. You've got to be careful. It's I suppose a potential price that you pay when you play 4 quick bowlers. But anyway, yep, they'll be keeping an eye on that, that's for sure. And batting to come for New Zealand, or BJ Watling is due to come in next, and Colin de Grandon, Mitchell Santner, they all bat. Carl Jamieson too. Southey plays lots of shots, and Neil Wagner due to come in down at number 11. So still plenty of batting to come for New Zealand, and they'll be back out again in just about 17 or 18 minutes from now. So as we know, this is Lord's hosting of England's first game here since 2019, and as we've been describing, the ground has undergone significant changes over the last few months. It's wonderful to see a crowd, even if it can't be full here at Lord's because of the COVID restrictions. But Guy Lavender's here, the MCC Chief Executive, and well, I should think you're just wandering around looking at lots of smiling faces, aren't you, Guy?
I am actually. No, it's amazing. A joyous occasion in many ways after a long period of no international cricket, and it's whilst it's not full, it's got a very jolly and lovely atmosphere. I've been wandering around, seeing some very happy, smiling faces everywhere I go. It's been great.
And how is it working? Because I was down at the far end earlier on, and I was looking for taped-off seats, and you can't sit here and all that sort of stuff, but there's nothing like that at all.
No, I mean, we've got a good operational plan in place. So every spectator's got a seat, which people are really good. I think everyone's sort of been accustomed to.
Actually bought a seat.
Yeah, well, has a dedicated seat.
Right.
So and there are one-way systems around the ground and a good operational plan. And I think people are in the mindset now about how life works in the sort of COVID world, and it's been operating really well. And as I say, it's been great. We're delighted with the new development that we've just finished, and and the sun's shining, so it's brilliant.
Just a bit more on the tickets, because I was saying that this morning certainly there were a few available. Just as far as people are sitting are concerned, before we say if there are any left or not, if you come as a 2 or a 3 or with a child or something, again, you are accommodated, you can all sit together.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's a household or social bubble, so people in those groups can sit together and...
we show anything? You haven't got to
No,
prove
I mean,
anything?
At the moment, we're operating under guidance around how a sports ground needs to operate, and so you don't have to do additional checks of lateral flow tests or COVID certification. So it's pretty straightforward. And we've had a really good turnout of members from the MCC and lots of general public ticket sales. We've been filtering a few last-minute tickets back into sale, but I think we're pretty much done now for the next couple of days. But
only a couple of days. I mean, sort of tempting people to thought there might be some further down the line. I mean, is there a chance?
Well, I certainly think for day 5, but I think the next couple of days are pretty much sold out now. So
right.
So yeah, but let's see. This might have day 5 written all over it. We shall see. So.
Yeah, but people could go online and have a look.
Yeah, the best way to follow it is generally through the social media, because if we are going to put something out there, that's a good place to start. But if we can get more spectators in the ground, we will. And we've tried to prioritise junior ticket purchasers to make sure we've got some kids in the ground. And in fact, I've just walked down through the new stand, and there's loads of kids playing down there. So it's good.
Yeah. And how difficult has it been trying to having this date in mind and all the sort of, there have been ups and downs along the way, haven't there, about whether things can go ahead or not go ahead and so on. But I mean, have you just managed to keep a fairly steady course down to today as far as organising this is concerned?
Yeah, we have. Although it's required a lot of contingency planning and changing of plans. We're just about to finish this new development of the Compton Edridge stand, a sort of £54 million programme, which we started pre-COVID, and we were sort of getting right to the end of thinking we were going to get it finished, and in the last few days realised we weren't. So we had to sort of redo a plan in that regard. But the stands are amazing.
I know you're very keen to talk about your new stands.
Well,
you mentioned them 3 times.
Well, I know I should.
But they are amazing. They do look great.
Well, the thing is, it's for others to judge. But I think,
well, from our perspective, they do look good.
I think I always thought this was probably the sort of weakest area of the ground for customer and spectator experience. And now, if you walk downstairs, your ability to get a drink, buy some food, go to the shop, and move around and have a great seat is being transformed. So, yeah, I know. I guess I mention it because it's been the dominating factor over the last 2-year period.
Yeah. And you are right, because actually these stands down at this end, and people who know Lords would know exactly what we mean. You could either be actually sitting at a seat which you can't really see very much. Yeah. It could be cold. I mean, the wind can whip through. Or you could be flayed in the sunshine because there's no means of protection. So actually, it's what's happened is a great job.
Yeah, I think so, and we're proud of it, and I think everyone's going to love it. I really do.
And so, well, tell us what's in it. I've seen inevitably there's some dark glass windows that suggest corporate boxes have gone in as well.
Well, we've got a number of different things. So it takes our capacity up to 31,180 odd seats, which is about 2,500 from where we were before. You've got really good seats down on the ground floor, supported by all the bars that are integral to the stand. And the middle floor, as you describe it, you've got debenture holders and a restaurant, and open to a number of people to use. And then great seats on the top with bars behind them. So I think it's not rocket science, is it? If you're a cricket fan or a cricket supporter, you know what you want,
yes.
and our objective is just to try and deliver that. And be interested to see. We're hopeful that we'll have the complete stand open for the 24th of June. We've got a Middlesex Essex T20.
Right. Okay.
So that would be that's our aim.
What's the secret, do you think, to Lords? I mean, you've been here. When did you come? 2017.
Yeah. This is my 4th season.
So does that qualify as your first development? Then these ones
yes.
here.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
I've been looking around at the others. They sort of work. I mean, have there been different architects throughout, or I mean, you've had different chief executives and different committees and so on, but somehow this grand plan is working.
Well, I think that's kind of you to say, and we would say that. I mean, we've had great architects. We use Wilkinson Eyre for this build, but a different architect for Warner. I suppose it's just getting good people that really know what they're doing to design fantastic stands. And as someone said to me about the Compton Edridge development, it almost looks like it's always been here, in the sense that it sits either side of the media centre. It's in keeping with the ground. We're excited by that. But of course, the minute you finish one development, you're thinking about the next, which is always one of those things. But
how do you make Lords more accessible? And we come here, and we have done particularly today, just eulogise about being here. It's so lovely. I listen to people at Wimbledon, commentators there, talking about all of that and the strawberries and everything. But you get a lot of people must be listening saying, well, hang on, I've got no chance ever of getting there. What is this Compton stuff? And how can you get more people to come in and actually enjoy it and feel that they've been to this very special place?
No, I think it's a fair question and a fair challenge. I think there are a number of different ways. You'll be aware we're doing a lot of work with the MCC Foundation about creating opportunities for kids to play cricket and be involved in the game, not just at Lords but all across the country. And I've always said that I think competitions like the 100 provide a perfect opportunity to bring a new audience into Lords. I've felt that right from the genesis of the competition, and bring them into Lords, not just into this area, into the pavilion.
So that will be open to non-members,
yeah,
on 100 days?
We've got some plans to work through, but you remember we opened up the pavilion to children during the World Cup, and yes. I think that direction of travel is where we want to be. Look, I think as a club we're very proud of the MCC, its rich history, but I don't find much resistance from anyone I talk to about the necessity to open up Lords, for it to be more accessible, yes. For it to be more diverse and for people to come and enjoy it. Because for a lot of people that don't come past the wall, they think it's not for them. And our view is it's a fantastic cricket ground. It's a great place to come and have a brilliant day. And I think opportunities like the 100 do enable us to do that.
So there is a chance that visiting supporters of the 100 teams, wherever they may be from, might actually be able to get in here and get down to the pavilion and actually get a feel for the place.
Yeah, I think that's what we want to try and do. That's our objectives, because I think it sits at the heart of the question that you asked.
Yes.
It's a great club, but I think we can do more.
Yeah, and financially this year, I mean, how's the MCC fared? If obviously, heard so many serious struggles from sporting organisations and so on. This is a private club, but how have you fared?
Well, we sort of faced a big financial challenge when the pandemic hit, because our turnover went from 60 million down to 28 almost overnight. And we were in the midst of this massive build programme. I won't go on about the build anymore, I promise you. But we had a financial problem to solve. And we really solved that through a life membership programme, which we ran. We offered life memberships to existing members.
Yes.
And
how's that taken up?
Really well. Extraordinarily well, I would say. I mean, it was a challenge to get it right, but we managed to entice a number of members who wanted to support the club to take up life membership, and we sold 350 new memberships to those that were on the waiting list to join.
Right.
So in total,
in
total we raised £25 million through that sale. And while some of that's tomorrow's money taken today.
Yes.
It shored up our financial issue last year. So whilst we are not under the same sort of financial pressures as many other clubs, ultimately, when you're doing big development, to join.
Right.
So in total,
in
total we raised £25 million through that sale. And while some of that's tomorrow's money taken today.
Yes.
It shored up our financial issue last year. So whilst we are not under the same sort of financial pressures as many other clubs, ultimately, when you're doing big developments or you've got a big cost base, you have to be getting on a pathway back to the return to cricket. And that's why we're so interested to see what happens post the 21st of June.
Absolutely. And what lessons... Are there lessons to be learned? Or sounds a bit harsh, lessons to be learned, because this is kind of a bit of a new experience for everybody, isn't it? But from the experience, do you think sporting organisations, bodies, whatever they may be, professional teams and so on, will take stuff away from what's happened over the last year or so?
I definitely think we will, certainly, and I'm sure others will as well. If you look back to where we were, no one saw the pandemic coming. You were having to do a lot of crisis management right from the start, and that's been relentless through the whole way through the process. So I think there's lots we can learn, whether it's around operational planning or financial contingencies or risk. That's very much on our agenda at the minute.
Yeah, it was nice. Since we're on the subject of COVID, you're honouring key workers, and today Captain Tom Moore's family came and rang the bell. He obviously loved his cricket. It was a shame. We sort of hoped he might be able to come and see us this summer after what he had done. But did they enjoy their day?
Yeah, they're a wonderful family, and we were really sad that, of course, Captain Tom never got here, because this was going to be the day. But Hannah and Colin and the kids are great supporters of cricket and of taking his legacy forward. So great to have them ring the bell today. And then, of course, we've got key workers. We've been running a vaccination centre at Lords. We vaccinated over 45,000 people here during the course of the winter.
Oh, really?
So yeah, I mean, and they've played an amazing part, and it was brilliant for us, I have to say, in sort of feeling that we played some part in helping.
Yeah. Where did all that happen? Down on the nursery?
All in the Thomas Lord suite. So, and in fact, when they got going, they were vaccinating about 2,500 members of the public a day. So It was brilliant.
And how did you get onto that? Do you sort of offer your services to that sort of a scheme, or how does that work?
It sort of came through the local GP practices, who I think initially were sort of were asked to try and find out locations, and of course they came to us and said, would we help? And we said sure. So we hatched a plan with local GPs. We hit COVID for 6. There were T-shirts. It was all going on, but it was incredibly. I have to say, the first day was amazing when we did the first round of vaccinations for particularly for elderly residents who, of course, hadn't been out for a long time, and to bring them to Lords and have them vaccinated, it was very poignant.
Yeah. Where's the MCC going, do you think, Guy. I mean, it's modernising. So you just look around the ground and you can see it and you can feel it. Do you still think there's still that rather fusty image from people? Again, I'll go back to the point about accessibility here. I mean, do you continually feel that you're trying to sort of shake that off?
Well, you do, and I think we all accept sort of challenges in that regard. But I think there is a sort of perception set around what the MCC is, and that's very different to my experience or the ambitions that the club is doing. And I think when you look at an evidence-based view of the MCC, we're doing some amazing work of outreach, of trying to be more accessible, of looking at the balance of how we operate, of our governance. But of course, we are symbolic of so many things. So our challenge is not to try and rail against the cheap shots, for want of a better description, but to keep doing the right things all the time. And that's what we're trying to do as a club.
And the women membership is increasing.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone can join the MCC. That's the first point. And of course, the exclusivity is generally driven by the time to wait. I mean, it's incredibly cheap in the context of value for money, and has a very diverse membership in the sense that it's international. The gender balance is not significant because, of course, we have not had female members in the club for forever.
Yes.
But that will change over time, and I think we changed our governance structure, which is terribly dull for most listeners, but an important change for us. And we're just going to relentlessly continue on trying to make sure the club is inclusive, that people belong to it, and that we get this sort of balance between Lords, the home of cricket, and the MCC, the private members club. In the right balance.
I did read there's a story in the winter about a proposed statue or not to Rachel Hayhoe Flint. I mean, could you tidy up what happened there? What was that all about?
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, the first thing to say is Rachel is a legend, and
absolutely,
yes. She made an unparalleled contribution to the development of cricket and women's cricket in particular, and to the MCC. So we were looking to think about a lasting memorial to her. Pre the COVID pandemic. Once that hit, that wasn't the time to be thinking about statues. So we dropped it, and then the story sort of re-emerged in the media. But like some things, we were already doing something about it. So it's on our agenda.
There's something in the pipeline.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there is.
Well, she deserves it.
She does deserve it, and we will. Again, we've got a few committees to staff things through, as you might understand at MCC. But we'll make some announcements at the end of the summer. But we all got to recognise her contribution. She was amazing.
Absolutely true. And just the last thought, the players are coming out. India Test, chock-a-block, or have you got tickets available for that?
No, it's chock-a-block.
Is it?
And fingers crossed, we need to get back to full stadium for the India Test, because that's where I think, I'm going to say one more, that's where the stand is going to be full. That's all I'm saying about the stand.
Great stuff. Well, Guy, you can come on next time and tell us about your next news stand, which I'm pretty sure is going to be the Tavern stand, but I'm not going to let you loose on that subject. But thanks for coming to see us.
My pleasure.
And making it always welcome as always. And as I say, just hope more and more people can come down and enjoy it. Thank you.
Thanks,
Guy. There we are. That's very nice to see Guy Lavender up here. They've all had a lot on their plates, haven't they, running places like this over the last year or so. But with the sun despite cloud at the moment, the players are on their way. And we've got Phil Tufnell plugging himself in next to me, which can be sometimes a bit of a lengthy procedure. But he's doing pretty well. The players coming out, New Zealand on 144 for 3. It's the button that says on, Tuffers, there, that one. Press that one. Now, can we hear you?
Hello.
There you are. Okay. So there's Phil Tufnell. Some thoughts from you, and then Isha Guha is coming in here.
Yeah, I've only been doing it for about 10 years. Sorry about that, Agus. Yeah, good session for England. Bowled patiently. Only going in about 2 and over. But also well played by New Zealand as well. Didn't lose any wickets. Or just the 1 wicket. So all to play for in the 3rd session. Isha? Good test match cricket, that session.
It really was. Hello, Tuffers. Good afternoon to everyone. Slightly darker here at Lords after blue skies this morning. A few more clouds dotted around, a grey hue in the distance.
Do you think it's bubbling up?
bubbling up.
Do you think it's bubbling?
Well, we've seen some pretty dramatic skies here in the past. I remember a spell from Jofra Archer against Steve Smith when he was steaming in.
Yes. Oh, I
2
remember
years
that.
ago.
Edge of your seat stuff, wasn't
and
it?
the clouds were swirling, and there was this really dramatic scene in front of us that was enthralling to watch.
It was. Is that when he hit him?
I
On
think
the
it
head,
was actually.
Yeah, nasty blur. That
I think it was the spell before that, but obviously we know what happened afterwards.
Yeah.
So, New Zealand will resume. 144 for 3. Devon Conway, what a debut it's been for him so far. He's on 71. He will continue. And Henry Nicholls in on 10. England having removed the dangerous Kane Williamson and Ross Taylor in the last session. Ollie Robinson, with 2 wickets on his debut, will open up from the nursery end for the first over after tea. A couple of slips in position. This will be his 12th over in Test cricket. Backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man out at deep square, and fine leg as well. Here he comes now, bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Conway, who's forward pressing and pushing to the offside. A lovely angled bat, high elbow, as we've seen across the course of his innings.
And both sides have got themselves into a position where, if England get 2 or 3 wickets in this session, they'll be happy with 5 or 6 down. That'll be a good day. But then also, on the reverse of that, if New Zealand don't lose any wickets, or perhaps just 1 wicket, then I thought they'd have had a good day, because you imagine on a pitch like this, par would be about something over around 400, or a little bit more. It looks flat.
On an angle, Robinson bowls full, wide of the off stump. Conway pushes forwards, steering it to extra cover, no run. Yeah, you would think that.
Yeah.
And New Zealand, when they batted first in the last couple of years, I think they've reached 400 quite a few times. I mean, they've got a very long batting lineup.
Yeah.
Something that England have been trying to achieve under Chris Silverwood.
First innings runs.
First innings runs.
Yeah, always
That's exactly
key,
right,
isn't it?
yep. Robinson turns at the top of his mark, running away from us. Here he comes, he bowls to Conway again. Defending, this time slightly straighter to Stuart Broad, who shuffles in.
Yeah, the tactics don't change in Test match cricket. If you win the toss and bat, get a load of runners. Please. But England stayed patient there. They bowled nicely in that session before tea. Didn't let New Zealand get away. Only 144 on the board. Couple of quick ones there. They've been in a good position.
The tall frame of Robinson again in full. Whipped to the leg side by Conway off the front foot, out to deep, back to square, down the slope, but well fielded out in the deep as they come back for 2. Ollie Pope out there. And the score moves to 146 for 3. Conway to 73. Fabulous story, Devon Conway. We spoke about him moving to New Zealand from South Africa back in 2017. After scoring his first domestic century, he's gone on to score a further 18. Was it 17? Averaging 47 in domestic cricket, bat hovering above the stumps. Robinson in, back of a length to Conway, who guides it to point, no run.
Well, he's done the hard yards, hasn't he? He hasn't sort of, he's got that behind him, hasn't he? Even if it's in just sort of domestic or first-class cricket, you're kind of coming into Test match cricket knowing what your game is all about. And he's looked first class, hasn't he? He's come in here unflustered, obviously got a good technique, and can put away the bad ball. So he's done very well, and he'll be eyeing up. A little.
Dare you say it? Dare you say it?
That's the first of the season. That's the first commentator's curse of the season, but I didn't say it.
Conway back and across, works it to mid-wicket. Another good length delivery from Robinson. And that is the end of the over. 53 overs have been bowled here on day 1 of the first test of the summer.
Yes.
England against New Zealand, 146 for 3. New Zealand, the number 2 ranked side in the world. If they win this series by any margin, then they will go to the top of the charts, above India. England need to win 2-0 to regain that number 2 spot. But It's amazing, isn't it, Tuffers? We've got so much Test cricket this summer, including the Test Championship final.
Yeah, we're covering that.
Yep.
Yeah. We'll
the
be here.
Ageas Bowl, yep.
Yeah.
And the 3 best teams in the world.
Beautiful. Throw in a little bit of one-day stuff
Yeah.
and all sorts. 100.
We've got women's cricket as well.
Of
the
course.
India series.
Yes.
India playing England in a Test match.
Yeah. Cool. Loads of cricket to cover. Loads of cricket to watch.
4 formats.
Yeah. Everything. Everything.
If you could have a 5th format, what would it be? I mean, there is one already. It's the tennis-side, isn't there? But
that's not a format 10 over cricket. That's an abomination.
That's an abomination.
Anderson from the pavilion end. Nichols leaves outside the off-stump, 2 left-handed batters out in the middle.
Well, it doesn't leave a lot of room for another format, does it? I mean,
that's when it takes longer.
Yes.
2 week
All the
test,
traditionalists
5 innings
listening
aside.
are
There you
just
go.
moaning. They're groaning
Let's
at
go
me
that
at the
way.
moment.
Let's go that way. Instead of getting it shorter, let's go longer. I like that, Andy.
Back to 8-day test matches or timeless tests.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5 innings for each
What about
team.
8 ball overs?
Oh, steady now.
What, even for you, a
That
spinner?
sounds exhausting.
Nichols pats the ball back to Anderson off the back foot. Played that tentatively as it goes past
Well, the
James to Stuart Broad.
Well, the 100 we're going to have 10.
5 ball overs, but you can bowl 10 balls.
It's a long over, that is. Especially if you go around the park early doors. That's going to be interesting.
But you wouldn't keep that bowler on
No.
if
No, I know. But
if
you know
they
what I
get
mean.
smashed, unless you're gambling.
Yes.
2 slips and a gully in position for Anderson, bowling round the wicket to Nichols, allows that one to pass outside the off stump. Bowled a really good spell just after lunch, Jimmy, getting the ball shaping and moving down the slope, but then also the one that skids on.
You could go for a lot in 10 balls.
Aren't you glad you retired when you did?
Oh, wow. Could go for about
Me
80
too.
odd. A couple of no balls in there and a wide or 2. Wow.
You wouldn't have to bat though, Phil, unless your
Lovely.
team were really bad.
Yeah, that's right. Lovely.
Nichols crouches down, forward and works it to
Close.
mid-on. Tight call. He gets in with a throw from Mark Woods to the danger end. But that was close. I just wonder how close it would have been if it had hit.
I'm saying gone. Good piece of fielding by Mark Wood. Saw it sort of very early. Let's have a look. Oh, it would have been tight. Might have just sneaked home, but now is the time not to get run out on a belter at Lord's. Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Nichols turns and walks all the way down to the other end to Conway to have a quick chat to him.
Well, it would have been his call.
Yep.
He was running to the danger end.
Maybe an apology? Conway on 73?
Yeah, perhaps.
strike?
Yeah, come on, mate.
Nichols has moved to 11 though, 147 for 3 New Zealand as Anderson is back over the wicket to the left-hander. It's a short jab pull out to the deep square boundary from Conway. Back of a length delivery from Anderson as fine leg. Ollie Robinson down there runs over to his right to collect the ball and throw it in as they come back for 2. Conway to 75, 149 for 3.
That little stat on Conway's debut performance, 75 not out now. It's the 3rd highest score by a Test debutant opening the batting at Lord's. And the only player to have scored more on debut as an opener on this ground, Andrew Strauss, who had 112 and 83.
Yeah.
Could have been another 100. That's driven by Conway, this time past, extra cover to his right. And push back for another 2 as it nearly reaches the boundary before it's picked up and thrown in.
Run.
150 up for New Zealand, 151 for 3, Conway to 77.
Sorry-ish. Run out by Nasser Hussain, second innings, wasn't it?
It was, and Nasser went on to get 100, didn't he?
Yeah, thanks,
And
Skip.
retire.
And
Yeah,
retired
yeah.
with all the glory.
Yeah, absolutely stuffed outside.
So Conway has the highest score by a visiting Test debutant opener at Lord's and the 5th highest score by any visiting player on Test debut against England at this ground. Sourav Ganguly's 131 on debut in 1996 for India is the highest. One of only 2 centuries by visiting debutants in Lord's Test.
You're going early, Andy. He's on 77.
Yeah, I'm just saying what's happened in the past.
Yeah.
Robinson also on debut.
Well, it'll be a good start, won't it? What a start. 100 at Lords on the honours board. We are talking it up.
We are. We really are. All the New Zealand fans are saying pipe down as Robinson bowls outside the off stump. Henry Nicholls with an assertive leave, raising his bat, as he punches his chest out and leans forwards. Goes through to James Bracey.
Facey Bracey.
One of those.
Facey Lacey. He's done all right, hasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's looked pretty composed. In fact, he speaks in a pretty well-mannered, composed way.
We interviewed him on Tuffers and Vaughan, and he was...
I heard.
I
heard it.
He was
very
really,
mature.
Wasn't he just... He had his baseball cap on back to front, though, which I'm not quite sure about.
Nicholls presses forwards. A couple of bounces to Robinson, who turns and shapes to throw, but then tosses the ball to mid-wicket.
Having said that, I don't mind people wearing sunglasses indoors, so I'm not coming from a strong place there, really.
but that's just to kind of hide your eyes, isn't it? After probably the night before.
Yes, there's a reason, perhaps.
There's no reason to wear your cap backwards.
Well, unless it's cool.
Robinson hustles forwards. An easy leave on the back foot for Nicholls, angled across him.
But obviously England think a lot of him. They've had him around in the setup, haven't they, for quite a long time now. Good lad, very keen. Been picking the senior players' brains, they say, and practising hard when he's been in the bubbles. What's the bubble called now?
It's a well-controlled, safe environment.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Not allowed to call it bubbles.
Do you feel like you're in one of those right now?
I don't think I've ever been in one of those places.
Were you not in one of those for 2.5 months last summer as Nicholls pulls out to deep square? Short ball from Robinson, and a few words to Nicholls as well as the ball is thrown back in.
Oh, yeah. A little bit of a
He
chat.
did say that he likes to get stuck into the opposition, Ollie Robinson. That was a rising delivery. Of course, he comes from such a great height. It doesn't take much effort for it to bounce as much as it does. 152 on the board then for New Zealand now. 3 wickets down. Conway resumes on 77, with Nicholls having moved to 12. Lovely whip to mid-wicket. He was in quite close from Conway. Very good wrists on that occasion, leaning forwards, leaning into the shot. Lovely balance.
Well, this is what Test cricket's all about, isn't it? Good flat pitch, sun's out, good players. Ollie Robinson coming back. Was this his third spell? Second of the third
spell.
Yeah, third spell. You've got to dig deep, and you've got to keep going. This is what the Test match arena is all about.
Around the wicket this time, wide down the leg side. But not signalled a wide at the end of the over then. 152 for 3, Nicholls on 12, Conway is 77.
Was that an aeroplane? I can hear.
Helicopter. Big red helicopter over to our left.
Well, I hope that's...
Heading over to the city, I think.
I hope that's not going anywhere serious.
No. And recently became a father, Ollie Robinson. Back in September.
Lovely.
His dad plays for the England over 50s.
At?
Cricket.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Well, I might get into that side.
Mum's an avid cricket fan as Anderson round the wicket to Nicholls, working that to mid-wicket, no run. Stepdad Paul Farbrace.
Is he?
Taking it on a few cricket tours.
Oh, right. I didn't know that. Big family connection then. The cricketers. Always helps.
It's been a long journey to get to this point as Anderson bowls outside the off stump and a leave from Nicholls. Played for Yorkshire, wasn't enjoying his cricket. Left.
Right.
I think he was dropped from the setup actually, and then got picked up by Sussex.
It's funny sometimes how that can work for you, though, isn't it? You know, just things aren't quite happening, and a change of scenery, change of coaches, and what have you.
Yeah.
Almost just some re-spark your kind of your career.
Nichols forward and covering the ball, head over the ball as he defends to extra cover, no run.
God, it looks flat now.
Yeah.
I took the words out your...
It's definitely not doing as much as it did after lunch.
No, I took the words out your mouth there, didn't I? With such an easy forward defensive there by Nichols, all the time in the world just to get into line and just sort of push it back to extra cover. And induced it as the ball's got a bit soft, probably, and a bit older. Good time to bat at the moment.
Anderson chasing his shadow as he's past the stumps, bowls to Nichols, this time a lot tighter to the stumps forward and an inside edge, which falls in front of Mark Wood, steaming in at mid-on. Always has so much energy in the field, doesn't he, Mark Wood?
Yes, without doubt.
On the complete other end of the spectrum, you look at James Anderson walking back to his mark.
Grumpy.
Quite a slow walk, but that is his walk.
Yeah.
Very chilled as he turns to face us. In he comes now, past the umpire, bowls. Nichols, inside edge onto the pad, drops out into the offside. And it's Gully that collects the ball. Always probing away in that area. Receiving gentle applause from Joe Root, who's happy on those lines and lengths. Fairly sedate in the crowd at the moment. Phil?
It's a warm afternoon.
It is,
isn't it?
yeah.
A little bit of breeze. There is a bit of breeze for the swing bowlers to work with.
Great to see so many people dotted around, though.
Isn't it just?
Anderson bowls, left by Nichols. End of the over then. A good solid one from James Anderson, 152 for 3. Nichols on 12, Conway on 77. Both left-handers out in the middle. Andy?
Look at the way these two batsmen are playing. Nichols has now faced 68 balls and he's left over a third of them. Conway has left just under 1 in 6 of the balls, so he's left half as many balls as Nichols, his current partner. Conway 77 off 141, much the most attacking of New Zealand's players. On the CricViz data, they say he's attacked over a quarter of the balls he's faced. Nichols, by contrast, less than 1 in 10, so two are rather contrasting approaches. Nichols 12 off 68.
A few words from you, Phil, and then it will be Simon Mann.
Well, I suppose he came in with New Zealand just in a bit of an awkward spot. Just lost their captain and wonderful player in Kane Williamson as Robinson comes into bowl and he's up, just swinging down. Oh, there's an edge. It's just gone past the leg slip. He's got a good healthy bat on it. It's gone away for 4. Obviously put a man in there for that kind of shot. Just swung into him. He's just glided it away. Just right in between the keeper and leg slip. Simon.
Here to analyse that shot.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know whether I like doing that. Ooh. Oh, Simon, please help me out.
No, go on.
No. I thought it was easy. It's not. Ooh.
Just one of those things. He's had his man in slightly the wrong position.
Huh? What? Oh, a throw.
Here's Robinson, 156 for 3. Goes into bowl to Conway, and Conway's forward, playing it out to Broad at mid-off, and there's no run. It's a sultry afternoon now. It feels like quite good conditions for bowling.
Yep.
Although there is a strong breeze out there, but it's humid. The cloud cover is built up.
Oh. That was obviously a plan.
Yeah, with the leg slip in.
Yeah, and it nearly worked first delivery. He's come in, he's a little bit finer now and a lot nearer. If he does get a bit of a glance or a clip down the leg side, that's going to come at him quick.
2 slips and a leg slip. And Robinson from the nursery end bowls very full. It's driven by Conway, not really timed. Robinson doesn't stop it, diving away to his left. Anderson does, moving away to his right-hand side. And there is no run. So out today, Latham 23, Williamson 13, Taylor 14. It has been a real attritional battle since lunch. New Zealand were 85 for 1. Good first session for them. And England struck back with a couple of wickets in the afternoon. It really does feel as if the game's in the balance at the moment.
Yeah.
A couple of quick wickets, I think England on top, but New Zealand forge ahead with these two. Got a chance of a really decent first innings score. Robinson bowls, and the inside edge from Conway there, stabbing forward, thick inside edge away on the onside, backward a square, and that leg slip fielder Crawley goes after it and beats the man coming in from deep backward square leg. So one more to Conway. He's inching closer to that honours board in his first Test match, 82. But the way things are going, what is he, 43 at lunch, so he scored 39 since 20-2 this afternoon. It's been hard work for him, but he battled away. And what an opportunity he's got.
Yeah.
The ball is 56.4 overs old.
Yeah, bowler's tiring. Hot day, flat pitch. Don't think about it, though. Don't think about it.
Nicholls on 12. Faces Robinson. Clipped away by Nicholls towards deep mid-wicket for a single.
Not that I've ever had to think about it, even though, yes, when I was on 22, it did cross my mind in Madras. Just for a brief moment.
What, just the 78 away?
Yeah, this is my day.
You must have been, in club match, you must have been, must have made 70 or 80, didn't you, somewhere?
I've got hundreds.
Yeah, right, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, quickly.
So they'll put your name on an honours board if you concede 100 in a Test at Lord's Test.
Well, I'll be on a few of them. That is for sure. Yeah.
158 for 3 with that single. And back with Conway. Here's Robinson bowling to him outside the off stump. Really
taken.
Yeah, Brazier dived away to his right-hand side to take that, but it kept low as well. There was a wide delivery that was left by Conway. And that's the end of Robinson's over. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 34 on his debut.
Bowled nicely. Bowled well. And I'm very disappointed. I've got a fifer at Sydney, but I don't think they've got an honours board. Is that correct? I'm not 100% sure. That'd be disappointing.
Nor am I, actually. Yeah, there's one at the MCG. Because there's a...
Nor are you what? Hold on, what? On an honours board at the MCG?
No, there is an honours board at the MCG. But there's one for... In one of the walkways, there's a massive highest score at the MCG by an overseas batsman, and then Alistair Cook went past it on the last tour, so they were putting him up there.
Yeah.
I think they'd managed by the end of the Test match. Here's Anderson bowling, nudged away into the onside by Nicholls for a single towards mid-on, and good running.
Well, that's going to be awkward then, isn't it? Because they're going to have to change the whole sort of board, because you're not going to leave a gap, are you? If you're at the top of the honours board, and then someone beats it.
No, what? No, they take the. No, it's a sort of big photograph of the name of the person who'd done it. So they have to take the person down and put someone else up. Yeah,
I've got you now.
So your photograph is in the trash at the back there.
Yeah.
Despite scoring 230 or whatever.
Yeah. Binned.
Just trying to remember who he beat, who he went past. Saltz will know.
Oh, I'll have to check that. They do now have I've just checked. They do have an honours board at the SCG. Tuffers.
Oh, well,
went
excellent.
up recently.
Oh, yes, excellent. Well, I hope it goes
so
back.
So will he be on there retrospectively?
Well, I hope so.
Yeah. Here's Anderson bowling to Conway. Turns that into the onside towards mid-wicket.
No, in my luck, not.
Picked up by Crawley. And there is no run. Anderson up at 87 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Coming up to 4:30.
Well, Haggers was saying that, by all the stats and the data that they take, he's fit. He's the fittest he's ever been. Which is extraordinary. Defying the laws of getting older.
Bowling from the pavilion end of the ground in overcast conditions. Goes in and bowls, and that's turned away nicely. It was a missed field at mid-wicket. It's going for 4 up to the grandstand. There's a dive from Crawley away to his right-hand side. He just seemed to dive over the top of it.
Yeah.
It was well struck by Conway. It was timed nicely, but it was one of those you feel you should stop, really.
Yeah, it wasn't a sprawling dive, was it? It was just sort of like going down with both hands. So I think that could have been classed as a misfield, but he struck it nicely. Misfield.
Yeah. His hands went right over the top of the ball.
Yeah, like the Sydney Harbour Bridge. But
Anderson won't like that either.
Well, no, or giving him a little look as well. But You're entitled to that if you're James Anderson, I suppose. But nicely timed again.
163 for 3.
Looks decent, doesn't he, Conway?
Conway to 86. Anderson bowls to him, and Conway tries to drag that from outside the off stump. Low drag, hits it hard into the square, and it goes bobbling out towards Crawley. This time he fields it. It was actually a far more straightforward piece of fielding to pull off.
Yeah, first real sort of full shot we've seen from him. He had a little waft at a couple from Mark Wood from short, didn't he? And that one was an ugly looking shot, really. Only going to get him in trouble trying to pull it from a foot outside off stump.
Anderson's in his 14th over. He's taken 1 for 41. 2 slips and the gully go down. Anderson round the wicket to bowl, and forward goes Conway, plays it back down the pitch. Anderson stops, and there is no run. So Anderson's inching towards 1,000 first-class wickets.
Yeah.
I think he was 8 away, was it, before the start of this match?
Yeah, most of those are test wickets as well.
615 of them.
Which is tasty.
Yeah. How many wickets do you get in your career? 1,000?
1,100?
Yeah.
No, yeah. Oof, 1,000 and... Yeah, something around that.
Yeah. Anderson, past umpire Gough to Conway. Conway hits it firmly into a gap on the onside, up towards the Warner stand. It's a chase for Crawley. Didn't time it perfectly, so he's able to haul it in a few metres inside the rope. But Conway takes 3, so a very profitable over for him. And he's also going to be on strike for the next over. 166 for 3, and he's moving towards the 90s now. 89 to Conway and 14 to Henry Nicholls. Jeremy Coney was saying at the start of the day's playing, our lead up, he said, we're talking about Conway, he said once in 4 innings he'll hurt England. Well, he's hurting them at the moment.
Yeah, he is indeed. How do you celebrate that, I wonder, though, on your debut 100, first day of the test? How do you then go about raising a glass to yourself? I don't suppose they do nowadays.
Oh, you mean afterwards?
Well, yeah.
I thought you meant celebrating out on the ground
no, I'm saying
later tonight.
Yeah.
Well, I think we know how you would have celebrated. Here's Robinson bowling to Conway. He comes leaning forward and opening the face and running it down to backward point, where it's picked up by Burns. And there's no run. Well, how did you celebrate your first fifer? Or can you not say? You can't say, right?
Early night.
Early night.
It was during the game, of course. Very professional.
166 for 3.
With a cake. He's done well, though. He's batted nicely. Looked very organised, doesn't he? Perhaps that sort of full ball, looking to punch it through the offside.
Robinson bowls to him, and he holds the bat there and guides it down to the third boundary for 4. Down towards the visitors' dressing room, allowing Robinson to come to him. Deftly played, finding the gap between second slip and backward point, and he's speeding his way to 100 here.
Yeah, so he looks very good there. He doesn't poke out at it, but it's a little bit fuller just early on. He's played a couple of sort of open, sort of wristed off drives with not a lot of feet movement, but apart from that, hasn't got many weaknesses by the look of it.
There's a look over his right shoulder towards deep forward square leg. There's a man there underneath old Father Time. And Robinson 2 for 38 now, moves in to bowl to Conway. 7 away from his 100, goes into bowl to him now, and clipped away nicely through mid-wicket for 1, possibly 2. Yes, they're coming back for the second. That fielder I was mentioning on the deep forward square leg boundary. Ollie Pope goes away to his right, sends in the return.
Took that off middle and off almost, doesn't he? Looks like he's trying to get there quickly.
So it's 95 now. So that's what, 12 runs off about 5 balls, something like that. It feels like it, his last 5 balls, is it?
Well, 17 off his last 13.
Yeah. He's up to 95, so he's a blow away. We haven't seen a 6 today.
No.
Here's Robinson. Into bowl to Conway. That's full, driven firmly. Robinson half stops it in his follow through, deflects it up towards Anderson, fielding it mid on. And there is no run. 172 for 3. It's moving towards New Zealand again now after England picked up those, that third wicket at 114 when Ross Taylor was out. It's a decent pitch. It's just there is just enough there for the bowlers to work with, but generally you feel it's a batting day today.
Well, when that ball gets old, I say just after lunch, England bowled very well, didn't they? They got it swinging, got it nipping about a bit. Ollie Robinson got it nipping about.
Robinson bowls outside the off stump to Conway, leans forward, lets that one go. There's a lot of space open on that offside if you wanted to have a go at that, Conway. It wasn't quite the length to do so.
God, what would he be feeling now if you're looking at that score? Hold on a minute, I'm on my debut, I'm at Lords, I'm on 95. Breathe.
I mean, it should be a wonderful feeling, shouldn't it? But you'll also be, you'll be so, obviously, you're nervous as well. You're on the point of achieving something huge in the game.
Yeah.
Here's Robinson to bowl to him, and pushes a single into the offside, dropping it into the offside, short of Burns, has to come in from backward point.
He's good there, he's very good there.
And he's also taken the bowling. He's 96 not out. And it's 173.43. And he's played, well, he's been very assured all day, but he's played the last 15 minutes or so nice and fluently as well. And people talk about the nervous 90s, but he's zipping along at the moment.
25 off 26 balls since tea. In between lunch and tea, had 28 off 69 after a brisk start.
I think it's appropriate that Jeremy Coney is coming in alongside me with Conway 4 away from 100 on debut. And Root marshalling the traffic now. He's obviously conscious, trying to make it as hard as possible if he can for Conway to get the 4 he needs. What Root has done as well is he's brought back Mark Wood. We saw Wood earlier hit Conway twice with short balls, so it might well be that he's just going to say to Wood, just bang it in and see what happens. There's a man back at... Well, let's wait to see what he's coming up with here, actually, because fielders are still moving it here, there and everywhere. What I can tell you, that there's a fly third in, fine as well. Sibley on the rope, sort of over the top of third slip. There's a deep backward square leg, and there's a deep forward square leg as well. Here is Wood into bowl to Conway. It's down the leg side, a wild swing at that. It was a bit loose. He missed it. It was taken by Bracey, sprawling away to his right hand side. So there's definitely a Wagner leg theory going on here.
Very much. A 5-4 onside field. 3 men out in the deep from just in front of square round to fine leg, 3 of them. A bat pad as well, about 5 metres away, and then just a sort of a wideish mid-wicket. So you would think that their line of attack is going to be the shorter ball.
Yep.
Well, he's faced Wagner in the nets enough.
Here's Wood charging in from the pavilion end. Conway on 96, bowls down the leg side. Conway tries to flick it away, misses it, taken by Bracey. That could have been it, couldn't he? A little glance there. I know there's a fine leg in, but if he got a tickle on that, taking it wide of the keeper, that could have been it, the 100. But Conway walks away from the crease, fiddles with his gloves, has a look over his right shoulder at that leg side field. Deep forward square leg, deep backward square leg, fine leg, short leg. And there's also a mid-wicket in as well, on the edge of the circle, if you like. There's no one at mid-off, no one at mid-on. Wood racing in to bowl to Conway. It's short, guided pull, down towards fine leg, only a single. Robinson bends down and picks up, and everything just goes down a notch with Conway moving to the non-striker's end.
Looks as if they're going to continue with the policy, even to Nicholls. It's a case of, with no one straight, you're hardly likely to pitch the ball up. You've got to take a wee bit of a risk if Wood might be prepared to do that, to see if he could perhaps york a batsman or get it into the pads. But it looks very much as if it's going to be the short-pitched ball around about the front shoulder of the batsman if he can. He's already thrown himself off his feet once this over.
Wood's in his 11th over of the day, goes in now and bowls, and Nicholls is up on his toes, on the back foot, playing it back to the bowler who picks up. And there's no run. Not much pace in the pitch there.
No, this has been a slower pitch today. Whether that's that dampness, I don't know, but it has gripped a wee bit. It hasn't been the easiest conditions, I think, for the players, but I mean, Williamson looked as if he struggled to me. I mean, the same with Taylor, and yet, you know, the man on debut, who's just 4 away from his 100, has looked relatively serene.
He's leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Nicholls on strike for now. On 14, Wood goes in, bowls to Nicholls. Nicholls gets a ball on the hip there. He swings it away down towards fine leg. Robinson picks up, and there's one more to the total. So how many balls left in this over? Just one, and Conway is on 97. What Wood hasn't been able to do in this over is get it up around about that, you know, shoulder height. It's all been hip height or.
Well, how many overs has he bowled?
It's only his 11th over.
Yeah. Well, I did wonder at the start of the day how Root was going to manipulate his bowlers to get through, because Wood doesn't generally bowl 20. He wouldn't bowl 20 in a day, would he?
No. He wouldn't want him to, really. Too much for him. Last ball of the over. 3 away. Conway, short ball. Guided pull. Down towards deep backwards square leg. And it's picked up by Crawley. And it is only a single, but that's good enough for Conway because it takes him to 98, and it also means he is back on strike for the next over. So 175 for 3. Woods through 11 overs, 0 for 30. More from you, Jeremy, and then Jonathan Agnew is coming in.
So I think that adds to the actual innings, not just the fact that Devon Conway has had to confront Lords and the excitement of that and the importance of that and the history of that, but also obviously the English bowlers, 2 very experienced players in Broad and Anderson, the ball moving and nibbling around a little bit, slightly slower pitch, has looked a wee bit uncomfortable pushing out a couple of times and had the ball run through that cordon along the ground. To be fair to him, hasn't created a chance, I don't think, yet, but he's played around the ground from those pull shots to lovely drives through the covers at times.
Conway's on 98 and Robinson's on his way, lumbering in. He bowls him outside the off-stumper ball that keeps rather low, and Bracey looks at that and might come up a yard or two because that bounced some distance in front of him. And now Nicholls comes down. He's been here before. He knows what this feeling is like.
I don't think Kettleborough's keen on the follow-through, is he?
No. And Robertson had the problem actually from the other end as well. It's very difficult, actually, right arm round to get off the pitch, isn't it? It's not a natural thing to do. That slope will just be taking him.
That's true.
That way too, won't it? So Robinson again. Long strides, runs in. Conway's on 98. He bowls. It's full. It's flicked away with a flourish into the leg side. What a wonderful shot. And a really good way to reach a first Test century. You'll take it anyway, frankly, but with a shot like that, with the back foot off the ground and a real flourish of the bat, well, he'll remember that for the rest of his life. 100 at Lords in his first Test. A dismissive flick, flamingo style, through deep backward square leg. And Devon Conway's got his first Test 100, and he's kissing his New Zealand badge, he's mopping his brow, and he's getting a standing ovation from the 6,500 that are here, plus his teammates all on the balcony to say well played.
But the man himself absolutely impassive. Look, not really even, I'm sure inside he's feeling it, a little pickup, as you say, but that back leg coming around as well. All his teammates out on the balcony, raised, standing, and so pleased for the man. Almost said young man, 30.
Yes. In goes Robinson again, bowls to him, and he flicks again with that back leg off the ground. He went for, I thought he'd gone for 4 previously, actually went for 6. That flamingo shot. It just signalled, I think they took a replay and checked. He got to his 100 with a 6, with his back leg off the ground. So we were seeing that for a little while, but he gave it a real nudge. And not really the shot we've seen him play throughout the innings, to be fair, but he saw that on its way, biffed it over deep square leg for 6.
Sort of like Dhoni-like, wasn't it? Yes. That helicopter shot that he used to play.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful stroke. And with the man out there as well. 181 for 3. He's on 103, therefore. And Robertson moves in and bowls. It's full, and Nicholls drives him. In fact, Robinson's throw there hits the stumps directly behind. You're signalling 4. Well, I saw the umpire signal, certainly on TV, they had it coming for 6, Andrew.
I think the umpire signal 4, TV put 6 up. Well, they've now corrected it to 4. I think.
So it was a 4?
It was a 4.
Right.
But it was worth a 6.
It was worth a 6, but it looked to be a 4. But certainly our monitors here showed 6 there briefly, which was exciting. No, it was a 4, we think. For sure.
2 for artistic. I think 2 for artistic impression.
Definitely so. He gets definitely 2 for that. In goes Robinson, and he bowls, and that's nudged away from that same sort of area, really, by Nicholls, who's tucked him away for 4 through mid-wicket. That's definitely gone for 4. Neatly played. He knew where Pope was on that boundary, and hit it just to his right-hand side. Very well timed. And Robinson paying the price there for over-pitching.
Got to be careful here, England, don't they? The runs have started to come both from both ends now. That they've toiled hard throughout the day. Can't allow this third session to get away on them.
There's a lot of cricket left too. Well, they won't get the 30.
Oh no,
will they?
No.
They'll be well short. Robinson again with 2 slips, bowls and beats him this time. Nice length, better line, just pushed across the left-hander. Bracey there shouted it in excitement, anticipation, but there's nothing from the bowler. And it's the end of that over, and one that Devon Conway will always remember.
His 100 came from 163 balls with his 11th 4. He's only the 6th player to score a debut century at Lord's, and the first New Zealander. The list is Harry Graham for Australia in 1893, then John Hampshire for England 1969, Sourav Ganguly on debut in 96. He followed it with another century in his second test. Andrew Strauss 112 and almost another century in the second innings against New Zealand in 2004, and Matt Pryor on debut for England in 2007. So Conway, the 3rd visiting player to make a debut test century at Lord's. He's the 12th New Zealander to make a debut test 100, and the previous man to do that was the man he's replaced in this team, Tom Blundell, who made 107 not out against West Indies on debut back in 2017.
Can you just map out his innings in the sessions? It just felt to me that in the afternoon they probably bowled very well at him and perhaps had a plan or two, but he didn't seem to score quite so quickly during the afternoon session.
He had 43 off 62 at lunch, then 28 off 69 between lunch and tea, and since tea another 32 runs off 33 balls.
So it was a quiet afternoon. He's becalmed. He had a big lunch or something.
He had, but he's fine after tea.
Oh yes, absolutely. Fluence is returned, isn't it? 185 for 3. Got Mark Wood scampering in from the pavilion end. Men all over the place now as he runs in, bowls short. Oh, and that's gone flying over the keeper's head. Now, did the batsman get anything on that? Yes, he did. It signalled runs. Funny little pull shot there from Nicholls. A hostile ball from Wood. So I mentioned the field. Very well set for a short ball, which he produced, and it went through pretty quickly too. And he pulled at it, got a top edge, and it's flown away over the keeper's head.
Well, it's round the wicket, isn't it? So a very different angle from Mark Wood. He's been bowling over the wicket. This one is therefore outside. He doesn't want to get onto the leg stump because you're just helping it round more than it is when he's bowling as he is now. You've got to do a lot more work from outside the off stump to get it round to the leg side. Harder to control.
Wood again hurtling in as the short leg. He pitches up to a field that's set absolutely for short pitch bowling. That's pushed away for broader field. So the deep square leg, the deep fine leg, and a man absolutely between them. So a deep long leg, really, you'd call that, all out on the boundary. There's also a short leg. So really trying to limit the options here for these two left-handers. Conway 107, Nicholls 19. There's a slip and a gully. There's also a very fine third man. So this field has got hostility written all over it. 107 to Conway. And Wood again comes tearing in. It's there and he bowls short. He pulls and short leg ducks. Now has he got the gap? He has absolutely brilliantly found the gap between deep square leg and long leg. Neither of them could get there, and it must be only 20 yards between them, maybe 25, and he's absolutely penetrated it.
Yeah, just again quite hard to get as a left-hander to get the ball from outside your off stump around to, pretty hard to get it fine to that fine man. That one went sort of just backward of square, didn't it, between the two men you spoke about last.
It seems a bit like an air of desperation about this sort of field.
Yeah, and it seems to me also, it just underlines how good Wagner is at doing this. It's not easy to bowl this way.
No, it's not.
If you're not accustomed to it, you don't kind of get that same angle from the surface of the pitch.
Well, Root here, rather like Douglas Jardine in 32-33, as we're changing, lads, away from body line, and we're going to pitch the ball up and bowl normally again. So it's everyone's shuffling round now, and it's business as usual. He didn't like the look of that, and I think he's right. They shouldn't really have been pursued any longer. Pitch is slow. Woods bowled flat out for as long as he has done. Now he's wanting to his 12th over. It just didn't feel right, did it?
No, it didn't.
So we're back to two slips and a gully.
I don't think Wood was happy about it either.
2 slips a gully, and normal service resumes. He comes in, bowls Fuller, and that's driven by Conway to cover.
Looks very comfortable on the front foot, doesn't he? He gets there very quickly, and even though Wood is really putting it in those first spells when he was bowling 93, 94, I think you were saying, Andy, he got onto the front foot and was comfortable in stroking it through the offside. It was the odd short ball that made him look a wee bit uncomfortable. That was all because of lack of bounce.
Thought the way he responded when Wood hit him, the next ball, perfectly in line. Lovely straight drive for 4. Was one of the highlights of this innings. He's hurried a little now as he plays that with a crooked bat into the leg side. Or just short of a length, round about the off stump. He gets another run though. Broad can't fail to stop that. But it was a perfect straight drive, wasn't it? He got a real stinger on the shoulder. And he'd have had quite some time to think about it, because it was the last ball of the over, and he had all the following over to think about it and what he's going to do and how that hurts. But first ball the next is just absolutely beautifully stood upright. Rather a Stephen Fleming, actually. 194 for 3. Wood turns in the distance. Up he comes again from round the wicket and bowls a good length on the off stump. Conway, Nichols is forward, playing out to cover. Quick cry of no. That's fielded in the offside. It's the end of the over. The light deteriorating. It's not nothing like as bright as it was, but we're almost getting to floodlight territory. I'd have thought
we can do that, can't we, Dave?
Well, they're up already. They're ready to go.
Okay. Yeah.
They've raised them.
Yeah.
For the first time in a while, I suspect. Someone must have oiled the joints.
Yes, exactly.
Make sure they've all gone up. But they have gone up. It's just that.
Is that what you do in the mornings? You oil the joints?
I tell you what, I was out around Regent's Park at 5:30 this morning. I woke up and I thought I'm going to go.
Very good.
Yeah, it was lovely. There were a few cyclists around. There were some dog owners. And actually, the really sad sight, I'm going to sound pompous, I don't care, was a sight of the people picking up all the litter. There's some really bad litter sites on Regent's Park, which look beautiful, all amongst all the ducks and the ponds and everything else. Oh, come on. So anyway, some people were there clearing it up, but horrible to see that lying there. But it was a lovely start to the day. You can join me tomorrow if you like.
Yeah, half an hour, 40 minutes?
It depends what I'm doing. If it's a
is it an amble
if it's a trot, it could be a little shorter than an amble.
Well, we'll see if we can get Tuffers out as well. He can have a fag against the tree or something like that.
Tuffers commutes in.
He won't do that. No. We'd have to carry him.
I think there's only you, me, and Victor staying in the hotel. So I think if we get 1 out of 3, it'll be a good effort.
Yeah, no, I'll come with you certainly. It'd be good.
Yeah, very nice. 194 for 3. Root is on. We've got a leg slip and an orthodox offside slip, as it were. Quite a strong leg side field. They've got 3 saving the single and a deep square leg as Root bowls his first ball. Conway tucks him away out to mid-wicket. 3 on the offside then, saving the single. Mid-off, very straight cover. And a backward point. It's broad. Shirt ruffled by the breeze. As Root bowls, and that's a sweep. Now that's uncontrolled. There's a cry of catch it. It lands safe and spins away towards that boundary down at fine-legged. A chase that Mark Wood probably didn't want down there. And they come scurrying back for 3. A long, long way to run down there, and he's bowling flat out. But it was uncontrolled. It came either off a glove or a top edge.
He quite often plays the one-handed sweep, and that's exactly it. Sort of came almost off the toe of the bat, didn't it?
Pointing out a very familiar figure in English cricket for years and years and years, that of Phil Neal. Who for many years was sort of the manager, really, sort of total team squad organiser, home and away. And goes route round the wicket and bowls, turned away out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Well, he's only got a New Zealand shirt on now. He's transferred.
Is he our manager now?
He's your manager.
Right.
He's your roadie.
Okay.
Yeah. Route round the wicket, bowls. He's down the pitch, driving hard, almost deflecting that into the stumps. And Conway had to dive back into his ground there. That would have been a sad way to have ended. But I don't think it was intentional by Root to deflect the ball in that direction. It was hit very hard by Nicholls. But it'd be interesting to see a replay, see whether Conway was actually out of his ground or not. He nutmegged the umpire. Then goes Root again round the wicket. Bowls that low arm, swung away out to deep square leg, straight to Wood this time. Yes, after all those years of service, he was the man who counted all the bags out and all the bags in and organised all the transport and everything. So, but yeah, he's retired from England and he's wearing one of your black shirts.
Well,
it'll run like clockwork. I can guarantee you that. You won't get any lost bags on
logistics.
Oh yes, no lost bags on Phil Neal's watch. Here's the next one from Root. Punch down the ground to Anderson at mid-on. No run. End of the over. 198 for 4. There's an hour and 35 minutes of cricket left. And over 8, very slow, 27 overs remaining. I think Chris Broad will be knocking on Joe Root's door later if he keeps this up over the match. Because it's the captains who carry the can these days, and quite rightly so. But,
17 overs to the next new ball.
Yes, they should get that, shouldn't they?
Just
get it.
Depends on how many overs Root bowls, of course.
Yeah. So there's always Lawrence who bowls with off spin.
Yeah.
So let's look at that run out. Possible. Oh, I think he's just in.
Yeah.
Just in. Just grounded his bat. The ball didn't hit the stumps anyway, but a bit of excitement. Wood's going to continue. We're back on plan A here. We have 2 men out and 2 slips. He's bowling to the left-handed Conway, who's forward, wanting a single, but it's not there as he plays to Broad at mid-on. There's a sun hat on, but no bandana. Have you noticed? Stuart Broad's lucky bandana, wearing last summer. He had that incredible run. He also wore it in the winter as well, of course. So overall, Andy, what were that bandana's stats? We need to know. He wore it from the second test of last summer.
He did go wicketless in his last 2 in India, so it might be that the bandana's magic.
That might be the reason, but I think that's why we need to. Well, perhaps
maybe you watched it.
Home and away figures might be interesting. In comes Wood round the wicket. Bowles is driven firmly, well stopped though as he followed through there with his right hand. No, he wore it last summer because in COVID times hadn't been the hairdressers.
Yes. The hair grew. Yes.
So he wore a bandana. So did some others too. He wore a white bandana.
Burns looks as if he's.
Burns has kept his.
Yes.
And de Grandhomme, who mentioned.
De Grandhomme with the big mullet. The big mullet instead of the big man.
I'm looking forward to seeing the big mullet.
Yeah.
Anyway, Broad put his on for the second match and had that incredible run in the summer. Took it with him to Sri Lanka and India, but it didn't quite have the same magical effect. It's not necessarily surprising. In comes Wood, bowls, and wristily turned away to mid-wicket to Pope. So anyway, he's binned it now. It's probably right. Hopefully, he's auctioned it off for charity.
If that was the case, quite a few of them would have.
Who else did? Ben Stokes had one. Ollie Pope had one.
All the same.
Joe Root had one.
Thin ones, wide ones, coloured ones.
I think Stokes had a sort of a beaded one.
Oh,
yeah. I think who else might have had one? I suspect Burns might have had one because he's still got fair old flourish down the back of his neck. In comes Wood again. It's there now, and he bowls outside the off stump. Oh, again, that keeps very low. It's not been an easy day today for Bracey. Some balls just haven't carried him at all. There's been a handful of byes, but he's done a pretty tidy job so far. Certainly hasn't dropped anything.
Oh, Broad's home and away bandana stats.
Yes.
Agus, 29 wickets at 13.4 last summer in England. 3 for 112 in his 3 tests, just bowled 52 overs in those games over the winter, so averaged 37 away from home with the bandana.
I mean, you take
So
it
only
you
at
take
home
it
then,
with you.
just use it at home.
I know, he took it with him in the winter. He got 3 for 100. I'd have been pleased with 3 for 100, actually. It comes Wood round the wicket bowls, and that's played out to extra cover.
What did you get?
No run, a 4 for several hundred. No, 3 for 100. I'd have settled for that. I'd have worn any coloured bandana you like.
Were they all away?
No,
all your tests?
I think all's stressing a little bit. I mean,
yes. You're in India. You played in India.
Well, I
didn't
didn't take any there. Well, I didn't play there, to be fair.
You didn't play there?
All of them were taken at home. Every single one of them.
Right. Okay.
And I wasn't wearing a bandana. Perhaps I should have done. 198 for 3. Wood wheels round in the distance. Tearing in now from round the wicket. He's there and he bowls, and there's a mistimed drive from Nichols. Trying to hit it a bit too hard, I think, there. Aiming for cover. Knocked a bit off.
Would you ever have needed a bandana?
Yes.
You grew
I had a bit of a mullet.
Okay.
No, nothing like de Grandhomme.
Can't imagine.
No, you can't now. Those days are gone, as they are for most people in this box, if we're honest.
Oh, no, I don't know about Andy.
No, Andy's Holtzman. He's probably a 2-bandana man.
Yeah.
Jeremy, thoughts from you, and then Dan Norcross is coming in.
Fantastic 100 for Devon Conway, though. Really, I mean, he's almost batted as many deliveries as the rest of the New Zealand innings. He's played some lovely shots through the offside, some back foot shots into the leg side, particularly anything that's been up on about middle stump he's looked to drag across and comfortably into the leg side as well. Just a lovely series of shots around the ground.
Root is in to him, and forward in defence comes Conway, works that short mid-wicket, and there's no run. He has 115 out of a total of 198 for 3.
Well, he's got 200s to his credit already, and 300s.
Root in, and that's on the pads, and worked across that front pad into the ground as a momentary ooh and an ah. That's about as good as it's getting for England at the moment, since they picked up that 3rd wicket of Ross Taylor. LBW to Robinson seems a while ago now, as forward in defence again comes Conway, pushes out the offside. Bracey trots round from behind the stumps to field.
Yeah, 3 for 114, Dan, is kind of parity, isn't it? And it's all on.
Especially on
3
this
for
pitch.
200. 3 for 200 now. A little different.
Root in, tossed up, driven in the air to short. Extra cover, where a good diving stop prevents a run. A bump ball into the ground. This knowledgeable crowd, I don't always say that, but this knowledgeable crowd didn't cheer for it, I'm pleased to say. Forward again comes Conway, pushes into the offside. Again, it's picked up, short extra cover. Again, there's no run.
They passed their test.
They have. And like I say, they don't always. You know, I'm not going to name any names.
Or telephone numbers.
Don't take me down that path. Root in, again defended around that front pad. There's been no real turn for Root, and it's worked into the onside, where it is picked up by Crawley, and there is no run. End of a tidy over from Root. 198 for 3, a maiden over. Is that his first maiden, I think? Conway 115. Nichols, been a bit more stodgy, 20 from 85 balls.
Yes, that was Root's first maiden. Woods bowled 5, so back-to-back maidens from England after a run in which New Zealand had scored heavily over a sort of 10-over period after tea.
Just before I let you go, the 114 for 3 at that point, England's attack just looked a little exposed, didn't you, Phil? Because the seamers had sort of bowled through, and that's when Root had to bring himself on. It was a precise moment as captain. You don't really want to be doing that. You want to be able to attack, don't you?
That's right. And that's the issue, isn't it, about your all-rounder. That it underlines all that, the value of players like that. I said earlier, Botham, Flintoff, and now Stokes, and it's very hard to replace those. You either bat your keeper at number 6 to have your 5 bowlers, your 4 and 1, something like that. But the value of an all-rounder cannot be emphasised enough, and I think that's really what we're seeing today. Root doesn't really, I think, want to be bowling.
Well, see, when England didn't have an all-rounder and still became the number one side in the world, as Wood starts a new over from the pavilion end, right arm round the wicket. Nicholls punches off the back foot beautifully, square of the wicket, out towards the mound stand. They'll only get a couple for it as Lawrence runs back to field. 200 comes up, 200 for 3. Was it England had Graham Swan, so they could have the 3 seamers at Swan. They could have bowling for some 22, 23 overs on the first day, and England don't have that.
Very Australian, isn't it?
Yeah, with Lyon and then the 3 seamers. 200 up, as I say. Jeremy Coney is going to depart. He will rejoin us towards the close of play. And Vic Marks will come in beside me. With New Zealand going very well indeed, Wood rushes in round the wicket to Nicholls. Nicholls lets this go by. He's left really well today, and that goes to low to Bracey, as so many balls have done. He's had a tough day with the gloves, James Bracey. He hasn't had a bad day. It's not been easy to keep wicket. It seldom is at Lords, but it's even been a little bit more difficult, it seems to me, as he's taken some around about shoulder height, some around about waist height, and quite a lot down in front of his ankles, even when Wood is bowling at 92, 93 miles an hour. It's not really flying through to the keeper's gloves, although he's standing a fair way back. We've got 2 slips backward, point, cover, and a mid-off on the offside as Wood runs in. And Nicholls just works his foolish ball across his pads out into the onside. It's picked up at mid-wicket. There is that mid-wicket. There's a mid-on. It's a deep, very square leg and a long leg. That is your field as Vic Marks comes and sits beside me, with New Zealand in a strong position. I think one that we could have anticipated when they won the toss on a bright sunny day on a pitch that wasn't doing a great deal, but they've still got to score the runs. And Devon Conway has been mighty impressive on his debut.
The tempo's changed, hasn't it? I mean, New Zealand crawled in the middle session.
Here's Wood again. Nicholls gets a bouncer, a slightly florid bouncer, wide outside the off stump, left alone. There was really no need to have anything to do with that, and Nicholls has been very good at deciding to have nothing to do with quite a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, Kiwis lost a couple of wickets in that middle session and didn't make much progress, but they just battled it out. Nicholls has taken his time. Conway took his time in that middle session. I think he only scored 28 in that session. But somehow they've managed to accelerate. Conway's freed up a bit now, especially now he's got past 3 figures. I mean, what a find he's going to be. I mean, Jeremy Coney was talking about that before the game started. Almost predicted this.
Wood in, and Nicholls defends a fuller ball this time to a wide mid-off on the front foot, and there is no run.
He did say, actually, he's gone now. Oh, no, he's still there.
No, he's still there. Yeah.
He said he'll hit you 1 in 4. So can we get a cast iron assurance from Jeremy that he won't do this again?
No, I don't think so myself.
No. I mean, he's looked terrific. He's looked so calm. He's a debutant. He missed his first ball, having had to wait a dozen minutes for it.
Yep.
And thereafter, okay, he's played and missed occasionally, but he's looked composed, easy, orthodox way of batting, times the ball beautifully, and you feel that he could accelerate.
Wood in, forward in defence comes Nicholls, but firm, solid, positive defence, and pushes into the offside. And there is once more no run as Lawrence tidies up. 200 for 3 at the end of the over. Conway 115, Nicholls 22. The one thing I would say is perhaps he's looked at his most discombobulated against Wood's pace occasionally. He's had him with a couple of bounces from the nursery end, and again, of course, having got to his 100, there was just that little
There's a short ball.
Semi-chance to Bracey. Bracey didn't quite time the jump right. It went very fast, very high.
Well, he couldn't get a glove to it. It sailed over his head. It must have been just a little top edge because it gained elevation after it just kissed the bat. I don't think we can put that down as a chance because he couldn't get his glove to it. It sailed over his head.
Root starts a new over round the wicket and driven firmly, nicely by Conway, and they'll get a single for it. As Robinson sprawls to his left, he was quite wide at mid-off. He had to make a bit of ground to his left, and he's quite deep as well. Conway to 116, I beg your pardon. 201 for 3, New Zealand. I'll come to you in a moment, Andy. Root's not helping me. I think he needs to get on with the over rate. Short, it's pulled round a corner, down towards the boundary. Didn't quite get hold of it, Nicholls, but he will pick up 4 for it. Didn't really time it, but timed it well enough. And a rare boundary for Nicholls. Off his 92nd ball, he moves to 26, 205 for 3.
Looking at Stuart Broad's recent performance, he's bowled well in the winter without getting wickets. He's now gone 59 overs without a wicket in tests in 5 innings.
Having pretty well today, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, having taken 32 in 163 overs in his previous 5.5 tests.
Right. Now then, leg slip is rather prudently going back. I think that's... Is that Ollie Pope there? I think it is, as Root. He's just gone back on the line for 45, and Nicholls goes deep into his crease and works his slightly shorter ball into the onside, and Pope has to trot round from that position to go a bit squarer and collect the ball. 206 for 3. Look, I mean, these are the perfect conditions to bat in, I suppose, if you're going to make your debut at Lords, with the sun out and a fairly flat-looking pitch, as Root bowls full and is driven up to mid-off by Conway, where Robinson fields. There's no run, but what I found so startling about him is that even when people score runs on debut, you sort of see the battle in them. As Root is in, that's thuds into the pads of Conway as he looked to turn the ball into the onside. It was never threatening the stumps, and there's no run. But he's just looked like he's been doing this for years.
Yeah. Very calm.
Here's Root. Back into his stumps, into his crease goes Conway, and just pushes off the back foot up to mid-on, where Anderson feels that completes the over. Root has bowled 8 overs, none for 26. New Zealand 206 for 3. Conway 116. Nicholls will have strike at the start of the next over. He has 27.
He may have been thinking about it for years. It looks like that. As I say, he's had 1 or 2 dodgy moments, not least from his very first ball, but just went past the inside edge. But other than that, the odd short ball from Wood. And Wood has striven hard. This is a pretty slow pitch. It's true and slow-ish. And he's bowled a lot of overs, a lot of deliveries in excess of 90 miles an hour, but on a placid pitch, he hasn't caused too many problems. Just occasionally with that short ball. You can't fault him for effort. Not much movement. He's having a long spell here, actually, coming in from the pavilion end.
How many overs is this, Andy, in this spell? He's about to start his 15th over overall as he comes in around the wicket to Nicholls with 2 slips. And that's left alone. It was too wide of the off stump. It was never going to tempt Nicholls. He feels like a man... I don't know what would tempt Nicholls. He feels untemptable. Andy?
It's Wood's 5th over of this spell, 15th. And I'll just quickly on Root, if he bowls another over, it'll be the most he's ever bowled on day 1 of a home test.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I think he might well bowl another one. There are one ball shy of 13 overs to go before a new ball becomes available, which you would imagine they might want to take. The clouds are there and thereabouts as Wood is in. He's pulled gloriously by Nicholls with very good timing, but straight to the fielder on the deep square leg boundary, Zach Crawley, and they'll just get the 1 run for it. 206 for 3. The start of a new international season. And it always makes me think, Vic, that so much of sport is about that sort of liminal space in the imagination where you can fill it with hope and what might happen. So while I have you, because who knows if we'll be paired together again after today.
Has it been that bad?
Well, I think the producer's been getting a little bit scratchy behind. Wood in, Hurtle's in, full, defended by Conway to short extra, and there's no run. I just wanted to ask you, what do you think England want out of this summer? I mean, sort of not just about winning matches, but they've obviously got some questions at the top of the order. They've had them for quite a while. We talked a lot about how Rory Burns was the first man to score 1,000 runs opening the batting for England since Alistair Cook. They don't seem to have found a consistent top order yet, and you're never quite sure what their bowling attack's going to be. What are you hoping will have happened by the end of this summer? As Wood comes in to Conway. Conway works this nicely into the onside. They'll get a quick single for it as it goes to mid-wicket. Good running, good understanding between these two. Conway to 117, 208 for 3.
Well, there is a danger they're going to get so wrapped up in the Ashes, which are still, we're talking late November, early December. And obviously for various reasons, they're kind of experimenting at the moment. I mean, they will want to know who their best 5 or 6 bowlers, pace bowlers are for the Ashes. And they want to confirm, although they're pretty solid behind Burns and Sibley.
Wood in, left alone outside the off stump. Was that sort of 5th stump line that time again? Doesn't go through particularly high to Bracey, and there's no run.
And I suppose they'll want confirmation of what they think is their best top. Well, I know their best number 4 is, but their best top 3.
Well, that's
and
a very
possibly
good
their
point,
best number 6.
Well, because in this team at the moment, you'd say Burns, Sibley, Crawley, and maybe even Bracey.
Yeah.
You're not even sure if there's going to be 2 out of those 4, 3 out of those 4. You're not sure if it's Pope or Lawrence or Pope and Lawrence.
Yeah. Well, they want to sort that out. But there is a big but coming, of course. Is that... wait for Wood.
I'm waiting for this but. Here's Wood. That's again left alone. Almost identical delivery. And Nicholls cannot and will not be tempted into a rash shot. 208 for 3 at the end of the 68th over. Conway 117. Nicholls has 28.
But they also want to go into the Ashes, or into any series, with a winning side. So you don't want to experiment too much to jeopardise the results. You want the team to be used to winning as opposed to losing as they head off in what is historically, without doubt, the hardest tour, I think.
Well, the India series, though, well, surely, I mean, it's a 5-match series against one of the 2 best sides in the world.
Yeah. So if you start experimenting, I mean, you've got to always look to win this game, the next game. And I just a bit fearful that I know it's so complicated by the COVID and the bubbles and the need to rest and recuperate. But there's a danger that you overcomplicate that process and forget the ultimate goal, which is actually usually trying to win the next match. Just about does it with a little eye for the future. But you can't become Ashes obsessed, because you end up then with some very peculiar sides playing.
But do you find it? I mean, England do seem to be one of the least settled sides in the world in a way. I mean,
well, there is a certain stability there because they know their squadron of about 18, I suppose, right? Because they spent so long in bubbles together.
Yes.
So in that sense, they're not,
That's quite a lot to be choosing 11s from.
It is. And of course, theoretically, you love the thought we've got 18 who could all play Test cricket. I'm not sure it's quite that simple, because there is there's a better, stronger side and there's a weaker side when you do that.
Jimmy Anderson from the nursery end starting a new spell. He's replaced Root, so Root will have to wait for that 9th over, and Anderson's first ball outside the off stump swings into the gloves of Bracey.
So I'd read my stat wrong. Actually, it would be the most he's ever bowled on the first day of a Test match anywhere, and in fact in his 53 previous Tests at home, on day 1 he's bowled a total of 11 overs. So
wow.
Yeah. Yes. And that sounds about right. And he's bowled okay, but you wouldn't expect him to bowl any better than his figures suggest.
I sort of compare.
He's a good bowler on a turning pitch. Not all spinners are necessarily.
Anderson in. He's got 2 slips and a backward point, and this next ball's probing around about 5th stump line and is left alone by Conway, and there's no run. So I sort of see a contrast between New Zealand side and England side. Even if England had Stokes available and Butler available, perhaps that might make life a little bit more easy. But I think we all knew at least 9 of New Zealand's side, and if Trent Boult were available, probably 10.
Yeah, and we knew very clearly what their options were this morning. There was 2 from
Anderson's in, and Conway leaves that alone. It was much closer to his off stump this time, but he knows exactly where that off stump is. He's been there all day and lets it go through. It goes low through to Bracey once more.
And it was 2 from Grandhomme, Santner and Henry. Simple, really.
Yep.
Whereas there are all sorts of combinations England have gone for.
That's what I mean.
When you get Stokes back, assuming he's fit, that gives you leeway to play a spinner, which would have been a proper spinner, which would have been helpful today.
Anderson in once more, and that one just drifts away a little bit off the pitch into the gloves of Bracey. The lights are on, I should say, but just as the lights have come on, it's also got a little lighter, and no, that's not just because of the lights. The clouds have just lifted a little bit. There's a little streak of blue away above the pavilion.
So I think, obviously, we know that Stokes comes back in the best team. I think Butler comes back into the best team.
And Leach, you want to have in there?
Well, Leach is currently the lead spinner, but who knows what happens with Moen.
Anderson in, and that thuds into the pad of Conway as he looks to work a full ball that was drifting down leg. It was perhaps a little high as well, just above the knee roll. Just plops down in front of Conway, and there's no run. By the way, if you've missed any of the action today, remember you can catch up with what has happened with video clips on the BBC Sport website, and today at the Test at 7 p.m. on BBC Two with Isha Guha, Alison Mitchell, Jonathan Agnew, Michael Vaughan, Phil Tufnell, Craig McMillan, all voices you're familiar with, as this ball's dabbed down in front of you square of the wicket, and there's no run. We'll have the TMS podcast available shortly after play via BBC Sounds. That's the end of Anderson's first over of a new spell. Was that a maiden over? 208 for 3. It was. Conway 117, Nicholls 28. Sorry, Vic, I interrupted your train of thought. I think we're going to have a drinks break now.
Yeah.
It's an unusual time for a drinks break, you may be thinking, but it's because every last session now goes on till 6:30. So we have drinks around about 5:15, which is the midway point. England's over rate is not great. 69 overs have been bowled, 21 more today, which won't get bowled.
Craig Overton's out there. I think he's out there instead of Robinson, probably.
So that's the sort of number 8 bowler who can bat replacement.
Well, yeah, except for he can't bowl or bat in this
today.
match.
No, he can't. No, he can't.
They have similar. I think there may be a few chats with Robinson after his first day. He's had a good first day with the ball. So yeah, I agree with you. England are not sure what their best side is. They've got a fair idea what their very best side is with Stokes, Butler, and.
But have they? I mean,
but then they
the top
don't
of the
quite
order,
know. They don't quite know either when you go away from home. Broad and Anderson, Broad and or Anderson,
or maybe day-night test, Broad and Anderson, but not therefore perhaps either in the first
but
test. If you want them fresh.
I think you've got to cope with that come the winter, and for the moment, and I'm sure they will say this now, that they've got to prioritise getting their best teams together to win test matches this summer. I mean, the home advantage supposedly, although that's not going to worry the Kiwis, for example. I mean,
no.
If it's Kiwis are used to playing on green pitches. In fact, they turned up at Lords and found a traditional batsman pretty friendly.
Although,
test pitch.
I believe, Andy might be able to confirm this, in the last 4 or 5 years, New Zealand has been the best place to bat. It's got the highest average. Green pitches, but ball doesn't seem to do a great deal.
Okay.
And a lot of runs have been scored out in New Zealand. And I think it actually shows a bit that England play on some slightly more sporting wickets and almost bat as if they're playing on sporting wickets sometimes, whereas New Zealand have dug in today. They've got this method that I think in a way is kind of fashioned out of the image of Kane Williamson, it seems to me. A sort of functional, but they play everything late. They're not hurried. Nicholls will leave the ball, and on they will grind you. Anyway,
there's a few grinders to come, man.
You could ruminate. Well, we got BJ Watling.
Exactly.
Santner's not unfamiliar. Only Colin de Grandhomme is really the is ungrindy.
I mean, there's some serious.
I leave you to ruminate on this because Simon's going to come and replace me as the players are just about finishing drinks.
The rumination is almost complete. Let's go to the scoreboard. 208 for 3, 69 overs. Problems for Root. He's having a chat with his senior paceman, Broad and Anderson. After that, he's going to have a bowl. He's gone down to the, if you like, the off-spinner's traditional end in red ball cricket. He's gone down to the pavilion end to bowl against these left-handers, and maybe he'll get the ball to just turn a little bit more down this slope. It does make a bit of a difference. It feels like it makes a bit of a difference. He's still got an interesting field, which is a very leg side orientated field, so he's got to bowl straight. He can't give them any width because he's only got 3 men defending on the offside, and the slope runs away in that direction. Anyway, so far it's been New Zealand's day, but there's still time for that to change, I guess.
Hour and 10 minutes left. Root bowls. Forward goes Nicholls. Plays that back up the onside of the pitch. Root picks up away to his right hand side. The lights are on. which I don't think when we turned up this morning we expected to see at 5:20. But it has been overcast for a while. And here's Root round the wicket to bowl to Nicholls. Nicholls leans forward and plays it back down the pitch. Root doesn't pick it up cleanly this time, but there's backup behind him. There's no run. The new ball is 10 overs away. And I imagine, well, it'll be available before the close. Well, it really ought to be, actually, shouldn't it?
Yeah. they'll probably take it, but not for many overs, about 4 or 5 overs, I would think.
Might be all they get, actually, the way the over rate's been today. Root bowls, and it's played defensively by Nicholls off the back foot, back up the pitch, rolls back to Root, doesn't have to move, bends down to pick up. And there is no run. New Zealand have worked hard today, made the most so far of winning the toss. A couple of quick wickets changes the complexion of the day. Root bowls, goes past the outside edge, and Bracey appeals for a stumping, and this is going upstairs, not necessarily because it's out, but or the umpire thinks it's out because they want to check it. Bracey seemed quite confident. They did turn that.
Yeah, turned to beat the outside edge in the classical fashion.
Bracey seems to be shaking his head, saying, I don't think it's out. But you take off the bails, ask the question. Here it is.
It's a lovely delivery. It does just turn enough. It just beats the outside edge.
We need to have a look at Aldridge as well.
Oh, we can have a look at Aldridge as well.
To make sure there's no edge through to the keeper, no feather through.
Bracey looked to the square leg umpire rather than the bowler's umpire, so he obviously doesn't think there's an edge.
No. But it's definitely appeal for stumping, isn't it? Unless there is something there. Let's have a look. No.
No, it's very close to the outside edge.
All the way through to the gloves, please.
And I think we're getting confirmation there's no edge.
Look at that back foot. It's over the line at the moment.
It is at the moment, but no. Hang on. We're watching. In it goes into the gloves.
Okay, his foot is behind the line, grounded.
He's tight it for a second.
Grounded. Okay, we can go to the big screen with my decision.
Not hanging around, Richard Inglis. You can understand why he appealed.
Not definitely. Not out.
For a second, or not a second, less than that. For a fraction of a second, as he played the shot, his back foot had drifted just in front of the popping crease, but by the time it gone through to the gloves and the bails removed, he'd put it back. Stretched himself.
It's one of those you might get in club cricket sometimes, actually, with the umpire dozing at square leg between overs. Down the pitch goes Nicholls, plays that off the pad into the offside, and Root comes across to pick up, and confident appeal. You think, oh, a second, I think that foot was out for a bit, and then you think, up goes the finger.
Sounds like you've suffered in that. It's a left-hander facing an off-spinner somewhere.
Nicholls on 28. Here goes Root into bowl to him, and nudged away backward a square for a single. What we should note there, though, Victor, is that ball turned.
Yeah, the first one. The slope may... I mean, I keep hearing the slope doesn't make much difference, but it's sort of in your head it makes some difference, and that did turn, beat the outside edge in the classical fashion. And Bracey got quite excited for a while. He took it neatly. He couldn't have got it any quicker to the bails.
It's a neat piece of work.
Yeah.
But not out. So 209 for 3. Conway 117. Nicholls is on 29. And what have we got? An hour and 5 minutes left. There are still 20 overs to be bowled.
No, they won't do that.
No.
And they will struggle with this sort of attack to keep up with the required rate.
Big day for you tomorrow, Victor.
Oh, yes. Indeed.
It's like London buses, isn't it? You wait years for one book and then the second one's coming out.
Yeah, published tomorrow. I may have to mention it tomorrow. Yes, another book. Well, got a bit of time on my hands now.
Here's Anderson bowling round the wicket to Nicholls. And straight outside the off stump. And Nicholls allows it to go through to James Bracey. 209 for 3. How long did it take you to write it? About a week?
I'm not... I refuse to become the Ernie Wise of cricket literature. No, I poured night and day for months.
As you say, you had plenty of time on your hands. Well, you couldn't go to the golf course.
I had 3,
like that.
Well, not in lockdown, 3 lockdowns.
Yeah.
It's a product of 3 lockdowns.
Anderson bowls. Forward goes Nicholls. Thick inside edge. Backward a square down the slope towards the tavern stand for a single. Swept up by Pope there in the deep. 210 for 3. Nicholls is on 30. It's Conway. He's dominated the day. 117 not out on his debut. He could have been out first ball of the day. That horrible nervous shot he played, a sort of curtain rail stroke, the ball beating the inside edge as he'd been right across it. But since then, he was struck on the shoulder twice by Wood, but generally speaking, he's been in control out there. Anderson into bowl to him. Oh, he lets that one go. That was close to off stump. He might have left that on length as much as line. And it's through to the keeper. He's from Johannesburg, didn't he? He played for Gauteng, so presumably he played at the Wanderers quite a bit. In his time.
And used to a bit of bounce. And a bit of seam movement sometimes too.
Yeah.
It's a good pitch at the Wanderers, isn't it?
Yeah.
Zips through.
Very interesting cricket played there often. You get full value. This one has not got as much pace or bounce in it, nowhere near. Anderson past the umpire, up to the stumps now and bowls, and that was another tight leave from Conway. Close from Anderson, but not close enough. Past the off stump and through to James Bracey. Anderson 1 for 45. It is his 16th over of the day.
It's interesting, he's come back now with a new ball not very far away, so I don't think it's a reverse swingy type of surface, or certainly not the outfield anyway. So they can't be banking on Anderson bowling with too many overs with a new ball.
How was he bowled in this spell?
He's just starting, I think. Is he?
Zoltz is not listening. Here's Anderson bowling. Forward comes Conway into the onside towards straight mid-wicket. And there is no run. He's having a chat with the skipper. He's taking his headphones off.
Yeah, it's a tough day. It's a tough day. What's happening there?
I've managed to get Zoltz's attention.
Oh, he's back with us?
He's back with us, yeah.
Oh, right. He's such a busy man.
I know. 210 for 3. Anderson bowls to Conway, who does decide to play at this one, probably because it kind of feathered his off stump, pushed it away towards cover. There's no run. That's the end of Anderson's 16th over, and his in this spell?
Second,
okay.
Nicholls is on 30 at the other end. And the lights are beaming down. Remember that Test match in New Zealand won? Their only victory at Lord's in 1999. The first day of that game, the light was really grey all day, and England were batting. I think they won the toss, and I remember David Graven was chairman of selectors at the time, saying that we just didn't expect that. We thought I think the forecast was for the sun to come out and break through the cloud, but it was dank all day, and England struggled under the cloud cover. I think would there have been lights back in 1999? They probably almost certainly wouldn't have been back then. Root bowls turned away by Nicholls towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Now they certainly wouldn't be able to use them back then. Generally tended to use them for.
It wasn't a great summer for England in 1999.
No, it wasn't. Here's Root bowling, brushed away by Nicholls through back of square leg for a single. They won the first test, Alex Tudor's test, or his 99
up at Edgbaston,
yeah.
They hadn't done frightfully well in the World Cup prior to that.
No.
So their lack of success throughout that summer couldn't entirely be put down to the weather, I don't think.
No, not at all. No. But I do remember that first day, and it was gloomy all day. It was just okay to play, but really good bowling conditions. Forward goes Conway to Root, playing it back down the onside of the pitch, and there's no run. But from the mire, they managed to pull themselves up, didn't they? In 99, they were bottom of the heap, worst team in the world after losing at the Oval. Root bowls, forward goes Conway, playing out towards extra cover, picked up by Dom Sibley.
That's right. Well, Duncan Fletcher took over. Michael Vaughan in that following winter. Michael Vaughan made his debut.
Root round the wicket bowls, driven firmly by Conway up to mid-off, no run.
Always remember he found himself batting Johannesburg.
0 for 2, isn't it?
0 for 2.
Conway waits. There's a slip in. Root bowls around the wicket to him, and he eases that off the back foot for 4. Through the offside to the right of cover as the cover fielder looks at it down towards the tavern stand. And the old scoreboard under Father Time. It was a really efficient shot, that, from Conway.
I mean, I think he's being very ambitious, Root, in that he is not a regular bowler, and he's trying to bowl with the slope running away on the offside with just 3 men there, with the extra man on the leg side. He's trying to bowl very, very straight.
That's the 100 partnership, Andy.
It is indeed, off 34.1 overs. Since tea, 54 of the first 11 overs. And then with that forward, 16 off the following 9. What a fine partnership.
Yeah, and dominated by Conway, obviously.
Yeah, 68 of them.
Yeah.
68 of the 101. So when Taylor was LBW to Robinson, England were right back in the game at 114 for 3. But these two, shown why there's such strength in New Zealand cricket at the moment. Anderson bowls. Forward goes Nicholls, playing into the onside. And there is no run. And this is for them. It's just a build-up for the World Test Championship final.
Well, no, I don't know about that. But what you notice about this is a very sort of canny, professional. We've got plenty of time. We'll take our time if necessary, but we'll just get a very big score. The wicket might just get a little bit more helpful. Don't worry about. Don't rush it.
Anderson bowls, forward goes Nicholls into the offside, and they pinch a single there, short of Broad. Generally today, when the ball has gone short of Broad or near him, as opposed to straight at him, they run. They just say, right, we'll have a run there.
Yeah, well, that doesn't cheer people up, does it, if you're the fielder?
They used to do that to Sachin Tendulkar towards the end of his career. They just hit it straight to him and run. And you start to think, well, it might be time to retire.
We can't get him out, but we can make him feel like an old man.
Yeah. It's 216 for 3. Anderson from the nursery end, round the wicket to bowl to Conway. Conway allows the ball to come to him, opens the face, runs it away, but straight to Burns at backward point. And there is no run.
Well, they'll be enjoying this down in Taunton.
Your point about the next championship about Hampshire tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Overton and...
Well, I see Overton is still here.
Well, are they allowed to leave the... We're not allowed to call it a bubble anymore, are we? The team environment to go...
I don't know. I hope so.
Are they? I'm not sure they are, because...
They're in the squad for Edgbaston.
Yeah. Anderson bowls. Forward goes Conway. Back up the offside of the pitch, and there's no run. And
they'll be mumbling in Taunton if that's the case.
I mean, in the old days, you would, wouldn't you? Probably.
Oh, yeah. Well, you think Leach in particular needs.
He needs to bowl, yeah.
And actually, Overton's had a bit of a break. He didn't actually play he missed a game, partly because it was going to rain, and England asked if he could miss a game, and they obviously agreed to that. So I'm not sure, but I noted that Overton was still here 10 minutes ago. Is he on the field?
Anderson bowls. Conway plays gently into the onside towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. And that's a big game for Somerset.
Yeah, Somerset, Hampshire. Both near the top of that division with the glorious Gloucesters.
Yeah, didn't exactly cover themselves in glory at the Oval at the weekend. No. Their one major blemish so far this season.
But they're top of that table still.
Yeah. Anderson to Conway, and Conway plays defensively into the offside, dropping the ball onto the square, and he goes 3 or 4 metres away from him. It's the end of the over from Anderson. 17 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 46. So he's been tidy without being particularly threatening today on this first day pitch in goodish batting conditions. And New Zealand, a bit like they did actually in that series that England played in New Zealand after the World Cup, where they won in Maunganui. They ground England down in that game. It went full 5 days. I think the game ended in the final session after tea on the final day, and then in Hamilton as well, where England made a big score and New Zealand stuck at it. And Taylor and Williamson made hundreds in the second innings with the rain closing in.
Yeah, well, they are a mature side, and they know how to grind if necessary.
Here's Root round the wicket, beginning new over, bowls to Nicholls. Nicholls plays firmly towards mid-on. It's Broad again, and they set off for a single again, and they get it again, even though Broad attacked it and hurled the ball at the stumps. They just said, it's Broad, we'll have one there. That one was actually hit straight at him.
They're
horrible, isn't it? There's torture out there.
He needs to run someone out quick, otherwise it's going to happen for the rest of his career.
Yeah.
Come in just a bit closer.
Well, then they whack it at his head.
Well.
So Root is in his 11th over, 0 for 33. And here is Root now to bowl to Conway. And Conway gets a ball that I think turned gently there. Right side the off stump. Conway allowed it to go through. Did what to tell because we've seen the back of the batsman and the back of the wicket-keeper Bracey as well. Back with Root and a rattle through the over. Bowls to Conway, who's gently forward, pushing into the offside. And Mark Wood plays some football there and defends it. Blocks it and then bends down to pick it up. No run, 217 for 3. 74th over, Root bowls. Conway plays across his front pad a bit there. Hence the picked up the anguish in our effects microphone, but he got his bat on it firmly enough. Went away towards mid-wicket. Picked up by Lawrence. There's no run. Root again to Conway, leans forward, almost as if he's blocking out for a draw. Plays that defensively into the onside. Crawley comes in to pick up. And there is no run. Still got this 5-4 onside field. Root, a real slinger there, as he perhaps sensed that Conway was coming down the pitch, and Conway blocked it into the onside. It was quite a long way down by the time it went out towards mid-wicket, and he had to scamper back as the throw came in. And there is no run. It is the end of the over, 217 for 3, 6 overs from the new ball, 50 minutes play left on this first day. Nicholls 33, Conway 121 on his debut. We're going to have a double change. Michael is here and he'll be joined very shortly by Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, you're just looking at those 6 overs to go to get to that second new ball, and that's going to be crucial for England. They'll have to take it tonight, and they'll be hoping to nick a wicket before then and grab another couple with the second new ball, because so far it's been New Zealand's day. They've won a good toss, the pitch is good, and in Devon Conway they've certainly found an opening batter who looks like he just knows his game. Played with great skill and control, played the front foot shots nicely, played the ball late, played some cracking back foot shots as well. Nicholls, he's grinding it. He's 33 from 100 deliveries. I can't quite see the screen. 110 deliveries, so he's hanging in there. He's doing a great job for his team.
Well, he's bowled his heart out today, Wood, and is tearing in now from the nursery end. Is there any bowls on off stump? Worked away by Nicholls. Another dot goes in the book. As it's played out to mid-wicket. Polishing going on. This ball looks to be in fabulous conditions. Got a lovely shine on it. And this movement has just coincided with the cloud cover coming over, the floodlights going on. So it's a question of whether Root can just juggle his quick bowlers through to the point where they can take the new ball today. But it's still being effective now. That's the point, isn't it? He's not just going to try and kill some overs off, because he could get a wicket with this ball as it stands now. In he goes again. Wood over the wicket. Bowls full, driven hard past him. He's on his hands and knees, bowling himself off his feet as he often does. And Anderson fields at mid-on.
I was just thinking earlier, I mean, what kind of bowler will be effective on this kind of surface? And there's not many because it's flat as we speak. But I think over the days, we've seen 1 or 2 balls today kept a bit low.
Yep.
And you look at someone like Kyle Jamieson, 6 foot, whatever he is, he'll come from a tall height, he'll gather any kind of uneven bounce on a surface like this when you get into days 3, 4 and 5. But Neil Wagner, he will run in and create all sorts on a pitch like this.
Here's Wood again, bowling about, so it flies over Nicholls' head and it's collected by Bracey. Well, you're right, because
he'll do that.
How much is going to bounce?
Yeah, he'll do that. He'll bowl lots of bounces, slow ball bounces, Yorkers. He'll change his angle, he'll go around the wicket, over the wicket. And sometimes when you watch Neil Wagner, it's almost like you take out the 22 yards, because he bowls well in all conditions, because he's just so skillful, makes it so awkward for a batting unit. And well, there'll be lots of short stuff. And he falls over like Mark Wood, in his follow through. Very similar.
But just a ball that Root spun as well. Turned a long way. Wood again, bowls fuller this time. And Nicholls is on the front foot to meet it. Plays it back to the bowler. Tosses the ball away for Anderson to get to work on, mopping his brow, wiping a sweat on the ball, which the rules must have changed, because they're allowed to do it now. Or at least Anderson's doing it. He's rubbing it hard on the back of his trousers. 217 for 3. Nicholls 33, Conway 121. These two came together, and Ross Taylor was LBW for a score on 114, and Nicholls forward again. Wood fields again, throws the ball straight to Anderson, official ball shiner and rubber at mid-on. The rules have definitely changed. He's reaching sweat now from the back of his neck and wiping it on the ball.
Yeah, I've not read anything that...
No, I'm a bit surprised.
That's changed, but obviously it has.
Must have done, yeah.
Sign of the times, I guess. It's coming back.
They were so fastidious last year about it. The ball's got a lovely shiny side to it. And it goes Wood again, tearing in, he bowls, and that's him on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. Actually given not out, I think. It looks like pitched outside leg stump from way up here. Richard Kettleborough agrees, or at least has found another reason for giving it not out. There's no conversation about a possible review. And that is the end of that over. The time ticking away on this first day. There's 50 minutes to go. Still 15 overs for England to bowl. They won't bowl those, I don't suppose.
Well, it's the kind of pitch, Aggers, you know more as a bowler, that you really need the opposition to be 6 down to give yourself that get out of bed feel in the morning. Come on, we've only got 4 wickets to get. If you're waking up tomorrow morning, you're getting out your sack and there's 7 wickets to get on a wicket like this, it's might need a crane.
It's another long
Someone
day.
coming to drag you, knock on you. Are you there? Got to come again.
It's a sort of pitch, you're right, in which New Zealand are just going to bat on their score what they can this first innings. And there's been no easy get out, I don't think. Root's going to bowl from the pavilion end, spinning himself a catch or two. Then he comes in, bowls, and the left-handed Conway plays that out towards mid-on. And there's no run. Root again. Forward comes Conway, and there's no run. Our attention has been drawn, and maybe yours has too, to a story that's emerged of Ollie Robinson. He's making his debut today and taking a couple of wickets, and has had an enjoyable debut on the field. In comes Root round the wicket, bowls, and that's swept down past Robinson, down here at deep backward square leg for 4. But some historic tweets of a racist nature have appeared, and so we're expecting at least a statement, if not more than that, from Robinson himself and the ECB at some stage after the close of play. Root round the wicket, comes in and bowls, and that's pushed away to point. The timing not good from an ECB perspective, Michael.
No, the players lined up this morning. The England players had T-shirts on. The slogan was very clear: cricket is for everyone. And on day one of the campaign, it's an awful look.
Root again round the wicket, and that's driven hard at him by Conway. Root fields one-handed low to his right-hand side.
The context, I guess. I mean, my issue is he's tweeted it. It was in 2012, 9 years ago. He was 18, but it's out there.
Root again, and Conway forward, plays back up the pitch. It's the end of the over. Nicholls 33, Conway 125, 45 minutes to go.
One thing I say, Ag, is what I find bizarre about it, and staggering really, that you've got a player that's going to be making his debut for England with the amount of personnel at the ECB and the amount of due diligence you do on a player about who they are and what they are. Surely you go through everything. Surely you check absolutely everything about the personnel.
Well, someone's found them, so they can't have been that difficult.
No, exactly. But surely when you pick players, or you're employing people, you're going into partnership with brand, you check everything. So I find it absolutely staggering that this hasn't been brought up before.
221 for 3, and we've got Mark Wood galloping in from the nursery end. He bowls short, flicks way off the hip. Robinson will come in with the scoreboard behind him and throw that back to Bracey. It's 222 for 3 there. Nicholls goes to 34. Well, we'll see how that develops after the close of play. Mike Brill is here, I can see, sitting in the stand.
I see that, yeah. I'm trying to work out which box he's in. Looks to me like he might be down in the corner. Down to the left. The new stands are great, aren't they, Agassi?
Yes.
New stands just to our right and left. I think our friend Tommy Banks is doing a bit of cooking. I don't think he's there today, but...
I think he is, actually. In goes Wood again, bowls, and that's played away out to mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Is he the kind of... Or was it the signature chef? Is he kind of always going to be coming down on specially? I can't imagine he's going to be there every day.
I don't think he's here every day, but certainly around, I think, yes.
Very nice.
Very upmarket. No, it looks great. But I was saying, making the point at tea time, places like this should be for everybody, and there should be much easier access to places like this, and to Wimbledon and all these wonderful sporting stadiums. It's not really a stadium, but you know what I mean. These sporting facilities that we have, everyone should have a chance to be able to come. In goes Wood again over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. That comes cutting back, and Conway shows again very good judgment in allowing that to go through outside the off stump. Broad's loosening up. What's that overcount looking? This is the 77th, so there's 3 to go until the new ball. So I think Root's just about done it. He's joggled around. And he's bowled a few himself. And it means that they should have, well, really quite a meaningful half hour perhaps with the new ball. So Wood spins around. He's got 4 shadows at his feet. A big leap, and he bowls short and pulled away by the left-handed Conway. Finds a fielder on the deep square leg boundary. It's probably Pope, where he spends much of his time there. He's revealing his number 80 on his back. One more, 223 for 3. A terrific 100 from Conway. Lovely flamingo shot with Street his 100 as well. But, that really was. It's a touch of flamboyance about that. The interesting innings, though, he was becalmed in the afternoon. He scored 28 between lunch and tea. He scored 43 in the morning, and now he's hasn't exactly cut loose, but he's played with that same fluency again that he had this morning. He's found again this evening, and Wood moves in, bowls to him, to Nicholls, up on his hip. And Robinson will come in and pick that up in the deep, down at long leg.
Yeah, I like the way this New Zealand team play Test cricket. You know, they read the situations well. You know, they're a team that they seem to be very smart. You know, and they know that first innings runs are so important. You look at Henry Nicholls; he hasn't found rhythm. He's not been able to time the ball, but he's not looked like he's just going to give it away. He's just saying to himself, "I'll just hang in. You know, let me try and just be there at the close of play. I'm 40 not out. You know, I'll take that. I've not quite got the rhythm today." But he hasn't given it away. He's just he's grinding it out for his team. Exactly what you have to do in Test cricket.
Wood again, bowls very full outside the off stump. Well, that's one of the first loose shots we've seen from Conway. It was wide and full, his eyes lit up, and his cross. He missed out, he knows he did too, because he got an inside edge there to the drive and picked up 1 down to fine leg. But in his mind, that ball was flashing through the covers for 4. Didn't quite get in the right place, chased it wide, the front foot was in the right place.
That would have been the 3rd drag on of the day. Seems the way to get out on this kind of surface. A bit slower. You know, look at the way that Kane Williamson got out. It's the way he plays. He plays it so late. And every now and again, he does get that ball off the blade. It goes back onto the stumps. Tom Latham, he did exactly the same. Inside edge onto the stumps. I don't think it'll be the last. I think there'll be a few this week. I think it's that kind of wicket, a bit lower.
Yeah, a little bit of nip around.
Yeah, play get done for length, going back off the inside edge onto the stumps.
Well, Broad's coming on to bowl 78 and therefore 80 as well, so he'll have 2 overs before the new ball. But as we've mentioned, this old ball is still doing a bit, so it's not as though you're just trying to get through the overs and get that new one in your hand. You've got a chance of getting someone out with the ball as it stands at the moment. And Broad's waiting for it to be delivered to him. It's thrown at him now. He'll go through a few loosening up exercises. And Joe Root runs down to first slip. He's got Dom Sibley at second. And a rather tired looking Mark Wood trudges down to fine leg just to our right here. He has given it absolutely everything today. What are his figures today? And he's clocked up some overs. I mean, you know, relatively, given the pace that he's run in.
It's none for 47 from 17 overs with 6 maidens.
Yeah.
And his first spell was the fastest spell recorded by CricViz in their database, which goes back to about 2006. Fastest spell by an England bowler.
Yeah. 225 for 3 then. Here comes Broad from the pavilion end and round the wicket. There's a lovely stroke from Conway. He does stand up and drive nicely, doesn't he? No real power in that shot. He only picks up 1 to Anderson's right at mid-off, but that was a shot he played after he was hit by Mark Wood.
Yeah, it's the kind of player that you watch. I mean, I've only seen him really on television in white ball cricket, and now the first time in Test match cricket today. but there doesn't seem a great deal can go wrong with him. Looks very simple, very still. There's not a huge bat lift. His hands stay close to the body. There's not that much foot movement. It's very simple when he goes forward, when he goes back. Just looks like he's got a very simple game, which will stand him, in the test of time very nicely indeed.
Broad bowls, and Nicholls now turns that away rather across his pad, and Broad's raised his arms there optimistically. He's looking towards the umpire for some reason. It came off the middle of the bat, Stuart. But he was saying something there to the umpire. If he had missed it, would he be an LBW or something like that? But it was clipped quite nicely off the middle of the bat.
It's after his first wicket.
He is. He's searching a bit. 226 for 3. What I liked about Conway, to say that boundary that he hit after he was struck by Wood, when he was hit, it was the last ball of the over. It's a horrible blow, and it would have hurt. But he had all that next over to think about it, and how he's going to play. What did he do wrong? What's going to happen next? What's he going to bowl at me next ball? And he was just in the most perfect position for that pitched up ball that, boom, he had a lovely straight driver for. In goes Broad, bowls, and that's played by Nicholls firmly past his right hand. And Anderson, as he usually does, is fielding it either mid-on or mid-off for his old partner.
Well, you always get, the psychologists talk about mental toughness, and as many people describe it differently. I call mental toughness being able to just focus on every ball, and that's exactly the case. You get hit on one ball, you know what, it's gone, and you've got to clear your mind and just focus on the next ball. And the next ball is all that matters. That's mental toughness, not letting the ball before the balls that come in are going to affect your mindset.
Broad, long strides, bowls outside the off stump, keeps rather low. Nicholls allows that to go through.
And the best players can do that, and they're just very good at clearing out the bad stuff or the good stuff even, and just go, right, this is another ball. Just face this one ball, and then you take your guard and you do it again. Before you know it, you've faced 100 balls, 200 balls, and you're getting big scores. That's big to Alistair Cook about it. He just routine, goes through the same process every single delivery.
Broad pauses for a moment. Now sets off again, arms pumping, round the wicket he comes, and bowls on off stump, that perfect line and length that he just nags away at. Nicholls plays to mid-wicket. Broad mops his brow, as we were mentioning earlier. No bandana anymore. That was binned after the winter.
Well, I'll tell you what, Simon Doull on the television, he's got he's got a big chain on, hasn't he?
He has, actually.
Good to see Dooley here in the UK.
Yeah, it's a good character, he is.
Yeah. Craig McMillan working with us on the television. He's been in fine form.
He played a few shots.
Oh, yeah. To have a dash.
I see a retro New Zealand shirt on the screen too. In comes Broad, bowls, and that's played up to mid-off. And there is no run. Now commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online and via the BBC Sounds app. But our Radio 4 longwave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. It's my first of the summer.
I just always think of Jim Maxwell.
Oh, I know, he loves it. Yeah, he loves it. He's been very active during the winter, all sorts of those crazy little films and things. He's a big one for those. Yeah. You get on WhatsApp and so on. Keeping himself busy down there in Australia. There's more drinks being taken. It's the sort of drinks break the umpires don't approve of.
No, but it's also the kind of day that, once again, we've seen some really good test match cricket, but there will be an element of us having to say, wait, why haven't you got the 90 overs in?
Oh, yeah.
And there's times like this that they've had the drinks break at 5:15. We're only 30 or 40 minutes after that, and there's going to be a 3 or 4 minute delay now, purely because the batters just want another brew. I mean, what's that all about?
I still don't understand why the ICC, that tries to act on so many things, has just historically never ever got to grips with this and bowling the overs that are supposed to be bowled. It's just as if they've got their fingers in their ears.
35 minutes left, Aggers. 12 overs remaining. What are we going to get? 8? Second new ball, it'll be even slower.
Probably, yeah. I'll go 7 probably.
7, so we might be 4 or 5 overs light.
Yeah, for no reason. It's been a beautiful
reason
day.
At all.
Yep.
We haven't had a day of lots of reviews. Sometimes the side screens have to continuously be moved. It's not that kind of occasion.
So Wood's on his way again, bowls wide of the off stump, and Conway ignores it. Collected by Bracey. But I don't know why they have ignored it. There must be a reason why. It's just something that has never really satisfactorily been sorted out. They've done everything else, from DRS down to number of bounces per over and what size adverts you can have on your clothes.
They just think we're grumpy old commentators who are getting a bit old.
Yeah, but it's one value for the people who are paying the money.
Well, you've got to penalise the team. Simple. Runs at the end of the day.
I think runs. I really do think. I mean, I laughed a bit when Jeffrey first mentioned penalty runs. I thought, really?
Yep.
Here's Wood, wide of the crease this time, firing it across the bows of Conway.
It's got to affect the day. Affect today. So England have 4 overs light tonight. They should have 40 runs added to the score.
Yeah, if they were going to lose or have 40 runs as a penalty against them, those overs would be bowled.
Correct.
So in fact, as Jeffrey always argued, and he was right, it'll never happen.
No, it wouldn't.
So, you could add 1,000 runs per over or whatever. It wouldn't happen because they would be bowled. There is a complication in working out who's responding in a sort of half split day. There is a bit of complication into which team owes what or however. They have to work that out. But Andy's got his thoughts on that. I think in goes Wood again, bowls, and that bounced a little bit and struck Conway up on the glove. Now, did he just play that rather low, or was that up to no good? A little bit hanky-panky. Thank you very much indeed to our shipping forecaster, handing you back. Never been referred to as Aggers on the shipping forecast before. That's very kind of you. It's been that sort of day.
Yeah.
That sort of...
It's a bit of bounce.
Yeah.
A bit of bounce in that last delivery. It wasn't a delivery I think Devon Conway played with perfect hand position. Thought it was a bit low, but it did bounce a little bit more. You get that here at Lords. I played on wickets exactly like this, that are flat, but there's always the odd ball. Ball that bounces, odd ball keeps low.
Wood again, springing in, bowls full. Oh, that lovely straight drive again, but it bounces away from Broad. There'll be a run. Did pretty well to get down at this stage in the day. It was hit beautifully, firmly. And did you have
in terms of when you could do it by the hour. If you have a clock that stops when there's a review or an injury.
Yeah.
Then in an hour's play you've got to bowl 15 overs, and then so the penalty runs are each hour.
Every hour.
I see.
Yeah. Well, maybe not 15, maybe 14, but
yeah. My point was if you're a batting side and you inherit an awful bowling situation when you declare with an hour to go, somehow they've got to make clear that awful position you inherit is not your fault, isn't it?
Yeah.
So somehow it's got to be worked out.
But you wouldn't inherit it, would you?
Here's Wood, and a sliced away very hard, but beautifully fielded there by Burns. A backward point. Lovely diving save. And this time he kept his sunglasses on too, on the peak of his cap, which is no mean feat, but it really sliced that drive. Not sure he quite intended it to go as fine as that. And that mullet bouncing around there out of he's got it tucked into the back of his baseball cap now. It looks like a ponytail. Where's he going to put that where he's batting?
Don't know.
He might be. He's got a little knot in.
Yeah, he's got a ponytail.
I think he has.
Yeah. Little hair bun.
Well, it's going to be him and a de Grandon playoff at the end of this series. 228 for 3. In goes Wood again, bowls outside the off stump, tempting again, but this time it's ignored and collected by Bracey. So the end of the over with half an hour to go. And lots of cricket to come, including a prospect of a new ball. And for 20 minutes of that time, it'll be Dan Norcross.
Yeah, just 1 over to go before that second new ball. No question, England will have to take it. The lights are still on, but it's got brighter. There was a period where it looked like it may have rained about an hour ago, but that's gone. The clouds have moved. Joe Root's just strolling to first slip. In the back of his mind, he'll just be crossing pretty much everything and hoping that his senior pair strike with a couple before the close of play. Just half an hour left, Dan. You just whacked your knee as you came into the chair.
Just whacked my knee. So, yes, potentially 7, perhaps 8 overs left in the day, and 1 over to go before a new ball is available. Broad starts a new over from the pavilion end. This is hit the pads, and there's a huge appeal from Broad as Conway looked to work, Nichols, I beg your pardon, looked to work that through the onside. And now there's a rather forlorn situation of Broad just walking away, thinking probably not, and Root walking in the opposite direction, and all of that sound and fury. And
well,
there's nothing.
He's bowling at the pavilion end, and the umpire is Michael Gough, and he's like the umpiring guru.
Yes.
And he's given it not out, so forget it.
Yep. I'm not even sure that would have been umpire's call. It was going down, I think. I've just seen the ball. It looks in quite decent shape. I don't know whether they'll necessarily look to change it because it looks quite shiny on one side. I've just seen the ball tracking, and ball was definitely missing The leg stump by quite a way as Broad is in again. And Nicholls just thinks about pulling that shorter ball and in the end just stabs down on it, pushes it into the offside square of the wicket. No run accrues, 228 for 3 with half an hour to go. As I say, probably about 7 overs. England might get 6 overs in with a new ball. You'd expect them to take it because New Zealand, for all their industry today, and on occasions flamboyant, they haven't got away from England. They're going at under 3 and over, and if England picked up a couple of wickets in the last half hour, suddenly New Zealand might close on 242 for 5, and that would look very different indeed. That's the hope for England at any rate, as Broad is in. That's well left by Nicholls. It's slightly flashy, rapier-like leave as he flicks his bat over the ball, lets it go through to Bracey. There's no run. Jeremy Coney is back. All right.
Hi, Daniel.
There's a lot going on here, isn't there?
Well, you're talking it up extremely well. You're right. You're absolutely right.
What I'm trying to...
What were you saying?
I'm trying to keep our listeners enthralled to the bitter end, you see. I'm saying, look, stuff might happen yet. New Zealand might be playing for the close.
Oh, certainly. Certainly things can happen in half an hour.
And with a new ball, if England take it. But also, I've looked at the ball, and it does look in quite good shape. Broad is in, and that's again played late by Nicholls off a thick inside edge, and he's a little lucky there not to drag it back onto his stumps. We've seen a couple of played-ons today, and Bracey had to move to his right to field. Conway called him through for a single. 229 for 3.
So who will take this new ball?
Well,
Anderson was bowling relatively recently. Broad is already bowling.
This is his second over in this spell.
So that means he could possibly take it, couldn't he?
He could bowl 3,
yes,
couldn't he?
Could.
If you're thinking of 6 overs, so it could be 3 and 3, couldn't it?
Do you think it'll be 6?
6 tops.
Yes.
I mean, think about that clock. We've got 26 minutes. But if they take a wicket or 2, then it's 5, isn't it? And if they don't, I mean, England's over rate, poor again. And that could be an issue for Root, because there haven't really been any stoppages. Only 3 wickets have fallen today. Broad in around the wicket. Conway just works this into the onside off his hip. I wait to see an umpire's signal. It felt leg bye-ish. It is a leg bye. Going to that region where a short leg would have been had he been there, but Pope moved from short mid-wicket to collect. 230 for 3.
You know, there's a saying that the conditions are the game's presiding genius, and it's true, and I think the conditions haven't really assisted England in terms of pace and the surface of the pitch, so it's taken Wood.
Broad is in, off the back foot, nicely pushed into the offside, into a little bit of a gap between extra cover and mid-off, or cover and mid-off even, and Nicholls picks up another run. 8:38 he moves to. He'll keep strike at the start of the 81st over. New Zealand 231 for 3, Conway 129. We await to see England's decision around the new ball.
Wood in particular, I think it's taken him out of play a little bit, because while he has run in valiantly and given his all right throughout the day really, and he's caused New Zealand batsmen just a little bit of problems with the shorter pitch, but it's really emasculated him in a way, because he might have got a bit more bounce more regularly. He could bring his length back a little bit and bowl at harder length than perhaps he was able to today. He either had to go today to short or very full, looking for the Yorker, the bouncer Yorker kind of operation, I felt. So that really didn't work for Mark Wood, I don't think. I think it worked okay for Anderson. Really doesn't worry about that too much. He takes the pitch out of play by using movement prior to the ball pitching. Maybe with Broad, I think a bit more bounce might have been nice for him as well, with a bit of pace. I think that's the way, as far as England are concerned. Robinson, I think he's kind of been the pick of the bowlers today, the way he's been able to seam the ball.
Anderson, and he has a new ball, I can tell you. And the first ball with it is worked away nicely through square leg for 4. It's a lovely shot from Nicholls. It was on the pads, a little bit loose, you might say. Maybe a loosener at the end of a long day from Anderson, but Nicholls found that gap gloriously, hit it along the ground, really close to the square leg umpire, and it whistled away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, just an outswinger, really, just going down the slope from Anderson and just short enough that Nicholls could get back and just assist it on its way through square.
3 slips are in. There's a backward point, cover and a mid-off. In comes Anderson, thuds into the pads again, but it's a half-hearted appeal from Anderson. And down and maybe high as well. And they're not going to review that.
That's the other danger, isn't it? That so often you find the new ball just runs away. You know, if the batsman does get a decent, bit of it.
Well, it's a good point. Do you think?
And New Zealand will enjoy. Well, if you look at the first session, 85 runs, 59 in the second when England bowled very well, and sort of came back and got some parity in the game.
Here is Anderson. Nicholls has hit on the pad again, and it works its way out square of the wicket in the offside, and travels about 5 or 6 yards from the bat. 235 for 3 the score remains. Nicholls on 42. For England, I suppose the thing here is that New Zealand, with 22 minutes to go, won't be minded to attack too much, especially someone like Henry Nicholls. He's been there for an awfully long time. He does not want to throw it away at Lord's. So New Zealand don't get many opportunities to play at Lord's. It's been 6 years since they did. Who knows if Henry Nicholls will get another go. As Anderson is into him. And Nicholls pushes forward nicely in defence, moves it to the left of Wood at mid-on, who moves to his left of field, and they get one more. Nicholls to 43, 236 for 3, brings Conway back on strike, and he, of course, on debut, he would love to walk back into the pavilion unbeaten. I say that. Part of me would quite like to get out of the last ball of the day and maybe celebrate with a bit more gusto tonight than I otherwise would have done.
Wouldn't it? Yes, that's exactly right. It would be you. 224 deliveries he's absorbed today. That's a heck of a lot, isn't it? Probably the rest of the New Zealanders almost.
He's on strike now. 3 slips are in. And that's trapped him on the pad, going over the top once more. It's a little bit of bounce now with this new ball. The ball obviously firmer and shinier, and Anderson's getting some movement back into the left-hander from the nursery end and down the slope. There's a lot of argument about whether this slope actually does anything to a ball, since it's on the wicket for a fraction of a second, for a very small amount, on a slope that, there's not a lot of slope on that actual pitch, but it does seem to go down the hill ever so slightly. It's full again from Anderson, trying to get some swing, and this is driven up to mid-on, where Wood sprawls to his right to field. End of the over. 5 from it. 236 for 3. Nicholls has 43. Conway 129. Andy Zaltzman.
Just a couple more things on Conway. It's the first time he's scored a century in first-class cricket as an opener. He's batted most of his career at number 3. Prior to this innings, was only averaging mid-20s as an opener. Most of those innings were 10 years ago or more. Only opened twice in the last since late 2011 in first-class cricket. So almost 10 years. And also, if he gets 3 more runs, it will be the highest score by a Test debutant at Lord's, overtaking Sourav Ganguly's 131.
For anybody?
1996. Yep.
Oh, that would be marvellous. Highest score on debut, of course, in Test cricket ever.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a go at that one?
Well, I'd love to. Oh, but ever? At this stage?
Yeah, ever.
I know, it'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah. You'd have to get 288 to get there.
Oh.
You'd have to beat R.E. Foster.
Well, I'm not saying anything to that.
It's not impossible.
No.
Broad will take the new ball from the pavilion end. Cut away nicely by Nicholls. He didn't really time it. You could probably hear from the stump mic there, but he'll get a couple of runs as it's chased down and ultimately thrown in by Ollie Pope. Bit of relay fielding between the 2 Surrey men, Rory Burns and Ollie Pope out there. The square cover boundary as it was going down the hill, so you can tell he didn't quite time it, because even with the assistance of the slope, he just picked up a couple, but Score advances to 238 for 3.
Just to finish the thought too, I mentioned how the conditions have affected England. I think they've kind of affected the batsmen as well a bit. It hasn't been easy to score runs.
Here comes Broad, he's round the wicket, and that's defended at the onside, but it's found a little gap there as Nicholls, and he'll pick up a single, as it was just between mid-wicket and mid-on, just purposefully knocked it and ran. Good, positive cricket from the New Zealanders here.
It's an important skill, Daniel, isn't it? That assessment of what is a run, and I think these two respond to each other relatively well. I mean, I wouldn't have thought... I mean, they haven't batted a lot together, one from the South Island, Canterbury and Nicholls, and one from Wellington and North Island in Conway. But they seem to be aware, don't they, of where runs are together and respond to each other quite well.
Broad is in to Conway. Conway lets this go by. Through the keeper, there's no run.
But I think even for someone like Conway, I mean, if you've been in as long as he has for over 220 deliveries that he's faced, he's still having to work very hard to get runs, isn't he? I mean, and you'd think you'd have got your chance and got your timing on the wicket, but I think the ball's just nipping just a wee bit. I thought it suited Robinson's pace particularly. I thought, as I said, I think he's been the pick of the bowlers' day, not because he's got 2 wickets, just because he's hit the seam and it's done a little bit more for him.
Broad hurtles in. Conway goes after this. It was short, it was wide, he's missed it. There's momentarily hope amongst Slips and keeper Bracey, but in the end, no dice. It was a rare loose shot. I don't know whether that betrays a little bit of nerves or whether it's a little bit of overconfidence or a little bit of uncertainty.
He's just going for it. He's just reacting to the ball. He thinks he can actually hit that up and over. That's what it is. It's more of a one-day shot, I think, than it is a... See the last, the on the toes and lifting the ball up and over. It could have gone anywhere between fourth slip through right over to sort of backward point in the air deliberately. Missed it.
How will he react after that as Broad is in to him? 3 slips are in. He leaves this wide ball alone. Broad tried to tempt him. Saw him have a go at the previous ball. He wasn't going to go after that. Both sides are being a bit positive here. You might say England saying to themselves, we're going to try and pick up a couple of wickets with the new
3
ball.
slips.
Exactly. And New Zealand at the same time. Henry Nicholls there with the push and run earlier in this over, saying, well, we're both in. I mean, it's the best time to face a new ball when you're both in.
Yes, much easier to score them now rather than restarting in the morning.
Yes, that's surely the way to think
Nicholls
about it.
nearly 50.
Conway on strike. Last ball of Broad's over. And it's just defended very economically by Conway into the offside. Pope picks up at short extra cover. End of the over, 239 for 3. We've got another quarter of an hour to go today. That ought to be 4 overs, you would think. The light's going to hold. It's fine now. The lights are on, but they're not necessary. The clouds have dissipated from the slightly brooding gloom that they were exuding earlier today. It started to feel a bit more like a bowling day, but unfortunately the ball was about 67 overs old when it felt like a bowling day, and Root was bowling at one end.
Yeah, that was the little period, wasn't it, where New Zealand just got away from England, I think, in the day after England had really started well after lunch, got through the New Zealand captain and Taylor, and from that point on, New Zealand just managed to see their way through that second session.
Anderson starts a new over, and that's driven back at him, a full ball outside the off stump, just pushed back at him by Nicholls, and he fields up his own bowling, flings the ball back, sprawling stop from Bracey prevents a run. 239 for 3. So we'll end up with about 86 overs in the day. So tomorrow, England have a relatively new ball. They'll be able to come at whichever New Zealand batsmen are out there. It could be these two. It could be one of these and a night watchman. If it were a night watchman, looking at the New Zealand side, I'm not sure they need a night watchman. They bat all the way down to number 9, don't they? You might say even beyond. Driven at and missed by Nicholls on this occasion. That was a nice delivery from Anderson.
Well bowled, Anderson. Yeah.
Went past his outside edge. Nicholls has been there for 137 balls, just got caught slightly stuck.
It actually seemed, didn't it? It seemed away. Nichols was looking for the length. He thought it was just a nice length to have a crack at, but the foot was never quite sort of past middle and leg.
He's barely done that all day. He's left really, really well. Anderson, he's got 3 slips in. Comes into Nichols, and Nichols is beaten again on the outside edge. Another ball that jagged, I think, off the seam. Nichols played this one a lot less flamboyantly. Played a defensive shot at it, but it's just evaded his outside edge. I'll have a look again. Maybe I'm doing him a disservice. Maybe pulled his back inside the line. He just held the line, really, didn't he?
Nice bounce. You see where Bracey took that up shoulder high. I wonder if a false slip is required, or a gully may be with the beaten in the last 2.
Anderson in. That's full and straighter this time, and so Nichols is able to defend into the offside. Pigeons have gathered at cover point. There's a smaller flock of pigeons at Lords than you get at the Oval.
Looks as if it's on one of the county pitches, doesn't it, towards the edge of the square where they've tried to repair some of the footmarks with
feasting on Tim Murtaugh's
on the seed.
Yes,
as they've reseeded where the footmarks are.
Yeah, that's a good bucolic spot by you.
Bucolic. Okay,
Yeah.
It is rural and very yes.
Anderson in, there's full and driven back at him. There's no, because you're a dab hand on the farm, aren't you?
On the farm, yeah. Well, all New Zealanders like to get out.
All?
Well, no,
Must be
not
the occasional
all. We have
urban
our urban millennials as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Mercy.
they go to the 100, but never mind. Yeah.
Time will tell. You never know. It's very good of you to instantly think about food. I suppose that's what pigeons are about mostly, isn't it? Anderson in. And that's through to the keeper, left alone by Nichols. He's left alone really well today. There was that one little shot in this over, and then there was a little shot in the last over. I've got to get out of the way because Simon Mann's going to come in. Thoughts on the day so far?
Well,
Jeremy Coney, and then it will be Simon Mann.
Well, it's been. It's been a very interesting first day's play. Not that we've completed it yet, but the first session, I think, pretty much emphatically to New Zealand, even though they were batting in, decent conditions, good light conditions, and the surface, which was a beige colour. And once they saw the new ball off, were able to score relatively quickly, 85 runs in that first session, just a loss of 1 wicket. Then the second session, very much England's.
Here's Broad into bowl to Conway on 129. He leans forward, plays out towards cover, and there is no run. We're all getting excited about whether he can go past Sourav Ganguly.
You're getting excited about that?
I think it's
it's
a notable achievement, isn't it?
Okay. Yep.
I know everything's a record these days, as we established earlier.
We know that. And we do like a record.
But it's a nice achievement. It would be a nice achievement, wouldn't it? Highest score on debut at Lords.
And we were here to witness it.
Yeah, I saw Sourav Ganguly's 131 as well.
Did you?
Yeah, 25 years ago.
Well, how would you rate them, the 2 innings?
Here's Broad, bowling to Conway, and Conway takes one hand off the bat there, jams down on it, plays into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
What was their situation and context of his 100?
Yeah, well, he obviously came in the middle order.
Well, first innings of day one?
I think it was on the Saturday he scored them. Yeah. I think England were doing quite well, and then he fought back. I think Dravid got runs as well. Andy might better dig that game out. I think Rahul Dravid was not far away from getting 100 as well in that Test match. It's 239 for 3, but he played magnificently. He was a young lad coming out.
Shot maker, wasn't he?
Yeah, but here's Broad bowling to Conway, and Conway drives full ball, digging it out really up towards mid-off.
Who did England have that day? I went to Broad and Anderson.
Yeah, they were playing. Yeah, Anderson was playing 25 years ago.
Of course he was.
Yeah,
yes,
he's
that's
been
right.
playing for about 50
he
years.
He has. Yeah. 160 odd Test matches.
1996. Who was bowling? I mean, it could have been anyone in the 90s. I mean, chopping and changing. Who was bowling?
That's true.
Was Gus playing? No.
Chris Lewis playing.
Chris Lewis is playing.
I got a nod there. Yeah, that was good. I'm now retreating. You can say the next one.
It's not easy to think and talk at the same time. Here's Broad bowling. It's played away by Conway out towards deep mid-wicket. Scatters the pigeons. It's going out towards the Warner stand. He's run through for 2. He's coming back for 3. And there it is. 100 on debut, but now the highest score by a debutant at Lords. He won't realise it out there, but that is some achievement as well. You know, all the cricket that's been played on this ground over the years, he's come out on debut and made the highest score.
Well, I mean, it's where he looks, one of the places he looks comfortable is that very full length, and he just drops the bat on it. This one's gone through sort of a wide mid-on area, but he's done exactly the same if it's outside his off stump as well.
242 for 3. Nicholls on strike. Broad bowls to him outside the off stump. Nicholls lets it go through. It's taken by Bracey.
Right. Who else is in that team? That's what we want to know. That's Chris Lewis.
I'll just get that. He's the 219th player, Conway, to make a Test debut at Lords, and now the highest score. Ganguly 131, Matt Pryor 126, not out for England. Strauss 112, Graham of Australia in 1893 107, and John Hampshire 1969 for England against West Indies 107. That game back in 96 when Ganguly made his 131.
Here's Broad from the pavilion end, round the wicket, bowls to Nicholls. Nicholls plays defensively, angling the ball away towards cover, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. 242 for 3. We've probably got 7 or 8 minutes play left, time for at least 2 more overs.
Another game in which England didn't pick a frontline spinner. England scored 344, India replied with 429, Ganguly 131, Dravid batting at 7, a handy number 7, scored 95. On debut, England's bowling attack, Chris Lewis and Dominic Cork took the new ball, supported by Alan Mullally and Peter Martin, with a few overs from Ronnie Irani and Graham Hick.
So they had a 5-man pace attack then. Yeah. And so India were in trouble, weren't they, at one stage? What number did Ganguly come in at?
He was 3. Came in at 25 for 1. Dravid came in at 202 for 5. India made 429 and the game was drawn. Jack Russell scored a first innings 100 for England. It was Dickie Bird's final Test as an umpire.
I think he gave Mike Atherton out in the first over as well, LBW. Something I remember from that game. Is that right?
LBW bowls Srinath.
Yeah.
5th ball.
First over of the match. I mean, Dickie came on, he was in tears. You know, the handkerchief was out.
Oh, no, you didn't see it.
Everyone stood up and applauded. No, he was absolutely plumb. He was one of those you probably didn't want to give him out because Dickie was a big not-outer, but it was absolutely plumb, and he had to send others on his way in the first over. 242 for 3. Conway on 132. Anderson goes in to bowl to him, and forward goes Conway. And plays it to extra cover, and there's no run, so 7 or 8 minutes to go. He's still looking to see it through to the close, and a very solid day for New Zealand. Is piecing it together, piecing the Test match together. It's not been spectacular today. It's been hard work.
Oh, it's old-fashioned day, isn't it? Really, 240.
But I mean, it's the sort of day on which Test match victories are built. Here's Anderson in the sunshine now. The sun's back with us. It's been away for a long time. Anderson bowls, and Conway runs it down towards backward point, where it's picked up by Rory Burns, and there's no run.
Quickly, a Cricinfo tweet marking the Conway beating Ganguly's debut record at Lords. They share a birthday, apparently, the 8th of July, so maybe that'd be something for selectors to take into account when they're picking teams for Lords.
And parents too. Yes.
So same birthday. Well, life sometimes throws up those bizarre coincidences. Shadow the floodlight on the pitch at the moment. Anderson bowls very full outside the off stump, and Conway goes after it and slices it away, crashes that out towards the deep backward point boundary for 4. Well, it was tossed up there by Anderson. There's the inviting morsel, and he says, bang, I'll have a go at that. And it raced up the slope.
That's been the length of the delivery that New Zealand has really cashed in on today. I think those extra, just that extra maybe 2 to 3 feet fuller, closer to the batsman, they've been able to lean into it, especially the new ball, which comes to you as well nicely, and they've really enjoyed that. And anything pulled back a couple of feet, it's been difficult to actually drive those balls and stand up a little bit and punch it. That's just hasn't been possible.
246 for 3. Conway to 136. Anderson bowls to him down the leg side. Bracey gets a paw on it and prevents it going for a bye. It died a bit as well on the way through. Got there on the second bounce. Anderson is scratching it at the crease, unhappy about something. Well, he was certainly unhappy about the ball he dished up previous delivery, and his hand on his head as he walked back, and then that one was down the leg side. There are
2 balls left in this over, and then we might well then have the final over of the day. And that floodlight pylon, you can see it, the shadow on the surface at the moment, the one above the Warner stand. The lights are still on, and the sun's out. Anderson bowls again down the leg side. And, Conway shaped a glance. Great deal of interest in that, and it was taken low down by Bracey. And that will be the end of Anderson's day after this delivery. Well, 20 overs today. That's probably what he expected to bowl roughly today, with England in the field, if they didn't bowl New Zealand out, that is.
Back to 2 slips now, no gully, backward point cover mid-off, and then the catching man in at sort of mid-wicket as well. It's sort of a slow pitch field, isn't it?
Anderson goes in and bowls. It's full, draws Conway forward, stabs it back to the bowler who picks up, and I would imagine that is Anderson's day done. 20 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 55 today. Got rid of Kane Williamson. Williamson's first ball after lunch playing on. First 2 wickets played on. Latham played on to Robinson for 23. Williamson played on to Anderson for 13. And Taylor was LBW for 14. Absolutely plumb. So 2 for Robinson, 1 for Anderson.
It's slim pickings, isn't it? For England, they would have hoped for a lot better, I think, even though they were bowling in conditions they felt weren't ideal and on a surface that perhaps didn't have the amount of grass that they would have liked. I thought there was going to be a lot more grass on it, to be really honest, after the weather. I know we had a couple of good days, but I mean, there's been a lot of rain, hasn't there? I mean, despite drainage, a heck of a lot of grass, I would have thought.
Here's Broad's last over of the day, his 20th as well, outside the off stump. Nothing from Nicholls, through to Bracey. I'm just trying to remember when it stopped raining in London. It was, like everywhere, it was a horrendous May, cold and wet. Must admit, I think the weekend it picked up, so we've had some, 4 or 5 good solid days of
that's changed.
Dryness.
That's
and
changed the nature of this, surely.
That's why I thought England I wouldn't play a spinner, when they picked the squad about 10 days ago, whatever it was. But then as we got close to the game, I thought I have to play a spinner today. And we did see Root turn one, sharply as well. But that was the only one he has spun today significantly. Anyway, we'll see how this pitch plays out. 2.46 for 3. Nicholls on 46. Broad goes in to bowl to him, and Nicholls drives firmly hard into the surface. Broad sticks out his left hand and parries it. Conway there, the non-striker, was going to pick it up.
Yeah, but then he thought better of it.
Hand it to Anderson, who might have said leave it. Feeling a bit grumpy at the end of the day's play. I'm just surmising, but I think Conway was leaning forward to pick it up. Or perhaps he thought as well, with the COVID restrictions, you're not allowed to handle the ball as well. I don't know. That might have entered his mind. So Anderson's bowled 20, Broad's in his 20th. Robinson has bowled 16, 2 for 50. Woods bowled 18, 0 for 49. And Root has bowled 12. And his stat, if you worked with us earlier, it's the most Root has bowled on the first day of a test match. More than he's bowled at any other first day of a test match combined.
Yes, more than he's bowled in a day one of any test anywhere, and in his entire career in tests in England, he bowled a total of 11 overs in 23 times England have bowled first on day one.
Broad over the wicket now from the pavilion end to bowl to Nicholls, trying to go across him. Nicholls is forward, pushing up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So we've got 3 balls left in the day's play. Nicholls is on 46. I would have thought his half century, well, if it's there, a nice half volley, I'll take my half century tonight, but there's no great significance to him at the moment. Chance to come back tomorrow and get himself on the honours board. Conway will be up there. 136, probably hoping he's not going to have to face again this evening. Conway is leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Broad rushes in to bowl to Nicholls, and Nicholls lets it go outside the off stump, across him, taken by Bracey. One of the things about today is, we thought the conditions of batting would be quite good, but the ball hasn't beaten the bat very much. I can't think of a drop. There's no drop chances.
No chances.
Sort of nothing. Very, very few even edged. A couple of edged. One short of a fielder, one down the leg side that was just wide, the leg slip fielder. But it's been a day of very few chances, very few moments for this England bowling attack. And New Zealand just gone about their work in a very solid fashion. Broad bowls, there he goes past the outside edge. Nicholls was drawn into playing out the ball going down the slope with the angle as well. There's a smile on Root's face. And Nicholls comes down to do some gardening, just compose himself for the remainder of this over. Didn't have to play at that.
It's interesting how some have actually carried so much better than others. Whether this is going to be a slightly too-paced as this game continues onwards. I mean, New Zealand probably, if they can make a big total, will be quite happy with that in a way.
Quite inexperienced England's batting line-up as well. Last ball of the day, Broad goes in, bowls to Nicholls. Nicholls gets one across him and he lets it go, and it's through to James Bracey, who collects the ball. Last ball of his first day in Test cricket, but the day has belonged to another man making his debut today, another left-handed top-order player, and that's Devon Conway, who gets a pat from Nicholls, and he walks back to that pavilion, still unbeaten, 136 not out, 100 on debut at Lord's, the highest score by a debutant at Lord's, and a hugely satisfying day. Surely far and away the best day of his cricketing career, and who knows, possibly even the best day of his life. Fantastic achievement from Devon Conway, making his debut at the age of 29, South African born, going to New Zealand a couple of years back, qualifying, scoring loads of runs for Wellington, forcing his way in a way a ruthless selection. Tom Blundell jettisoned from the top of the order, but Conway has certainly justified the faith of those who picked the side for this Test match, and he walks off, bat raised. Not many members there at the far end. There are a few, and they're applauding him, and those who are at Lord's are still applauding. In a way, it deserved a full house, but we must be grateful for small mercies. We've had 6,500 in today, we've had an atmosphere, we've had a crowd, and after the silence of last summer, it has been a real bonus to have that crowd, and they've witnessed a fine effort from Devon Conway. It's possible when people came to Lord's today that not many people have known very much about him. Well, they do now. 136 not out. Conway 246 for 3 at the end of the day's play, Jeremy, with Nicholls on 46.
Yeah, well, he's been the protagonist, obviously, and that's meant that it's New Zealand's day, really, winning 2 sessions to 1 by my reckoning. Because they've only lost 3 wickets, obviously, they're coming back with an opportunity once, if they can get through the new ball tomorrow morning, and without the loss of too many wickets, then perhaps the opportunity to build what will be a big total, and then be able to think about how can we get England out and keep them under pressure for a long period of time. Obviously, Conway is worthy of just a few sort of sentences, I think. I mean, he took him 15 minutes, was it, about, before he faced his first ball. So he had to wait for some time. It's been having a chat to you. You used the word controlled, and I think it's right. That's the really... It's not as if he dominated throughout the day very much. He waited, he had to wait and then pounce on balls, I think mainly with the full length. I do remember drives, but I don't remember any cuts whatsoever, and he's usually quite strong there. A couple of pull shots, but mainly pushes and singles and twos, not a surface that was easy to score on and to be dominant in. 85 in the first session. How many in the last session did we get in that third session? It went from what?
It was 144 to 246, so 102
runs in the last session. So just a little bit faster there. So that all the hard work they did in the first 2 sessions counted a little bit in the third. Nicholls, good support from him. Good running between the wickets between the two of them. So New Zealand, of the 2 sides, will feel more comfortable at this stage. Because they haven't scored a lot of runs, I think that England will feel they still have a chance in the next, tomorrow morning, to pull back some territory that they've lost. So New Zealand slightly ahead because of that, but still England, if they can pick up 2 or 3 wickets in the morning, it's game open again.
Yeah. Jonathan and Michael are coming in to do their review of the day.
Just one final thought before you go, Jeremy. What about how England have bowled today?
Well, it's one of those surfaces I mentioned. I felt that the length becomes extremely important. If you start to get too full, you get driven. You try to give the ball a bit of length so that it will swing and will move. But that area, I think, because on a slow pitch, is reduced quite significantly, the ones that's a dangerous length that you can operate from ball after ball. You tend to sort of drag one down slightly and it doesn't get to the batsman, they don't score from it, but if it nips a bit, you beat the outside edge or you beat the inside edge into the pad. If you go full, then you get driven and pushed and so on. So it's difficult, I think, for both sides because it hasn't been a quick pitch. Look at the way Wood really worked hard at 90 plus miles an hour, but he wasn't able to get the bounce he wanted. He had to either go full or short, and it forced him to those kinds of lengths. So not easy for either side, really, I don't think. I think of all the bowlers, I thought that Robinson, because he was able to hit the track quite hard, he's a tall man, and I thought the way he got the ball to move around created more difficulties than the others. I don't know what you felt, Eggers.
I think we shall get my microphone. Thank you. We shall reveal all when you're coming back, Jeremy, shortly. You are. You're not standing you down yet. We've got our podcast to do, and you're going to come back and join us for that. So I shall reveal my answer to your question then.
Thank you so much
for withholding. Come in a second. Okay. It's all shuffle houses here because Michael's got television to do and all these sort of things, So there we go. So in the meantime, we will have our podcast, our review of the day, which can be downloaded later at bbc.co.uk/cricket in the usual place. Close of play of the first day of the first test between England and New Zealand at Lords. Sees New Zealand closing on 246 for 3. 86 overs were bowled, so 4 overs weren't on what was a flawless day weather-wise. So you'd consider, I think that's certainly New Zealand's day. They won the toss and they chose to bat first. And Latham and Devon Conway in his first test match put on 58 for the first wicket. Latham made 23 before he became Ollie Robinson's first wicket. He got an inside edge into his stumps and was bowled for 23. Williamson never really settled. Looked a bit scratchy when he started. They went off for lunch. He came back and was bowled in the first over after lunch, again with plenty of bat involved. In fact, a lot of bat involved. The entire face of the bat involved. Somehow some reverse spin got on the ball. He played it very late. And the ball has rolled back into his stumps. He was out for 13, a big wicket. 86 for 2, 114 for 3. Another of the seniors was on his way, 37-year-old Ross Taylor. LBW again to Robinson for 14, so 2 wickets for Robinson at that stage. And 114 for 3 in the 38th over. England really back in the game. But since then, they haven't taken a wicket. A partnership of 132 in 48 overs between Devon Conway, who's now 136 not out, is the highest score by any debutant at Lords. He reached his century with a lovely wristy flamingo flick through deep square leg. He's 136 not out, and Henry Nicholls has kept him company. He's worked hard. He's not been the most fluent, but he's worked very hard and stubbornly through that, and I think he'll come back hoping to have a bit more of that fluency tomorrow. He's on 46 not out. Bowling wise, Anderson's taken 1 for 55. Broad was wicketless. Mark Wood also wicketless, but a lot of effort in that. 18 overs, no wicket for 49. I don't think a single ball out of the 90s. Joe Root 12 overs for 37 because England chose to leave out Jack Leach, and so Joe Root having to do the spin bowling himself. He bowled 12 overs and did turn one ball really very sharply. So that's how it stands at the close of play of the first day. 246 for 3. It is a little overshadowed, I'll be honest, by some tweets that have emerged from the debutant Ollie Robinson of an historic nature, but they are racist and sexist, and the ECB were awaiting some sort of statement either from the board or from him, maybe during the course of the next 25 minutes or so. But they date back to 2012, when Robinson was 18 years old. But that's clearly something that is going to have to be dealt with by the management, and they're probably talking about it at this very moment. Michael Vaughan, that has rather overshadowed things because of the way the day started, of course, with a display of solidarity with both teams, wearing T-shirts, standing up to racism, sexism, homophobia, I mean, just about everything, and it's unravelled by the end of the day.
Yeah, cricket is for everyone was the slogan this morning. and on day one of the campaign, tweets from back in 2012 have come out. I'm staggered that the ECB don't do their due diligence on everything. And by everything, I mean if you're going into a partnership with anyone or a brand, you do your due diligence on and making sure that you know everything about them. And they haven't done that on Ollie Robinson. This could have easily been. I don't think it gets put to bed easily because what he has tweeted is out there. But a few weeks ago, surely England would have known that Ollie Robinson was in their thoughts. And you have to go through everything. These days on Twitter, social media, it's all there for everyone to see. You can't suddenly, why didn't they delete it? That's irrelevant. He's actually tweeted what he's tweeted in 2012, and yes, he was 18, but I do find it staggering that the ECB, with everything and the resources that they have in the operation, they didn't go through everything about every player that you're picking just to make sure that you've got everything covered. And as I said, a few weeks ago, if it had come out, I'm pretty sure they could have. You can't put it to bed, but they could have moved it forward better than finding out on day one of the Test match.
Could have dealt with it. That's the point. Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens as a result of that. Bowling wise, he bowled rather well. I mean, he got an early wicket. It relaxed him a bit, and his second spell actually was a lovely spell.
Yeah, I thought England actually for the majority of the day were very good. This is a beautiful pitch to bat on. It was a great toss for one. Yeah, it's a good pitch. There's not a lot there.
Okay.
Not yet. Maybe on days 3, 4 and 5 I guess we might see a little bit, but even the low balls were wide of the stumps. Nothing went low onto the stumps. There wasn't really any bounce. We've not seen swing. We've seen the odd ball grab off the seam. We haven't seen spin yet. I was surprised that Jack Leach didn't play, and this isn't hindsight. I said this before play because you've got Jack Leach, who I thought was excellent in the winter. He's England's #1 spinner. The weather's been dry. You're at Lords, you're on a dry pitch. You know it's going to be dry for 5 days. I just think you need a balanced attack, and having a frontline spinner in your attack is something I would have liked. But
how much are they stymied by the loss of those all-rounders? I mean, you've got Bracey at 7. Number 8. I mean, okay, there's Robinson now, but I mean, and I guess that's probably why he got the nod, because he can bat a bit. But then you're left with really, I suppose, the choice between looking for something a bit different. Is it Leach or Wood, isn't it? And because you had to play Broad and Anderson together, really, you've got to pick your best team in this circumstance. So the loss of those all-rounders has affected the selection.
Yeah, whichever way they were going to go this week, it was going to look unbalanced. When Ben Stokes isn't in your ranks, it's very difficult. But Jack Leach is a spinner that's developing nicely. You don't have to look at his numbers from the winter. 28 wickets at 31. He is England's #1 spinner. I would have gone with him. I do believe in seaming conditions. You maybe need 4 seamers. In conditions like this, you actually need a varied attack. You need a pacer, you need a spinner, you need a couple of bowlers like Anderson and Broad who can just knock an end, and that the run rate's going to be very difficult from a New Zealand perspective. But they haven't gone in with the spinner. Has it cost them? I don't think Jack Leach would have ripped through New Zealand today. No. There's nothing there for him. But on days 3, 4 and 5, we know that the rough will develop, and your spinner is picked here at Lords for day 1, day 2 to hold an end, and on days 3, 4 and 5 potentially to get a few more wickets. So England haven't gone with that approach. But I have to say, New Zealand are a class team, because there's many teams over the last few years that have won the toss on decent wickets and not capitalised. And they haven't capitalised enough yet, but to be 246 for 3 on day 1, you don't see that kind of score in the modern game of Test match cricket. Generally we see players giving themselves a little chance to get in and then having a dash and they make mistakes. Well, Devon Conway on debut, getting 100, the highest debut 100 here at Lords. I don't think his Test career can ever get any better. No. If I was him, I'd go up to that dressing room and say, lad, I've retired. I don't think he can surpass today.
No. And a great shot to get his. I mean, it was rather an out-of-character shot from the innings on one leg and flicking it away over square leg. It was a terrific shot. But they're playing the long game, aren't they? That's the point you're making. They know there's going to be some deterioration here. They look at that England side and know it's light. You
go back to when New Zealand beat England in New Zealand. They just ground England down. Yeah. BJ Watson with that double century, and it was like, it's going to be a draw. And then the last day, there you go. Yeah. New Zealand attacked, and that's what New Zealand will play this week. They'll know it's a good pitch. They won't expect it to deteriorate for another couple of days, if it deteriorates that much at all. But from the way that they play the Test match cricket under Kane Williamson, they're in it for the long game. And so many times over the last few years, we've kind of looked at Test match cricket wickets and go, well, that looks like a pitch that's been prepared to get a result in a few days. This looks like a Test match wicket that's prepared to last 5 days of cricket.
Yeah. What I liked about Conway was he was hit a nasty blow, wasn't he, by Wood? And you are trying to sound people out of it, aren't you? He hasn't played Test cricket before, and he didn't play it very well, but it was a quick ball, but hit him sort of on the bicep, really, wasn't it? High up on the arm, and that would have hurt. And you can imagine a few words going on, imagine the verbals out there. Oh, come on, he doesn't like it up him, all that sort of stuff. And that was the last ball of an over, and he had the whole of the next over off strike, but to think about, I guess, what he's going to do, what he didn't get right that time, what Wood might do, the first ball the next over. And the first ball the next over was Fuller, and he just played the most immaculate straight drive for 4. And I thought, well, that's, it wasn't even a sign of any issue from that ball that hurt him.
And I think that's the sign of a player that knows his game and knows his mind, and I think that's the most important aspect of playing at this level is your mind. And the surroundings, playing at Lords, the media attention, everything that comes with being an international Test match player is completely different to playing first-class cricket. Yes, he's done well in white ball cricket, 50-over cricket, T20 cricket, but Test match cricket is completely different, and that's one of the first tests as a batter, isn't it? You're looking, can you play the short ball? And he gets hit a couple of times, and all of a sudden it's that length ball that's the danger ball, because you're thinking, his weight will be back, he might not transfer back into the delivery. And I thought that was the moment where you go, yeah, he's got a great chance, and he's going to be around Test match cricket for many, many years, because he just transferred his weight and went boop, straight down the ground for 4. He's 29, so he's played a lot of cricket. He's played over 100 first-class matches, so he knows his game. But you don't see many on debut that look like they've played, I would say, not even 50 games. I would say look like a player that played 100 Test matches already.
Let's mention Mark Wood. I mean, it's a huge year for all these fast bowlers, isn't it? And how they operate, and a bit of competition between them as well. Let's be honest, with Archer, and no out of it at the moment, but Archer, Wood, Stone. There's that little competition going on there between sort of the cutting edge of England's attack, if you like. My word, he ran in today, didn't they? I mean, these speed gun figures, I never really know about. But they were all really high today, and for CricViz to report it as the fastest spell ever by an Englishman, I mean that's remarkable. It looked pretty brisk from up here. Let's be honest, on a sluggish pitch, but his effort and his energy. He's bowled 18 overs there, more than Robinson, for instance. Anderson and Broad, you expect to bowl a couple more, but that's a lot of effort gone in there.
Yeah, and he's got to come back tomorrow and do it again.
Yeah,
and then he potentially has to do it next week. And you look at Mark Wood and you look at what England are trying to achieve over the next year, to try and beat New Zealand in 2 Test match series, then to try and beat India in a 5-match series, and then obviously the big ticket down at the back end of the year is Australia. And what do England need in Australia? They need a bit of pace. Jofra Archer's injured with that elbow. Will he be able to play in the Ashes? There is a question mark over that. So Mark Wood, Ollie Stone becomes so important to this Test match team. So England will have to manage it, but you look at it from a New Zealand perspective, say, he hit us a few times, he bowled some good balls, but you know what, did he get any wickets?
Well, yes,
no.
Exactly.
And that's what they'll be looking at.
So tomorrow, Michael, before you have to put Potter off, well, it's wickets, isn't it? I mean, the new ball is only 6 overs old, so it'll have a bit of a shine on it. The sun's going to shine again, I think, but England have got to get amongst it.
Yeah, I think they might need a few cranes to get the bowlers out of bed in the morning. It's only the first day of the international summer. The sun will be shining. I believe the forecast is fantastic. So the England management might be knocking on a few bowlers' doors in the morning saying, come on, I'm afraid you've got to go again.
Drag yourself out. It's a hard job. And there you are, there's a batsman talking. There you are, Michael, thank you. We'll catch up with you tomorrow, of course, and you'll see Michael resplendent on the highlights on BBC 2 in 10 minutes from now, if you want to see everything that's happened here today, including that lovely shot from Devon Conway to reach his century, but all the other parts as well. BBC 2 in 10 minutes is where you'll find the highlights of today's play. Now, Jeremy Coney's back, and he asked me a question. I can't remember what it was when I saw you away.
Who did you think was the best bowler for England?
That's a good question. I did like Ollie Robinson's afternoon spell.
Very much.
He'd relaxed.
After lunch.
Yes, he'd relaxed. He got his wicket. He was off and running. It seemed like a very easy rhythm that he has. And there are these. Well, he's not a fast bowler, but there are these bowlers who do make it sort of easy process to the wicket, don't they? They don't come. He's got your Darren Goffs or your Danny Morrison's or who goes screaming in.
No, bursting a vein in their neck.
Whereas this chap's a Mike Hendrick, or he's one of those sort of very easy types, isn't he? And tall, strong. So that was a nice spell.
And I don't think this was a surface that really they would wrap up and put into their cricket bag to take around. I think it was a slow surface. And I think it just emasculated a lot of them just a wee bit to say, I'd like to getting that ball and getting it coming through a little bit more.
Now, how long have I been working with you, Jeremy? I know that you regularly, routinely underplay New Zealand.
Of course
you just
I
keep
do.
it cannily. It's
the New Zealand way.
It is the New Zealand way. It's the way you play your cricket as well.
Is.
So when you say, well, New Zealand have had a reasonable day today, actually they've had a pretty damn good day, actually.
Oh, well, 3 wickets, in the first day of a test match, even though the weather was set fair, you're still playing against a Duke ball. You haven't played since 5 months from the 6th of January. You've got a debut man opening the batting with you, and you're against 2 very experienced opponents in Broad and Anderson in particular, with 300 test caps. You know that's going to be a battle, and I think to be able to withstand that and get through to the end of a day, it's not a big total. So, in a way, because New Zealand haven't scored very quickly, there's a chance for England to fight their way back, and if they have a really good day tomorrow. So, if they bowl New Zealand out for, say, 320 or even less, who knows, they're back in the game.
Yes.
So, New Zealand still have some work to do, but, well, which side would you like to be sitting in? Which shed do you want to sit in tonight?
I'll be in your shed tonight.
That's right.
I
think so.
You've got lots of batting to come. And also, I mean, Mitchell Santner is a kind of a spinning all-rounder, isn't he? I mean, he averages mid-40s.
Well, he got 100 against England at Mount Maunganui.
He did. I was thinking of his bowling towards the end because he saw one ball from root spin today.
Yeah,
quite
he had bowled from the nursery end because the slope would help him just a little.
Yeah. So he does seem. New Zealand does seem well equipped.
They have more things.
They seem well equipped to take it on from here. Is what I'm saying. I guess.
I think they do have more options. And don't forget Jameson. Not just with the ball. He actually strikes a good ball as well, and he'll be batting 9. So there is a bit of depth in this
10.
Exactly, and he'll
play some shots.
But certainly, I mean, Jameson has a 50, I think, and I don't know what he averages, but it would be 40 odd.
Yeah.
So he's more than just a one-trick pony, and in fact, New Zealand are looking at him to be number 7.
Right.
As an all-rounder in the future. So, they have some options.
I think they've got bowling
options
options
well.
too. Don't you think they've got Southey to swing the ball as we swing a little bit today and do a bit. They've got Wagner to sort out the indifferent bounce here, running in and hurling it down as we know as it does.
And then they've got Jameson
again, tall. Exploiting that. I mean,
they've got a nibbler in terms of de Grandhomme.
Yeah, exactly.
1 for 25 in that match we won't talk about. And then also, of course, they've got Santner. So the options are there for them. That's a long way away, Eggers, though. I mean, you can't talk as if New Zealand, because they've 240 for 3 at the end of the first day, and say the game's over.
Oh, no.
There's a lot of work and hard work to be done yet.
Yes. Did like Conway. He was lost a bit of rhythm perhaps in the afternoon, maybe, but then he got it back again.
Well, I think all day. I've seen him now since he's played for a little bit for Wellington and also playing in the short formats game. So, and he's a shot maker, and we didn't see that today.
No, apart from the fall to his 100.
Yeah. Yeah,
wonderful
that was
flourishy flick.
Yes, it was.
It was a flamingo shot.
It was. But he can score all round the clock. It's not as if he's leg side predominant or he's lovely on the cut and so on. And that he's got all the shots, and he'll use the air as well. So I think we didn't see the best of him, but we saw a grafting kind of controlled innings from him today, and he did exactly what New Zealand would have liked him to do, because when you look at the 2 senior boys with all the caps, they struggled a bit today. I thought Taylor's innings was a bit tortuous actually.
And so was Williamson's.
And so was Williamson. So someone had to do it, and he accepted that responsibility, which is exactly what you want in a team. You want suddenly somebody that you're perhaps not expecting to pick do the main hard work of the day. You want a crane to pull them out. He did it today.
Yes. All the lights are down there waiting for various people to be interviewed, but as yet there's no one to talk to down there. I think Devon Conway, to be fair, has just given quite a lengthy interview to television, so we may not
give you an interview in the course of the 3 minutes that remain. I think it's most unlikely. So we'll just keep an eye on the bottom end down there and see where we go. Can you sort of explain why Williamson keeps not failing here, but I mean he averages about 30 in England, doesn't he, when he's way above 50 generally? I mean, he'll be scratching his head about how he got out today, I would imagine.
Yeah, he will. Even before at the back end of that first session, I thought, I mean, playing and missing a lot is not his game. But he does have this habit, as you know, of playing the bat with such an angle on it that it runs away. Normally, if it's outside the off stump, he can get some runs from that sometimes. It encourages some teams to put a second or a third slip very, very close in order, and they'll put helmets on to try and take a catch off him as he tries to run it down there. So it's quite well known now, and look, I don't know whether he's got into the habit of doing it, of trying to get off strike. He thought maybe he misread the line of that ball perhaps and tried to run it down and that sort of thing. I don't know, but it wasn't one of his innings that he likes, and he got 100 here, I think, in one of the test matches he played. It might have been got 120 on a pitch that was again moving around. So he can do it. I don't know why, Eggers. It's quite it's a bit of a mystery, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it's a shame that people here haven't seen the best of him.
Yeah.
But anyway, but New Zealand do play the long game, don't you? I mean, as Michael was saying, you know, it's not a question in New Zealand of them playing a few shots. Let's quickly hear from Devon Conway with Eleanor Oldroyd.
Devon, congratulations. What a perfect day at Lord's for you. What was it like out there?
Yeah, it was a pretty special day today. I think, I couldn't have planned it to be any better than that today. So, very happy with the way it went. It'll take a couple of days just to settle in.
Sun shining, fans in the ground. There were quite a lot of Kiwis in here as well, it felt like.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I think, I could hear the odd chirp, chant here and there, just sort of helping the guys along. So it was good support, and we're pretty grateful that we can get people at the grounds.
In terms of the wicket itself, it was clearly a wicket for scoring good runs on, but you did look very comfortable and very at home.
Oh, cheers, thanks. I think, the wicket's slightly slow. But I think, it's just about adjusting really and, acknowledging the bowling. They bowled pretty well as well, so credit to them. But I think, it was a good day for us, and I think we want to build on that tomorrow.
Is this something that you dreamt about as a young cricketer growing up, that you would one day come here and play at Lord's and score a century?
Yeah, certainly. You hear a lot of stories as a youngster about the honours board, and funny enough, sort of asked Kane Williamson a couple of days ago about what it's like to have your name on the honours board, and first thing he said to me coming up to the change room was, now you know what it feels like, so soak it in, and it's a pretty special feeling, so pretty happy with the way it went today.
Well done today, and look forward to seeing you push on tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you.
Indeed, well played, Devon Conway. He'll resume on 136 not out, New Zealand on 246 to 3. There's highlights of today's action now on BBC Two, with the first today at the Test. I can see Isha Guha on air below me as I speak. The TMS podcast available via BBC Sounds shortly. Plenty more reaction on the BBC Sport website. We're back on air from 10:15 for our highlights half hour tomorrow, and then 10:45 on Radio 4 Longwave.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Bowls for Bolzer! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Rugby Union, with live coverage from the English Premiership, the Challenge Cup and Pro 14s.
Got a long overhead pass. Oh, it's taken there by Nathan Hughes. He's up to the line and over. Finipone, a lovely ball from Farrell to Jamie George, who's seen some space, and George is under the post.
Plus, international fixtures, including the Six Nations, Rugby World Cup and Autumn Internationals.
The underdogs have barked loudly.
What a take though! It's taken by Gareth Davis. Gareth Davis is going to go and go and go. Interception from Gareth Davis. He's run 3/4 the length of the field.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Formula One.
He's about to do his first ever Formula One start. All the drivers are now lined up at the front of this Albert Park circuit. The Australian fans are all on their feet.
With full coverage of practice rounds and qualifying.
Max Verstappen then across the line to start his flying lap. The sparks fly from underneath the Red Bull in the pitch darkness of the Singapore night. Here comes Vettel, faster still.
Plus, live action and analysis from across the F1 calendar.
All 5 lights are on and the first Grand Prix of the season is go.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolzer! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, Rugby League.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby Union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including international cricket with Test Match Special.
Listen to this noise. We're right up in the roof. Bowles, that's driven. Lovely shot from Stone. He's timed that really well.
Anderson goes in and bowls, and that is edge and caught behind.
T20 and one-day internationals.
Takes a couple of strides and then pumps his arms and legs, approaches us, bowls, he's bowled him! And Zampa has gone!
Plus, the ICC Cricket World Cup and highlights and analysis from the biggest matches across the cricketing calendar.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolzer! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.